Gio, are you around?
Yep. Yeah, I'm here. What's up, Jen? How you doing?
Nice one, my friend. Yeah, I'm doing fine, thanks. How you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah. Did you get my DM? I DM'd you a video from Flat Earth Banjo regarding Antarctica and how they know we're there. If we were to go, how they would be able to detect us if we were to venture out.
Yeah, it looks like a good one. I did see it. I just got to my computer. I just logged in, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it up here, and I'd like to watch that. That sounds like it looks like a good one. I like Flat Earth Banjo.
Yeah, 25 minutes long it is, that's all. And he edited it, so someone else actually is speaking, not Flat Earth Banjo. He actually doesn't say a word in this one. Someone else is speaking. It's an edited video, but really good. The technology that they have in order to detect boats that stray beyond the 80th parallel, 80th degree parallel and beyond. Okay, airspace and on the ocean as well. So it shows you all that. You might know some of the stuff you already know. It's just like the techniques they use is what's interesting. I won't spoil it, but you watch it. It's good. It's only 25 minutes. So
Well, what do you think? What do you think? Like,
Nice.
I hear that a
That sounds
lot.
awesome. Yeah, because I do know that. I mean, it's hard to sorry, Branch, but yeah, it's hard to prove some of that stuff, Jen. Of course, unless we went out there and tested their systems. But
Yeah.
I just know that's like I just have a intuitive sense that's going on. So yeah, I'd like to see what this guy put together and what what kind of what he's saying in that, because yeah, of course they would have that as the most heavily guarded place on Earth, essentially.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Jen, like, as far as like techniques go and stuff that you somewhat like built upon, and at least I know in yoga that there are some techniques that people actually see as a very spiritual fucking technique, like to the point where you need a guru to show you that type of technique to really understand how to fucking use it. Sounds like an odd fucking thing, and it's a little bit cultish too, in my personal mentality about it.
Are you talking about yoga? Yeah.
Yeah, yoga, like finding
Oh, yeah.
places of, like, finding areas of meditation that give you certain
Yeah.
areas of peace, that type of shit. You know what I mean?
Well, whatever, man. I mean, I look at yoga as something that improves health, helps you to connect with your body, because most people today don't know their body, and then they're going to tell you they lost taste or they've got this long COVID or something silly like this going on. So I think
Right.
yoga can really help you get in touch
Right, and that's
with your body.
exactly where I'll come out. Like when
Yeah.
people tell me that, in order to learn real fucking yoga, you need to learn these real positions and shit like that.
Yeah.
I'm always like, nah, motherfucker. You guys must be wrong, because in order for me to learn any type of yoga, it's all about mind state. It's not about body.
Yeah.
I do hear that you brought.
Go on, Gio. Go on.
Well, I was just gonna say this is a good topic, but I'm just wondering how we got from the Antarctica to this. Were you just bringing up?
Well, this is Branch brought up yoga, didn't he? He just brought it up. There you go.
Yeah.
Get scalloping. But yeah,
I'll take it back. I'll take it back. I'm sorry.
Hang on, Branch. Yoga is mind, body, and soul, man. That's what yoga is generally about. It's mind, body, and soul. Okay, it's all intertwined. It's supposed to help with dexterity, breathing, your chi, blood flow. Well-being. It's supposed to be all that. Your brain, your heart, your lungs, all your organs, all your joints. It's supposed to be life enhancing, this yoga. Okay? Did you know that?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, because I've known about yoga since the 70s, because when I was born in 61, come the 1970s, during the late 60s, there was a program on TV, yoga, every single day. yoga on TV in the mornings every day.
Right,
For those who wanted to do it, it was a thing.
I think that,
you could do, yeah. TV.
Jen, I think that there's so many different types of yoga, right?
Well, I'd have to say the original yoga, which is the one that I saw 1970s. It was very good. It was an Indian man who was a guru, okay? And he had a massive following on TV because it was one of those things where they put it on TV and you can do it in your house, can't you? Yoga. You don't have to run around everywhere. You know what I mean?
Right, I mean,
you do
like,
yoga in your living room.
like, well, did you get it from him? Like, what type of yoga?
Yeah. I learned about yoga from this guy from the 70s. Yeah.
What did he teach you? How did he teach you?
He taught us. Remember, I'm only going to be. I'm a kid, yeah, but I watched it and I learned about breathing, sitting correctly, body posture, holding the lotus position, for example, and various other positions that you have to hold for balance. And at the same time, you're balancing your body, but you're also strengthening all the muscles through the stretch and holding a certain position for balance, breathing, and flexibility and dexterity. That's what I learned from this yoga. That's what it's all about, isn't it? I mean, even today I can do the splits and I can
it's not the way that,
hang on a second. Can I just finish what I'm saying? I can actually do the splits. I can put my hands flat on the floor and, put my head on my knees almost. And I can do what's known as the pike, like on the parallel bars, where you put your arms on the parallel bars and you bring both your legs up in front of you, right up in front of you. And I can actually do that and hang off a bar, a jungle gym, and bring my legs up with one arm and do that. Okay? That's known as the pike. So, yeah.
I mean, honestly, Jen, I'm not trying to say that, like, honestly, it's all about finding whatever makes you feel good is what matters, right? It doesn't matter about, like, what's the right way to do it. There is no right way to do anything.
I beg to differ. I'm a man who rides motorcycles that are at the cutting edge. Now, if you don't prepare and maintain your bike properly, you're going to end up killing someone else, if not yourself. So no, I don't subscribe to that kind of mentality. Things are.
I think where I was getting at.
Look, hang on. There is a right way and a wrong way. I can clean my floor using cold water, a little bit of bleach and liquid, or I can use boiling hot water, 100 degrees, with a little bit of bleach and washing up liquid. Okay, and which floor is going to be cleaner? Right. There's a right way and a wrong way.
Jen.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, right? It doesn't matter which floor is going to be cleaner. It matters.
It does to me. It does to me.
What I'm trying to say is what matters is always about how you feel inside about everything, right?
Exactly. So it does matter then, doesn't it? So then what I say applies. It matters how well my bike is maintained so I can enjoy it without having an accident. Yeah, it matters how clean my floor is, so much so that I can put my hands on the floor, do press ups, and get up and not have to worry that I'm getting dirty hands. See what I mean?
Jen, can you give me 1 second to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just talk, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Talk quietly, please.
It almost feels a lot like, Jen, like sometimes you don't want me to talk.
No, it's not that. I want you to talk without being poisonous to doing things correctly.
If it's just me, you, and Gio in the room, do you think I'm going to be poisonous?
Well, you're not talking coherently, to be honest. It doesn't matter whether you do things properly or not. Come on, man. That's
all right.
stupid.
Okay, Gio. I'm sorry, Jen. Listen to one thing I've got to say, right? Look.
Okay, I'm going to listen now.
In life, what is the one most precious thought you've had in life?
That's a mad question. I cannot answer that question.
Okay. So if you can't answer that, it's totally fine.
Yeah.
Think
staying alive, right? How to avoid the jab.
Right. So what you're saying is you said you can't answer that, but you literally just said your life was, if you want something that could potentially answer that, right?
Yeah, obviously, living and staying alive and healthy is one thing. That's just one thing amongst other things. Making sure my bikes are safe, not being going to be stolen. Make sure they're well maintained and ready to run. Make sure my bicycles are all well and done, tires pumped up, brakes working well. Make sure my children's bikes are safe because they cycle to school.
Okay.
Make sure they're all right.
Okay.
There's lots
Okay.
going on.
So Jin, let me ask you
There's
a
lots
question,
going
right?
on.
When you was 6 years old,
Yeah.
what was the most important thing for you when you were 6 years old?
Yeah, that's a very good question because I came to the conclusion that I could not make a tree or make all these animals. A force greater than me made me and made the animals and the earth. So I must not destroy what I did not make. That was the one solid thing that I remember at 6 years
Okay.
old that I came to a conclusion with. Yeah.
All right. Let's take it back another year then. 5 years old. What was the most important thing?
5 years old. The most important thing 5 years old was just playing with my brothers, basically. Because my mum was pregnant with my youngest brother, and then my other brother, and together we just used to play together. That's all.
Okay.
Really.
Now let's
You
go
know,
to
maybe eating cakes. Hang on, eating cakes, wanting cakes and biscuits and orange juice was always on my mind. I'd have to say.
All right. 4 years old, you remember memories of just being happy. 5 years old,
Yeah,
you remember memories of not just being happy, but I don't even know what the fuck you said on 5 years old happy. Maybe you had some shit that went like, I'm not really sure what you meant by that 5 year old memory. But
yeah.
let's go.
Five
Let's
years old memory. 5 years old memory is memories of having fun. Obviously, that's playing with my brothers mainly. Going to school.
right. But
You
when
know,
I asked you that a second ago, that's not what you said. I mean, I think something happened to you when you. That's not what we need to talk about tonight, right?
no,
That's
you
not
said what was the most important thought or something, and
No,
that's a
it's not even
difficult one.
that. I mean, my point was simply this: like, if we remember those times that
Yeah,
we're discussing right now,
yeah,
when we were actually fucking happy, right?
yeah.
Um, you know, our fucking mentality at that day and age when we felt happy during then, right? There's no reason why we cannot feel that level of happiness today.
Well, I do. I do feel that level of happiness today, although we're living in very disappointing times. So I do end up going back in time and
I'm
going
sorry,
down memory
bro.
lane.
Bro, I would tell you this. Like, no matter how much you tell me that you actually are as happy as you was when you was fucking 6 year old.
Yeah,
Um, if you are,
I am. Yeah.
I would raise my hat to you. But
Okay. Let me tell you what. I tell you what I did at the weekend. Yeah. I did the cleaning, done the laundry, went for a jog. Okay, you've got to be happy to do these things. Okay, came home, helped my son to get himself ready for baseball. He came back from baseball. We did his homework, and during that time, I watched Thunderbirds. There you go, from my childhood. Thunderbirds. You know Thunderbirds ago by Jerry Anderson. Thunderbirds. Yeah, yeah. I watched that. Part of my childhood memories. There you go. See, there you are. There you
that's
go, my
not
son.
really what I'm talking about, though, Jen. I'm
Well,
talking
not the
about.
You asked me. You said you're not sure if I'm happy. I am happy. Of course, I'm
No,
happy. I'm able
bro.
to.
Honestly, man, you know what? You
But like
might
I
be
said,
happy. You might be happy, bro.
I'm disappointed with what's going on. Children dying for freedom in wars and that. Of course, I'm not happy about that, am I? Not happy about being taxed to death. Not happy about them trying to give
No,
us a
you're
jab
not.
that we don't need. Of
I
course
mean,
not. But I'm happy
let me,
within myself. Thank you.
Jin.
Blimey.
What
Yeah.
I was trying to get at, is that that happiness we felt as children,
Yeah,
right? We
I still
lost
feel
it.
that today.
We
I still feel
fucking,
that today.
we fucking lost it. And
I haven't lost it. Speak for yourself, yeah? Speak for yourself. Like I said, let's go back to 2020, okay? When the government said schools out for the kids because of the COVID, yeah? The day when I heard that, I was actually jogging, right, on my podcast, and I ended up skipping because I was happy that my children are going to be at home. I was skipping, and that's a 59-year-old man
fuck
skipping.
then, Jen, you know what, bro? I
59-year-old man
wish more
skipping.
man, I
Skipping
wish
like a
more
kid.
people were
Okay?
like you then, bro. That's cool as fuck.
Exactly. I was skipping like a child.
That's
Yes.
cool.
That,
That's
that
cool.
means I'm happy. My mind is free. I
No,
told you.
I don't
I'm
think
a
a lot of
helium balloon.
fucking.
I'm a helium balloon
You
that's
don't
never
need a
going to come
fucking
down.
skip to be
Hold on,
happy.
you're Branch. You seem to just be talking over Jen. Like, could you guys try to like let each other speak?
Yeah,
Or
but
I
that's
mean,
what we're both doing, dude. Gio, me and him are fucking doing however the fuck me and him are talking, right? So like, right now is me and him talking. I don't know why you're fucking jumping in the middle. You know what I'm saying? It's like for reals, Gio. We didn't need
What's the matter with this guy?
me and him been talking for the last 10 fucking 15
What is the
minutes.
matter with this guy,
We
man?
don't need some nigger in the middle.
what he does is he just gets drunk and then he comes on and
Yeah.
does his thing. So
Yeah, I know. It's annoying, really.
did he just say the N word too? Is that what he just did?
I don't think he said that. I didn't hear that. I mean, if he did, then it's just his loss. More cog this, more can't live in the real world. Like I said, if you can say to somebody you watched Thunderbirds and you were skipping when you heard your children were going to be at home, that is the height of ecstasy and happiness. I mean, is that wrong? Did I commit a crime? Do you know what I mean? I'm a free spirit. I do what I want to do. I'm not constrained by the taboos and you can't do this at the age of 60 or you shouldn't be doing that. Shut up and get out of my way. Don't tell me what I shouldn't be doing. Don't put me. Don't pigeonhole me.
Somebody told me I can't say the N word, so
just be careful. That's all. Yeah, come on. You'll end up getting banned. That's all.
Well, Jen, you're a black person, right? So
Yeah.
you can say the N word because you have an N pass because you're black.
Yeah,
I'm a brown motherfucker,
roads,
right?
really.
I'm a brown motherfucker, so some people don't think I have an N pass, right? But the way I see it is this, yeah. What the fuck were my fucking people called? We weren't called fucking Indians. We were called the same fucking shit you all were called, right? We were called sand fucking niggas and shit like that, right? It's not like, it's like, yeah, you want to fucking make it out like it's a black fucking word and shit. We, like, brown people weren't called the same fucking word. The only difference is, in society, in the way the shit that went down is that brown people just didn't really make a big deal about it. They just.
I just feel with the N word, you act accordingly. If it's being said in a joking way, fine. If it's being said in a vindictive way, you act accordingly at the end of the day. I'm not going to dwell on that. Like I said to people, racism to me is like water off a duck's back. Because when you dunk a duck underwater, it comes up dry as a bone. So no matter how much stuff you want to throw at me, I'm going to rise above that so easily. It's unbelievable. You know what I mean? And I'm going to leave you stewing. Hang on a second now. I'm still talking. I'm going to leave you stewing in your own cesspit of shit, basically. Carry on now. Fuck. Please go ahead. Oh, you got nothing to say then? All right, never mind. But yeah, Gio, that video, yeah, if you watch it, it's going to be a good one. Yeah.
Oh, my bad, dude. Did I not? I hit the wrong button, bro. Like.
Yeah, I want to check that out. The Antarctica. So, does he have is there some physical type like evidence that they use these things, or is it more like theory?
Yeah. They show you equipment. And then they talk about aircrafts that get deployed when you stray beyond where you shouldn't go. Ships that come for you when you go where you shouldn't go. They show you all this, icebreakers and the like. It's really good. It's right off the bat.
Icebreakers?
Information.
I want to hear about these icebreakers, bro.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Watch the video. Do
Yeah,
you want me to
well,
post it? Do you want me to post it in the? I'll post it in the live stream here in a second.
no, I mean, what I
A
find,
really good video, man.
here's the other thing I find interesting. Yeah, is like, why do people always talk differently when they think that they're online and being recorded as opposed to just talking?
Yeah, I don't talk differently. I talk like this wherever I go. I am me. I don't put on a persona or anything else.
Nor do I,
I don't
dude.
believe
Like,
in that's a waste of time. I haven't
like
got
I
time for that.
literally, I've already fucking
No
figured
time
out
for
that I act a fool. I'm gonna act a fool regardless of who the fuck's listening. I don't care.
Yeah, yeah. I don't have time for that myself.
Yeah, but it is interesting how
Hold on.
I'm just.
what we're holding on for.
Well, I feel like you kind of interrupted Jin. I was asking Jin, like, what? Yeah, in terms of in that video, like, what?
Wait. I was interrupting
posting
Jin
it.
on a conversation just me and Jin were having.
He's funny, isn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, look, yeah. Hang on, Branch. Yeah, now
My
I posted the
bad, Jin.
video
I'm
again.
sorry to interrupt you, bro.
Yeah, Branch, I posted the video for you that we were talking about as you interrupted. Yeah, look, it's here. Okay, Antarctica.
Yeah,
The
I do
ice
apologize. Gio, I do
Well,
apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt Jin like that. So please,
no problem.
Gio,
Don't worry about it.
whatever you were saying, Gio, please continue because I didn't mean to interrupt Jin.
Well, you were interrupting us both there, not just me, basically. And yeah, they show the equipment that they use. Okay, and you'll be surprised, or maybe you won't be surprised actually, because you said you had some idea. And they show what happens when a person in an aircraft strays beyond the zone he or she shouldn't enter, and what the aircrafts do.
Yeah, Jen, here's the thing, dude. Is that you're talking to me and Gio, right? And
That's correct.
I kind of feel bad that I wouldn't watch this shit, but I also feel like Gio wouldn't watch it either.
All right, just go ahead, Jin.
Yeah,
He's just
basically-
derailing and interrupting. He can't help it when he's drunk. I think it's just what he does. Go
Yeah.
ahead. I wanted to hear what you were saying.
Yeah, so basically, when an aircraft strays beyond the zone that he or she is allowed to go to, they show what happens, and the F-16s are deployed, and they simulate what would happen. And then when ships as well, some Australians are in their ship, and they've strayed beyond where they should have gone, and the patrols come along over the radio and telling them to turn back, that kind of thing. They show you buoys, buoys in the sea. That's what they use to communicate. So when a ship goes beyond a certain distance, they may trigger a buoy, and that buoy sends a signal that there's a ship in the vicinity. Things like that. It's really good, Okay, so right off the beginning, from the very beginning, it's showing you the equidistant Gleason's map and routes that are taken on the map through the Shetland Islands. When they go to the islands on a tour, it shows you two tours. One from the Horn of South America, and the other one is from New Zealand. And that tour goes down to Antarctica and comes back to Tasmania. Okay, so you get to see two tours and what the people actually see. It's a good video, very short, 25 minutes, but it's good. Most of it though, Gio. Most of it It's just the finer details that are really good. That there's some missing. It fills in some of the missing gaps that we have in our discussion about Antarctica, I feel. Okay, and I bookmarked it anyway. I saved it, so it's worth a watch.
Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, I mean, it's funny that some people will say, like some of the globe Earth enthusiast folks will say, you can go there. You can go there without an issue. It's easy, and it's just funny that that's even a thing that they even believe.
Yeah. Well, this video would just shut them up completely. It just, there you go. Eat that, quiet. Because that's what it is. Yeah, it's very, very, very good. Like I said, Gio, I'm always looking to find. Do you know what I mean? And then once I find something, everybody has to know. You know, we've got to share that information, and that's what I do.
Yeah. Well, it's a situation. Yeah, exactly. But like with the United Nations, the way the United Nations is set up, you know, with sort of this just the government control and everything with them, it's like when you start going into those waters, essentially you're in no man's land. I mean, you know, you're not just on the streets of New York City where there's police officers and other people around, and you know, your cell phone signal and all that. You're all, you know, you're in a region where you're literally like off the map in a sense, meaning you're off of the mainstream system map part of it, to where they could do anything, you know, whether they tell you to turn on, whether they abduct you, whether they kill you, I mean, any number of things could happen, and nobody would know.
You're live bait, mate. You're live bait. Yeah, that's why when I said I'd like to go to Antarctica, let's say Jin's coming to like $20 billion, okay, from a lottery win, I can guarantee you that I would be organizing an expedition. That is without a doubt. But it's going to be like of about maybe 8 to 10 ships. I'm not going there on my own, and I'm going to be inviting all the flat earthers that I know. We're going to go. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And we'd have the vehicles. The number one thing of paramount would be safety, but we're going to go and do it, and we'll see. What do you reckon? Would you join?
Well, possibly. I mean, it's a bit of a kamikaze mission, though. At that point, I mean, I think that's
no. I don't think I don't want to go where we're going to be in trouble, and I know they're going to get us because that's going to happen. We're going to go to where the tours go, and then try and make our way from there.
Yeah,
you know I mean, we'll be a formidable force anyway, and we'll have a good look around. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. What do you think?
Well, I think it'd be interesting to do. Whether they would take you out, I don't know. I mean, that would be the risk.
Yeah.
But
I doubt that they would take us out, because you know there'd be many of us, and why would they want to do that? We've got no weapons, so we're coming out to have a look. We are curious to have a look and see what's going on. Yeah, we might want to do the North Pole Challenge. Yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, it would be risky if they find out we're flat earthers. They might want to take us out. You see?
Well, that's the question. I mean, even like, you know, the idea of traveling like, you know, the 60th parallel. Well, what if we went to the 55th parallel or the 50 parallel, and then we're doing tests and experiments there, you know, measuring distances, looking at star positions, sextant positions, sun angles, you know, 24-hour sun in the south, you know, all these kinds of things. That technically wouldn't really be against any of, you know, their kind of rules or their guidelines, but you know, would they still let that happen? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, and if they find out that we're flat earthers, it might. Well, I mean, they won't want to. They can't take us out because there'd be too many of us. There's safety in numbers. So, so it'd be a flotilla of us. But I want to get onto the land and then use these Sherpas to do a bit of exploring. Yeah, that's one of my dreams. You know. Get out there and have a good look. Breathe in the cleanest air you can breathe. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, if and when the money is available, I think that people who, you know, want to risk it, or as it were, you know, and there will be some that will want to do it. So I think there's still value to doing it, but I think it is risky to, you know, considering who we're dealing with and what could happen, especially now with everything going on. I mean,
yeah, you're right, but it's got to be done. I think it's got to be done, man. You know, got to bring it to bear. A whole load of us, you know, organize it properly, leave nothing uncovered. Safety is the number one thing. Safety, it's the number one thing. So we're moving in a bubble of safety all the way. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's what you got to do, and you got to be smart about it, because it's sort of like the analogy of like the mythical story of, you know, the fire-breathing dragon that's wreaking havoc on your community. You know, it's coming in and it's blowing fire and killing people. You know, maybe it comes in once a week and it's killing people. So somebody has to go slay the dragon or whatever, because it's just going to kill everybody. But you don't, and let's say the dragon is, you know, in a cave under the mountain. Well, you don't want to just walk into the cave with your sword and say, "Dragon, come out here!" You know, otherwise it's just going to come out and kill you, blow fire and kill you. So how to go about it in a way that's, you know, tactful. And I guess that's where like the hero comes in, you know, the hero who comes in, who can do it, who knows how to either sneak in the back door, you know, and be wise about it. So I think that's in a way the situation we're in. I think these people in power, I mean, they're not watching every single one of us. I mean, I think they're recording everything, but they're not literally, they don't have a manpower to watch every person, but they definitely have their finger on the pulse with a lot of these things, and they definitely have their system set up. So I think when it comes to all these things,
they've got their spies out there.
yeah, like whether it's activism, like sharing truth, whether it's physically doing things, whether it's creating, you know, so yeah, it's sort of like a unique situation, and you could trip a trigger at any point, and so how to go about this in the most careful way and a way to be successful.
Yeah, it would be good because I'd like to have like the likes of you, Miggy, and all that lot, and the General and the Dave Whites. All of them would have to all come together to do this in the interest of humanity. That would be the one, you know. And I think we can all get along, no problem. That would be paramount. Then you'd learn who's a shill and who's not a shill, if that's the case. You see what I mean? You know, we can bury the shill hatchet once and for all. Because I know I am not a shill, and if I'm going to finance everything, all I ask is for everybody to let's get along, because I want this thing to work, yeah? And it's got to work, and I'm sure we can do it. Definitely can do it, no doubt about it. I'm very confident on that. Big numbers, safety as paramount. So no gung-ho cowboy, none of that shit. You know, we want to enjoy this. This is going to be fun. It's going to be about safety all the way. Yeah, you know. You go on any ship you want to go on. Yeah. You know, we're bringing ships, we land, and then we offload the equipment. Everything we do, if you do a shit, you're doing it in a bag. You're bringing your shit home. You're not leaving anything there. We will follow those rules. Without that's easy for me. For me, that's not a problem. You know, doing a piss in a bottle and then putting it away. You know, there'll be provisions for that. You know, it's part of life. You've got to go. You see, unlike the fucking liars that said they went to the moon, now you know there's a toilet problem. You know what I mean? Definitely. But if we're going to go on the expedition, there's going to be a similar problem, but we're going to be prepared for that. No problem, man. Everybody knows that you cannot be doing a poo and shit and digging holes in the night. No, we don't want to do that. You bring if you're not prepared to do a shit in a bag and bag it and then put it in a tank out of the way, then you're not coming on the expedition. Period. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's good to think about all this and I don't know that I mean, would you say that you would want to do this? Because the thing is, let's just say you had enough millions and you put the whole crew together. Yeah. I mean, wouldn't you see it as a possible kamikaze mission? Because once you're off the radar, I mean, they could just kill you all and that's it, right? I mean, it's pretty risky.
Yeah, they could, yeah. But if we advertise ourselves as we're going there to have fun, blah, 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 then we're on the, you know, so we're not gangsters or shit. Do you know what I mean? You know, genuinely having fun, there should be no problems. You know, we signed all the documents.
I don't want to sound like someone who's trying to be a gangster or something like that, right? But like my parents and shit, they believe in some shit that some people may consider a cult, right? Or not. But it's like, it's just essentially people that believe in the way that we lost a certain amount of intelligence when we became when we stopped being kids and became adults. And I think what this cult or people of shit my parents really believe in is the fact that that acknowledgement of being a person was lost.
I don't know. I think. I mean, you've changed the subject again. But hang on, Branch. Look,
you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish, motherfucker.
All right, go on then.
Let's just move on. He's just going to keep doing this. When he's drunk, it's what he keeps doing. What were you saying, Jin?
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, you said, would it be kamikaze? Well, I think if we filled in all the documents and did everything above board, we should be able to go still. I don't see any problems coming that way. I'm not going to go there sneaking off. Not yet. Not yet. I mean, I do want to do that, but I want to go there legally first and have a good look around at what they're doing. You know, ask questions. What have you been doing down here for this length of time? Do you know what I mean? How come you haven't seen a 24-hour sun? Blah, blah, blah. You know, we can go there and do an investigation in that sense, first of all. What do you think?
Yeah. No, I hear you. I guess it's just it's like, what is the law? You know what I mean? Like, is the law even something, you know, if it's just made up by criminals anyways, there isn't really a law anyways. So then I just think it's very risky. That's all I can really think right now.
I'm 100% with you. I totally understand. It's like you said, especially with what's going on now. I mean, we're just useless eaters that come and get your jab and shut up. You know what I mean? Basically. Yeah? So you useless eater want to go to Antarctica, do you? Okay. And then they blow us up. They could, couldn't they? They could just kill us all, like you said. Yeah. So would you want to run that risk is the question.
Yeah. I mean, when you don't have cell phone signal, yeah, you could be recording everything you want. All it would take is one missile that would absolutely just erupt your entire vessel. And then everybody would, you know, maybe there'd be a couple survivors in the water and they could watch you from overhead drones. I know this sounds very dark. It's like out of a bad movie or something. But at the same time, I mean, these are severe criminals to the highest level. So I don't think they'd have any issue doing that. And if they wanted to.
It's definitely within their MO if they can bring down 2 towers and building number 7 and tell us nothing about building number 7 and why it came down. So yeah, it's well within their MO. Is that not right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that they've kind of, you know, in terms of the Antarctic Treaty, they've made it sound like, you know, part of the deception is, oh yeah, all of these Antarctic, you know, in the Antarctic Treaty System, which is the United Nations system, and they're trying to make it seem like all of these countries have come together and they've all agreed on these rules, you know, so it makes it seem like there's these set rules and that if you got approved, you could go there, you know, and that it would be protected. But on the other side, if it's actually just a huge criminal organization and is, you know, to that level, then there isn't really a legit system to even go off. So at that point, it's just like very risky to try it.
It is, yeah. That's why it annoys me when, you know, there's a woman there currently going to the South Pole, yeah? It's a 45-day journey. She's dragging 95 kg with her, okay. But she's military. I want to hear of a story that's non-military personnel going there. You don't often hear that, do you? You know, Joe Blog, Sue Blog. Do you know what I mean? Yeah? You don't really hear that. They're always within some kind of organization, the people who do these things. Don't you think? Which is quite telling. Yeah, they're not ordinary civilians doing this.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So that does beg a question there. How comes? Why is it? Okay, the ordinary civilian doesn't have enough money to do this sort of thing. Okay, fine. So let's say someone wins the lottery. If I won the lottery and it was into the tunes of the 20s of millions, I'm on my way. Because I want to go there. I've got a right to go there like anybody else. Do you know what I mean? I know I can do it. I know I can do that walk 15 miles a day, pitch a tent, pack it up, another 15 miles. Piece of piss. Don't care how fucking cold and windy it is. You know, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I've been ready for it for a long time. You know, I've climbed Mount Fuji 14 times. So I know what it's like to struggle and, you know, fight against adversity. And yeah, I've done it. I can do it. No problem. I'm ready for that. So I'm not scared to go. But yeah, I'd like to try it. Definitely. You know, people can go there and with their sponsors. What's to stop me if I can get sponsors on that? You know. But would they bump me off? That's the thing.
Yeah, that would be just the massive risk. It's sort of that thing where, you know, you think that, like, you know, out of a movie where you think that the police, you know, are honest and fair. You think you'll be protected. And, you know, you see, you know, in certain movies where they, you know, once they get to the evil person, the person says, you know, police, you know, I own the police.
Yeah.
It's that kind of thing. So it's like, even if we were to get all the approval and we were to go and everything's great, we got all of our food and our $20 million vessel and everything, at that point, it's just like, you know, they could almost laugh like, well, who did you think was going to protect you? You're in no man's land now. You know, no one can even hear you. No one can hear you cry, kind of thing. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think it'd be extremely risky. I still think it'd be worth trying and doing if people want to. I don't know that I would be boarding the ship. At least not the first one, because I don't know that I'd want to take that life risk at that moment. But if others want to, I think, like I said, I support the spirit of it. And maybe if it was done multiple times and seemed okay, maybe I would. Who knows? But yeah, I think it's definitely a worthy task.
Yeah, because I'd want to go down. That's why I said, I mean, I'd like to go. I want to go my own way. Do you remember that guy called Yao Andohoy? You know, they killed his friends, didn't they? Because his friends went, 3 of his colleagues went missing. Did you know that?
Yep. Yeah, I've heard about his story. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, they did wipe out his friends. They went missing, and that's why he went there 3 times. He went there 3 times, though. So that's amazing in itself. You know, such was his fortitude, you know. He went there 3 times. Illegally 3 times. You know, I think that says a lot about a man, you know. And he came back. They didn't kill him.
Yeah, well, it's hard to know what was happening before, like, let's say even World War II. There might have been people going there regularly. It's, you know, and there are other stories of it as well. So it's kind of hard to think what they've suppressed, and then now after World War II, the level of control they have through the United Nations and everything. So I mean, there could have been something else entirely going on at that time.
Yeah. Yo, Underwood, this was happening in the 2000s and 12s and 13s and that, and 2008 and things in the 2000s. So modern times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to go there though. Definitely.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, yeah, but it sounds like it sounds like he was blocked essentially. I mean,
well, he was. He was. Yeah, he made it. He made it to the ice wall. He made it there. But they sunk his first ship. His ship was sunk, known as the Berserk. They crippled it. Whilst he was on the ice with his jet skis or skidoos, whatever. Yeah, he was out there doing that, and then came back to find his friends missing, and the boat crippled apparently, and he couldn't find them. So he was marched back to the South America, sent back, massive fine he had to pay, didn't pay it, went back there on Berserk number 2. And again, he got his marching orders. He went there 3 times. Great story. Definitely something you want to watch again and again and again. You know, because it's just amazing that they didn't kill him, but his friends disappeared. Yeah, sad.
Yeah, I mean, I've often thought that the way that this has to be done is to like sort of dissolve this power structure from the inside, meaning that, you know, instead of trying to go to Antarctica or to the North Pole with, you know, either an expedition or, you know, some kind of physical force, but that perhaps just through the truth in general, you know, more and more people knowing the truth and, you know, just being able to get to a point to where, you know, we can get there safely.
Yeah. I like that. You know, we get to the tipping point with the information, you know, being given out to people. You know, promoting the information, the truth. We can get to the tipping point, and it would be easy to get the rest of the world on board that we're not living on a spinning ball, and then governments will fall. Have to. I'm surprised governments are not falling now with what's going on, because if we were really united people, you know, they would be banging on the doors of the government, literally throwing them out the windows. Do you know what I mean? Get out of here. You know, what do you think what the hell are you playing at? You know? Really, it's a joke now. Surely people can't be this naive or dumb, surely, or asleep. Come on, people. It's crazy.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
I never ever thought I'd see the West behind, behind masks. Ever. Never thought I'd ever see that day. You know that? Just never thought I'd see the West. But wow, I saw it. They were wearing two, some people, idiots.
Yeah. They really, yeah. Sometimes they wear two. Sometimes I've even seen 3 masks and a face shield.
Yeah. That's just bloody ridiculous. It's just, I just cannot believe people are that far gone. You see, that's what happens when you watch movies, and you just listen to the government and you don't think out of the box at all. That's what I would have been like. Because all the knowledge that I have about viruses came from the movies. Really, I didn't do any research outside of that. And that's most people. Most people are in that situation. Yeah. Until I started doing my own research back in 2006. That's when someone died of cancer, researched cancer cures, and then I stumbled onto vaccines. I thought, yeah, autism. I keep hearing about this autism. I used to think it was someone was highly intelligent individual is what I thought autism was, but I didn't look up the meaning. So I carried that for a number of years. And then when I found out it was actually an illness, a disability, I thought, wow, what? And then I looked, vaccines are causing this. Vaccines and everything. Oh, wow. And then, yeah, I learned a lot. And now this situation, I think that this situation is happening now is that they've shot themselves in the foot because more troops have been revealed. They've revealed their hand clearly now, I think.
I agree. No, I do think they've shot themselves in the foot. I've been saying that from the beginning. Yeah, I think they just ruined their entire whatever they wanted to do. I think they just blew it. They literally blew the whole thing.
It's a cartel in panic mode. That's what it is.
Yep. Because the big thing it did, I think, is that I've said this where it's sort of okay, before this whole last 2 years, most people thought, okay, all the countries are independent, we're humans, the earth's a globe, we're all doing our best, etc. They just thought that it's all independent, So the idea of like the idea of a worldwide conspiracy was maybe harder for a lot of people to think about because it seems like, oh, Russia is different than the United States and there's all these politics and the way that they've set it up. But now with the last 2 years, clearly there was a concerted synchronization, between all these countries in terms of the lockdowns and what they've all done. So I'm not saying that instantly everybody realizes that now there is just one, kind of cabal doing it all, but it has now shifted the energy to where now people have to think in their minds because now when they hear about some of the stuff that doesn't make sense or some of these, the removing people's rights or whatever, some people will go along with that and they'll defend it. So I understand some people will, but then there's a lot of people now, a lot more that are thinking, okay, well, now it either is a worldwide conspiracy, like it is some huge thing like that because they're all moving together and they're doing this to us together, or it's all real and every single part of it is real. So that's now what people have to weigh out. Like, is this all really real or is there something else going on? And if there's something else going on, wow, it's coordinated by one group of people. So now it really is the rest of humanity versus that group of people. So that's one way that they've shot themselves in the foot. It's like revealing, like you said, they kind of did their flex, but now it's like revealing who they are. And there's so
they're showing their hand now. Yeah. And I tried to articulate that just before I came onto your server just now. I spent 45 minutes talking to about 6 university students from the UK on their server. They invited me. Obviously, they've heard me, and I'm a loud voice, yeah. So they think, what's this black guy? What does he know? But then when they heard me speak and explain to them, the reason why flat earthers know the earth is flat, articulately, slowly, and we touched upon this situation with the jab and everything else, and governments being dishonest and everything else. A handful of them were on board, and I'm glad I got a handful of them on board. There are a number of them cog dissing and throwing insults, and I said, well, an appeal to authority does not reality make, yeah. Okay, and what's your qualifications? And I said to them, look, do I not have the right to educate myself on any given subject to the highest degree and become an expert without actually taking an examination? Do I not have that right? Oh, okay. So I don't need to go and listen to the scientists. I can be a scientist myself. I've got that right. So, and I've studied that. And another thing, please don't think I'm being insulting, but remember this. All of you here today cannot say you know more. You can never say you know more than me. I'm older than you. I'm 60. So there's no way you can know more than I know. Okay? You haven't got that experience or anything yet. So like I said at the beginning, I'm here to share information so that you don't fall down the potholes I fell down. Okay? So you can have an easier path. That is my duty to the younger generation. That is my aim here, to ensure that you are walking sure-footedly and you can avoid the potholes that I fell in. Do you know what I mean? You know, and I got it across to the youngsters as best I could. With all the insults being, with all the mudslinging and the tomato ketchups and onions and all that were coming my way.
It's just funny that you said ketchup, lettuce. You get just the whole burger.
Yeah, that's right. Because you know the young, that's how they are. Yeah, but a few of them were being respectful because but you know, let him talk. You're not letting him talk, man. So they had to mute a few of them on their server, and we had a good time. You know, 45 minutes. The girls were very receptive. They seemed to understand that I was being sincere and I'm telling you the truth. Then a couple of them said, "Yeah, but you told a load of lies and untruths." I said, "No, not one word have I said has been a lie." Now you're carrying the belief of the globe, and it's a belief. You haven't confirmed it yet, and then you're talking about universe and space like we've been there. We haven't been there. You haven't confirmed that either. But everything I've told you is on Earth here, which you can actually prove, right down to us being so special that we start from something so small the naked eye can't see it. We need a microscope to see the egg being fertilized. That's how special we are, okay? Because they asked, are we the only thing in the universe? I said, we are the only thing. The other planets, there's no one knows if there's any life anywhere else. We are the only things alive where we are. This is it, here, now. And to be having, and I asked them, how many of you here think that having wars is necessary for our freedom? So children and granddads, uncles and aunties are going to be dying so that we can be free. Is that correct? Is that a correct thing to be doing? And they all agreed no. So that was it. So then I said, at least there's hope then. Wow. Because you are the generation that has to stop the fighting. You really do. And the sooner you realize that the taxes that we're paying are being wasted, the less you'll want to pay that. I'm telling you now. What do you think? Did I do a good job? Yeah, well, I did try to educate them as best I could.
Yeah.
It sounds like you did a good job to me.
Yeah. You know. And there was a number of them that was firmly on my side. They were believing into the flower. I said, no, okay, you can carry the belief now because you haven't gone out and done the test and the observations. But once you've done that and you confirmed it, it becomes a knowing now, and you know now. So it's no longer a belief. It is not a theory. It is reality. Yeah. And then you'll be like me, a helium balloon that's never going to come down. Never coming down from this one. Gotta be kidding. You gotta be kidding, man. You gotta be out of your mind.
Yeah, it's a lot of new information for people to think about, and
yeah,
it's like it's a whole process. And I think, you know, one thing is being able to like have an environment where types of exchanges can happen, because I think for a lot of people want to do all the attacking, but then a lot of people feel like they may be attacked if they even consider this idea. Like, remember when, or just different ideas. Remember when Owen Benjamin, like in terms of the shape of the earth, remember at the beginning when he was saying, like, he was going through it, but remember when he was saying, I can't be a flat earth person. No, I can't be a flat earth person.
Yeah, I don't want to be a flat earther. You know?
Yeah, but he stuck with it.
Beer cans. He's drinking the beer cans. He hasn't even finished. He hasn't finished drinking the beer can. He's crushed it and threw it behind him. Opened another one. You know, he didn't finish the other can. He was making me laugh, man. He was making me laugh. Owen Benjamin. I thought that was brilliant, though. He did a great job for Flat Earth, as far as I'm concerned. He did a great job. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I think he stuck with the truth of it because, yeah, like there was the tendency that he was saying, like, you know, that he almost wanted just to push it away. And I think he lost a lot of his following too, didn't he? Like,
yes, he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was being called a shill. He also lost some of his, like you said, his fan base. But he didn't care. He was banning them on his channel anyway. He was that kind of question. You're gone. You know what I mean? So I do like Owen Benjamin because of that situation. I mean, I'm not a fan of his brand of comedy or whatever because I never really listened to him. But the fact that he highlighted the fact that the flat earth is a real thing and it's true, and he became one in the end. Great. That was brilliant. That transition was amazing. You know?
Yeah, he did what like Joe Rogan couldn't do, basically.
Yes, Joe Rogan, the scumbag. Yeah.
He just sold out, and you know,
what was it? I'd sell my mother to find the truth. You know, whatever. What did he say? Something about his mother.
He said he would lie to his. Yeah, he would lie to his mother. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Bloody fool.
I wonder if he did get the truth.
Terrible. Sorry, go ahead.
I wonder what they gave him. They must have given him something to play ball. I mean, Spotify. I think he does all his podcasts with an earpiece in. They're telling him what to say.
Yeah. They gave him a lot because you know he's still, you know, he was a comedian on his way out. He was spiraling out, but somehow he revived himself from that, and he's still in the business. You know, because I saw him as a failed comedian in the end. Not that I watched his I never saw anything of his comedy, but that's the neons that I got when I found Joe Rogan during the Flat Earth thing. His name came up. I thought, who's this character? And then Eddie Bravo came up as well. You know, and Eddie Bravo was more full of more integrity than the others. He actually said, no, it's the Earth is flat. You know, it's all there. It makes sense. And they were ridiculing him and taking a piss out of him. You know. Even Mick West was taking a piss out of him as well. Mick West. They destroyed him. They destroyed him on the 24/7. He was destroyed. Yes. Absolutely hammered. Yeah, I thought that was brilliant. Mick West, the wanker. But yeah. Joe Rogan, yeah, I never did like him. After that. And he flip-flopped on the moon landings. 1 minute he was defending the moon landings as a hoax to the hilt, wasn't he? Wasn't he not?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he was really speaking out. I mean, back when I first was getting into the moon landing stuff, like he was one of the only guys that was, that was sort of speaking out about it to the point to where, I was listening, because he was a little bit in a younger generation and, he had that attitude, and so I remember listening and thinking, oh yeah, it was cool, like listening to, because he was dropping truth back then. I mean, because what he was doing is he was contesting, like he was holding to the truth while everybody else, he had these other people on his show that were trying to tell him it was real. And he kept saying, no, but what about this? And what about that? I mean, he was holding through it. Like he was kind of a powerful force back then for the truth in that way. So yeah, I mean, if he had continued that way, something happened. He clearly got talked to. I mean, I don't know how much truth they gave him. I'm not sure they sat him down and told him all the truth, but I'm sure that something happened to where he realized, okay, if I keep going that direction, I'm going to lose. He's going to lose.
No. What happened was this. Do you remember when he said the moment he said he would lie to his mother, he was throwing out an appeal to those powers that shouldn't be there, that he's ready to cross the road. That's what he was doing now, right? He was asking for them to give him finance and I'm ready to be on your side. That's what he said. I'm ready for any information you got. If you tell me the secret to life, I'm ready. I would lie to my mother, he said. And that was a signal for them to take him on board. That's what he was doing. Okay? That's what happened. That's when they knew that Joe Rogan was ready to cross the road and be on their side. And then they took him on board. Okay? That's why he said that. That's why he mentioned that line that he would lie to his mother. If you go back, you'll see that that's what he meant by that. That he would lie to his mother if he was able to get this information that other people didn't have, you know, blah, 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 which meant he'd have to go to that side to get it. And that's what he did. Soon afterwards, he was saying that the moon landings happened. Do you know what I mean? Shortly after that. That's when I said, what a scumbag. What a scumbag. The fact that he said he would lie to his mother totally just went, you're a Wally anyway. Never did think he was anybody important. Never did. Although I admired him for sticking up for the moon landing hoax. I thought that was good, but that was it. But you know, there you go. You live and learn, as they say. You live and learn. You live and learn.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm so excited for two things that I think are going to happen within our lifetimes. You know, the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, go on.
Corona fatigue. Okay, excuse me, I didn't mean to say. You know what I mean. Pandemic fatigue. I want to see the masses truly upset over this. We're over it. We don't believe you anymore. I would love to see that. And then I also want to see the shills for commercial space flight. Because you keep hearing it. I want to talk to somebody that's going to lie through their teeth to me and tell me they've been to space. And I'll talk to them for hours. I don't even care. I'll waste my time. That just sounds like so much fun.
I like your line of thinking. Yeah, that's pretty good. True, isn't it? It's true. Yeah,
just around the corner.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that. Definitely. Yeah, I'd like to see what would happen.
I came in late to the conversation. I thought maybe I was a little behind, but what was it you were just saying? I'm sorry. What was it you're saying about Joe? I left off with Joe Rogan lying to his mother, and I was going to say something about that.
Yeah, we were just talking about Joe Rogan's scum.
Yeah, I was saying that Rogan, at the time he was saying that, he was trying to get in with the other side, the horrible crowd, not the in crowd. I won't call him the in crowd, but that's what he was trying to do. That was his aim when he said that. And then shortly after that, he managed to get in with that so-called crowd, and he's got new channels, everything, and he was just like, sky's the limit for him. Do you remember?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I followed all that. In fact, yeah, and I would say that at the same time, you know, he could be kind of like, not that he has necessarily any decision on what his program's going to entail, but bringing Eddie Bravo on and making himself look like a fool is kind of like secretly telling us the truth in a way, because Eddie Bravo is telling us the truth on his show. And he's playing the part. He could just be playing the part of the dumb, you know, the Joe Bub, you know, idiot guy that's saying all the things that any doofus would say in response to it. He didn't have any good arguments.
No, I have a little
letting out Eddie Bravo run over him.
No, hold on. So I actually have personal connections here. So I used to train under Crone Gracie. I don't know if you ever heard him before. Yeah, when I was 17, I started training with Crone.
Jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in Los Angeles.
Okay. Nice.
And Crone, I stopped doing Jiu-Jitsu around 21. I had, I got to get a job and all this crap.
Right.
But Crone went on. He obviously fought in the UFC for a short period of time, but he got in really close with Eddie Bravo. And I remember about 4 years ago, talking with some mutual friends that used to train, that Crone is a flat earther, but he's dead serious about it. He doesn't like to make jokes about it. Like he's really, really serious about it. And he spent a lot of time with Eddie Bravo. I think Eddie Bravo is being pretty genuine in those podcasts. He just,
I agree.
I don't think he's playing a part.
No, well, I think he's being genuine. That wasn't my point. My point was that Joe Rogan letting him come and say that on his show, it I don't know if it speaks well of Joe Rogan, but it just makes it. I mean, it's letting the flat earth truth out there, regardless if he's against it. He's acting like
yeah.
What Joe Rogan has Crohn's disease?
Picked up a little Crohn's disease from that one.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Rogan obviously knows that it's flat, right? He was against the moon landings, and then he came out.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
He said that he believed in it, but he didn't do a very convincing job of arguing the other side. Is all I'm saying. So maybe his that
No one has,
secretly,
yeah.
secretly, you know, he's allowing the truth out by being against it and not doing a good job. Is my point.
Yeah, you're saying he could be working with us, but he's playing the fool basically, just so to
Exactly.
get it out. Yeah.
Right,
Thank you.
because he has to play that role because that's the position he's in.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
What's sad is like Joe Rogan could have made enough money to not have to have this Spotify contract, to not be spewing a bunch of lies. You know, like I don't know what his vices are that are so expensive he needs to keep this up. It's just too bad. He
Well,
could
but at the
have.
same time, he's got the
Well,
platform to let Eddie Bravo. Everybody knows who Eddie Bravo is now because of him, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And so people do know the truth partly because of him. Is all I'm saying. You know, there's certain roles people have to play, I guess, when they get to the big that plateau. You know, I'm not saying that he's like secretly trying to give us the truth necessarily, but I mean, we did get it through Eddie Bravo and Eddie Bravo coming on his show and making him and Alex Jones both look like idiots. You know, same with David Weiss. David Weiss went on and made and with Eddie Bravo sitting there next to Alex Jones, making Alex Jones look like an idiot for just defending I mean, not even doing a good job of defending it at all. Maybe intentionally is all I'm saying, for whatever reasons.
Can you imagine the type of pressure that Alex Jones had on him to apologize for Sandy Hook, for what he said?
Oh yeah, and it was a
That
fake
was-
trial though too.
Oh yeah,
It wasn't even.
It was-
They presented it like it was a real trial, but it wasn't. You know, I mean, he just had. It was almost like, okay, I have to say this because this is the position. And then Wolfgang Halbach, or whatever his name was, you know, he was the biggest researcher into that whole thing. But then he also believes in the other psyops, so that's weird, right? He was exposing Sandy Hook, but then he believes these other shootings were real. That's weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, I put something in the live stream voice text just now. It's kind of a rabbit hole. And I think I was the one that first, maybe, I don't know, it doesn't matter, but I was the one that came up with that. Omicron was an acronym for moronic. Someone else
that's
posted,
good. Yeah, moronic. Yeah.
yeah. Someone else
Yeah.
posted this, and I reposted it here, that it's actually an anagram for oncomer. And if you look up oncomer, it has to do with mRNA and cancer.
Ah, thank you. So it's not just the 15th letter of the Greek alphabet then.
Well, yeah, it could be indicating this, but it's just awfully suspicious that it comes up with an mRNA that has to do with associated with cancer.
Yeah, it's true, because I wondered why the jump, because they were going alpha, beta, delta, and then straight mu, and then straight on to number 15. I thought, why did they do such a jump?
Well, they said that they skipped 2 letters. The new they skipped because they didn't want it to be associated with something new, like or be confused with something new, which was NU, and then the next letter was XIZ, which was the first name of a Chinese diplomat or Chinese minister of some sort. So they didn't want it to be associated with his name. So they went with this.
Did you actually delved that deep, did you? Well done.
I did, yeah.
Oh, well done. That's brilliant.
Wasn't too hard to find.
Well, notice how that name seems to be particularly curated towards Western English speakers.
Yes.
What? Which name?
The reasons that you gave for skipping new and for skipping Z. I'm not expecting somebody from Zimbabwe to have an issue with it being called Z. I mean, if you look at all the countries that are dealing with these measures, these totalitarian measures that are being put in place, the one that they seem to have the most trouble with is America, which is ironic. It's like, as much as the average American disappoints me for how much crap they put up with and they believe, we're also kind of leading. I mean, I don't know. I know Africa is about 6%. Whatever you want to call it.
It's kind of funny that you're saying, so out of the people who you think are the dumbest, it's remarkable that there's a lot of flat earthers here.
It's kind of like that bell curve meme. Have you seen it? Where like on the low end, you have the low, middle, and then high.
It fits, right? I mean, Like if,
Well, yeah,
if from my perspective, I think flat Earth is ridiculous, then it would match. Like a lot of dumb people, I agree. A bunch of them believe in flat Earth, I agree. You know what I mean? Like
It's not a belief,
I'm
dude.
just like
It's
I'm
just
just
what we're
throwing
left with
that.
after we give up the ball belief. You know that. Come on.
I still rather be in
Electric,
this server.
are you a ball earther?
Yeah, but not a normie ball earther. I'm not. I only play around with you guys with the arguing, but I really like arguing against people who tell you that they have to hold you down to particular physics that they swear is that it has to be the right answer, like black holes and big bangs and neutron stars and this kind of nonsense.
Yeah, you
I can easily
recognize the
deceive a lot of
pseudoscience,
that.
but you still think we're on a ball.
Yeah, because it's a little bit different for me on this aspect because and I'm really being truthful about it is that when you say I'm sitting still, I wouldn't expect to feel the forces that are being imparted on me in these movements. But when you say things like I don't see curvature, all I see is flat. Well, I perceive curvature. I see it differently than you. I don't see it left to right, but I do see it forward from A to B, front to back. As far as rotating away from a thing or coming closer to it, as it rises or lowers into view. So I do see that, and I can't tell myself I don't see any thing that resembles curvature at all, because that would be a fucking absolute lie when I see that. And then to say that I can explain it in another way, which I've tried a lot of different times. I use different lens techniques and different refraction indexes, and as far as like I can mess with it and tweak it. I still can't get the horizon to work the way we see it work when objects go down and over the horizon, right, from the bottom up and all of that. So I tried. It's not like I didn't want to give it a fair shot, but I don't see that as a viable thing. And a lot of the arguments that I hear are just not viable enough, right, to for me to adhere to. So,
Well, before we get into
one
the
of my
particular
flat earthers.
arguments, can I ask you something? Do you know who Miles Mathis is? Ever heard of him?
Yeah, vaguely. I just don't
Yeah.
keep a lot of track like everybody who's in
Right.
this kind of stuff,
I'll
right?
post a PDF that
Anymore.
he
It's
has.
been 6 years, and then after 2
I'm gonna
years,
put.
6 years ago of it, I just kind of was like, I just have friends in the community now, and I don't argue with them.
Yeah, he's not a flat earther. In fact, he's a baller proponent. But
Then
he's
he
called
probably
out.
hates me worse than any flat earther because they really hate me. I'm an
No, he's not. He's
anti-vaxxer,
not anybody in the community. He's just somebody that
plasma
does a lot of
cosmology.
deep research. He just does deep
Okay.
research online, but he's tied to the whole idea of the R value being. And for whatever reason, he believes, like you, he's calling out the bullshit on a lot of the science. But then at the same time, he still thinks it's a ball because maybe he's gone too far into his thinking of it, accepting the R
I don't
value
know.
and
Well, a lot
whatever
of
else.
us
But
are
he's got an article, a PDF that I'm going to post here
intuitive.
about is electric universe controlled opposition. You might be interested in just hearing what he has to say about it. I haven't read that one, but he's
Well,
read.
that's all I need to hear, right? Is for him to say something like that. Because what's controlled opposition to him really mean, right?
Well, I respect his opinion about some things, not about the shape of the Earth, but other things. I would think that he's got a pretty good. He's really good at researching. But it's funny that he doesn't get that the Earth is flat. He was saying in 2016 people were going to be embarrassed that they found out a year from now, in 2016, that it's actually a ball and they're going to be embarrassed. That didn't happen, obviously. But
Well, we know a few people who actually did do that, right? I
what?
can name a couple that I know personally that are in these circles that were, I don't know if it was at that exact time, but they were calling themselves flat earthers and then realized that they couldn't answer some of the questions that they started to learn were
Tiger Dam
and more valid. Am I coming in clearly?
Tiger Dam.
No, I mean like Jose and
Jose's a show. Come on,
Sheeple's
he just went for the
Phoenix
platform. He most admitted it. Who else? Jose and who else?
like Sheeple's Phoenix.
I don't know who he is.
An Australian or New Zealander.
Electric, do you believe we went to the moon?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
That's
What's
a
up,
good
Riggs?
one. It's possible, but I don't think with what I've seen of any evidence that it's absolutely for certain. I mean, I believe though that they can have equipment that can get there. I don't know if any men have actually stepped foot on there.
Fair enough.
I mean, I don't have a shit ton of reasons to believe that they're not telling the truth, except for the things that I know they hide about data, and they cover up data that doesn't support their gravitationally modeled astrophysics. So they ignore a lot of electrical currents, and we know the electric force is 1,000 billion times stronger than the fucking gravitational force. And if it is present between two objects, and there is a medium that will allow for that current to flow, then you can't say gravity alone is doing any of that work. It would be actually infinitesimally small, so small that you wouldn't even know which work gravity was actually doing or not, because the other forces, net forces, would be so much stronger than the gravity that they couldn't even work it out. That's the truth about that matter.
I got a question for you.
With
Electric Universe.
electricity out there, and there's some, some things kind of scale up or down in a way where they get to be right about the smaller inner solar system, but on the outer solar systems and the galactic rotations and all that, they're so far off and they can't get a hold of it. And that's the reason why, because it's not gravitation.
I got a question for Electrical Universe.
I'm Grim.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, you probably know me as Mr. Grim. Okay.
Yeah, I know who you are.
Other than that, it's Electric University, because I like to take the normies to school on that shit.
I know who I'm talking to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see who it was.
It's okay, dude. So, can you tell me what a vacuum tube does?
It does nothing.
Does
no
nothing. So,
done.
does it?
No, I mean,
it change the qualities, the properties of electrical or conductivity inside of it?
Oh yeah, but I mean, you said what does it do? Like if it's just sitting there, it just does that.
Yeah, well, like, as far as electrical current goes, what does it do to it?
Well, here's the thing: it ionizes the gases that are in it. What we're not thinking about when we're talking about electric cosmology is that it's not this uniform, homogeneous areas of zero
Pockets.
Material, like perfect vacuums or anything. What there are, though, are Birkeland currents, where there are dense filaments, like a Spencer bulb. They're not all lit up, like those balls you get from those plasma balls you get from Spencer. You put your hand on them, and then
Yeah.
Well, those filaments exist all throughout these plasmas and these different currents and between them, and that's not where they're measuring. They're always going, oh, let's measure, and they'll measure next to it and go, well, then space is this. And it's like, well, no, go measure in situ inside one of them Birkeland currents. Space is that, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, because everything's connected and there aren't any unisolated areas. Like literally everything is inside of a circuit, inside of a circuit, inside of a circuit, connected to another circuit. It's just amazing what these magnetic fields structures, these new images are giving them, the data on. They're starting to realize, oh, look, all these magnetic fields are aligning all these fucking quasars to the galaxies, and all these galaxies are spookily aligned, and all of these things are aligned. Well, if everything's just smashing together and out there, why the fuck would there be all this shit all perfectly aligned with this huge magnetic field alignment? Unless there was some goddamn huge current going through all of that in the first place, like there is.
I think I'm going to ask you when you're not stoned.
Well, then good luck.
I know. It's rare, but it happens.
You're like, good luck. You're never gonna find me not stoned, dude. You're not.
Somebody got
Dude,
that.
It happens. It's like in the morning. Sometimes it happens.
You're acting like I don't have. I'm not. My neurons aren't firing or something. No,
I think it's harder. It's harder to stay focused. Yeah, with the question.
Well, no, your question basically is, what does a vacuum tube do? And it does nothing, because there's no work in a vacuum. You're not under pressure. So it's Joule-Thomson effect. I'm really answering a much more complicated question than you think you're asking.
I know. That's why.
Mr. Smarty Pants. Don't try to talk down to me, dude.
I'm
The
not
Joule
talking
Thomson
down to you.
effect. There's
I'm
literally no
trying
work
not to
being
go
done when
there.
you release gas into a vacuum. The kinetic theory
So
of gas
if you
expansion in a
think that,
vacuum.
if you
Look it
think
up.
that, can I ask you another question? When you're saying that gravity is so infinitesimally small of a force, so what
Compared
do
to
you
the
think it
electric
is?
force.
Yeah, so you think it's the electric force that keeps people on
Yeah,
the
I think
ball
we're
upside down?
absolutely. Yeah, that's a different question. Like, I don't want to argue
No,
with you
no,
flat
that's the
earthly.
question. That's what I'm questioning.
No,
That's
no,
my question
I
though. If
believe
people
that
are
gravity
upside
comes
down
from the
relative to
ashes.
each other, it's not
From
gravity
the
holding
ashes
them
of
like upside down relative
mm,
to each other.
yeah, it's gravity in the same sense as that. It's a different explanation, but the force is there because of basically the same reasons. In the ashes of an electrical force on the subatomic particles that we simply don't understand at this time is what I'm thinking is what this gravity really is.
See, well, I think you could help a lot if you were to
Like a
try
super
to
low electromagnetic wave, like
apply
so
what you
low.
know to a flat Earth. Like electric flat Earth is where I think a direction you could at least give some attention to, because you know it's ridiculous that we're spinning in all these different directions and people are upside down relative to each other.
See that I
And a lot of
don't
that
know.
depends on
That's
gravity. Well, you don't. Even if you don't know that, you must know that there's a little bit something suspicious there, because it could have been reverse engineered so that people could possibly believe it based on the measurements and the distances and all of that has to be perfect to
well.
begin with, and it has to be
Here's the
completely
problem though.
spread out.
When you work out the amount of force you should expect to actually feel from those movements, right? At those accelerations, this slight curve of going at a certain amount of speed at a
Right,
slight curve that's ever so slight. It's almost as if you can treat it like a straight line. Then
right.
you start to think, okay, well, all right, well, how can I rule out the idea that my senses should be able to detect that? And then what you would do is you'd work out those forces, which somebody has done in the community and that the other place over there. I'm not going to give them any props or anything, but
Shibahana.
it's one of them assholes, yeah. But then, so I thought, okay, well,
Gamma
I work
Panda.
out the force. If I work out the same force and I put it on a railroad track, right, and at the speed, and I put the merry-go-round on the railroad track, and I begin at at a particular rate of speed and acceleration, even to where I'm actually speeding up just ever so slightly, but starting at let's say the hour hand of a clock's worth of speed. You know what I'm saying? And then also hour hand of a clock. Start turning my merry-go-round and then blindfold my passenger and then, cover his ears so he can't hear the different ways the wind
Right.
is going, whatever, however you do that. And then ask him, when does he feel the movement? And then start at random periodic different times and accelerate and speed out.
Yeah,
And
we
then
talked about this last
so I
time.
can
Like
figure
maybe
out, yeah,
that would
that
be
would be fucking
necessary
awesome.
to convince a flat earther. That would be necessary to have him move in several different directions, at least at some kind of plausible
or a baller. I mean,
relationship,
either way, or a
or
baller. What
baller,
if his
whatever.
senses are good enough to
But
actually feel all of that shit, and
right,
raises his hand at the right time every time? I don't know, but I
sure.
suspect he won't. That's all I'm
But
saying.
you at least agree that if it is flat, then the way that they came up with all of this was to reverse engineer it all, so that someone like you that looks into it could be convinced that it's possible.
Well, that's the problem with that reversing engineering it all, right? Is can you show me where it's reverse engineered so that it matches up? Because that's where I'm having the problem. Like, I'm not seeing
Okay, what do you mean
sunrises
by
and
that?
sunsets being reverse engineered. I'm not seeing moon phases, lunar eclipses, solstices,
How would you know? How would you know?
equinoxes being, because I'm not seeing anyone give me a model that demonstrates those observations in a flat Earth model. I've
Oh,
had yet to see any of them.
but still, that you could at least agree that if they're lying about the spinning ball and all the distances and all that, they must
I
have thought
could
really hard
agree
about
if
how to
someone
make it
had
plausible,
provided
right?
the evidence of that model being even feasible.
Well, what if those
Like, that's
things
all
that
I'm waiting on.
you think we need to know just are actually just things that we can't know, like anybody can know?
Well, sunrise, sunset, moon phase. I mean, these are all easily explainable
But
in
these
that
things are not
spherical model
tangible.
that these guys gave you. Yeah, they're tangible enough to know that you don't get heat or light from anything but matter. So it's made of matter. And you can go, what kind of states of matter could it be burning at these rates and these, you can definitely make this a tangible situation. You're saying you don't feel the heat from the sun? That's tangible if you actually feel it.
Well, when it moves just a couple degrees in the sky, right? and you feel a major heat difference, a flat earther will argue, well, that shouldn't really make that much of a difference. It's just a couple of degrees if we're talking about it being 93 million miles away. And they'll say because of the angle. But do you accept that answer?
Of course.
You think really?
Yeah, of
That makes
course.
sense
Haven't
to
you
you?
ever, listen, have you ever used a magnifying glass to burn a piece of wood? And if you hold the
Sure.
wood at the wrong angle, your magnifying glass, the light that when it hits at that angle, it won't burn the wood. If you hold it directly up, it does. It gets much hotter. You can get a more
Well,
intense
what
heat.
it is
Well,
that
that's
you've
the
made
same
the
basic
actual.
effect that we're talking about right
But
there.
we're
You've
talking
made
about
the
such a
beam. You've
distance
made.
that.
Can I just say
Go ahead.
something there? With that magnifying glass, because you've angled it at the wrong angle, you've made the actual beam of light oval shape. You have to focus it until it's almost like a tight circle. Then it begins to burn, focusing on the piece of wood. If you change the angle, then you elongate the light itself. That's why it's weak. So you have to concentrate it
Right.
into a.
It's the
Yeah,
same.
that's
It's
what
the
you're doing.
same. It's the same angle of incidence as the actual reason why the intensity isn't as good in it. That the ovaling of the light. Yeah, that's one of the. But the same fact still remains. The whole area is less intense because of the angle that the light is approaching the
Yeah.
the object. Not only that, it's coming through the atmosphere first before it's even actually there, uh, in full spectrum. So you're getting your red rays and stuff first before you even get your blue, more excited, high energy light waves, right? Because of this atmospheric refraction as the sun rises. It's really, even though you can see it halfway up on the horizon, it's really still below the horizon. So the light that you're seeing, that reddened sun, mostly reddish light, is because that's the more trappable, slower light that gets refracted more quickly and easily.
Anyway, so what I think that if it is a lie that about the spinning ball and all of that, it's trying to be somewhat objective, I would say that either it's true and everything works out perfectly because that's the way it is, even though I think there's ways to falsify it that I don't want to get into right now with an argument with you about
Well, just take a
Coriolis and all
ball,
that.
right? Take a
But
ball
regardless,
and in the
I'm
middle
just
of your
saying.
living room, and then have someone walk the ball away from you, imagining, and then look at the size of that ball, how it gets smaller and smaller and smaller as it goes away from you. If you were now just holding the ball in one place, you rotate yourself around, the ball stays the same size, and you just have spun. That way, you didn't expect to see the ball change in angular size over the duration of the day. Same with the moon and the sun, right? You don't see them change in angular size over the duration of the day. So you can clearly see that it matches the same situation as the one where you were spinning, and
Yeah,
the
I
ball was
understand.
not moving away from you.
I
So
don't
this is
think
all
that
easy
people.
stuff that makes a person who wants to keep it simple and rationalizing it as a ball. Let's keep it
Right.
simple.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just saying that that would be interesting if someone like you that realizes there's some pseudoscience and you're not like one of the typical ball defenders that's not going to call out some bullshit when you see it, right?
Well,
So
you got
it would be.
Geo. You got Geo for that. He likes the electric universe and
Yeah, I think that's where
flat
I
Earth
think that's
stuff.
the solution. I think the electric flat Earth is the way to go. And if you could suspend your belief about it being a ball long enough to
Well,
maybe consider
there's this
some of these other things, you would be a help on the other end. Is all I'm saying.
man. I just really like the people. But in a lot of cases, I see a lot of good people that are involved. But I also see the major thing. Like I also have my personal belief about flat Earth is a psyop. It's it's there to
Yeah, I
mix up
agree.
the things that are
Well,
already
see, I
going
agree.
on, so that
I'm
they
one of
can
the few
say that,
maybe
oh
that would
look,
say I agree. Flat Earth is a psyop, but it's based on the truth of the fact that we are not spinning. And I don't think it's
I
because
don't know
people
about all
don't
that.
have the mind to conceptualize what it is that you think you know about it, or whatever it is it makes you convinced. I don't think it's because they haven't thought far enough into it to hold a ball out in front of them and figure out angular sizes. I think people that are in this, that really are in this for the right reasons, have thought it through, and it's not because they lack the understanding or the ability to get why it is people are convinced that it's a ball. In fact, they're more versed on these reasons than a lot of the ballers are. But I think that it's just one of those things that if you could at least suspend your belief about the ball long enough to consider some of these other things, you might find that there's something else more convincing on the other side, including the plasma Earth and all that kind of stuff.
I don't really have that problem. Like you're thinking like that. Otherwise, how could I be where I am at all? Right. Like, so I don't really have a problem with like, if I find out something that, completely makes the electric universe look like a turd tomorrow, I'll be the first one out there talking about electric universe looks like a turd. Right. So, I mean, I'm not really holding a personal, right. I put my name on it and stuff at the moment because I don't see a problem. And whenever someone tries to point one out or act like there is one that
I'm not
isn't
trying
there.
to claim it is. I'm saying there's lots
Not
of
you,
good
not
points
you
that
at
the
all.
electric
Not you at
universe
all.
makes. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that there's lots of good points that could be married to the idea that we're not moving, that could be big solutions that you'd be a perfect person to help with. That's all I'm saying.
What would happen with a lot of that is that a lot of the information that got us to the electric universe and a lot of the data provided comes from spacecraft things.
But
So
you really think spacecraft are going? You really think they're going outside in space?
absolutely.
Are you like a secret space program type guy?
Well, I'm a secret every program kind of guy with that kind of budget, right? I mean, wouldn't you be? Like if you had that kind of budget?
No, not necessarily. If I didn't think that there was
then
a
you're
law
not
of
thinking
thermodynamics.
worldly.
No, well, you
Yeah,
think that the gas is being held in by gas, by gravity.
Yeah,
that's
I
really
can show you
weak
a
force.
laboratory environment where in a vacuum environment, all the way around the vacuum, an electric current passed through a plasma causes gas pressure inside of the plasmoid, right up next to the certain close to space vacuum in the laboratory. It's called plasmoid.
Were those
gas pressure with a current that passes through them. So it doesn't have
was
to be.
Was that environment agitated at all? Like was it put in kind of any kind of motion?
It's electrified. It's with electricity, yeah, current, magnetic fields wrapping on themselves in a way that hold the partially ionized gases in certain sheath layers. Just kind of like
all that does seem to be going on, but just not on a spinning ball.
Well, I mean, I don't know about the spinning thing. They don't have a spinning ball and doing it that way. They're just doing it they just have a plasmoid in a.
Yeah. See, I think there's electromagnetic fields, and a lot of those things are causing the rotation claims with these instruments. But it's all about the electromagnetic fields, right? And it's not a spinning ball.
Electric fields are when static or near and applied to the pressures of other fields rotate, right? Electrons, excuse me, that's the simplest battery, excuse me, hiccup, copper wire and a battery, simplest motor or whatever, copper wire, battery, magnet, and a lens. You get the.
Did you check out any of those videos I'd send you, like from LC King about the electric flat Earth or anything? You watch those?
Oh yeah, I did actually. I appreciate that.
Think?
Remember, I left you a link. I left you another link.
Yeah.
We started talking about some.
Yeah, you just left me a screenshot. What did you find out about that fire ice? What was the deal
with that? Some fire ice thing. I didn't have the complete link on me, but what it was they made it in the lab again, and it's a state of water ice that is under such intense pressures that it is in a frozen plasma state where it's actually fire. It's literally hotter than the surface of the sun. So, well,
do you think it has something to do with the firmament?
They don't say the photosphere. They say the surface of the sun. And they don't. You know what? When they say surface of the sun, they're implying the sun has a surface, but in their model it doesn't. So they say words that don't even make sense in their papers and shit sometimes. Yeah. So they don't have.
They're claiming that. Don't they also claim that sunspots are there because it's actually cooler in the center than it is on the surface, or something like that?
Right, and the sunspots show that because it's picking up at that different wavelength, that it is cooler. It's not fucking bright.
I mean, but you see, like, it's just ridiculous the way they show the sun to begin with, right? I mean, it's not a fireball. It's not. There's no lava flows going on.
No, it's a Bennett pinch. Right? Yeah, it's a Bennett pinch. That's in a laboratory. It's where the magnetic fields from a Birkeland current intertwine on top of each other in a ball until they create fucking bright star, basically.
Uh-huh.
And, they,
Do you think it's a
and that's
focal
what that
point?
fucking is. So it's kind of like that. It's more like a point where it's overloaded. So it wraps around itself, conserving energy there, and then allows the energy to flow evenly, cyclically though. It goes through periods of cycles and pulses, just like the sun goes through sun cycles and periods. So it's like it's literally the fucking same thing. And for some reason they just won't tell you guys right now. I mean, they've even gone so far as to not publish particular guys who've been saying this since 1937, but Hannes Alfine and shit. He wrote about this stuff, and he's been right every step of the way. And they keep naming shit after him after he's dead, right? But now they go, oh yeah, Alfine waves discovered. Yeah, we expected them 50 years ago. No, he expected them. You refused to fucking publish his papers, so you can't claim NASA that you were.
Do you
a
know
part
they're
of
hiding? You know they're hiding something. You just don't think they're hiding that it's flat.
Right.
Or
They
plain.
can't have that for me. I mean, not in, I don't feel that's a possibility at this point, because I've really looked into it with true
But
self.
you know you don't sense anything, and you can't measure curvature, and it seems like there's things that are going above us. Like all those like natural observations are enough to at least make you think it's possible, right?
That it's a sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, everything about your experience tells you it's a motionless plane. Everything about it.
No,
right?
no, not at all. That's exactly
What about
wrong.
your experience?
I
What
think you
about your
hypnotize
experience
yourself. We keep
besides?
saying that.
Well, I'm not
Right,
hypnotizing
so-
myself. I'm asking you to
Well,
explain
if you
what about
over
your
and over
experience
again-
besides any observations, besides things you observe. What about your direct experience would
You're
tell you
supposed
that
to.
it's
What do you
not?
mean observe? Like, what would I expect to see though, or feel?
I'm talking about your
experience.
experience, your sensory experience. What about your sensory
Right.
experience?
When I
Would
throw
you
a ball,
indicate at all that
it
you're on
gets
a
really
spinning
small
ball?
when it goes away from me. Okay, and if I'm not throwing the ball, but I'm just spinning it myself, and the ball is staying at the same size. So there's one really, really big one for me. I mean,
Yeah, Grim, that can actually happen with lenses. I was watching Iru Landucci was doing a presentation on the recent Glowbusters. I'm actually going to go back and watch it again because I only watched like a parts of it and I wasn't fully paying attention. But he was specifically showing how there's certain types of lenses that can actually make the angular size remain the same even though the distance changes. And he was showing a video of the guy actually doing the demonstration. It looks exactly, it was like I don't even think the guy doing the demonstration was about the shape of the Earth. It was just, they were doing it with lenses, and it was showing how the circle, which will look like a yellow circle, kind of looked like the sun, was not changing size at all as it changed distances. So that can occur with lensing. And if the atmosphere and the environment acts as a lens, boom, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. So no, not boom. There you go. Because for one thing, if the atmosphere and environment acted as a lens and your airplane goes away, then why does it get smaller? Why does everything else in the atmosphere and everything get smaller?
Well, it's at a lower altitude, one thing, and it's not going through the same layers as the sun would be. The sun is at a much different layer than what an airplane would be.
Bingo.
All right. So can you explain this, why the much thinner layer and less atmosphere would give you so much more of an atmospheric effect? Just demonstrate a little something in the lab for me, or show me a little clip. Why? What? Because it's not available, because it doesn't, right? You can't say that, oh, well, I go up the mountain here and I see I'm getting less and less atmosphere, put a weather balloon up and I've got less and less pressure, less and less gas, therefore more lensing. See, that doesn't compute.
Well,
That's why I don't believe it.
Well, I'm not saying that I am able to tell you exactly every single layer of altitude and how the lensing occurs. And what I was saying is that it can be shown in a laboratory environment that with lenses that things will not change angular size. That's what I was saying, even though the distance changes. So I'm just saying that can be replicated. So the possibility that that's happening up in the sky is now validated by a small scale possibility. However, I wasn't claiming it to say this absolutely 1000% is the case. I'm just saying that can be shown. Therefore, if that can be shown, then that argument of it's not changing angular size is not valid any longer.
Of course it is. It remains valid until you can show that there's some sort of an effect with the existing atmosphere that occurs, like it does that. If you can just demonstrate that in some way, that That's what you'd need to do. Otherwise, I mean, it doesn't even logically follow in any physics that there would be more of atmospheric refraction with less atmosphere. I mean, you guys use the argument all the time. Get higher up and there's less atmospheric refraction. So
I don't really make those. I don't say those things because I don't think the word more atmosphere, less atmosphere, more dense, less dense. I really don't think those are very good descriptors. They're very, very basic. Like, what does that even mean? You know, more or less. I mean, it could be more of something, less of something. But if you remove something, you might get more of something else, while you get less of something else. You know, so I don't think that does that's just as just cut and dry like that. What I would say is that in my observation, the atmosphere works like a lens. Absolutely, I've seen the sun grow in size as it sets, like as it seems to be going through more and more layers, it grows in size. I mean, I've observed the environment magnifying and lensing in multiple ways in that sense. But the main point I was saying is that you were sort of saying that things have to change angular size, and I was just describing how in a laboratory environment with a lens, with the lensing. Like I said, I'm going to go back and because Ira Landucci was doing this presentation, it was awesome. I just want to go back and watch it again, but I saw the demonstration of it, and it looked exactly like the sun looks. Like he was changing the distance, and the circle was staying the exact same size as he changed distance. It was not changing in angular size. So I'm just saying, if that's replicatable on a small scale with lenses, it's not a very far stretch to imagine that whatever's above us, whatever the sun is in, whatever medium it's in, whatever it may be, could be functioning in a similar way. What that means is that the circle of the sun stays essentially the same size, even though it's changing distance. That's exactly what that small scale demonstration showed.
Really, in that small scale demonstration, there were no oblong effects happening to the actual shape of the sun in his demonstration. Things that we clearly don't see with our sun.
Yeah, well, he wasn't the one doing it. He was showing some video footage of other people doing it, and I don't even think that they were flat Earth people. But like I said, I was only like half watching it because I was doing other stuff. So I actually
It sounds familiar. It sounds like something I've watched, and I've already said, well, no, that's clearly not the same thing, because even in his own demonstration, we see things we don't see. With the sun doesn't change shape.
It wasn't changing shape from what I saw, because I visually saw it. I just wasn't able to be listening but I saw parts of it. But yeah, I'm going to go back and watch it again. The other thing is that I haven't done this myself, but there are many people that have claimed to detect that the sun does change angular size. Chris Van Maitre in particular is one that's done a lot of detailed observations that he's done. And there's a lot of people that have shown that the sun does change angular size. So that's another factor. But I don't think making assumptions about what the sun should or shouldn't do, in my opinion, is necessarily a way to conclude what the ground is.
Yeah, the sun doesn't change angular size, by the way. Any kind of camera effects you can try to get to make the sun look bigger or smaller in the camera is not the sun actually changing angular size. That's the camera shutter. That's the, all that nonsense where people have the,
so then why does stellarium show angular size change of the sun?
It's a CGI. Angular size over the duration of a year, half a year, yeah, but not a day. Not any measurable account.
It does show on stellarium changing over the day.
Oh, stellarium is CGI though.
But it's taken from.
I don't know why someone programmed it to say that, to do that. You don't. If it changes, it's so slightly that you would never even notice it with your eye over the duration of a day. Because the numbers change doesn't mean it's actually, changing enough to where we're claiming it's everything else in the universe. You throw it away from you, it gets smaller. You get closer to it, it gets bigger. Why all of a sudden not these things? These two things, the moon and the sun. Hey, these are things that's like, if you can't just leap right past those. That's a bigger deal than I think a lot of you give it credit for. And then you show these videos where it's like, oh, look, it changes in angular size. I've seen a lot of that. And that's literally the camera effect. And I know in your heart you know that.
What I was saying to begin with, besides your observation of the angular change or not, or any other observations, nothing about your direct sensory experience tells you you're on a spinning ball. Now, I know you're convinced that you wouldn't feel it because of the relativity of it all, but you don't find that at all a strong argument at all. You don't think that's a strong
No.
case for the idea that you might not
No,
be
I think
spinning?
if we evolved on
Okay.
this planet feeling the spin of the ball, we'd be nauseous constantly.
Ridiculous. Like if you went
Really?
to a doctor and he said, "You're dizzy, take this," but you knew you weren't dizzy, you wouldn't take the pill, right? And he said, what if he said, "Okay, well, that's because you've been dizzy your whole life and you just never realized it because you got used to being dizzy."
No, your equilibrium is made of a fluid that's so thick that it doesn't actually pick up that minute movement.
Well,
Change.
that's
the problem.
the claim. That's the claim. I mean, it's
Well,
a
no,
pretty
that's a
outrageous claim.
physical proven physics. Actually,
What, that you could be on a merry-go-round for
like, I
long
could
enough
set
that
you
you
on a
wouldn't realize you're
merry-go-round
on a
and set the
merry-go-round?
clock at 1 rotation per day, and then move you along. Go track it at the same
Well,
speed as
that's an
1
interesting.
rotation a day
Okay.
in any direction, and let's see if you feel it.
Well, let's not argue about whether you think you would feel it or not, but let's just argue about this angular momentum and acceleration and all of that. Because what flat earthers like to claim, or at least they do typically claim, is that we're talking about 1,000 miles per hour. It's 1,000 miles per hour. It's not slow just
It's
because you
still
call
only
it 15 degrees.
yeah, it
Because
is
it's relative
actually.
to the
1,000
whole. It
miles
could
an
be
hour
it could seem
about
small, right?
the change of direction at that speed. The arc is so great, it's almost as if you're going in a straight line anyway, and it's a
That's the claim.
constant force, right? So it's not as
Right.
if it's speeding up and slowing down.
Well, it's constant
It
acceleration.
actually does, by the way. It's measured that it speeds up and slows down
Right.
daily.
Right. So if that's the
But you don't
case,
feel
why
that
wouldn't we
either.
feel it? Well, you would. But the claim
Really? You
on
think
flat
you would
Earth side is
feel-
that you think. Well, the claim is that you'd think you would feel it, right? So why is it that you think that you wouldn't if there's changes in the speed, as well as it being literally 1,000 miles per hour, even though it's relative to the whole, seeming it could be looked at as small or negligible. I mean,
Well, so
that's
when you're in
the
your,
what
when
are
you're
we
in an
literally
when you're in
talking
an
about?
airplane and you've leveled out at 30,000 feet and you're going about 375 to 380 mile an hour, which one is it? Can you tell the difference?
No, that's what I'm saying. I understand the
Okay.
claim and why it's made, right?
Right.
I'm just saying that it seems outrageous, regardless if it's true. You have to at least give us that it seems incredible to believe,
But
regardless.
you haven't seen the silver dollar standing straight up on a 300 mile an hour high speed.
I'm not trying to claim
rail?
that it's not. I'm not trying to claim that there's not that effect of not being able to feel it. I understand that that's a claim, especially with one
Right.
linear
But
direction. But when you're
it's
talking
not
about
one linear
several different
direction.
directions.
Excuse me. The track is a huge oval, but the
Oh,
arc on
okay.
the
I
oval
thought you
is
were talking
so
about just straight.
yeah. But
I understand.
again, with
Right.
the same issue, the arc on that oval is so great that
Right.
even at 300 extra mile an hour with a left-hand turn, you don't feel it.
Right. But
That's
still,
the
when you
point.
think about
And
it practically, objectively, you have to at
that
least
is
say, well,
practical, dude.
it's pretty amazing that we don't feel it, right?
You know, it would be
I
even
thought
funnier than
the
that.
track
While
was
on that train, why don't you get on a merry-go-round and spin around at 1 rotation per
Yeah, well, we have
24 hours? And tell me,
here
do you
we are
feel the
back to the
extra
beginning.
rotation
Yeah.
either?
We would
No,
have
that's
to
you adding and
have the
compiling. These are
merry-go-round
things
going.
you can do. You don't need to be on a spaceship.
But
These
the
are things
laws
you can
of
actually do.
but these are but it is you would feel a change in direction and a change in
would you?
acceleration, right? Well, that's the claim on the ball side, or in
No, the
physics in
claim isn't
general.
that we feel that. We don't feel that.
No,
We claim that we do
the
not
claim
feel
of
that.
physics is that you wouldn't feel anything but a change in acceleration. You wouldn't feel constant velocity, but you would feel a change in acceleration and a change in direction.
Here's what you'll do,
which both
though.
of them contain, which with
You
a
put the
model has
person
all of that.
blindfolded on one until you get him to correctly answer when he's moving. Then you know that's when he feels it.
Right. Well,
Right. Then you'll know that's
and
the
you'd have to put them in
threshold
another direction, and you'd have to spin them like in another direction altogether too.
altogether until you find his threshold of being able to detect motion. And
Right.
you'll find that his threshold is very much past the actual motions beginning
Maybe.
in itself. Oh, no,
Maybe.
no, it is. It definitely is.
When is
You
this
can
been
move
done?
someone. You can move someone without them even realizing that they've been moved in some
Right,
cases.
then you'd have to go like a really fast speed and make it also have slight changes in acceleration and another direction added onto it to really say that you're confident that would be the case.
No, what you do is you tighten up the rotation of the curve so that you apply more of a force on a slower speed so that you can then scale that force and speed down to the same exact force that you'd be able to feel or not, no matter what the speed.
Yeah, that would be the test.
So that's more like what you would do. So you wouldn't speed the merry-go-round up. You've already shrunk it to the size of a fucking merry-go-round from the size of the goddamn Earth.
Right, but I think that's where the relativity trick comes
nuts.
in. They want you to shrink it down to a size of a clock. I think that's the trick, though. I think that's the trick, because they want you to shrink it down to the size of a clock, so you'd think it'd be slower than the hour hand, right? But if you scale it out, you'd have to go that hour hand to be traveling 1,000 miles per hour.
But I already shrunk it. Shrinking
right,
it
but I'm saying the shrinking it is where it convinces you. Shrinking it in your mind is where you're
listen. To make it really fair, I need to slow it down slower than the hour hand of a clock because I've shrunk it smaller than the Earth.
Right, relativity. I understand that.
So
when we're
even
talking about
slower,
going faster than the speed
to
of
make
sound,
it more fair,
literally traveling
ballers,
faster than what the speed of sound.
Which I'm not even trying to do. I would make it even slower than the hour hand of a clock by a lot, because the size of the Earth increases your your movement or whatever, but the size of the Earth also decreases the angular momentum change. That would be the acceleration. That's where all the problem lies, because the speed remains the same. It's the angular acceleration, that momentum, that curve is what we're calling the change of rate of direction. Now that is where all of this matters. So I'm shrinking if the smaller I make that, the more force at that speed is being applied. So I'm using their same one rotation for 24 hours, which is me taking the shit into the stick as a baller instead of slowing it down. And I'm still saying, let's match that to the size of a fucking merry-go-round and see if you even feel that, which is 1,000 times greater than what we would expect you to fucking even feel about the Earth itself.
I didn't interested, Gio. What do you have to say about this argument?
What's crazy.
I'm just objectively trying to look at it as far as because what I find interesting is that on one side, we're like, this is ridiculous. It actually is 1,000 miles per hour, and you're saying we wouldn't feel it. And the ballers are saying, well, if you shrink it down to this, whatever size, and it would be even less than the hour hand, and blah blah blah. And then we're convinced that you guys are just thinking that, not you guys, but you as well as anyone else that accepts that argument is being tricked by something, by a relativity size decrease, and thinking, okay, well, if I think about it this way, then it's possible that you wouldn't actually feel it, even if it's faster than the speed of sound. Gio, what's your opinion on this? Because I think that it's one of those things, like a lot of these arguments, one side's convinced completely on the other side,
in an atmosphere,
like it would be negligible, and then it seems just completely outrageous when you look at it the other way.
Completely different than the speed of sound.
It's complete nonsense, the claim.
You're not moving through an atmosphere in that sense. Like saying the speed of sound about extra
700 something
intergalactic fucking things is just silly, man. It doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, I don't.
Well, the speed of sound 700 something, right? And it's literally
right, which is literally a tiny little number, unless you're talking about inside of an atmosphere.
Well, I'm saying that could be. I mean, if let's just say the Earth is flat, then you would have to accept that the reason you're convinced is because of these relativity tricks.
I don't know if we would just have to call them all relativity. By the way, special relativity,
relative to the whole,
normal relativity.
Seem small.
Yeah, because I mean,
that's what it is, right?
Wait, what? Say that again.
Relative to the whole, you could think of it as very slight. That's the whole idea, right? Because it's so big.
Everything's relative in that sense, man. I'm saying relative to outside of an atmosphere, the speed of sound is very slow.
Right, I understand.
Well,
it's all about
but Graham, I mean, I think the way around it for a globe earther would be just to say that gravity just makes it seem like it's stationary, meaning that So you're on this globe, it's spinning, it's doing all these speeds. I think instead of trying to make an argument that we wouldn't feel it because of the size, I just don't think that's valid because I think we absolutely would. I think the only way you can kind of write it off is just to be like, well, gravity is this magical force and it just makes everything clung to the ball and it makes everything seem like it's still and stationary. And that gravity is just...
That's what you got from everything we said. You know, what can I do at that point? I mean, I'm not trying to convince you.
Right, but I'm just saying, I think that's the only way, like, because I used to make a joke like that there's something called roller coaster force. So let's say somebody's lying on the ground and they're just stationary and you say to them, are you moving? And they say, nope, I'm not moving. And you say, well, actually there's this thing called roller coaster force and it's actually making you spin and whirl at millions of miles an hour, but you can't feel any of it. But I swear to God, roller coaster force is acting on you. It's kind of the way that it has to be done with this globe thing. You just have to be able to say that gravity is doing all this stuff to make the earth seem stationary.
Well, I don't know, man.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I feel
I know I can stand on I got these badass fucking German bearings on my longboard, dude, and I can stand on it in my fucking kitchen floor and close my eyes and start rolling before I realize I'm even rolling. I was literally doing that the other day, going, oh, I'm across the kitchen already.
Yeah, it seems like there's small examples of that unawareness of your of motion. And I think that they've taken that and just blown it out of complete proportion. I mean, I understand why you think that it's possible just because of those examples, but I think that it's taking it to the extreme.
Well, everybody's different too. I sat right in the middle of an earthquake with 3 other people. I didn't feel it. 2, they did. They're like, "Oh my God, I didn't feel that," and I'm like, "No." Oh. So it could have been me. I don't feel it.
Maybe that's it. I was just trying to get you at least to objectively say.
But if my wife even wiggles her toe on the bed at night, I'm like, cut that shit out. I feel everything.
I thought that maybe I could get you to at least be curious enough. Not that you haven't been already, but just the idea that, objectively speaking, it does seem like an extreme. It does seem like an extreme claim.
Why do you think fear doesn't give up on me? I mean, because I'm always.
Yeah, I haven't given up on you.
You always got stuff. Yeah, I'm always
you're at least calling out the bullshit, some of the bullshit that they have, which makes you more interesting than a lot of them. That's all.
And I always try it on though. If you got something, and I'm like, oh, let me think about that.
I mean, it is pretty incredible that we'd be going millions of miles per hour once you add it all up in several different directions.
Yeah, is it 2.4 million total? Yeah, I mean,
right. See,
million
there's
miles
that relativistic speeds that I don't agree with because of the so-called redshifting of light and stuff. They get to these answers, and that's where some of my problems are. Because I agree, those are actual. To me, I feel like I'd be smashed up against the side of a fucking door.
That's all I was trying to get you to realize or acknowledge.
No, I'm there. I didn't realize. Well, because I didn't realize where you were going with it. Like, do you believe that we're going to those, speeds either? I don't either. No, I do believe we're going 1,000 miles an hour, rotating around the sun at fucking, was it 20-something thousand falling, or whatever the fuck that numbers are.
Your mic's a little low, Riggs, if you're trying to talk.
These are small enough numbers for me, but this redshifting that we're expanding in this, all these explanations that we must be moving at these certain, because even they'll argue with you and say, no, we don't claim that you're moving at those speeds. We claim that the universe is expanding at those speeds, given blah, blah, blah. The distance between you and them is getting greater. All of that nonsense. Me personally, that means that you're moving away from me. I don't care if it's because you can rearrange the math to make it come from the space before that's fucking bullshit. So to me, then, when I found out that light redshifts in that same way as it passes through certain plasmas, at different charges and densities, I realized that we're being bamboozled, and this is obviously we're not moving at those speeds near light speeds. I mean, God, Jesus, right? The fuck out of here! I'm not electricity. If the light speeds are so great, different from here to there, then or from my wires to you, then, and if I'm already moving at those speeds, then they must be moving faster than the speed of light, right? So therefore, blah blah blah. They can just suck an egg on all of it. It just ties itself in an extension cord, so to speak, in a knot.
What did you say about what's the name of the thing you said with a pinch? What kind of pinch was it that the sun is?
A Bennett,
With
Bennett,
Bennett pinch.
or Z, otherwise known as AKA Z pinch.
And
Z.
you know it's what I found strange just on the I don't know anything about it, but you know the fact that it seems such a like, perfect circle. You know, if it was some kind of a you know a perturbation or not a perturbation, but some kind of like you know electromagnetic pulsation.
That's
of
how
some
it
sort.
would be a perfect circle. That's the only
A
way.
perfect circle, huh? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the magnetic fields wrap themselves evenly on all sides, making a perfect circle.
Huh.
That's what's in. And the sun has been known as the most perfectly round object in our
So does
visible
the electric universe
plane.
have other explanations? You were just calling out a bunch of the bullshit about the you know the speeds and the you know whatever the redshift convinces you of that it's not what they're saying as far as those really you know high speeds of the toroidal
Right.
universe. So
Right,
what's the
but these,
electric universe's explanation in place of that?
Well, they're everything is explainable in 3 dimensions with Planck. It's all fucking simple, regular, actual physics. No neutron stars, no black holes. You know, these are all electrical circuits in place. Very complex in some aspects, right? Because their size and densities and magnitudes and all that fun stuff. But they're
So
all
what is it about the
scalable to
what is it about
laboratories.
like that? What is it about the idea that it could be an electric universe still with a flat Earth that you would find impossible?
Oh, I don't say anything's impossible. I mean,
Right,
so
but I mean,
yeah.
is it what would be the main problem, like from a typical electric universe guy, with the
Just
idea
a
of a
lot of the
flat Earth?
simple shit I have already. They use a lot of the data from satellites. These other planets around. Why wouldn't this one be? They use data from satellites that depict imagery to this planet, showing its spherosity, and you know what I mean. So it's just for them to start throwing away certain data, then they would be like, well, which data can they keep? And then why are they even electric universe at all? Because if they can't keep any data, you throw it all. You know.
But
I
we
mean,
know that satellites could be like could be drones, that are using the ether or the the etheric collection of etheric energy or whatever the magnetic field to just circle around above us. I mean, it claims that that they have all of those satellites, the amount of satellites, some of them geostationary, some of them not. I mean, you have to see that seems ridiculous. We don't see that happening, and we never see it from the ISS. We never see anything bumping into each other. I mean, you understand, it seems like they're faking all of this shit, especially the ISS stuff, right? You at least realize that.
well,
You
I
don't
mean,
think there's
I
people
really
on
went into
ISS,
it
do you?
hard, bro. Listen, yeah, I do. I went in on this
You think
hard
there are
at
people
one
up
point.
there with their little water
Yes,
tricks, washing their hair and shitting in a little
absolutely,
pipe
dude.
bowl?
I
You think that's
really do.
happening? You don't
Yeah,
see the fakery? Well, then that
no.
speaks a lot about what I should think that it speaks a lot of
Well,
your
I mean,
opinion, in
don't
my
get
opinion.
emotional. I know.
I'm not emotional. I'm just saying that if you think that's real, then I'd say your discernment's a little off. That's all.
Well, you'd say that, right? Being that I've had digital cameras make weird shit happen at my own kids' birthday parties when I was filming my kids and their friends and shit. Right? This piece of the slide disappearing, turning over, being on top of him and then under him again, of him. Like, how's he going in and out of the slide like that? Oh my God, this is crazy. And I was freaking out, right? Like, oh yeah, it's just digital fucking processing. That's simple enough. It over
Well,
fucks the colors up. It does different things, dude. I mean, you can't
when we
just be
talked
like,
about
oh,
this the other
everything's
night,
fake because of that.
I
Like, I
find
know I was
well,
at
I
my
know.
kid's birthday party, dude. I know it wasn't fake. I know we didn't
Well, no,
CGI
I
the
think
slide
that's
in
an
there.
extreme. That's a straw man, because I think that if you really look at all that footage, and there's so many things to point out, that we talked about this the other night. My claim was that it's so bad that they must be doing it poorly on purpose. So that would
I
maybe give
imagine the
credence to
power
the
of
idea that it's
suggestion.
really going on, maybe, and they want to make it look fake to get people tricked into thinking it's fake. That's the only thing I can say on the
There,
other side for that argument,
or
right?
the power of
But I don't think
suggestion.
that's the
People
case.
who are actually charlatans and want, and they can take a situation and make it sound and look like, look what's happening. It fits this narrative that you're already supporting in a way. You don't like government, da 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 da, and then they can wrap you
Right.
up in shit with things that really aren't.
Yeah, that's
what
the
they
only
said.
explanation. The only other explanation than them. I mean, I don't believe that they've just mistakenly shown us all of these harness videos
And there's a pattern.
and
For me, there's a
CGI
pattern
clicks,
to that.
right?
But I got
Do you think
looking at
it'd be
some of the
it could
biggest
be
YouTubers
possibly
were with
covering
the
for the
fucking,
secret space
this
program
is
that's
what the
more
stars
advanced?
really look like. Well, all of that. Well, of course, you know, every single piece of information that we are getting usually is coupled by a whole bunch more. If there's any truth to it, there'll be a whole bunch more other shit on top of it and with it somewhere. So there's always a little truth in all this little stuff somewhere. That's what I'm always looking for.
So
Right?
are you
But I know
taking
they
that
muddy the
position
water.
now rather than saying you think it looks real?
Well, it does look real, but I mean, I can't say I
What?
know for 100% fact that it's
The stuff
real.
up there in the ISS, I mean, they're playing with water, washing their hair, and wires hanging out all over the place, and showing the bathroom that seems like ridiculous to use once, much less like for 6 months. I mean, it's all gaslighting, in my opinion. It
Like,
doesn't
I
look
don't know
real
about,
whatsoever, not even close to real.
I don't know if any of that's real. I believe that they're actually up there doing things. I don't know if what they're showing you is what's going on, but you didn't ask me that question. You
That's what I
asked
was
me if I
asking
believe
you.
they're actually up there. I believe yes, but
No,
you're
no, no, no.
asking,
I was asking if it looked
thinking,
real, what
oh,
they were
videos
showing
of
us.
them doing jumping jacks and shit are real.
Yeah.
I don't know about
No,
any of that. I don't know what,
no,
you know,
you wouldn't think. I mean, just objectively, you could at least say it looks pretty fake, right?
I don't watch a
Or
lot
maybe
of
you
that.
haven't
So I'm
looked
not
at. Yeah, yeah.
doing,
You kind of
yeah,
see.
yeah.
That's the
I've
thing. I
seen
think
just
that's
a
why it's
few things.
frustrating
Like
because
when
I
people
think
say, look at the wires, look
you
at the wires.
decided you.
And I couldn't
I
see any
think
wires. And they were going, well, look
well,
at the
there's lots of
microphone.
wires.
Look at the microphone. Drop,
No,
drop, it
you
just
just
disappeared.
trust me, bro.
I'm
Trust me, bro.
like,
If
my
you really
kids'
look at it all, you're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh, and you would have to
leg
take the position
disappeared.
that they're just covering for a secret space program if you want to keep your ball loose. That's the only other option, I think. You either have to say either they're showing it to us on purpose
Wouldn't it
and
blow your
gaslighting
mind
us.
if you found out that I was actually an astronaut who was in a secret space program who loves Discord arguments?
Yeah, that would
I mean,
that would blow my mind.
I'm not, but I
That would blow my
mean, I
mind.
would.
You're doing a really good job of cover.
You're just
But you
having
just blew
fun
your
and
cover
being a
though.
stoner. I'm
And
a fucking pot
it's
farmer.
awesome that you just like blew your cover and then acted like you're just a stoner.
And giddy. Yeah, I'm all giddy about like
So
I just got
stealth.
away with it. I totally just got away with it. Everybody thinks I'm
You
kidding.
totally got away
It's
with it by
nightmare.
admitting it and then making it look stupid
Yeah.
that you were
No,
admitting
I
it.
Eminem'd y'all. I Eminem'd the shit out of you. My best friend Cheddar did shoot himself in the foot. Oh my god.
Dude, I just watched Hannah, the new series. I don't know if you know anything about that series,
Oh yeah,
but
I
as far
haven't.
as the mainstream stuff goes, great series. Oh, it's so good. Anyway, it's this chick that like, her parents were killed or her mom was killed. She's raised in the woods. She becomes like this person of interest and blah, blah, blah. But in the third series, they go in deep about like all of the, it's like basically a group of girls are trained to be assassins and they think it's for like the good of
Oh
the
shit.
whole. But they find out that, like some of them find out along the way, as well as particularly this one Hannah chick, that she's working against them because they killed her mother and blah, blah, blah. But the whole thing, my comment about it that's interesting is that all of these programs that try to show you some truth or at least give you like some of what's really probably going on a deeper level, they always try to
Came
make
off
it
the
seem like the media finding out. Like the media finding out is the big thing that they're all scared of, And I think it's hilarious. Like the media is not totally controlled to show us exactly what they want to, but they always keep that one strong narrative that like releasing the information to the press is the biggest fear of all of our enemies, like Snowden
Yeah.
is such a shill fucking, dude that came out and showed us this truth, but then he sent his information to the New York Times, like the New York Times is telling us the truth. It's just so funny. They never break that narrative of letting us know
Well, I've
that the
always told
media
people that
is
those WikiLeaks
completely controlled.
I call them wiki squirts because it wasn't a leak. They squirted that shit in down your throat. They wanted you to see all of it at the same time.
Absolutely.
It all made sense to see it all at the same time. Because then what are you going to deal with first, if anything? You'll be overwhelmed. You'll learned helplessness. It'll condition folks like the dogs in the experiment where they taught them learned helplessness, where they just gave up, totally gave up on everything. Fuck it.
Right.
And that's what they want
And
y'all to
I
do,
think
man. If you think, as long as you believe, not you, but I mean, other guys believe that it's like religion, God doing this, or aliens, it's outside of your wheelhouse now. It's beyond our. What am I gonna? do to some interdimensional beings. You know, I guess they win.
Right. That's why,
Even,
like, you know, like you said earlier, you think flat Earth is a psyop, but I think people that have been this long enough must at least consider that they're using it to their, for some reason. They didn't kill it. They could have killed it. They could do a lot more to try to kill it still, or try to hide it.
well,
But it
it's
seems
being
like
used to
something that
keep
they're going to
us like
use
me
to
and you
maybe get
apart.
people into a
Listen,
Bible mindset, or
it's
accept
to
the
keep
outer
people
ponder
like me
invasion or
from
something.
touching base with anybody, right? People like me who I'm not religious. I don't believe in that. I think that the religions were created by those ancient secret societies who created them all basically out of themselves and revamped them over and over again to control particular regions, particular hemispheres, particular stories. You know, I mean,
Sure.
it was just like, and they used different templates of rule. And then when people got fed up with those, they found smarter ways to rule people through the same
Right.
sort of things, but through proxy. So the
Right.
Romans, the Pharaoh never fell, Rome never fell. They're just revamps of the same bloodlines and people and club, right? That keep this cyclical thing going, where it's possible that the sun goes through a mini nova or something every 24,000 years, and they know this, and they know that half the planet gets wiped out, and they know where to, like they know how to hold
Right.
down the fort and start everything
Underground.
back
Right.
up
Yeah.
again. Yeah.
Right.
And so they've been holding
That
down the
seems
fort and
obvious. Yeah.
running mankind like this for
Right.
cyclical times, uncountable times. I mean, because if the Mayans already had a calendar that had 20,000 something years on it, then they've been already watching shit for over 20,000 something years before that to
Right.
get this goddamn cyclical
Right.
thing figured
Right.
out. So when people
Exactly.
start
Right.
figuring that shit out, they'll be like, oh, we're way older than we thought we were ever. And that we just keep on
Yeah.
getting put back into some simple box of, we're great and smart and everything if we can keep our knowledge, but we're also very stupid and very dumb when we don't. I mean, you see the families who don't teach their kids their same things, and you see it happen in a micro level. Imagine on a macro level of thousands of years,
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Exactly.
That you don't
Like
keep them
millions.
their brain exercise.
Humans
Yeah,
could have been here for billions. Who knows? Who knows how long?
millions,
They
dude.
know the
Yeah.
cycles. They know the cycles that long enough, and they know that there's points for resets. It seems like that's all figured out. I don't understand why you don't at least consider that scientism and the spinning ball type thing might be one of those tricks. So
I considered it.
find that interesting.
Quit saying that. It's
Yeah.
consulting. Of course, I've considered
Oh,
it.
okay.
I've given you plenty of reasons why I don't still adhere. I can't adhere to the other.
Okay. I didn't know that. I thought you were
Yeah.
like set on that fact that you think it's a ball for sure.
Well, I mean, at this point, yeah, I'm pretty set on that fact.
You're open. Okay. That's cool. That's all. I was hoping that you might be able to try to work some of the plasma electric universe stuff into the stationary plane.
Well, that's what happened when I did do that.
Yeah.
I did do that, right? And I ended up with forces that created spheres. This is what happens. Those Bennett pinches. You can see it takes all the ionized material and it jams it into a tight sphere.
Well, but couldn't you use those kind of
Not
ideas
perfect,
with still a stationary plane, like the dielectric plane?
Well, if I could get the electricity to make things into flat plates instead of spheres.
Well, why do you have to
Naturally,
look at it as it was made? Is that because you're thinking of it as like a non-intelligent? Like it was all kind of created out of like just an occurrence of some sort, regardless if you don't believe in the Big Bang.
No, if you look at Steve Wolfram,
everything has to be a natural occurrence or something.
Yeah, if you look at Steve Wolfram's cellular automata, right, you can see clearly just with simple rules, like which would be the magnetism, perpendicular, right, simply, things, and then add those to different particular material sizes and things and how they behave with each other, get very complex, even though they start off very simply, right? And those very complex structures become organic. Like we can see, hydrocarbons and stuff and living organic
but then they could have
material
used
being
that to their
created out of
advantage, right?
abiotic materials.
Let's just say it was a dielectric plane and they used all of these electric, Bennett pinch type, ideas. And I mean, these things could be like made by a super intelligent, being of some sort, whether it be God or whether it be, man, or a different form of another, earlier, more developed mankind or whatever it is, however it was created. But Here's an argument
There
that I
is a
find just
dielectric
ridiculous.
plane, though. But
Okay,
there is
yeah.
a
So then how is that possible?
but the plane isn't a physical material plane other than magnetism and the flow of the current. But there is a dielectric plane,
On a ball earth?
yeah, circling the sphere. That's not
Okay.
even
Okay,
contention.
I'll let someone else talk and with one last question to you, because this is the one that's just like completely takes a leap of faith, in my opinion, for you to think that we're spinning around the sun and going with the sun at 500,000 miles per hour and displacing ourselves by 12 million miles every day. And then the fact that we don't have any parallax shift with the stars and we can zoom in on them with the P900s. Are you convinced that these P900 videos are all just like some kind of in-camera malfunction, making it seem really like
Yeah.
they're a lot closer? You think that's the case after studying a lot of those images, like the different
Absolutely.
shapes and different?
This
You
is
think
what
that?
stars
Are
really
you
look
sure?
like videos? Yeah.
You think that they could have burned out millions of years ago and like is reaching us now and making it look like they have definition and different distinct frequencies to each of them with a store-bought camera?
Dude,
Buy
you're
that?
doing you can make that look like that with a candlelight, man. With a P900.
Hmm.
It's out of
Yeah,
focus.
yeah,
It's
but
set
it's so
up-
consistent. It's so
You know,
consistent. Every time you zoom in on each of these, they still have that same frequency. It's not like, oh, because it's now, just some
They're
kind of.
all P900s. I mean, other cameras
Huh?
can do it too, not just P900s. You could go out of focus with a lot of different types of cameras.
No, but it seems
Go
like
through
it's
that.
not just a focus issue if you really look at them all. You have to look
Other
at them.
cameras will give you a different shape too because of the shutter shape.
Yeah.
Could
So
be,
it's really-
I guess. So some of it could be like some kind of focus issue. I agree, but not all of it, in my opinion, and not even close to all of it.
Most of it.
Yeah,
If you're
every
doing it
single
with the
one of them.
camera, if you're looking at stars with the camera and not a telescope, you're already making a mistake.
Yeah. And
Well,
exactly.
you can hand wave it, but
You guys
you have to do a
Venus,
lot more
right?
than hand. You would have to do a lot more than hand wave it.
So this is what Venus really looks like, and it was all womply and moving. Looked like a little orbital fucking.
Yeah, and every time you zoom in on one, zoom in on one planet or one star, it has a different. It would be like it would take a different in-camera effect every time you zoom in on one of them,
How you're talking right through me.
as opposed to the
Venus is
other.
a good example because it was actually in a waning crescent phase at that time. And so with the right camera, you could just take a good look at it, you go and compare it and go, oh, okay, see, you weren't looking at Venus because now you can clearly see Venus looks like a little tiny moon in a crescent shape going on, because that's a lot more definition than this wobbly bullshit thing with no edges they're trying to show you. That's why I think you got to learn that you've been bamboozled with these charlatans that have been feeding your psychosis on this issue about this is what the stars really look like, because those motherfuckers don't know shit about the stars.
I have to go for a little bit. I'll let some other people talk, but I would say you definitely look at more of those and see that there's a distinct frequency for each of them every time you look at them. And if it was, my argument is that if it was an in-camera malfunction or focus issue, that it would be more consistent for each one of them you look at. And if you think that those stars are just so infinitesimally far away that we could displace ourselves by 12 million miles every day, and then add that up to years and years and years and years and years and years, and think that the stars would still be in the same position in relation to each other and in relation to our position to them, would be, I mean, that's
you
really
basically
crazy.
Don't understand what you're saying. It'd be like
No,
driving down the motherfucking street behind 12 of the same cars at the whole time, and then 1,000 miles up the road, you go, wow, I'm still behind the same 12 cars. It's not that remarkable. You guys are all going in the direction.
That's a terrible straw man, by the way.
Well, if you want to talk about straw man, you just presented a straw man. No one with knowledge of this area would say that they don't change at all. They are making changes very very tiny, and people are measuring these changes, especially with Polaris. There are other stars that change further or bigger distances than other stars, but all the stars are changing in the sky. They're just tiny measurements over a great deal of time.
Yeah.
But you're presenting it in a false way.
Right, let me correct.
Right, and most of the ones that you're actually looking at are going generally in the same direction in the Milky Way.
That too, yeah.
With each other. So it's not as if they're all like flying across different directions and going everywhere which way.
I can't claim I know that they don't change at all, right? And I know that you claim that the way that they know I know the baller side claims that the reason they know they're that far away is because of the minuscule parallax shift changes that they can measure. They say, I'm convinced that that's the way they got away with this. Is they moved them all. I mean, if you read King's Dethroned, that's one of the things they talk about in there, is that that was how it was done. You scale things out to the point where people can't claim that there would be a change because it's so millions and billions of miles away.
You can measure these things. That's the thing, is that you can.
That's the claim.
And despite you knowing that claim and understanding, even probably before I even said it, you already knew where I was going. Despite that, you still said, you still presented it as if it doesn't change. Isn't that just a little bit dishonest?
It doesn't change, even if it changes a bit. I'm saying, even if it does change a bit, I'm saying it would change a lot. In my opinion.
Well, that's your assertion, but you'd have to back up why you would think it would be a lot. I would give you not a lot because of scale, as you said.
Well, yeah, I understand the scaling is the way. If it's true that it's a stationary plane, then we have to all accept that that's the way that they made it seem possible, is to scale it out, right?
We can assume whatever we want, and then there are
right. I'm just trying to get it to an objective, so we can look at this objectively and say, well, if it is a stationary plane, like it seems, then we'd have to assume that it was reverse engineered and these things were scaled to the point where you couldn't claim that it would be necessarily a change.
Sure. And if we assume a globe, these things are very far away, so we would expect to be very tiny.
Right. I understand.
Changes.
Right. Yeah. I understand. In fact, the Polaris moving is something my friend did some work on. It was really interesting. He did a time elapse for the movement of Polaris, and he found that it was actually moving in like kind of a semicircle pattern, and that there was like a little notch on it. And he did like 6 months in between his time elapse photography of Polaris, and he said this craziest thing because it looked like the Eye of Ra when you add them together, when you put the bottom to the top. And there was a little notch at the end, like the Eye of Ra. It was a little like fish-looking elliptical orbit. I thought that was interesting. So yeah, Polaris does slightly move, but it seems to be kind of like its own little pinpointed around this little area.
I'm giving you a link here. It may or may not be helpful, but it does demonstrate why the precession is how it is not correct, and the flaws in it, and that precession under the electric universe, eyes basically can demonstrate, why we're seeing what we see, and because we're moving.
I will send you some P9. I will send you some P1000, P900 videos and get you to at least try to still claim that it's a focus issue for all of those.
Dude,
I think that takes a leap of faith.
I'll take it a step further than that, and I've left comments 5-6 years ago on some of the top YouTubers' channels that were pushing this shit, right? And I gave them links to demonstrations of it happening on a candle, on a street light, on other things. That
send me those. Send me those, will you?
Right.
Hold
on a second. And they erased my comments from their videos and kept their videos booming and going because people just kept leaving and
I'll look at what you have on that.
These guys are creeps. That's why I have a personal problem with the whole idea.
Okay. I do feel like those the out of focus, like wobbly videos of planets and stars, I do feel like you would be the first one to claim some type of electricity description to it. So the fact that I think that you're denying it, I think your denial is stronger than my denial. For that
that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, I would thank you for noticing that, right? Because I'm truly being honest with my,
I would find if I were to look at what you're talking about and be convinced that everything
I'm just trying to protect
everything I've captured myself with my own P900. If you were to convince me that everything I'm looking at through my own P900 is just some kind of like in camera, out of focus / whatever issue that you're trying to claim it is, that would be amazing. You would amaze me if you could convince me of that, because I thought the P900 was going to kill the baller a long time ago.
No, you're using the wrong tool for the application. That's all it is.
That's a simple hand wave, but that is not enough. That's not even close to
the video for you.
I'll let some other people chime in.
Don't leave though. I'll find that video.
All right, whoever it is trying to say something. Yeah, the mic sucks.
It's Riggs. It's very
very. I have to hang up and make a call myself, but I'll be back. Okay.
Yeah, Grim. I think someone else had some months ago they had brought this up, and it was one of those they didn't have a P900, but they had something else, and they didn't say what camera they had, but they showed us the pictures that he took, and they had particular shapes, and I think it was eggshells maybe, where we both bet him it was a particular camera because of the shutter shape.
Because of the shape of the shutters.
Exactly, exactly, yeah. And then I can't remember his reaction when he kind of looked it up to verify, but I think he was way less energy after that.
Yes. From memory, we didn't bet on what kind of camera. Well, I don't think I would have bet what kind of camera. I think we just said I bet that it's got a triangular aperture, and because we'd just come off the back of a discussion about falsifiability, he said, "What would make this falsifiable?" And I said, "Do the same thing with a round aperture, like a sort of 8-sided aperture, or show us that this is in fact a circular aperture."
Right. That sounds better descriptive. Yeah. But it was a fantastic exercise of being able to understand the mechanics behind it and make a prediction, and then having it confirmed. It was a fantastic exercise of that.
Yes.
But the way they look, though, if I were Electric Universe and I saw those those videos or perhaps GIFs, I think Geo provides them sometimes. If I were Electric Universe, I would be like, yeah, that looks like plasma engaging or releasing energy or perhaps interacting with a field. Like it looks like that, but we do know that it's just out of focus and shit tool.
Yeah. And it really doesn't actually look like how plasma engages. It looks like how TV wants you to think plasma engages with shit. Right?
No. I mean, yeah. I'm not Electric Universe guy, so my description would be a little ignorant.
It's really off by the movement and everything. And yeah,
the thing is
really
that they're very, very specific geometrical pulsations and colors. This is not just some out of focus, like a little blurry, this and that. They're very, very specific. They're literally flashing. All right, you're interrupting. If you want to speak, go ahead, and I'll go next.
I'm sorry. The digital processing and everything, it is actually just out of focus. It's mixed with all the mechanisms of the camera, though, Geo, like you're saying. But it's all about the camera, not about the actual object, because you're not getting a clear image of the object, which is what you're claiming you're getting. And it's really the opposite.
Okay. Well, what I was saying is that they're very, very specific geometrical shapes that are pulsating. So, and they're different. They're not all the same. They're all different. You'll get one that'll look like triangles and dodecahedrons. You'll get another one that looks like a circle. So it's not just it's not out of focus at all. It's picking up. I'm not saying it's picking up everything exactly accurate. I mean, it is going through that whole device, but it's definitely picking up very, very unique structures that are different from each other.
Right. As we just said, using different cameras, different aperture shapes. Yeah.
No, these are all from the same camera I'm talking about.
As claimed.
Different stars. I'm talking about different stars, same camera.
No, sure. There are particular. There's going to be particular differences, especially color. If we're going to talk about a gas planet like Jupiter, for example, or a solid planet like Mars, they're giving off different spectrums of light. So that camera is just going to embellish the particular color that it's picking up on, regardless of focus. Light will enter it and it will process it. So it will be different colors based on that. As far as shapes, I would just attribute that to aperture shape.
But they match cymatic frequencies as well. So how does an out of camera thing is matching specific cymatic frequencies?
That's your claim, man. I'm not going to back up your claim.
Yeah, I mean, they look like sonoluminescence as well. Look, I'm not saying that the camera is in perfect focus. I'm also not saying that these cameras are picking up exactly what they are. However, they're picking up very unique frequencies and very unique cymatic structures and sacred geometrical designs that are different from each other. Whereas if you take a camera and you shine it a different shit and it's out of focus, you're going to get kind of a similar out of focus effect because it's the camera that's causing it. So whether you put it on a street light or the light of your car or whatever it may be, you're getting a similar. These are pulsating frequencies. Now, this doesn't really, I'm not saying it proves anything about the shape of the Earth or what the stars are. I mean, technically they could be balls of gas that are billions of miles away, light years away, but then they're coming through the atmosphere. Like you were saying, there's some electric on a globe Earth, there's some electric universe way that the atmosphere may, something like that. I mean, so I'm not saying that either way. I'm just saying what it is it seems like they're picking up very unique cymatic frequencies and unique geometric structures, which does not indicate to me, like I'm not interested in trying to convince anyone else's mind. I'm just saying to me, it does not resonate with just an out of focus camera. It looks like it is picking up on something that those stars are, some frequency or resonance that those stars are. And the fact that they match sonoluminescence as well, meaning the star in a jar that we can recreate, it matches that as well. So it certainly seems to be like there's some kind of luminary entities that are pulsating within some kind of a liquid medium, is what it looks to me like. It correlates with the sonoluminescence that we can create on a small scale. And the cameras are just able to pick up, a portion of that. Doesn't really rule out that they could be balls of gas light years away, I suppose, but.
Oh, damn it, Grim.
Fucking you guys got to jinx each other.
Yeah, I know. Video jinxed it. So this guy, in real time using his camera, looking at Venus, he shows you how to manually focus and expose it properly. And it's not, here's a picture before I did some stuff, here's a picture after. He has a camera focus on Venus and showing exactly what settings to change. And you can see it go from a version of what you provide to a clear, or at least relatively clear image of Venus. You see it happen in real time. It's just one version of, thousands of people not knowing how to manually focus their cameras.
And then what got me pissed off and why I held sort of a disdain towards this argument is that when I left the information of how to easily fix the problem to some people who I thought were truthers and they're just being honest, and they're just making a mistake, they erased my comments off their channel, dude. Like, these are big names. Like, this is why I was like, you all are being bamboozled by liars who know the truth. This isn't something you can accidentally go, oh, well, this doesn't happen. If you can do it to your candle on the table across the room from you with the P900, then you can do it with anything out of focus. It's the light coming in and all that. And
Grim, you can't be wrong if there's no comment saying that you're wrong.
Right. So, I mean, there I went. Poof, disappeared. Shadow banned. You know how you think you can comment, it lets you. Then you're not really leaving
and then it
there.
doesn't actually come up.
Right, you go check it with your little other account because you got suspicious because no one's answering you, and it's like, that should have pulled a lot of weight on that channel. Somebody should have said thank you or something.
That's happened a couple times on QE's video. I think it was his first numpty of mine. I had a couple replies, and then I waited like maybe an hour, and I was like, no reply, really? I'm part of that video. Weird, there's no reply. So then I looked and I'm like, where the fuck is my comment?
Right.
So I'm watching this video. So it's going from, I'm watching it. I mean, it's going from just a white circle into that, what he's referring to as out of focus, where it looks like it has a little detail on it.
Like your avatar? Exactly like your avatar is doing.
Yeah, and not the exact same pattern or colors.
Chinese geocentric.
No. I mean, if you don't have your readers on, it's not. Yeah, I'm kidding. I can't. Yeah, but I mean, underneath it, you have that little moon, also that little crescent. And that's why I thought, like Venus. From this to this.
That's the Discord thing. No, that's like it's like a geocentric ancient cosmology map that I found that I liked. I just threw it on there. It's not a star picture.
I know. I can see what it is when I look at it clearly, but when you just back it up, it looks similar, like that.
Right. I know what you mean. It looks like a mandala, like a circle with.
Or an out of focus Venus. Yeah, is what I meant.
Well, I'm watching this video. Where is his proof that the one's out of focus? Like he's showing that, and he's showing how he changes that circle, and then now he just flips to another one that shows a very dull little white circle. I'm trying to figure out where is it in focus. I guess I'm skimming through the video, but not reading all the text.
Yeah, your other guy's video focus when it was at its clearest, sharpest point. And then he goes out of focus, dude, to get that shape. So in the very beginning is when it was actually focused. That's why the objects out in the very far of the horizon were sharp and clear, because he had it already at that, sharp and clear. And then he starts bringing it in. Like, why are you doing that? You're going out of focus. It's the wrong direction. Oh, there's that effect you're looking for. You're causing a motherfucking effect on the camera and telling people some bullshit. Like, come on, you know that. You can see that now, right?
No, you're saying a bunch of stuff that
you have those cool pics 900, whatever her name is, right?
You're using the word right when I never applied.
She uses Venus. Venus in particular. Cool pics 900, right? They use Venus in particular and show you as a little flower star thingy. It's not Venus. You just saw Venus. You can see the difference. You know these people aren't on.
It's just common issues.
I only support honest people, dude. I don't care if they're right or wrong. I support honest people. You start getting erasing comments and not want to talk about shit in front of people. That's dishonest.
The Earth, as for the sake of argument, the Earth could still be flat, and then what we're seeing are what we would call planets. It's just this specific instance, shit's out of focus. P900 is not the correct tool to be used to observe these things. The same way I wouldn't use a P900 to look at the cells of a blade of grass. You can use a microscope. I'm not going to use a P900. You use the right tools for the right situation.
Yeah, but they don't all look the same. Here's this one that looks when he zooms all the way into it, looks very different. This one has like sort of 4 cardinal directions. It has like a hole in the middle with 4 cardinal directions.
But it's still a wobbly little blobber, bro. I mean, wobbly little blobbers, bro. They're going to look all a little bit different because everything's a little bit different. Especially when you're looking at Venus, which is not completely lit up. It's only partially lit up in the first place. It's a different shape. You're going to get some different little shapes and attributes mixed in with your little kaleidoscope of shutters. Just like you do with the other shit, man. I mean, it's not really unsimple. Because you can clearly do it. Just grab yourself your P900 real quick and just do it on the objects around the house. That's how you can satisfy it for yourself. I did it with a different camera that had a longer lens on.
It doesn't create these.
And it was doing some similar shit.
It does, Gio. There's plenty of examples of showing it going from in to out and how you can change it in all types of orientations.
Yeah. Especially when you're looking through the twinkling of the atmosphere.
Twinkling of the atmosphere, the digital processing, the unsteadiness of your own hand, the particular automatic values that it gives for focusing. If you're in manual mode, the very tiny, minute details between your manual focus and someone else's. There's lots of factors that go into focusing a camera.
I would also imagine tiny bits of crud on the lens or on the sensor from any time you've changed lens could be what that wibbling is trying to correct for.
This one's picking up very unique sacred geometrical pulsations. The last one I just posted.
Yeah, maybe there's more dust in that camera than in the other one.
It's not dust. I mean, I'm not claiming that these are 100%.
You can't know that that's not dust.
All right.
It could be a pattern
I'm
of
not
dust
claiming that these
displayed
are
in a way that
100.
kaleidoscopes across
right.
the shutters that looks
Yeah.
like what you're saying.
Sure. So I'm not saying that these are 100% accurate representations of what the luminaries are. I also don't think that it's just one hand wave, they're all out of focus is correct either. I think there could be some things that are out of focus. And like I said, I'm not claiming they're all 100% accurate in terms of what the luminaries are. But I do think that a lot of these, especially like those 3 that I just posted, are very, very unique representations of the frequencies and the pulsations of these things. And whether they're out of focus or not, they're definitely showing something unique about the way these luminaries are pulsating.
It's just another example of which you don't care whether it's in focus or out of focus. It's evidence for you regardless. What we're saying is that it's piss poor quality to call that evidence for anything. I wouldn't make any globe claim as far as these pictures or star claims. I'd say this is shit evidence because it's out of focus, and then I'd move on.
Well, I think you're thinking that I'm coming at you with some big debate argument and some big proof. I think you're mistaken. I'm really we're having a discussion. We're looking at interesting things and talking about them. So I think you're defending it as if I'm making some huge dramatic claim that you need to defend with every cell of your body. I'm really not doing that. I just think they're interesting. And I don't think that I don't think it's just out of focus cameras.
No, it's just kind of shocking about the integrity of the whole thing. Because I thought, like, you know, if you were shown something that you would be at least like, oh, I can see clearly that they're, you know, that's out of focus and this is not what Venus really looks like, and concede to something. But you're not really doing any of that. You're just kind of like,
that's what I'm saying. Like you need a concession. That's what I'm saying. Like you have some psychological need for a concession. It sounds like you're in a mode of mind manipulation.
It is a psychological need to be able to trust the people in the room I'm with, who I give trust to. Yeah,
well,
weird psychological
with that being said, sorry to
untrusting towards someone who won't admit to something that's happening right in front of everyone.
Well,
weird.
That being said, where's the integrity in the curvature of the Earth that hasn't been measured for like eons now? You know,
bullshit.
No measurable
where's the integrity in that question?
No detectable spin.
Where's the integrity in that question?
Late globe spheroid. Where's the integrity in that? Because you're going on
into
the
integrity of that question?
Stars and your Polaris that moves minuscule doesn't prove your globe, does it? Not measurable on the Earth.
Well, you can't prove something to somebody who can't get something
under my foot.
Like at what point do I get mad at the horse for not getting my joke?
Well, I mean, are you telling a joke to a horse in the first place? You fool! Are you speaking the right language, perhaps?
Right, exactly. Right.
You know what I mean?
Now you get it. He still doesn't get it.
Please
take that back
bring
to the
us
barn.
submergible curvature, tangible evidence on this Earth, on the ground we are on. Okay. So
you're so 6 years ago, dude. Show me a flat Earth model that can demonstrate anything on it.
We never
from a sunset to a moonrise and a moonset to a moon phase to an equinox to a solstice. Well, if you don't claim any of that, stop standing around like you've been working out all day long and you're ready to beat somebody up.
The thing is, you can model it in a different way. The thing is,
I mean, you have all the benefits of an argument to say something about somebody else's model that you clearly don't understand, and I've seen you not understand it 1,000 times.
You argue my case, sir.
Then stand there and you actually have an other presentable model that explains
give
any
us
of
some tangible curvature.
At least admit that you don't have shit.
Oh, guys, can you both take a breath? This subject just got real difficult to listen to.
Yeah, someone comes in yelling at somebody immediately. Off topic.
Well, the thing is, we can model it, Mr. Grimm, in a different way. Just like looking down a hallway, the ceiling will eventually ramp into the floor, just like the sun, the moon, and the stars, and eventually be cut off bottom up.
Right, but if my ideas are the best you guys have on that, and I'm not even convinced of my own ideas, then I really don't. I'm still not convinced. That's my problem. He's trying to convince me that it's flat, and I need something's wrong with me. I'm lacking anything in
your discernment is a bit off key. I would have to say your ability to discern is way off.
Right, and my ability to be honest, my position is all wonky too, right? Because I'm just on everybody's fence.
You don't even know the meaning of the word.
I'm literally all alone in this whole thing where I stand, dude. There's not a person with my position,
desperately
basically.
hanging on to the globe that cannot be measured, felt, seen.
You think I'm hanging on to shit? I've been throwing shit away since day one. You don't need to pity me.
I
You need to
pity
think
you,
about
sir,
your own position.
hanging on to
Reflect on that
your
for a minute.
Polaris.
I'm not the one hanging on to shit all day long.
You know, not
You don't
one,
even know my
the
ideas of
Polaris star that is
procession. You have no
supposedly
clue about what I think about
430
procession, you talker
Come on,
motherfucker.
guys.
million light
Come
years
You
on,
away.
guys.
yapping away about
Come on, guys.
bullshit. I just left a link
Come on,
to a
guys.
procession
Come on.
that
Okay, I've
explains it
left the link
better.
of the cluster
You
that
you
you
really
call
don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let's
the
compare the
heliostats
quality of these
planets.
ideas. Let's see what Mr. EU put in the chat. Let's check it out real quick, and let's give
Let's
this
check it out. Yeah,
give this a
let's check
gander.
out this
Well,
dump.
the point
thing,
I'm making here, Lemon, is that he's talking to me, or he's sublimating his normie baller argument bullshit onto me, as if I don't fucking exist, and I get to stand here and absorb all the insults that a normal, regular baller motherfucker that I would normally insult him for. So he doesn't know my position, and so you're
I know
really
your position. I've
attacking
been
somebody who
listening.
does more in your favor than against you. You don't know. You really
I
don't.
know. I do.
No.
You don't.
And,
That's what you seem to
and
think.
you
I
didn't
don't. I
understand
do
what was
know.
being said earlier. What was being said earlier came from the heart. I do honestly try to evaluate flat earth ideas, incorporate them, work them out, make them work.
I heard all that.
I'm doing that shit all the time. No, you didn't. Yeah, but you're talking at me like I'm not somebody who's actually
No,
trying
but
to
I did. I heard.
support
I
the
heard
idea.
all that. I heard all
Well,
that.
you're
when
not
you were
gonna.
talking
You're not
with
gonna.
new
Okay. Well, you're not gonna
perspective, but your
fucking
discernment
agitate me into being
was
a flat earther.
totally off key.
So it doesn't
I
look
think.
like you're actually trying to help anybody on the flat earth side of things
I'm
by
trying to
creating a
help
fucking
you. I'm trying
enemy.
to help you.
Oh, no, you
I'm
don't start
actually
a
trying
fight
to
with
help
me to
you, but
help me. That's
you
not
were
how I
throwing.
respond well. I'm sorry, that won't work with me at all. You don't come at
Yeah,
me
but
and try to punk me around and
you were
bullshit with
throwing a
me and
little
act
bit
like
of.
you're
Hang
tough
on.
and all that bullshit. And then all of a sudden we're going to be buddies. Right?
Unfortunately for
Yeah,
you,
that shit ain't going
the
to
reason
happen with
I
me.
came
All right, well,
up
you guys are
because you were
talking at the
having a
same
go
time.
at
If you could try to at least go 1-to-1 and maybe stop attacking each other, so we can hear what you guys are saying.
You were attacking Gio at the time, and I thought that was a bit unfair. So I thought
I wasn't attacking Gio.
White you were. Come on.
Look at you virtue signaling, man, for the show. It's so cute.
So you weren't attacking Geo EU? What were you doing then?
Attacking his
Gio.
claims and his evidence.
Yeah, Gio is one of my favorite people in here besides Liebenberg. I'm not going to attack him. We might disagree, we might argue, we might interrupt him.
Wow.
You know, shit like that.
You
But
are disagreeing in a horrible manner.
Oh, really? A horrible manner? I was trying to make him feel bad.
No problem.
You think I was trying to hurt his feelings or make him feel guilty, saying words like
my
horrible?
request still stands.
Oh, or
anyway,
are you
can you give me
projecting
some
right now?
curvature, please?
Are you demonizing
in
me
ample
right
spades, buckets, please.
Well, we
Right.
can
And all of a sudden
disagree
you
with
ask
each
for
other,
curvature, like you've never been
EU-wise or
presented with arguments of
globe-wise.
curvature. So
The
that's why I
thing
said you
is,
can't prove it to you can't make a horse laugh. If you don't want to know about it, you don't get to know about it.
Well, Grimm is a glober, yes, but he's one of the more open-minded globers that you're going to meet. He is wrong about the globe, in my humble opinion. I'm sorry, but he does have an open mind when it comes to other stuff. So I would.
Open, it's shut tight. In my case, I feel it's so
Well,
open that he's not prepared to give us curvature. That's how open he is.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I have a part of a fight is all that is. I'm not stupid enough to fall for your banana in the tailpipe bullshit.
Hey, stop!
You want
Stop
to
fighting.
alienate me and fight me
No,
for
stop.
the rest of the game.
He's so open, he's closed-minded.
I have an actual question for the flat earthers in the chat, not about fighting over bullshit. So, how do you guys explain the distance between latitude and longitude points being accurate on a globe?
Because it's based off of the sky activity. It has nothing to do with the ground. What happens? You see the bodies, the sun, moon, and stars revolve overhead, what appears to be a revolution, and the globers simply assume that the land mirrors the vaulted curve of the sky and the curves and arcs that we see in the sky. That's all that they did. They simply mapped the ground to what they assumed was going on in the sky, and that can be accurate, flat, or round, depending on your presumptions. You can presume that it maps perfectly to curved ground, or you could simply say that it's flat, and at best it is circling overhead, and that's it.
Yeah.
So
you can measure miles. You use the sky to map miles. Is that what you're saying?
Map miles, you would have practical measurement. You would have to walk or do something with the land. You can't just look at the sky and make an assumption that the ground is curving along with the sky. That's too much. You need to back up.
You walk the ground and you take azimuth
physical
measurements,
operation.
At different times.
So, what practical physical operations have the globers done to verify the ball? I doubt that they've done any at all. They've simply looked at the sky and assumed, especially over the water, where it's impossible to draw a straight line without being caught in a current, tossed to and fro by a storm or something else. They looked at the sky and assumed. That's it.
Okay, but the problem is that you give someone a latitude and longitude, and they look for the distance between both points, which is known, say LA and New York. And if you take those latitude and longitudes and project them on a flat map, it's going to be a different distance. It's going to be the distance of a Pythagoras theorem or law of cosines, not the distance over a curved surface.
Well, the latitudes and longitudes are derived based off of the sun at noon, at high noon, at zenith, based off of your location. The sun at its highest position in noon at different positions over the flat plane are going to vary. Sometimes it's going to be higher in the sky. Sometimes it's going to be lower in the sky. So what they did was they went to the equator, timed how long it took the sun to basically circle over that latitude when it's directly overhead, and assumed that that was the fattest part of the ball. But it appears that there's land expanding ever outward on the pizza, according to Robotham and others, because they were clocking way too much land south of the equator. And so they basically assumed that the equator was the fattest part because the sun is hovering overhead at that latitude, but that assumption may be faulty. And they just derived the rest of the ball stuff based off of that circumference
what would
of
that drop rate
miles,
be? What would that be? What would that, was that 1 degree every 69 miles?
1 degree per 69 miles times 360
every
degrees
1,000 miles.
24,000, yeah. So basically they just derived it from there.
Okay.
Did they document this? Is this documented anywhere?
As far as we can see, that appears to be what this stuff was based off of. We'd have to see how, if any way, they documented the shape of the Earth by looking at shadows with Eratosthenes or what else.
They couldn't have done the shape of the Earth. They could have gotten an attribute, right? A curved attribute, but the shape, that's the whole thing, right? So, I mean, for the sake of the flat earther team of arguing, you can't, unless you do that in places that are visible to every single place, and then every single one of the things match up, you know, where you can see them all. It's not possible.
It would be good enough.
The whole shape.
It would be good enough, but the thing is, I could put a sticker and write the words Polaris on it to represent the star Polaris, dipping a certain amount of degrees per feet in the hallway, and assume it's a globe from there. In the hallway, that sticker with Polaris written on it would dip down in the on the ceiling of the hallway like a foot every degree every foot or something like that, just like it would over a flat plane. And so, since you have similar activity over a flat surface, the 1 degree per 69 miles thing is practically irrelevant.
Using a camera mirror and everything, or just using an actual telescopic scope?
Well, if the hallway dipped, 90 degrees with that sticker, if the sticker on the roof of the hallway dipped 90 degrees after, say, 20 feet, I could simply multiply that times 4 to get a globe of a total of 40 feet in diameter or something like that. And so it looks like they made a bunch of assumptions based off of how far Polaris dips in the sky, assuming it's dipping over a globe when it could just as easily dip over a flat surface.
I'm not really making a point about the Polaris. I'm just making a point that, like, between New York and Los Angeles on a globe is a different distance, or if it's on a flat map, and globe map seems to be accurate for the distances. So I'm wondering why the distances work on the globe model.
They would be good enough up to a point. And based off of the assumptions that they made, where the sun circles overhead at the equator, they assumed that was the fattest part of a ball. They made an additional assumption of saying Polaris dips 1 degree per 69 miles. When you multiply 1 degree times 360 or 69 times 360, you get roughly 24,000 miles. Those were the assumptions that they used to make for the ball within certain ranges. The distances are good enough for the northern hemisphere, the intersection of flat earth pizza, where most people are and most of the populated places are, but it tends to get off and get increasingly inaccurate as you go toward the poles.
Specifically to that, Lemon, can you give an example in which the claimed distances that the globe provides for the southern hemisphere, let's call it Australia, can you give an example in which those distances don't work and they're inconsistent, as you just said?
The highest inconsistency appears to be seen over the water, where sailors in Robotham's time were saying, we're clocking way too much land per the latitude down here. We should be tapering down to another southern pole ball point down here, getting less miles per latitude as we go further and further south, but we appear to be getting more. We're out of reckoning. We're degrees behind. Something's not matching up. And so based off of that, it appears that the water distances are the worst. The land distances appear to be more or less correct. The water distances, not so much.
So you have hold on. You have Robotham's interpretation. You have a Robotham's interpretation. Do you have any evidence? Do you have any examples? Real world, 2021, or recently? Do you have any of that, or is it just a claim that you're making off an interpretation of Robotham?
Off of recently?
Isn't Robotham the Flat Earth Society guy?
No.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want to use his stuff, right? Because he's like making a joke out of all of this.
The truth doesn't change. That's why you have to go back to the past to see the eternal truths that are suppressed and hidden.
For you to play in. If he's creating a puzzle for you to play in, aren't you playing in his puzzle?
Wait, okay, what are you saying, Pythesis, whatever you are, whoever you are you saying that basically map is accurate in Australia, but once you get onto the ocean, they've added miles down there or taken away miles? Is that what you're saying?
It's basically an interpretation based off of the sun at zenith. They basically see the sun over and over and over again and assume that the only motion that can make that happen where the sun more or less comes back to the same position is a circular motion. From there, they assume that it is circling around the central North Pole. From that, they're getting diameters, they're getting arcs, they're getting degrees a minute, they're getting nautical miles off of that assumption. And the 1 degree per 69 mile thing is based off of Polaris's dip activity, which can be duplicated in a flat hallway. And it's based off of the activity of the sun at the equator. That is all. Do they have hard measurements to go over the water? No, doesn't appear that they
didn't answer the question.
So the land would be easy to clock and easy to map because you can walk over it and do hard operations to double check the distances. The water is the real rub because you're tossed to and fro, you can't get a straight line, and there are storms. So what it appears is that we have accurate, more or less, land maps superimposed onto a general background ocean schema of dubious accuracy. And that is where the rub is.
Can I just check there? It sounded like what you started with was saying there was evidence that these distances get out as you go towards the poles. And it sounds like your evidence for that is, well, we don't know. We can't trust the evidence. Is that evidence of them being out, or is that going, I don't know? Because I don't understand how you can go, well, it's hard to know what kind of a distance you're doing at sea, but then go, but I know these distances are wrong.
I cited Robotham. They said we're clocking way too much land per unit of latitude down here.
Robotham. Do you have the website for that, or a link, or a PDF for that? I would actually.
200 Reasons Why the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball by Eric DeBay cites Robotham heavily. If you want to go back to Robotham proper from the 1800s, you can look at his works under his pseudonym Parallax, and you can look at some of the flat Earth scholarship from the 1800s. It's very interesting. I'll put it in the chat.
Yes, please. Can you put that in the chat? I would actually like to see that. Go drink the Kool-Aid.
So you were the one who asked the question, Noah. Did that answer satisfy you or make sense?
So from what I understand, he's saying that they fudged the numbers in the ocean. From my interpretation of what he said.
And his evidence for that came from the 1800s. Don't you think we would have like lots of evidence of that nowadays, with like boats going down there quite a bit and people living on there? We'd have more evidence of this extra land.
Yeah, I would have to look into the people.
Trade routes,
underwater internet cables.
Yeah, Just like
underwater
the
cables
chance
appear
that
to
somebody was
deviate
out.
toward the north in inexplicable sort of ways. It appears that they're deviating northward almost as if there's less land toward the inner portion of FE Pizza than toward the south, where the land appears to expand ever outward. But let me see if I can put this in the
What part of
chat.
the Southern Cross Cable Network deviates north again?
Kool-Aid, I am happy that you're here since Lemon brought up oceanic travel and not knowing distances and shit. I'm very happy that you're here.
Shouldn't Kool-Aid have the answer on these distances? Now?
Sure, he loves it.
Put it in
my bread and butter. What would you like to know, Noah?
It's coming in with the nautical stuff now.
Here, real quick, Kool-Aid, a short summary, and I'm sure Lemon can correct me if I'm wrong. There was a question posed about distances and how they're accurate, assuming a globe. And he said, Lemon said that it breaks down when you get to the southern hemisphere, basically when you approach the poles. And he quoted Robotham as saying that what was expected was different from reality, et cetera, et cetera. And then he made the claim that the distances that are claimed are wrong. And I guess the land orientation is wrong. Basically, shit's wrong when it comes to oceanic travel in the southern hemisphere.
Well, Robotham also claims that at 10 degrees south parallel, you can see Polaris. But we all know that's not true.
3 degrees, yeah. Up to 23 degrees, they said. That's why they had to cobble together the 23-degree Earth tilt to explain why we see Polaris too far south. Otherwise, there'd be a hump of Earth curvature in the way miles high that would obstruct anything beyond.
Yep. Kool-Aid, can you explain how we know distances in any part of the world, and if that process is different when you're in the northern or southern oceans?
No, the process is identical in either ocean, or in any ocean. The ways that we know it are multifold. The best way that I use is a simple speed over time formula gives us our distances. We can measure our speed accurately by using a through-hole speedometer or nodometer, which is just basically kind of like the wheel on your car. It registers how fast the impeller spins by the water being forced through it. These numbers are co-witnessed by the GPS and satellite information that is being fed to our GPS receivers, and it is again further co-witnessed by the dead reckoning that all matches up. One more time, all of this is then can then be re-verified and applied using stellar navigation and the 60 nautical miles per degree of altitude shift.
So in summary, you're saying that there's a number of different ways to come to the same conclusion, as well as applying all of these the same way in the northern and southern hemisphere. Would that be correct to say?
100%, yes.
Crazy.
For many of the smaller bodies, we haven't done it across the Pacific or the Atlantic, but we've actually strung rope between two ships and physically measured the distance that way. We also have the study of bathymetry, which is the study of the floor of the ocean, most of which, or not most, but good portions of which have been mapped out, and we can show you exactly where the topology of the ocean floor is. And that's actually a really interesting study, because if you look back at it, it was originally done with plumb bobs, changing their and Bio, you're going to have to give me the right words on this, but they would not quite hang plumb. They would move towards the greater source of attraction, be it the underwater mountain or what had you.
Oh, sure,
deviation. What's the word for that?
No, what you said is fine. Yeah, it hangs slightly off from plumb depending on different seafloor physical whatever.
Yeah.
What you said was fine, yeah.
They actually used to hang giant plumb bobs on the decks of ships, and that was the first way we charted the bottom of the ocean.
Did you? I'm sorry. Did you just say you hang plumb bobs on ships, and that's how you charted the ocean floor?
Like a couple hundred years ago, they've
That
got
sounds
much
a bit
better
silly. I'm not
technology
gonna
now.
lie.
I mean,
That sounds
that
a bit
sounds
silly. I'm not gonna lie.
utterly absurd.
That sounds like when they put those two metal things in their hands, they find gold underground. Not gonna
No,
lie.
this is the science of bathymetry, guys. It's not a secret. Bathymetry, if you're looking to Google it, spell it bathymetry, and you get it right.
I wouldn't use that method today.
No. Now it's much more precise to use the sonar and laser measurements and actually map it down to sub-meter accuracy.
Not gonna lie, this bathymetry sounds like dowsing, with sticks.
No. So you're looking at the way it started and trying to compare the end product. The end product, nobody is out there using gravitation anymore. That's an old, antiquated, riddled with errors way to do it. For example, the deck of your ship isn't actually sitting still, so your plumb bob is going to bounce and move around. It was not a good method to use, but it was the best they had at the time. Now, as Biodual pointed out, sonar is damn good.
Do you think there's any effectiveness to dowsing?
I have no idea. Never looked into it.
I haven't either, but I've seen some Discovery channels when I was a little kid. It looked pretty sus, but I don't know.
I had to Google what dowsing was. Is it just like a shitty metal detector that doesn't work?
No, bio. It's they used to call it witching water.
Yeah,
water
I'm just looking at the device that it gives, and it's like a handlebar that forms like a wishbone kind of thing.
Wait, so none of the flat earthers wanted to comment on my distance question other than that one guy?
A lot of people will take 1/8 inch bronze brazing rods as sort of a dowsing rod of choice.
Was it effective, or is it just a parlor trick?
I mean, I've held them and walked around with them, but yeah, I don't have any faith in it. I can't say something absolutely doesn't work, but I don't have any faith in it. I've never seen it actually work. So they do it up in in the hills of Kentucky. There's some oil wells, and that's one of their ways of finding oil wells, I think, or oil reserves.
There's some companies that'd be very interested in that process.
Yeah.
No, it sounds interesting. I'd never heard of it. It just looks, at face value, it looks weird, sounds weird, but I don't know.
So the distances in the south. Any flat earthers? Any takers? Is there any
Lemon left?
Yeah, I think Lemon left when Kool-Aid was given a proper explanation.
Everyone else is silent.
It's not that high energy. You're kind of asking people to sacrifice a relaxing setting to get into something deep. I probably wouldn't respond to you either, but it's a good legitimate question. Probably not the energy level of the room to get into it.
I missed the question. What was it?
Basically, we have distances between cities or land masses, and we can accurately determine the distance between 2 points on a globe Earth. When you project that map onto a flat plane, the distances change. They're not.
Why do they change?
Because a triangle on a round surface is different from a triangle on a flat surface.
Do you have something that you could show us? Maybe that you obviously did this, right?
Is that in contention? If we both have a triangle and we draw it on a flat piece of paper and we have the lengths at, let's just call it 3 inches on each, and then on a basketball we also have 3 straight lines forming a triangle. Are you saying that they wouldn't be different or give different dimensionality to it?
It would be 3 inches on a flat plane for each side and 3 inches on a spherical plane of some sort.
No.
For each side. I'm confused.
What?
Well, instead of being incredulous, walk me through it, because you've done it, right?
This is, well, I thought you were asking if I did the distances in physicality, but I from my understanding of what you just said, you're questioning that mathematically a triangle has the same distances and angles on a flat surface as on a sphere. And if that's what you're questioning, then I'm just going to tell you you're wrong.
Well, let me put it in a different way, in a more concise and a better way. If we had the heading between 3 cities, and I'm in LA and a particular heading is, I don't know, what is it, 48 degrees or some shit. Anyway, let's just call it 48 degrees to New York City. If we have those 3 headings between 3 cities, we're going to have a particular distance that's covered between those cities. If we assume a flat map and we still have those same headings because we're both using a compass where we both agree to that methodology, we would come to different distances despite having the same heading. So that's what he's saying, is that a triangle formed on a flat Earth would give different distances than a spherical Earth. And that's what he's kind of alluding to.
No, that really doesn't make sense to me. And maybe I'm the stupid one, but okay. You've got 50 miles on a flat plane, right, for one of these sides of the triangle. And you slap that same triangle with a 50-mile side onto a sphere, and all of a sudden, it's not 50 miles anymore.
My initial analogy was bad. I should have used headings, or perhaps time. I should have done those. But if we do go with distances where we assume a flat Earth, what you'll find is that those lines don't form a triangle. There's going to be space between the end of a line and a point, because the implication is that when you have the same numbers on a spherical Earth, you're losing that distance because you're curving. So you wouldn't be able to lay it out evenly. That's the whole. What's that word about? You can't take a grid system on a sphere, put it flat without distortion. What's that word?
It's undevelopable surface.
There you go. Perfect.
I'm gonna post a video in the chat right now.
Yeah, there's an illustration. There's a little GIF running in chat that explains kind of what we're talking about.
Right. It's the whole by definition being undevelopable. That the same shape on a sphere, you can't make it flat without distortion. So.
Right. Yeah. Like, do you see that circle? Do you see that triangle on a spherical surface I just posted, and the other one that's on a flat surface, and how the lines curve because they're curving over a round sphere, and how they would have to be different if they were on a round sphere versus a flat plane, mathematically?
Well, you're taking straight lines and you're making them curved. You realize that, right? Your little diagram that I'm looking at right here? I see.
Yeah, you have to for spherical geometry, yeah.
Right. I understand that, for it to fit onto the outside of a ball. But the distances will always remain the same, right?
The distance is sure, yeah, but you wouldn't form the same shape. So as Left Lane's gift show, or go ahead,
you're spitfiring here. Just take it
well, I
slow.
answered your question. I'm expanding, but go ahead, man.
Yeah, it's too much expansion. I'm slow for that.
Yeah, that's my fault. Your personal preference is different. Go ahead.
Thank you. So now you're saying because of the heading, it's going to be different. But how do you know you're working with accurate headings? If I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like if we're on a flat plane and we're not on a sphere, wouldn't the headings just be different? Couldn't they just like reverse engineer a map and make it fit to whatever they want it to?
Not necessarily. It would be possible if you had all of the information of the Earth and then decided to develop a system. But this system was developed before knowing everything about the Earth. When it was just Europeans sailing what they thought was the world, it was reliable then, and then they were able to keep that consistency and reliability as other lands were discovered and added to what they had known what the world was. It's reliable.
I'm not buying that, because
you don't have to buy it.
Well, my reason for not buying it is because of how. Yeah, people have been very secretive about the locations of places. That's why we had, secret rudders and stuff. I don't think that they were being forthcoming with the amount of land that we're aware of back then. Just like I don't think they're doing that today.
Well, I'll put it this way: it was a good conversation, but if you want to get into conspiracy, I'll bow out.
That's
okay.
Are
you kidding me?
No, there's no kidding involved. It's a legitimate conversation in which we can talk about geometries and how you can apply one to the other, and then logical conclusions based off that. But if conspiracies are going to be brought up, I'm not interested. That's all. Someone else can.
All right, if you want to stick to math, I'll stick to math. No. I get what he's saying.
Ridiculous.
Do these headings
claiming something you can't prove?
Are these headings fixed based on a radius, on a known radius of the alleged globe?
To a degree, they'd be fixed from a location heading to another location. Yeah.
Right. Can you show me when they measured the radius of the Earth?
Oh no, we're going to change subjects now. Cool. All right.
Well,
would you?
If you're telling me that these headings are all based on a fixed radius, I'm just curious as to how you got that. Exactly. That's why I asked. That's why I asked originally. Did you draw a bunch of lines? And because all I'm seeing is this like regurgitated GIF, and then just kind of like, you only want to talk about a very specific set. Yes.
May I?
Okay.
Can I try to head this off?
Yeah.
Because I don't think Noah's actually ever seen me go through my whole Venn presentation. So here is.
But before you do that, no. But you're basing all of what you're saying on is history. But you can't prove any of that.
Okay. So what I've just posted in chat is the.
Basing all of
yes,
that
you are wrong. You are wrong. Let Kool-Aid keep going. I'm gonna post a picture. But Kool-Aid keep going.
He said.
Wait, why don't we listen to Kool-Aid first?
Early from Europe from years ago.
Yes, Fuzzy, you are wrong. I will post a picture. Kool-Aid, please continue.
So the Vendée Globe is a boat race that is run every 4 years. It starts in Vendée, France. It travels south until it reaches the Southern Ocean, and then it turns east. They then continue to sail east until they reach a sufficient parallel that they can then turn north and sail back to Vendée, France. They do not touch land the entire time. This race takes approximately 80 days with the current boat technology.
What is this? This picture shows everything on land.
The link I just posted gives you the exact dates and times for all of the boat. Imagine the yellow line, or it might be pink. I apologize. Colors are not my strong suit. Line that sits in front of the boats is called the VMG line. It is the hypothetical best line, that the shortest distance from point A to point B. Point A and point B both being Vendée, France, with the direction of travel only being east.
All the pictures that are being posted are none of the lines touch water at all. What are you guys talking about?
Bio is posting pictures of.
To address the magnetic heading question, of using it today accurately, rather than historical. That's what I'm addressing.
I just yo Fuzzy, what I just said, this link, just press on what I put this link and go up to that link, and that's what Drink Kool-Aid is talking about.
Right.
Yeah, the entire description there that you heard recently, that was Kool-Aid trying to explain that link there with the Vendy globe.
Yeah, not the pictures in the chat.
It's just weird that you're willing to carry on this conversation, whoever started it, you know. But then if somebody asks, okay, well where did you get the radius? If these headings are radius, you know, fixed radius dependent, let's talk about that. And that's spiraling. That's
Headings aren't radius dependent, are they?
That's what I'm assuming. I'm not, you know.
These ones are. These ones are when you're at a particular place on Earth with a particular distance to another place. Yeah, they would be.
Which brings us back to the history that we were talking about. You can't verify the history.
I know, but if we're gonna go back, step by step, in which where'd you get this, then that's not interesting. We can talk about one thing without having to devolve 5 times
that's
back.
Your problem. It's your problem. You claim to have all this information. We're just asking for it, and you're saying no.
It's going to be the same things that's been provided every day, so it won't change anything. But we can.
What's interesting?
We can dive into a new conversation that perhaps may have not taken place yet.
Yeah, we all used to know.
I would
all
like
you're
to
doing is repeating what we already know.
You've been presented the evidence of all the typical bullshit. That's essentially what it was.
I'd like to hear Drink Kool-Aid's explanation of a sailing race that happens every year or every whatever fucking it happens presently, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So
yeah, they just ran it last year.
This is not dependent on history. This is currently happening. So don't really need to
Yeah,
look back.
people have been sailing ships for a really long time before there was a radius calculated, and they just used the stars, and they actually thought the Earth was flat. So I don't really see how a boat race is gonna tilt the scales here.
Going, right?
Yeah, they still got where they were going.
Huh. Yeah.
So the distances and the speeds are okay. The speeds of the boat are known. The time it took for the boats to travel is known. With those two things, you can find out the distance that they traveled. The distances they traveled, they're all going to be individual. So let's take the winner of the race. He traveled 24,000 nautical miles on an AE style Gleason flat Earth map. His route would have been over 40,000 nautical miles. The problem is he wasn't doing twice his speed and didn't know. We know his speed. It didn't take twice as long, and we didn't know because we can keep pretty good track of time.
So you're saying that you have a map that you compared his charts to, and he's doing 40,000 miles or whatever, right?
24,000 nautical miles, yeah.
24,000 nautical miles. But then you said if he was doing it on an AE map or a flat map, what did you say? I'm sorry.
An AE or Gleason style projection map.
The distances would increase because as you on a globe, as you travel south from the equator, the space decrease. Those concentric lines around the Earth decrease. But when you're on a Gleason's map, when you're looking above it, you can see that those lines are increasing. The space between land is increasing on a flat map like that. That would be the implication.
These boats are racing, and we all know we've all run a race, and the fastest way to go is the shortest distance, right? You don't add distance. But these boats fight to be as far south as they can, where on a Gleason or an AE projection map, that would be the longest distance.
So they're basically like right next to the coast the entire time.
Your argument is all dependent on a map that I don't even know what map you're talking about.
A flat Earth map versus a globe map.
There's no such thing as a flat Earth map. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
There's logical implications that are involved. If we're gonna say that the ice wall surrounds a flat Earth,
I'm not saying
then we're talking about all the ice wall. That's fine. It doesn't matter whether you say it or not. Flat Earthers do. and it's legitimate to
No,
bring
so
up.
you're bagging
the
all
United
blows.
Nations. So
Dude,
we'll go with the
you guys
United
are
Nations.
Then let us
map.
know what map you find accurate. Let us know what map you find accurate.
Let's go with the
right
United
now.
Nations map.
No, that's fine. Let us know what
Why
map
would we
you
go with?
find to be accurate, and then we can progress.
Okay, there's no such thing as a map that you find to be accurate. Either a map is accurate or it's
Okay,
not.
what map is accurate in your opinion?
None of them really.
Oh, there it is. Then why are you talking
Yeah.
about maps? Why are you talking about maps then?
Because you're talking about maps. Because your
right,
your
but you don't
entire
have
argument.
to. You don't find that any of them are accurate,
Look, dude,
so
if
don't
you're,
talk
if
about
what
it.
you had to if what you had to say was really meaningful and truthful, you wouldn't have to interrupt me every 3 seconds. First off,
And to be
okay,
fair,
you know
you're
the
both
truth
interrupting
doesn't.
one another.
Kind of hard to tell when someone's just talking over you, isn't it?
You're doing the same thing.
Yeah, both of you doing.
I was kind of enjoying Kool-Aid's explanation. I don't know.
Yeah, his entire point though rests on the idea that there is a map with an ice wall, and I understand what he's saying. Yeah, you'd be going around the largest ring on this map.
No,
and that would
actually,
be-
my point that isn't my point, and I apologize if I derailed it into thinking that was my point. My point was we know the distances. We've sailed them. I can show you a race that happened last weekend, or finished last weekend if you're interested, where they sailed across the Atlantic Ocean. All of these distances are well known and well documented.
How are they calculated?
To say that we don't have a map is utterly ridiculous. We have maps. They work.
I wouldn't say we know the distances by sailing them, but what I think you would definitely find is what you said before, which is it can't get any shorter. Right? Whereas if there was something, an Earth that emanated out from a central North Pole, then there would be way shorter ways to get places.
Yo, riding eggshells. I'm eating an English muffin right now.
I'm Australian. God damn it.
Oh, fuck.
Fucking Americans. Making that mistake every time.
What is the correlation between the distances and the shape of something?
All right. Would you agree that to draw a circle around Antarctica on a ball would be a small circle? Would you agree that drawing a circle around Antarctica
I don't like to
would be a
answer
smaller
questions.
circle?
Would you agree? So just ask me a regular question.
Okay, so to me, the distance makes sense because the North Pole or the South Pole, same thing, draw a circle around them and it could be very small. It could be smaller than the equator. If the Gleason map is the map that people want to go with, I get that they don't want to, but that's just attempting to be unfalsifiable, then the smallest circle should be the North Pole, then the middle circle should be the equator, and then the South Pole should be the biggest circle. So distances matter. Distances will tell you where you are. Right. And that's the thing. That's the thing I would look out for, Noah. People won't want to hold to a map. When Kool-Aid or someone starts putting their feet to the fire on distances, people will say, well, we don't have a map. If you find in other conversations where they're not being held to these distances, they will have a map. But suddenly there will be a desire to be unfalsifiable and skip out of having to do that.
Well, Eggshells, do you think it's understandable that people would know? Do you think it's understandable from your perspective that some people would know the Earth is flat and know it's not a globe, however, not have a perfect map of the whole thing? Would that make sense to you?
Well, I think yes, but I'm not asking for a full map. Right? You could do the smallest segment and show it to be wrong.
There's also technicality.
I don't need the whole map.
Hold on. There's also the technical aspect that it might not just be as the bigger South Pole ring. It might not have. It might be content the whole thing or like infinite. You know. So when you're saying that the North will be in the center, the equator will be in the center, and the South will be the outer ring, that might not even be the case.
Sure. Here's of that A projection map that was designed to help people when they are mapping from the poles. Here is the equal and opposite map. Could this be the world? Right, with Australia and these places closer towards the center.
I don't want to interrupt anyone, but I gotta respond.
The
You guys are taking this way too far.
For the globe.
Hold on. Is he still here? Oh, dude. Oh no, he is. Kool-Aid. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, maps, right?
Yes.
It's kind of important that things are labeled properly on maps if you're going to be using them to navigate, right?
Yes.
Right. So does it bother you at all that the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn are mislabeled? That those constellations haven't been pointed to during the summer solstice in over 2,000 years. Is that a little weird or no?
No, don't give a shit.
Why
Doesn't
doesn't that matter?
Doesn't it?
Because
Doesn't
that
it
is
have
not
more
a
to do with where the sun is?
that is
Where
not
the
a
sun is
nautical
overhead?
that is not a nautical landmark or something that's pointed to on any of my nautical charts. So it's really completely irrelevant to the nautical charting.
So somebody
something that's not
less than
pointed
2,000 years ago that doesn't have GPS, that's using a sextant to navigate. It doesn't matter that the map that they're using has the constellation. Okay.
If you're going to say sextant, you don't have to say 2,000 years. The sextants have been around for a couple hundred years. 300 years, if you want to get back to the really first designs. A sextant is a new piece of technology. A sextant was not. The whole thing does not work unless you use spherical geometry.
That sounds even crazier to the whole story that we've known that the Earth is a globe for 2,000 years. They were saying that the sextant is only
here's
couple
one of the fun parts.
Hold on.
Nobody wants to talk about.
They strictly made that globe model mathematically. They didn't really have any other evidence to go by 2,000 years ago.
Plenty of other evidence for not as accurate maps, of course.
Yeah. Don't need a sextant for that.
What? No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, if the sextant was only created a couple hundred years ago, right? Then what is the evidence that you guys are depending on for 2,000 or 3,000 or whenever this supposedly globe story? What could they have possibly had to concrete their suspicions
They
that
still use constellations.
other than math?
Jay, they still used maps. They still used constellations. They still used landmarks, man. If I know that this bright ass star in the sky is the North Star, when I look at it and walk, I'm traveling north. They had landmarks like this. I don't know if he left for connection issues, but whatever.
I'm a little. Yeah, back to the map discussion. If the Tropic of Cancer is only identifiable on one day out of the year,
even labeled on this map.
Yeah, but
is
the map that you're using something that you would use with GPS? Because I'm talking about a time when we didn't have that.
You're talking about something that's not even labeled on this map. So completely irrelevant to the discussion.
Okay.
Why don't we talk about the nautical charts that are used in this race?
Dude, I didn't know you're live streaming. I haven't been looking at my phone at all.
I've only been talking about
I didn't know
this
he was dry.
one race for the last 2 years.
Wait, I'm gonna go on the live stream.
This is quite literally the map they used. If you zoom it out, uh-oh. I have it paused at this point in the race because this is an interesting point in the race. At this point in the race, the PBR boat actually snapped in half and sunk in under 2 minutes.
Oh shit!
I had no idea.
South Sea. It's been cold.
Because of the accuracy of his GPS call, the radio transmission he was able to get off was Mayday, Mayday, she's going down. That was it.
And can I ask, what is the distance when they get close to completing that circle around the exclusion zone, creepy exclusion zone to hide the ice wall? What kind of distance have they covered? Sort of
ice wall.
Sure. Let's look at exactly. At this point in time, Apriva, in second place, has covered 275.5 nautical miles. Sorry, that's in the last 24 hours. Distance sailed is 39,116.3 kilometers.
39,000. How long does it take them to race?
The entire race takes 80 days. At this point, we are about 60-something days into it.
So how does that distance match up to an ice wall? Exclusion zone's going to make it wider. Why are they excluded from going inside there?
Ice wall.
It's too dangerous for fiberglass ships.
What, because the hull freezes? What?
Because they'll hit an iceberg.
Ah, right.
So it's
What
just
stops them
for
going
the sake.
inside? Is there like military stopping them crossing the exclusion zone, or is it just a race rule?
It's just a race rule. They get a time penalty if you spend more than like an hour and a half inside the exclusion zone.
What? That's fucking dumb.
Yeah. It's just a safety thing.
Yeah, but the rule? That's a dumb rule. I should be able to risk my ship to get extra time.
If you want to do that, then we can actually talk about a different race that it will be getting ready to go off in the next couple of years. These two races I hear get switched around all the time in this discussion, and that's the Antarctic Yacht Race. The Antarctic Yacht Race was billed as a yearly race, but due to funding and budget as well as PR issues, it hasn't been run more than twice. They will run it again this year. Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. My dad watched the Transpac every year.
Yeah. Those Ultimas were absolutely flying. They had a VMG of like 29 knots over 24 hours. Just crazy numbers.
Eggshells was asking about the mileage, and I was interested in. Did we come to a conclusion on that? How does the mileage compare to what maybe it should be on a flat Earth?
I don't have the exact numbers for this point on it. The entire race itself would be 40,000 nautical miles, and they sail 28,000, so over twice. But at this exact point, I would have to run the numbers again.
How would we work that out? I mean, I guess you'd have to assume that a map accepts the north-south distances are correct, use that as a radius, and then do pi r.
The way I did it is I used a distance that most people agree on. The one I chose was New York to LA, because most people will agree we know that distance. I then overlaid that along the line of travel on both the AE map and the nautical charts that were used. Found the nautical charts they were used matched up 100% where the 40,000 to 28,000 was found on the AE map. You could probably do it a whole lot smarter and with math, but
Yeah, I mean, if you know the how many degrees south latitude, if you just concentric circles, you should be able to calculate what that distance should be.
Riding on eggshells is a Brit living in Australia, not a real Australian.
I mean, I'm not super ochre.
I've never heard an Australian talk like riding on eggshells.
So you ready for my conspiracy theory part of this race?
Go on.
I mentioned the PBR boat and how it sank. The closest ship to him was this guy named Kevin, a friend as Vosquier or something like that. French
Was he
guy.
Russian?
French.
Even worse.
He spent a few hours trying to rescue him and managed to pull him out of the sea. They then sailed together until a Navy vessel was able to get out to him and pick the guy up off his ship. Kevin received 2 additional marks in the standing for the time lost due to the search and rescue efforts. 2 years before, there's a very similar version of this race where Kevin's ship sunk in a record quick time where the PBR ship was the closest one to it, and they were able to pull him out. They also received 2 points in the rankings due to their search and rescue efforts.
Isn't that?
So it might just be coincidental, but conspiracy theory.
Are you trying to say that it was like a tit for tat? Like, hey, thanks, so do it to me and I'll help you or something?
Mm-hmm.
Sounding like a bit of a conspiracy theorist, Kool-Aid.
You know, this is all one big old boys club. Backroom deals.
Why would they wait 2 years?
Next big race.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
How
So I'm looking at a meme right now. It says, "Why are you dressed like a woman?" 1953. I'm trying to get discharged from the army. 2021. I'm trying to get a promotion in the army.
Kool-Aid, I did, and I guess Left Lane, I haven't told you. I did that mass attracting mass using chicken tenders and whole turkeys.
When did you do that?
I did it, I think it's still on my Twitch because it's recent enough. It was the day before Thanksgiving, so I think it was Wednesday, perhaps Tuesday into Wednesday, something like that. But it was live streamed in.
I missed it.
Missed it, yeah. I saw a picture of it. I was like, is that turkey?
Yeah.
The chicken
There were-
tenderloin, wasn't it?
There were, chicken tenders. I guess outside of America, tenderloins, but yeah, chicken tenders for the internal mass, and then external masses were 21-pound turkeys.
So how'd it go?
So it's scientifically, it was a great success. It was awesome. I set it up, and I'll post a couple pictures. But I set it up, allowed it to come to rest. Came to a rest. I was sitting there, I think overnight. I think I slept through it, and then the next day, as soon as I introduced the turkeys, it started moving instantaneously, and then the context of it being not 100% is the thermal equilibrium because of the turkey thawing was creating energy over a while, so it would never come to a new resting point. So I didn't have a new mark because of that reason. So then what I did was...
What you're saying is it was paltry evidence.
Heyo.
This is the funniest thing I've ever seen, Bio.
So what I did was I ended the stream because we needed the computer for our streaming drunk nights, whatever. But I did keep on recording using kettlebells instead of the turkeys to take away that thermal issue. And I did come up with a new resting point when I did that. So still using chicken tenders on the inside, kettlebells, which had the same temperature. They're not fluctuating. There was a new resting point. So I'd call the entire thing a complete success.
What's the goal? What's the goal with the Cavendish experiments? What is the conclusion that you're trying to reach?
Just mass attracts mass, and because now I've done it with different materials, I'm showing that it doesn't matter what the material is, mass will attract mass.
Non-magnetic materials.
Where's the video, Bio?
Well, technically, everything is made of mass, so mass will attract mass. But what is the conclusion? What does that prove?
That mass attracts mass. That one of the key arguments, and one of the probably the most emotionally invested arguments of flat Earth is wrong. That's the purpose of it. There are other purposes I'm going to do outside of flat Earth, but for this context, yeah.
What specific purpose? What specific purpose are you talking about?
Oh, just the blatant claim of mass attracting mass isn't a force. That mass attracting mass is not real. That blah blah blah. All these things.
But what does it matter, the shape of the Earth? Wouldn't mass attract mass equally? I mean, what if we lived on a star? Wouldn't it when it comes to the shape of the Earth, what does it actually prove is what I'm asking?
That there's a force. Thanks, Kool-Aid. That was quick, actually. That there are forces present that that would explain the spherical nature of Earth, and I think I've explained it to you a few times. Where the most natural shape, I think, is a sphere. Whether you're blowing a bubble and you're creating that force on the inside of that liquid, so long as the outside is not creating a hole for that air to escape, you're going to be creating a sphere every single time. Similar to mass attracting mass, when you have an accumulation of stuff, accumulation of matter, there's going to be an inherent force at the center, or at least strongest from the center. The force exists everywhere, but strongest from the center. So as it accumulates, it's going to relatively create a spherical shape, because if your path of least resistance is over here on this object, that's where you're going to quote unquote gravitate towards. So you're always going to be filling that least resistant space. So over time, you're going to be creating a sphere.
I got a question. So did you do an experiment or something to prove that mass attracts mass?
I've done 2 now, but this one was done with organic materials.
Okay, what was the experiment?
Mass attracts mass, bro. That's just how it is, man. It just doesn't prove. It doesn't prove what they think it does, though.
I know, that's why we have like a scientific method. It's gonna make this. We're gonna untangle this word salad here, because there's a lot of that.
I'll get my copy pasta ready. One sec.
I don't need your copy pasta. I just want to know what your experiment was.
Yeah, so it was essentially the Cavendish was the baseline of it. There are many differences between the Cavendish and mine, but that would be the baseline that's most well understood. For example, this is oriented vertically.
Wait, the Cavendish experiment?
Oh, here we go.
Dude, that wasn't an experiment, dude.
There we go. How about you properly explain how it wasn't? Because I have a hypothesis. I tested that hypothesis. I manipulated variables, and I came to a conclusion, and I repeated it. In what way is it not an experiment?
What was the observation that you had that led you to that?
I know. This is why I'm getting the copy pasta, for this very reason. 1 second.
It's such a predictable line of questioning to go down that he's got a copy pasta ready. Doesn't that?
It's dead.
That would kick me in the teeth if I was like going to start a line of questioning and somebody's like,
but isn't it reasonable? Aren't those reasonable questions to ask? Don't you think? It doesn't matter what character came up with them. So is it strictly because it was some guy called Quantum Eraser that came up with it? Is that the real situation?
The situation for asking that. The situation for asking that is because it's
thinking. It shows the person isn't thinking and investigating it for themselves. They're just rote repeating what somebody else said to them. If you were still going, okay, so what did you even if you're using the same words, you go, what was the independent variable and how did you alter it or something like that? That would be fine. But to just go like plodding through what somebody else said in such a predictable fashion that you can post a copy pasta, no, that doesn't show critical thinking.
But hold on. Maybe the person repeating the nonsense, whatever it is, has enough faith in the person that did the original research, right? Is it possible that you guys are just giving him way credit?
QE has never done
research.
Listen, he came up with an efficient way with an efficient way to go straight to the point. I mean, I don't understand what is so.
QE is never.
It seems like defamation. Like this has nothing to do with the information.
It's 100% defamation, Jay, because the original person who brought it forward. No, it is. It's a 100% defamation, because the person who's providing the questioning and the reason why it's being repeated by every other fucking person is because the research hasn't been done and there are baseless claims being made, and it's repeated like a slogan rather than using critical thinking to think for yourself and formulate questions and concerns yourself.
Or even better than that,
Why don't you seeing QE explain why the quantum eraser is an experiment?
It's also like I think do what Platypus said, like use the scientific method, which wouldn't be asking questions and criticizing it. It would be watching it, learning it, replicating it yourself, and getting a different result. Getting the same result, seeing what the results say. That would be the scientific method. Criticizing something based on what somebody else once told you, that's the opposite of science.
Yes, and
it's like how is
the
this
answer.
different from you guys just repeating what Cavendish tells us? You're just regurgitating what.
No, I'm not, because I performed the experiment. Fuzzy, I performed the experiment twice. I performed the experiment twice, so I don't have to repeat. I don't have to repeat Cavendish anymore. I can source myself.
Listen, I'm bio. I can give you the master chart. You know that. I believe in that.
Well, can you mute?
I for sure.
How can you prove
that you
somebody has a hot mic, man.
Right there.
Y'all are talking all over.
Yeah, right there, number 4. It says objects accelerate to Earth, such as a squirrel dropping from a tree. The squirrel brought it up.
Fuzzy Ewok, how about a name you put in here?
Right?
I'll address it as fast as I can, Fuzzy. Are you asking why number 4 is worded the way it is?
Well, it's obviously the squirrel brought it up there. Or the
Yeah,
tree
that's a great response. So anyways, an intelligent
that-
person will respond to you now. So when we observe something falling, such as an acorn that a squirrel has dropped, we can see that it accelerates. We can measure that it accelerates. There is a particular amount of force it creates when it makes contact with something. If you have sensors 5 feet below that acorn or 20 feet below that acorn, there are different forces involved because we know it's accelerating. So that'll take care of the first part. The second part was just to give a natural example. The squirrel is part of nature. Acorns are part of nature. They drop naturally. It's just to satisfy the dumbass flat Earth question about it.
Wait, I thought you said this was going to be a quick one because you said there was a particular rate of attraction, right? Is that what you said about this acorn?
Yeah, but no, I was just about to say.
Hold on.
I was talking to him.
It's never about the evidence or anything. We always have to devolve into something else.
No, you said there's a particular rate of attraction. Yet when you do your Cavendish experiment, this is never taken into account. It's a correlation causation effect.
Oh, I know, because it's a cause and effect. That's what my experiment is, and I've said that from day fucking one, Riggs. It's a cause and effect experiment to make sure that it happens.
Yeah, can I? So if I take a basketball under the water, can we measure its acceleration upward?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about my step-by-step methodology of the scientific method and my evidence that I provided. Are we going to change subjects to buoyancy now?
You're the one that changed the subject. I originally asked you for something.
Can never talk about the evidence. This is why I bring it up as often as I do, because we never talk about the evidence.
When I was talking about it, when I was asking you, you said we can measure its acceleration downwards. Can we measure it the acceleration upwards in water? Is my question.
Oh, sure, man. Yeah, develop a hypothesis and then let us know what your evidence shows. And then, yeah, it's a different experiment.
So if I call it moon gravity, pulling it upwards, and I can measure
Call it that, man.
Why are you changing the topic? I thought we wanted
we're talking about
to go through with this, and now you're talking about moon gravity.
Does that mean that I'm wrong?
No. This is what I'll tell you, Fuzzy. What I think you should do, I think that is a fantastic line of logic. Please develop a scientific method, test your hypothesis, let us know what the results are. Until then, I'm not going to address a thought experiment that's made out of thin air.
Not at all. Objects accelerate upwards away from Earth in water, such as instead of a squirrel, let's say a basketball being pulled underwater.
We're not talking about upward acceleration, Ewok.
Why are you trying to change the topic? It's so transparent that you don't want to talk about this. That once he got called on the whole thing about do you have all these things that he had the copy pasta ready to go, suddenly you want to talk about moon gravity. It's transparent. We can all see it.
I'm addressing a specific point when he said we can.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Yeah, I was talking. He was saying.
All you do is talk. You don't breathe.
It's interrupted.
Yeah, man. Fuzzy, it's because your mic sounds like static. It just sounds like we can't hear you very well. It's fuzzy.
So just stop talking and listen. Right?
You never stop, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but because I haven't got to the point. Okay. You said very specifically. You said very specifically we can measure its acceleration, and that proves what you're talking about. What I asked is if I can measure acceleration upwards, does that prove what I'm talking about?
Fantastic, Fuzzy, fantastic. That is something separate from what's being discussed here. And as I said, if you want to hold on, Fuzzy, this is the example. This is the example right here. If you not stop talking, this is the example, direct example. If you want to bring that up and you have evidence to provide, such as you performed an experiment, by all means provide it. That is totally separate from what's being presented here.
I wouldn't call it an experiment.
You can do whatever you want, Fuzzy.
Under the water. Me pulling the
ball
do it.
That's totally separate, man. That's totally separate from what we're talking about. It's almost like if I brought up magnetism and then you wanted to use centrifugal force for something. It's a totally different subject that we're talking about.
It's valid to talk about it. Just go do the experiment. But using this weird what about over here while somebody's in the middle of talking about what they actually did? You want to do the scientific method, but then when confronted with something that looks like a scientific method, you're doing something very different to the scientific method.
But the point is that it's not a scientific experiment.
In your opinion. But I provided you.
Show us your scientific experiment.
I have provided you the scientific method, and I provided the evidence. Would you like to talk about the evidence, or would you like to say, or would you like to change the subject to something completely irrelevant instead? Which one would you rather do?
It's not irrelevant. I'm addressing.
We already know which one you'd like to do.
I know. I just wanted me to say it. Be honest.
I'm addressing your evidence.
Okay, address the evidence. So what happened within my experiment?
I'm saying it's not an experiment.
Okay, let's call it. How about we give it the nomenclature of knee mouse? What happened in my knee mouse? Because we can agree to that nomenclature of what I'm presenting. So what happened during my knee mouse?
What do you mean?
We're going to talk about the evidence, right? We're talking about the evidence. You don't like the nomenclature of it being called an experiment. So we're going to agree to call it a knee mouse. So within this knee mouse, what happened?
The hell is a knee mouse?
It's a substitute word for experiment. He's trying to get you to focus off of the word experiment so you won't work off the steps or whatever.
Just want to address the evidence.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people I do.
Address the argument and the evidence presented, not fuzzy, whatever the heck Fuzzy's talking about.
What I'm talking about is
you're talking about anything other than Biodole's experiment.
Yeah, it's noticeable.
Yep.
It really is.
Yep.
He's talking about bananas and basketballs now, right?
Why does everyone's mic suck? Do I need to go somewhere else?
If you
Confirmation bias.
One's really good.
It's like everybody's got a bad mic. I can't handle it anymore.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
So,
Everybody
Nigel,
makes
what
up.
was your hypothesis?
Not too loud.
Oh, my hypothesis was kind of going on top of my last experiment in which I wanted to use different materials. So I guess my new hypothesis for this one specifically would be that exchanging the masses material for organic material will not change the apparent attraction that was caused in the first one.
And did you need, to Riggs's question, did you need a particular rate of attraction, or was it just that you needed attraction?
No, I didn't need well, I needed a rate. If there was 0 rate, my experiment fails. If I guess you could say if there was a negative rate, it would have failed because that would have been repulsion. But I just needed a rate of attraction, and that would satisfy.
Need a specific number on it.
Can I explain this to Eggshells real quick? Just very quickly. Okay, so in the globe model, okay, it's this mass thing that's causing this attraction, and it's okay. The Earth is so big, right, that it takes a lot of mass to create this effect to make it functional, so to speak. Now, if you've just got any amount of two objects, it would be a very, very small amount of any sort of gravity whatsoever. Like this attraction effect, whatever they claim, it would be so minute. It wouldn't even fit on any of your calculators. Like it would be too small.
Well, quite possibly, yeah. You're 100% right.
So this idea, this idea that you're actually measuring this attraction, compounded with anything else that might be interfering with it in your very small little, mom's basement or whatever you're doing, like it's unquantifiable. Like you have
it's quantifiable.
Like, if I could put 1 million people on both sides of a tug of war, and then you're telling me a fly on one side made the difference, how did you measure that difference?
Well, I wouldn't tell you that at all, Riggs. I would not do that. I would not.
Well, that's basically what you're demonstrating.
Hold on, Riggs. Hold on. You told me to hold on when I interrupted, apparently. Anyway, when it comes to an experiment like this, you're 100% right in which there will be a rate depending on the mass amount. With the Earth, it would be, in the globe model, it would cause a rate of attraction 9.8 meters per second every second. That would be the acceleration. In this experiment, because it is so low, we would not at all expect 9.8 meters per second. We would expect something, as you said, extremely small, probably not fit, when we do the calculations, probably not fit on our iPhone calculators.
Probably not enough to make any movement whatsoever. Yet we see movement.
Okay, that's your hypothesis. My hypothesis is something different, and my evidence says different. So I don't give a fuck what your opinion is right now. So
yeah, but if you don't have an expected rate of attraction, then you don't know if you should expect it at all.
We don't need a value rate. It's a cause and effect experiment.
Yeah. Do you have it sounds like you're saying that BioJoule needs a rate of attraction. Do you have a rate of attraction?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what is it? What's the number?
Like most women, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. And this is the honest discussion that we expect out of you guys.
Well, but here's the thing. It's so obvious. Okay, so just because I don't know the exact math, okay, means that it doesn't exist?
No, but that's
it's so obvious.
But you're saying that it should exist in this argument. You're saying that
should it not?
That you're refusing to watch.
Should it not?
That's
if the idea is mass equals a particular amount of attraction,
no,
should it not equal that amount in your?
And you don't even know what it is.
That's not the question that's trying to be answered, Riggs. The question is, does it occur? Does it occur at all?
Let's call the bluff. Let's call the bluff right now. You guys want to call me out? How do you do it? Let's find it out right now.
Presenting yourself in a very immature way.
No, I agree with you. I'm full of shit. Let's figure it out right now. How much attraction should you get?
Figure it out. Go for it.
Let's all do it.
It's like nano.
I don't
here you go. Here you go.
How to be measured, but I suggest
here you go. Here's a calculator. Here's a calculator that'll calculate it to what you would expect given particular values. If you know all of these values, you will have a
okay, well, you did the experiment. What are the values?
That's not the question that I was answering.
Hey, Riggs, it's like this. I mean, you put the big mass close to the little ones, and the little ones move towards the big ones. That's basically all it is.
That's all the question was. When I put these big things next to this very small thing on this very delicate balance, will it be attracted?
Wow,
that was the
it's
question.
like a Tinker toy set. You guys are
very rudimentary.
playing with
I
toys,
would never do
man.
this. I would never do this at a university. I would never write a paper on this. I would never present this to a professor. I would never do any of those things.
I agree.
Rudimentary
I agree entirely.
because it is for flat Earth, and it was a very specific question.
So simple.
Oh.
In a vacuum.
Listen, I disagree on you, Ron, with that bio. Though I think you should write something down. Make it official, because this might sound stupid to you now, or maybe it isn't stupid. Maybe it's just saying that to follow the script or whatever. But I think what you're doing is very important. I agree that mass attracts mass, although I don't agree with your conclusion. But
right? No. I agree with you 100%. Yeah. Where we've talked about this before, and we were honest with each other, in which gravity and mass attracting mass could, in theory, exist on a flat Earth. The interesting question isn't does it exist, does it not exist? That's not the interesting question. It's validated in one side. The interesting part is the implications that it would have on a spherical or flat Earth. That's the interesting part. Whether it exists or not, that's settled science. That's done. The interesting part comes where it affects us in reality.
Yep, I agree with you.
Does it, from lack of air resistance, do you reckon, take longer to come to rest? Because I would imagine in a normal one, the air resistance would help it stop its oscillating quicker.
What if it's all air resistance?
Correct. Yeah. When I removed the air in the original experiment using the metals, it oscillated for longer when there was less air in it. Yeah. So
right.
You're spot on. The air resistance. Yeah. Or lack thereof. Yeah. But this one wasn't done under a vacuum. I just used the chamber to
keep the chicken smells in.
Well, yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, because they did thaw out and shit. But it was mostly just to keep the perhaps the air conditioner, perhaps my fan, perhaps the cats that like to walk around, preventing any of that from fucking up the balance. I gotta post my picture of my marks because I know the video's long.
I'm actually boggled that you guys would think that the rate or expected rate is just not part of your understanding of this. Like, if you're going to do this,
I get your question.
Why would it not be significant?
Like, if somebody said, I turned my car right, and you said, at what rate? And I said, I don't know. And you go, well, to make this more robust, or for my reasons, I want to know that. I get that. And I think it'd be cool to have it. But I don't think it would change whether I turned my car right. And I think this is very similar. Like, if it deviates, the rate, whether it be measured in like degrees per hour or
look, no, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
To have, but what you're trying to do is a binary of does it move, doesn't it move?
No, what I'm saying is that if you did the math, you may find out that there wouldn't be enough attraction to even move the weight at all.
You can investigate that, man. I'll give you whatever variables you need. I will go do that now. I still have chicken tenders from the same package. I still have the turkeys. The apparatus is still set up, although without the tenders on it. Whatever you need, those variables I will provide to you very specifically, and I'll try to be as concise as I can. if I were doing this at a university level, perhaps this is part of my thesis to get my PhD in physics. This setup would not exist. It would be fine-tuned to a higher degree. The mathematics behind it would be included. I would expect a numerical rate. I would measure a numerical rate and I would calculate. I would do all those things. Because this is for flat Earth, it is not a question of the specific rate or expected rate. It is, I expect an attraction of some kind. And that's it. That is the question. It either happens or it doesn't.
Yeah, but then you say mass attracts mass. That's a claim that exceeds the experiment that you've done.
I've done 2 now using different materials, and I've gotten attractions on both. The first time was using metal. The only alternative that I was presented was perhaps magnetism. Now I've used a chicken tender and turkey, man. What's the goalpost move now?
The goalpost move? You're the one who's making a larger claim than what you've actually stressed.
I'm sorry, I have attracted metals to each other, and I've attracted organic material to each other. What else should I do?
Right, and you're the one who also admitted
what else
that
do I need to do, Riggs?
your quote-unquote experiment was dog shit, and you couldn't actually officially use it
It's
for any
rudimentary, in which I'm not going to present it professionally. I will present it here with laymen.
Then you can't make the claim, right?
No, of course I can. I can present it and make the claim wherever I want.
Okay, then just make the claim however you want.
I'm going to, and I'm going to back it with evidence.
For the
what
record.
are you going to do? What are you going to do?
I don't have to. Your shit's useless.
But you are. But you are.
I actually don't have to. You told me that this isn't useful for fucking anything.
It's not useful at the professional level. It's useful here.
Sure. Says you.
I know, and look how emotionally you're getting about it. Just by presenting it and explaining it thoroughly.
You fucking flail this shit around. It's actually just dog shit.
No, it's dog shit on the professional level. For the layman level,
I'm tired of hearing about the dog shit. That's it. Like, this is basically the equivalent of blurry stars in the sky using the wrong equipment.
Okay, Riggs.
Like, this is basically the same fucking thing.
What would be the rate of attraction? What would it be measured in? And what would if that number was too high or too low? What would that be? And how would you know that, Riggs? So that we know you're not just
because I don't know about the physics. I can't do the math myself because I don't know enough about that.
It's not what I said. I was asking.
That it doesn't exist.
You seem really stuck on what's this rate of attraction. I'm curious to know.
Well, I would think it's important. If I'm somebody who's doing this, I would think it's important.
Okay. Okay.
You don't even know what you're asking.
But let me put it on the flip side. Let me put it on the flip side from my perspective, Riggs. Let's say there's magnetism that you subscribe to. Someone says no. Magnetism doesn't exist at all. Do you need to provide in your rebuttal the rate at which magnetism attracts or repels, because it's both, or do you just need to show them that it does attract or repel? Which one of those do you only need to do to satisfy their claim?
Okay, but magnetism is something that we've...
now you understand.
No. You've equated something far different. Okay, magnetism is something that is functional and we use. This mass attracting mass thing, not functional, not something we fucking use.
That's besides the point.
No, it's not besides the point.
Someone
it's
says
not analogous.
Someone says a thing doesn't exist. I don't need to show them a quantified amount of the thing. I just need to show them the thing, and then I've refuted their argument.
Okay, well,
thank you.
You're using thank you. Fuck you, man. You're making the dumbest fucking arguments, and eggshells is sucking your cock.
I mean,
we don't dispute whether or not magnetism. No, you just don't shut the fuck up. Nobody's disputing that we can use magnetism. That is not fucking useful. We don't use mass attracting mass. You're attributing a claim to some dog shit thing that doesn't prove anything. All I'm doing is pointing it out.
If we did use mass attracting mass, would that change it? If that's the only reason
absolutely,
okay,
because
we use it.
No, we don't use it. We don't use
gravity.
But that's because you don't do much.
We don't use it.
Is that the claim? We don't use gravity for anything?
At no point do we use exclusively mass attracting mass.
We call that gravity. We don't say mass attracting mass.
Not
we say
true.
Gravity.
Not true.
Okay. Well, now we're in an argument of semantics of rhetoric.
Yeah.
That's all that ever is.
The evidence, anything but actually explore what Biogel did.
Okay, yeah, go to space. Go to space.
One day, that'd be nice.
Yeah, not happening.
I don't think I will, but it'd be cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the space hotels.
Did he do the same? Did he do the same thing with the turkeys, hot, cold? You know, did he try
Oh
other
no,
variables?
that was part of the problem. That was part of the problem, Whites. So I did to a certain extent mess with that.
Did you remove static?
No, 1 second, Whites. 1 sec. So
well, no, but you haven't
part
removed
of the
the
problem.
variable, so
So
it's a
part of the
garbage
problem.
piece of crap.
Oh, I'm going to address exactly what you were talking about.
And here
Would you like me to?
trolling fucking rigs over it. No,
Would
I don't
you
want
would
you
you
to address
like
it,
for me
'cause
to
there's no
address
fucking
exactly
point.
what you brought up?
Well, no, you didn't do it, did you?
No. Okay.
Right.
I mean, I did.
So
I
there
can
you go.
expand, but you don't want me to.
Oh, you did do it. Okay.
So you're going to question, but you don't want the answer. Is that it?
Basically, he's going to bring up an issue. I'm going to
Where's
say
the
I'm going to
video?
address.
Where's the video?
It's in the chat.
Where is the
Goddamn,
video?
man. It's in the chat.
What?
Can you scroll up?
So you've got turkeys that are cooked, you've got turkeys that are frozen, you've got turkeys that are at room
I
temperature.
could
all done on the
address
video.
your issues if you want me to. Just say it. Do you want me to or no?
So is it in the video? Is it in the video? Because that would help address it. We could all see what happens.
He's already talked about it, man. I don't know if you weren't here or weren't listening, but he's already talked about the temperature of the chickens. He's probably going to answer it again if you just let him.
Yeah, I'll probably just repeat the
But
exact
can he
same words I
quickly
used
say,
before.
has he done the experiments with them all at different temperatures? Has he done that or not?
White's World.
Have you done the experiment at all ever?
Why don't you go
Oh
watch the
my
video?
God, so you
and
can't
know
even
what
answer
you're
the
talking
question.
about?
No, I can,
Fair
White.
enough.
I can. But I
No,
attempted
you
to,
wanna
and you
address
continuously
the
interrupted me
question,
like
not
you're interrupting me
answer it.
right now. So this is
I don't want
my
you to
impression of
address
you,
the
White.
question.
This is
I would
my
like
impression
you
of
to
you.
answer the
Hey,
question.
White, answer my question. But while you're
No.
answering my question, I'm going to
Give me an
interrupt you the whole
impression
time.
all you like. Show us how you can't answer a fucking question.
I can't speak over people. That's pretty difficult to speak over people, White. Would you give me a
Can
chance
you answer a
to
question?
answer?
It's yes or
Would you
no.
give me some time to answer without you interrupting?
No, it's yes or no.
No.
I
Okay,
don't want
perfect.
anything
No, you
else.
just said you're not going to
So you
interrupt me.
didn't do
Well,
it.
hold on. I think everybody should have a chance to speak. So whoever wants to speak should go ahead and try not to be interrupted, and then the other person can respond. So I think, Bio, did you want
Well,
to?
I asked a question, a yes or no question, and he wants to address the question. So can he just answer yes or no or not?
You tell me, White. Am I forced to answer the way you want me to, or can I expand?
Did you do what I asked or not? It's a yes or no.
I'm going to expand. That's my option. So
Right,
there was
there
a
you
problem
go.
with
Gio, do what you want, mate.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Fucking hell.
Did you pay Bio
That
to
was
do
funny.
this?
That was very funny.
Well, I get. Hold on. Well, White. Well, how about this? White's ask the question again. If he wants to respond yes or no, he can. But obviously, he doesn't have to. So if he wants to respond in a different way, he is allowed to do that. But why don't you ask the question again?
Yeah.
So that everybody
Okay, I'll ask the question again, but this is my question, and he'd be responding to me, and I'm only interested in a yes or no. So if he's going to expand, fuck it, it's for other people who didn't even ask the question, so that would be pointless. Did you do the experiment with fully cooked turkeys, frozen turkeys, turkeys at room temperature, turkeys at all the temperatures in between? Did you statically charge the turkeys? Yes or no? Did you do these things?
How many times did you do the experiment, BioJewel?
So when I ran the experiment, I was using frozen turkeys, and as they
Right,
sat
so
out,
it's not yes
there
or
was
no.
oh,
Does
so
anyone else
forget
want
it.
to know the answer?
Forget
yes
it.
or not?
Hold on. To be fair, Whites, it wasn't a complete yes or no. It was a couple things, and he is answering. You know, whether they were frozen or whatever. So yeah. So let's hear his answer.
I mean, you asked 4 questions about a 6-hour-long experiment. Anyway, when they were taken out to be placed
Yes or
as
no
external.
could have been the answer, but that's fine. Put me on mute if you want, but fucking yes or no, it's easy. Fuck. You did or you didn't do it. Shit.
Look, I get White's point, but like the whole point that I made is that basically what he's saying. Like it's not a proof of anything, especially not something called mass, which is also in contention. Like it's just
Show me
doubling
proof of
down
anything,
with
Riggs.
a correlation.
Show me proof of anything in science.
I wonder how quick I'd be muted had I done everything that White's did. I wonder how quick that would have happened.
Well, I don't think anyone needs to be muted. We rarely have to mute people anymore. But Bio, why don't you just respond with, because he did ask a couple questions, whether they're frozen, whether they're thawed, whether they're pre-frozen. So you were starting to answer, and I think you got
and Bio was answering that, but
Yes, and
White
got
wants a
interrupted.
yes or no.
Right. Hold on, Steele.
I'm just constantly interrupted, Gio. Constantly.
Yes,
You've heard it
you
yourself.
did get interrupted. So go ahead. I'll have to mute someone if they interrupt you again. Go ahead and respond.
The experiment started with frozen turkeys straight from my freezer, directly placed as external masses with the experiment. As the experiment carried on, it did thaw out in which it was approaching room temperature. It became soft. There was ice forming on the outside and fell off. All these things. So I knew that there was a thermal issue as far as the turkey changing temperatures, and that's why at the end of the video you do see me remove them, put them back in the freezer, because the results from that I couldn't come to a standstill because it continued to create an oscillation. I guess you could say in the form of thermal energy escaping from that. But after that, I do have video of me placing and replacing the turkey with a kettlebell in which it was in the garage, still same temperature. It's not going to increase or decrease like a thawing turkey. And that's when I can get my resting point using that. That's exactly everything that I did, Whites.
Okay, so you could have said no to my question, and I would have been satisfied, and we wouldn't have had to have all the rubbish. But thank you for elaborating.
He gets the answer as he wishes the answer, Whites.
I think Bio did what he did because he's worried about loaded questions, right? If you say, "Oh, did you do this experiment with?"
That's only you guys that fucking load questions.
Yeah.
I'm worried about loaded claims.
I was actually halfway through a sentence. Anyway,
Fuck
when
you.
you go, "Did you do this? Did you do that?" you are sort of implicitly making some sort of claim that, or maybe this is a possible explanation for why why the mass has moved.
It's science.
But you're too chicken.
You've got to
chicken to go and experiment on that yourself, right? Too chicken to go and experiment yourself. You're just going to throw, it could be fucking pixie dot pokies.
Right. To expand on that, addressing each of those conditions that you brought up, Whites, it's for that reason I wouldn't do it under those conditions. Because when it's frozen, it's going to approach room temperature and increase in temperature, causing a thermal issue with the experiment. If I were to cook the turkey and then put it next to the apparatus, it would lose temperature, causing a thermal issue with the experiment. In doing what I did, I learned I should not change those temperatures, and I should, in the experiment, keep the temperature constant to avoid issues.
All right, back in 20 minutes. See you.
Was the change enough to quantify?
I guess in a perfect world, I think so, because if you were to speed up the video, excuse me, I didn't mean to burp. If you speed up the video, you can see that the oscillation decreases. It's I guess you say level of or level of swaying. It does decrease, but then you can see it also increases a particular amount. So I'd imagine if I had surface temperature sensors as well as internal temperature sensors, and perhaps it's sitting on a delicate scale, using all of those numbers, perhaps I could find out within the thermal arena what is causing it and by how much. Perhaps I could do that, but I didn't give a shit about it.
No, the precision required. I was just wondering if it was obvious.
No, it's an interesting question. That'd be totally separate from everything else. But I'm not really interested in the thermal part of science. So I don't think I would do that. But it is interesting, yeah.
So I wonder what the point of you even doing that experiment was and showing everyone and taking a video. You should have just spent the time with your family, mate.
And there we go.
Yeah.
You should have done it.
Yeah,
It's gone from you should have done the same experiment 8 different ways to you shouldn't have done the experiment at all.
Yeah.
Well, Jesus, Eggshells, if you're going to do something, either do it properly or don't do it. He just said what he's done is basically worthless.
I didn't say that.
If he was going to do it properly,
no, he hasn't.
He would have to do it and account for a lot more stuff.
Straw man.
No. So the reason why I don't give it the credit that some people may give it or less credit that it should receive, whatever, is because there's a difference between a layman demonstration and a professional demonstration. With whatever we're doing, if you're gazing at the night sky with the P900, great, man, that's a layman version. If you're doing it professionally, you're using a giant fucking telescope on top of a mountain, perhaps away from civilization. There are levels to this. I would not present this to a professional level. I do present it here, though. Layman.
Stargazing is fucking pseudoscience, so shit,
whatever,
great analogy.
Whatever subject change you want to go through, I think that was a pretty appropriate response.
I'm gonna represent real science with pseudoscience. Yeah.
So What was the answer for the measurements on between 2 points on two different a round map and a flat map? Did anyone answer that from the flat Earth side with a explanation or?
Nope. As I said to you in chat,
Nope.
you will not get an answer for that typically. What you'll get typically are answers of like, well, how can we know that the distances are X? How can we know that? Well, did you control for this? How do you know that you were actually going north? You won't actually find, yes, I know the distance and it's this, and this is the compass bearing you need to head. That's what you'll get from Globers.
That's why I was so pedantic when I go through it about how we get all of the different cross references. And my presentation goes through at least 3 or 4 different ways we know what we know.
Yeah, like I think if the flatties could debunk that, I'd become a flatty myself. But this seems like a pretty big hole in my mind, so I'll stay on the.
Yes, because Gio's right. Like, I don't think it's reasonable to say, give me a whole complete map of the Earth, like basically do a geodetic survey. But with the known distances between places, you can map out a small chunk and show
Just
that there is
do
no
just do
spherical
Australia.
axis.
Just do
Yeah.
Australia.
Yeah,
just do America. Just do your particular state. Just do something rather than nothing.
Yeah, I think the southern hemisphere would be the best one, right?
I would agree. That's why I think that's why I think it's
diverges the most.
yeah that's
Right?
that's why
So what
I find it
size
weird
are you
when there's southern
talking
hemisphere
where you can
flat earthers.
walk to define the distances? What size does it need to be to have an actual result whereby you can actually definitively measure the distances? Like with a walking wheel, like a 1 meter wheel and you're walking it.
Well, that'd actually be pretty difficult to keep straight for the kind of distances you're talking about, for the kind of tolerances you're after.
Right. So
there is
so that was sort of
be
my
a bit of
aim.
I would say
I'd use angles.
I would say greater than 10 miles, or 10 square miles. Greater than 10 square miles, and I think you'll find an apparent deviation. Anything more than that would increase that difference. But I would say at least 10 square miles.
Okay, and at 10 square miles, would it be a very clear deviation already, definitive, or we'd need to go to 20?
Depends on how accurate
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. I think you would see a difference. You would see a difference at 10 square miles, of course. But as far as this conversation, I don't think it's great enough for some people. But if you had 100 square miles, that difference would obviously be greater, and it would be a stronger argument. 1,000 square miles, it's an even greater argument because of the greater difference. But I think that the apparent deviation would be obvious at 10 square.
Maybe I missed this because I was in and out listening, and I had a phone call earlier and whatnot. But so, what is this one exactly? What is the deviation you're looking for in terms of this?
Spherical excess.
Basically, I think they're trying to measure the land mass in 10 square miles and determine if it's a flat or curved surface underneath.
But is this through like a spherical excess kind of idea, or
basically? Yeah, it basically comes down to that.
We need to find the point where we need to find somewhere where the points are as close to sea level as possible, like all the corners and everything.
Yeah, we just need a triangle, right?
Yeah, but it has to be but it has to be of significant size, a significant enough size, because, for example, let's say you're on a sphere. Like, let's say Earth was a sphere. Well, you could have a triangle 5 inches by 5 inches, and of course, it can be a planar triangle.
No. He said 10 miles, 10 square miles.
Hold on. I'm just saying, as an example, you could have a little triangle sitting on your desk that it's a planar triangle, even though you're on a globe Earth. That's obvious. And then if you have one that's 30 feet, you could still have a planar triangle on a globe that's 30 feet. But it has to get to a large enough size, large enough to where the essentially the bulge of the Earth will start to intercept the middle of that planar triangle.
Right, you're exactly right, and that's why I brought up. I think at about 10 square miles, it would be clear, but probably not strong enough to change people's minds.
Well, yeah, we've talked about that, like the distance, how large it would have to be. Because the other thing is, in what way are you talking about measuring it? Because we've talked about all the different ways of doing that too. But because that's the thing, like, how are you measuring it, and then what's your margin of error, and then how accurate can you get it?
Right. No, good questions. Yeah, it's it's part of the process.
3959 radius, right? So that's about 4,000. So if you're doing it 10 square miles, that's 0.25% the radius. I don't know if that's even enough. It might have to actually be like it's a hard thing. It's a hard thing to test, really.
You could do sections. You could do sections of a sphere or the surface of a sphere. If you do sections, there's an apparent shape that will form from it. And it's only, as Gio said, perfectly described. If we have a small flat triangle, place it on the ground. Let's say the Earth is a 100% no debate spherical. Placing that 3-inch by 3-inch by 3-inch triangle on the ground does nothing for us to determine whether it is curving or not. We do have to have a large enough sample size. So it just, and then at that sample size where there is a difference, is it a big enough difference to change anyone's mind? Probably not. We probably do need legitimately 50, 100 square miles, and that's when it's hard to argue against.
Yeah, I've said before when we've talked about doing this. When we've talked about this, we've talked about at length the different ways and ideas, ways of doing it. But I definitely think it's one way to measure the surface of the Earth, for sure. It has to be done well, within a margin. And people claim that it's been done. I've looked into all the claims of it being done, but I've yet to see something that looks that's solid.
My question was, Gio, what size could we do it whereby it would be definitive, but we could also walk with a measurer, the wheel that's a 1 meter wheel, and you just literally walk with it from point to point on a heading or whatever, so that we could definitively measure the distances. That's the only way it would be definitive to me, is if the measurements were actually done, not a GPS point.
One way we've talked about doing it is to draw, let's say you have a huge plot of land, you have 3 points, 3 stations, and then you would draw a straight line on the ground. It sounds easier than it is, but if you could find a way, force the line, some way to be able to create a straight line that literally is drawn on the ground. So if you guarantee have that as a straight line, then you'd get the distance and you'd get the angles at which they meet. That would be one way to do it.
No.
For sure, especially if you could actually measure that distance physically, as well, definitely.
And then if you could move...
Which state is it in America that's flatter than a pancake?
It's in the middle.
Kansas?
They say that's Kansas, but Florida is actually the flattest state.
Is it really?
Oh, there you go.
Average elevation's 3 feet.
I'm just curious.
Oh, shit.
BioJoule, if we were to do it in Florida and it turned out there was no spherical excess, would you just claim, that's because it's uniquely flat there?
No. If you
Okay,
if I looked at the methodology, and it's sound, assuming it's sound, professionals and whatever, and it's, let's say, 50 square miles, and they found no spherical excess. Everything works without that assumption, without those calculations. Fuck spherical mathematics. Yeah, that would be very strong evidence for flat Earth, and I'd probably be tempted to move over to flat Earth in that situation. Sure.
Okay, so there'd be no claim that because Florida's even flatter than Kansas, that you've just found a very unique flat part of the world and you've got to do it again somewhere else.
No, because it's water level. The water level would have to curve.
No, because I don't give a shit about that part though. The elevation changes. I don't care about the elevation changes. There'd be particular measurements that are taken that would work with each other that would show that it was flat Earth.
Yeah, but couldn't you technically have flat land on a globe Earth? Couldn't you have a flat chunk of land that is on a globe?
Sort of. If it's small enough, you could call it flat. I guess, I don't know what the object is, but if you're talking about let's say we have a sphere and then we sand off, a part of it. Now that part's flat. I guess you could, in theory, still call it a sphere. But
we could just use a simple water level tool that fuckers knew about in ancient Rome and dispel that whole bullshit. Water level
a long enough one, sure.
A lot of bullshit.
Well, yeah, water levels is another way to do this. Because what we've talked about
water levels in Egypt, this is a easy fucking to use technology.
Well, because we've talked about setting up you could set up a whole demonstration station or a center basically in several of these around the world where, let's say you'd have the triangle, the 3 points, so you could do spherical excess, And then you could also use water levels like along those lines. So let's say you had straight lines drawn on the ground to create the triangle. Then you could double that with water levels. Like you could have water levels going along those lines. You could even have like
a laser to make sure it's straight.
Yep, you could do lasers as well. Plumb lines, you could do like there's different ideas we've had about creating parallel plumb lines. So yeah, you could do like multiple things that are all cross verifying each other.
Cutting edge science in the chat right now.
They deny lasers because of fucking gravity. They deny fucking water level because they apparently don't line up over distance because it's fucking optics. So all of that shit's out the window.
It isn't. You're misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting. The lasers have nothing to do with gravity. It'd be a refraction effect, and you can collimate it, sure. But if you're not using a collimator over a long distance, then it's fucked, and we'll dismiss it on that basis.
Water level will fucking destroy anyone's argument, flat or round.
There was a water level that they did. I think they said it was. I think they said it was 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, some shit like that. But I think there was some type of compromise within the apparatus itself where it was leaking, so the results weren't reliable. But I'm not 100% sure.
Bev put a water level next to another water level and saw that they were level with each other, and declared that it was flat.
Hey Bev, I called you Bev. Bevodil. You used a turkey, right? How much weight was your turkey?
I don't know who Bevodil is.
Yeah, what was the mass of your turkey?
It was 21 pounds.
21 pounds. And what was the other object?
The other external turkey?
Look, we're jumping back to
two masses. I'm just collecting the data. What were the other two
He's plugging it into the calculator given to him. The 2 external masses were one was 21 pounds and the other one was 20. I could check. It was like 20.9 or something. The internal ones.
Okay, it's just a 21 pound. So you didn't use a smaller object. You used 2 heavy ones, right?
For the external ones, yeah, they were 21 pounds. Yeah. The internal masses were little chicken tenders.
Tommy's here.
Bio, I thought you were joking about this. You actually are claiming you measured mass attracting mass with a turkey and chicken tenders?
All right.
With organic materials.
What were the chicken tender weights?
Oh no, I didn't weigh them, so I don't know. I have the sheet from the outside of it because it was the raw chicken, and I could take that weight divided by the number of tenders. I do that if you want.
Guys. Why are we even discussing this weighing of a chicken?
Would that satisfy you, Riggs? It's just a basic pack of chicken tenders. I could divide the weight by the number of tenders.
This is fucking bullshit.
Hey, it's not my claim, so yeah, it is bullshit. But go ahead. Yeah, what is it?
No, I don't know off the top of my head. I'm asking you. Would that be fine?
Hey, I would take a guess.
Given how thin water was, I would say you could probably put 150 grams. Probably. Because those wires held up pretty well with 100 grams, and they held up pretty well with these ones. So.
Okay. So 1/3 of a pound.
If that converts that way, sure.
Sure.
The only bad part about that is when you plug in those values, you're going to be doing it for perfectly spherical objects, and these are obviously oblong.
I will give all the benefit to the globe argument. Trust me.
No, it's all good, man.
It's all in your favor because I think this is all bullshit. What is the distance between these 2 objects?
Ooh, from the middle of the turkey to the middle of the chicken tender, I would say offhand 7 inches.
I'm gonna leave this chat. This is fucking bullshit. I'll be back later, Riggs.
Bye.
Yo.
And you could probably put down 2 inches for the inner radius.
Okay, I'm ignoring all the atmosphere. Okay, I'm giving you the best argument whatsoever. I'm ignoring all atmosphere.
Yeah, we typically do that for physics. So, okay.
Sounds great. How do you want your answer? Newtons?
Yeah, in
or pounds of force?
Newtons is fine.
There you go. 0.00000002736662. Now tell me how you discerned that much influence compared to the speaker that was playing 5 miles down the road.
It's an awesome question. Good on you, Riggs. I'm not actually even throwing shade or being sarcastic. I think it's awesome.
Fuck you, eggshells. You were sucking his dick earlier. Now you can just shut up.
I'm impressed by people who do things, go and do maths or something like that. I think it's great. Good on you.
Dude, I used a calculator. The same calculator that this asshole could have used before he went around flapping his mouth about some frozen-ass turkeys.
I'll wait for the spiral to end and then I'll answer.
Didn't mean to trigger you. I just wanted to say good on you for doing the math.
You good, Riggs?
I've been good, dude. I'm just tired of the bullshit.
So the reason, specifically, and I probably shouldn't, I should probably be more vague, but specifically to your question, the reason why I know it's not speakers down the road is because that will transmit a force through the air. So this apparatus sat inside of a chamber, which was inside of my garage, which, you know, all those chambers away from the air that's being vibrated. But anyway, I understand what you're saying, is that how do I differentiate that from other forces that may be involved here? What I did was I allowed it to come to rest, regardless of what was happening in my house, whether there was a fan on, air conditioner, the electricity going through the wiring, all of those things. I allowed the system to come to rest before I made my first mark. And then as soon as I introduced the turkeys, as soon as I introduced my external mass turkeys, that's when I get this oscillating started. And you can see that in the video, is that it only starts to oscillate and it only has movement when a force is introduced in some fashion. And that was when I introduced turkeys to it. And I don't.
Oh wait, it was oscillating? Does that mean it has gravitational waving?
Holy shit, man. No.
Oh, okay.
The reason why it's oscillating, it's the same reason why if you the pull string or whatever to your fan on the ceiling, if it's just sitting there, motionless, at rest, quote unquote, and you just tap it, you've given it a force in only one direction, but it's going to have it's going to oscillate back and forth, despite you giving it a force in one direction.
And you feel comfortable.
Sounds like more bullshit.
And you feel comfortable with that claim, given the number that I had to tell you that you were working with.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, of course, because it's an acceleration. All it is fighting in the end. All it's fighting in the end is the torsion of the wire that's hanging it. That's the only thing that it's fighting.
Well, no, it's also fighting the air. It's also fighting any kind of static
not
forces that you have in discharge. Dude, I promise you, the air pressure alone is far stronger than any of that fucking attraction.
Because what's happening is that as you provide this attraction, it is going to fight against the air with that's being attracted. Or if it's attracting in one direction, the air between that is going to move, which moves the air on the other side of that thing. So it's either minimal air resistance or none, but this is an acceleration that's being discussed.
All right, man.
Over
I
time,
get it.
that's why it accelerates. If you watch the experiment, if you actually watch what I presented as evidence, as soon as I introduce the turkeys, you can see that the oscillation starts out extremely slow and it picks up over time because you're adding an acceleration to the experiment. And then at some point, it will match the torque value of the wire that it's oscillating about.
Gotcha.
And then
you don't think that could just be the CSB?
It lowers.
You don't think that could be the CSB effect?
Go and fucking do an experiment then, Riggs. You can literally provide infinite possible explanations.
Ruhif,
if you have one, go and
Ruhif,
test it.
you weren't even here, man.
I don't care.
It's the same.
Yeah,
old, same
I know
old.
you don't care.
That's all it is.
I think it's the CSB effect, dude. I think that
What
explains
is that?
all of that.
Please explain.
Oh yeah, it's the cool story, bro.
There we go. Then that's all you have to offer. So I appreciate your questioning. I hope that I answered that.
That's all I have to
thoroughly,
offer.
But that's all you have to offer. Yes.
All I did was plug in some bullshit that you could have done to prove your point.
What does that do? Let's say that rate was half. Let's say it was 10. Let's say it was 100 zeros and a numerical value. Let's say any of those numbers. What does that change as far as what I'm presenting?
I tell you what. I promise you that particular rate of attraction wouldn't even be able to overcome the torque necessary to move that shit.
That's your claim. Please validate it.
You know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
Okay, I fully endorse it. I will never tell someone don't do a thing.
do it, man. As
Okay.
long as no one gets hurt, as long as no one's in danger, and
I mean,
you're not put in
here's
debt
the
by
thing,
this,
man.
Please fucking do it.
I could fucking drag your nose all the way through this bullshit argument, and you're going to encourage me the whole way, and you would still never say that it doesn't matter. You would still pretend like it matters.
As soon as you bring up something that matters, I will concede and I will agree to that it matters. What you're bringing up doesn't matter for what the question being asked is.
Oh my god! So now the gravitational attraction doesn't matter. Got it.
The rate at which
No,
it attracts
it's fine,
is
man.
not
It's fine.
answering the question that was
No
asked.
problem, dude.
The
No
question
problem.
that was asked and the reason for the experiment is that does it occur at all? Whether it's it has to be any rate of attraction.
How can you manifest that number?
Not valued.
How
at
can you
zero.
manifest that
so
number?
So long as that attraction rate is not zero, I have answered my question.
Do me a favor. Read that number to Ruhiv.
Is this the same
is
argument
your
of
number.
big numbers and small numbers scare me, therefore flat Earth?
Oh, you know what? It might scare people who have a fucking brain.
It literally is just that. This is an acceleration on a very fine and precise piece of equipment, and it could be more. It could be more precise, but that is not the question as far as the numerical values. The question is, does it happen? Does it not? That is the question being answered.
Well, according to this number, it doesn't fucking happen.
According to that number, it's a non-zero number, so it does.
See, okay, for everyone who's listening, which is like one person on YouTube, which is probably just Geo. This person thinks that anything over 0 is good enough to prove his point. This is what you call mathematical religion on display.
No, I never presented math. You're trying to present math to refute.
I know
my
you
argument,
didn't present
but it's
math.
only endorsing mine because from the beginning,
No,
I said
it's not.
The question is, does it happen? Does it not? What you provided is a non-zero mathematical formula.
I'm going to
That's
be
only
nice
on my side.
I'm going to be nice to Eggshells, and he can answer. What do you think about this number, and do you think that it can overpower the natural forces that are against this observation?
There's actually 5 watching on YouTube, which is the same amount that's in the chat right now.
Okay, well, I'm not watching, so it's someone else.
It's all of our wives.
So what do you think about this number, Gio?
Definitely not.
Around which number?
So you weren't paying attention.
I was, but I just want to, if you're asking me something, I just want to make sure I
There's
understand
only
the question.
one number in contention here, so maybe you missed that part.
Well, it's not really in contention. I hold with Biodual. If the number is more than 0, then it appears to be showing mass attracting mass.
Showing mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
What's showing? You think that the thing that he set up with 0.00000002733662 Newton pounds of force. That thing he set up.
Pounds.
Yeah, it's just newtons.
Just newtons. But
Yeah,
you think that is sensitive enough to create an effect and overcome the torque necessary to actually move the thing?
I think
just
it's super
because
simple.
it's a positive value doesn't mean it's moving.
Okay, take a breath.
But it did move, right?
I don't know.
What do you mean don't know? What's the fucking
don't
experiment then?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
It certainly appeared to move in the video that I watched, definitely. But it doesn't suggest mass attracts mass. It just shows that those two things hanging there made that thing move. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm just the reason I'm so wild about this
validated.
is because this is literally the blurry fucking star shit from the flat Earth side, and you guys just fucking. And the thing is, like, I'm willing to admit, like, yeah, you know what? That's the wrong equipment. Like, if you look at astrophotography, we can actually see some shit really far away, and it looks to be making these swirls and shit. Maybe that could be due to a few different reasons. But you are literally going to say that you set this shit up, that it's not professional in any sort of way, but it had enough accuracy to recognize an attraction, an acceleration of this many newtons.
Oh no, the particular amount of newtons? Nope, never claimed that. What I claimed is that this particular apparatus is showing an attraction between two masses.
That's what I said. Something more precise would be this Cavendish experiment simulator, by the way. And it'll actually give you the given particular values, and using that very tiny number that you're presenting, using those values, you can expect to see a deflection over so much time. So you can see how small of a force that you're talking about. Oh my God, it's a very small number. You can expect to see this amount of deflection given an X amount of time. That's why I presented this simulator rather than a basic gravity
But
calculator.
is this simulator in atmosphere?
Oh no, probably not. I mean, it might be. I'm not sure.
Well,
actually.
maybe. I don't know. I
I'd
would
have to
think that
look at
makes a
that.
difference, right?
If it's
because
physics.
I'm giving you the argument by saying that there's no atmosphere. This is in space. We're literally just quantifying this gravitational attraction alone. Ruh, if I can hear you beating off, just like mute yourself.
I'm eating, sorry.
You are doing something.
Yeah,
I'm eating cashews while I'm driving.
Yeah, well,
I'll
you
try-
have
I'll
a
try
very
and chew that
particular
sizzle out.
pace to it. Anyways,
Be a fucking slow pace while I was beating off, right?
yeah, well, I mean, I guess
So
you
it's more
just
like
like our
deep throating.
voice. Anyways,
Not that much, obviously.
so the atmosphere itself would impede this motion, would impede this acceleration. You'd have to have some sort of torque. You'd have to meet that level of torque necessary to actually create the motion. Like it's many more variables. Let's just put it that way. Many more variables.
Sure.
That's what
Giving
it
you
sounds
the
like
argument-
Vigil was trying to do, and that's like narrow down variables, which is why in the chamber,
Well,
which is why Turkey.
Outer space, you know.
I don't know what effect outer space is supposed to have on it, but I mean, could any of us come up with an experiment that we couldn't come up with these questions for? Like,
Well,
can anybody think of an experiment that has been done that we couldn't go?
Boiling
but
water
what about
at sea level."
gravitational lensing?
Yeah. That's the entire reason why you
Boiling
can't
water
prove
at
anything
sea
in
level.
science. You can always come up with some entity that is changing the result of your experiment.
Yeah.
Like the sun.
Like
Sure.
anything,
I mean,
literally anything.
Boiling water at sea level is one of the best ones because you could just immediately go, did you know that was pure water? Did you know you're exactly at sea level? Did you know that the pressure wasn't changing? Because pressure changes will change the rate at the temperature at which water boils.
Obviously,
So,
that's
Did you use the distilled water?
Variables.
Isolated. Yeah, but I know.
That's what I'm saying.
You
Can we
assume that
think of
gets
an experiment
isolated.
where we can't come up with some weird, wacky ways to go, oh, that won't work. That doesn't make any sense for this reason. Or can we just always...
Well, you have to come up with pixies.
You can't
Boiling
exclude
water, you've got to
Look,
come up with
I'm happy to help
That's where
come
you
up with
go.
something. What I'm not happy with is someone saying that they tied some fucking meat up to some string and set up a torsion, whatever
My
setup.
meat tied up last night.
Exactly,
Mum
and
was
you're doing it right
smacking
now.
me on the ass.
And then they say that, oh look, gravitational attraction, mass attracting mass. Like there's just so many extrapolations that just actually boggle my mind. And then when I come up with the math, which gives you the argument on top of it, the attraction's so small, so minute that it probably wouldn't move at all anyway.
You say
and then
probably.
you still
Figure it out for sure, man. Let us know what you find out. Figure it
look
out
at
for
the
sure.
number.
I know
Look
it's
at the number.
It is a very small number, Riggs. You're 100% right. That looks like a very small number. That doesn't scare me. It's non-zero. That's all I need to answer my question.
No,
if you
no,
think that
that's all you
matters,
need in
then
space,
show
bud.
me. Show
That's
me
all
why
you
that
need in
small
outer
number
space,
matters.
right?
Show me why that small number matters.
Because it's all you need in outer space. In actual Earth's atmosphere, you're going to need a lot more than that with your mechanical setup and the air and all the different pressures to make that shit move at all.
Then show us, validate it, somehow validate it. All you're doing is saying, here's a very tiny number. I'm scared of it and how it interacts within reality. I'll make these baseless claims, and that's it. Validate your assertion.
So there's no one else in this room that thinks in atmosphere with a mechanical setup, you would need more than that much force or attraction or acceleration to make a motion happen. Anyone else in this room think that's ridiculous?
Given those values perfectly
not about the
represent my
number, Riggs.
experiment, mind you. Given that.
Would you say White's word?
I said it's not about the number, really, because that's just a calculation at the end of the day. But he can't say mass attracts mass.
Why do you
He
think
can say,
that
"These two
number
things
doesn't
hanging
matter?"
there made that move.
I told you, Griggs.
Because it's
This is what I told you.
Hold on,
from the beginning.
Viadu.
The number doesn't matter. I told you.
Oh my God, White's word. Why do you think the number doesn't matter?
Because it is positive, and all they need to do is calculate that the torque to overcome
is less than that. So they can run a calculator and show that, oh, turns out that the required force to overcome was this. Oh, and look, and it was this much.
Yeah, but if their
You know
ball
what I mean?
bearings
That's
are
all they
made of
need to do.
squares, you're not going to be able to move shit. Like it's literally
Yeah,
like
that's all
that.
in their
The amount of torque
calculations.
necessary is much higher than that. I already know this.
What ball bearings?
Look, I'm making a comparison.
Right, all these things don't matter. The question
hear
is,
you.
does it happen or
I
does
hear
it
you.
not happen? That's it. You can argue and quibble over the
Dude,
number.
you're telling me
I'll just give you scientific
bolt and we
experiments
don't have
in which
legs.
they do find, to a very high degree of certainty, the constant, gravitational constant. I can show you these experiments. This experiment
But they
wasn't
still
addressing
can't
that.
claim it's mass attracting mass, though.
No, of course we can. I've
they?
used two different sets of materials.
How?
God.
Yeah, but
What
you don't
sets of
know it's the
materials do you want me to
masses
use
they're
next?
attracting.
Well,
You got no
they're
idea
going.
that it's
They're
got to
only
do with the
going.
mass.
They're only moving towards each other when they're at this close distance. They're not. It's not moving. The entire
That's
apparatus on the
irrelevant.
inside.
That's not-
The apparatus on the inside is not moving when there's nothing around it. When I introduce a thing close by to it, it does attract towards it. Yes, it is attracted, and I've done this with metals attracting each other. And magnetism is a legitimate
But you can't
response to that.
assert
But
that
now
it's
I've done
the
it with
mass
organic
that is
material.
doing it.
Yes, I can. At this point, I can.
No,
Yes.
you can't. Okay, sure.
If you have an experiment that says otherwise, please provide it and then give the explanation. If you have an alternate hypothesis, test that. Do something. It's just rhetoric if you're saying, what about, without an
At the
explanation
end
or
of the
evidence.
day, you've come and said, look, here's what I've done. I've got questions. You're not happy with my questions, and you're telling me that I need to do it. But don't you just want to actually go away and then do some more stuff so that you can come back
I'm
and
satisfied.
satisfy the questions?
I'm
okay, so fair enough.
You know what I think BioJule's really doing? The
assert
experiment
that
he's
it's
really
mass
doing.
attracting mass when it's clearly not. You haven't proven that at all. You've shown things hanging close,
your opinion,
attract and make
Can't
a
prove
light move.
things in science.
As
soon as
Yeah,
you haven't
he's
eliminated
testing.
all the variables.
He's testing to see if flat earthers will actually test anything. But all he's really doing is proving that he doesn't prove shit.
Nothing to do with that.
Just
he's making
get
a
off your
claim,
ass and do
and he
something.
hasn't isolated all the variables, and he's claiming that he's
I will never
isolated
be able to
enough for his
isolate
opinion.
all variables.
Fair
I will
enough.
never be able to do that.
Correct. What variables?
So
do you
if
think
anyone
need to be
raises any other variable and you don't isolate it, that's
No,
okay. bro.
you can
just
say
you
the
know what?
words
No.
of any variable. You can do that, and I will say, most likely, I cannot isolate for that. In the same way that in any experiment ever,
then you can't
could do the
assert
same exact
it's mass
thing.
attracting.
Yeah, this is why science prove things. It doesn't prove things, people.
We know this. It systematically eliminates the variables that don't cause it.
Okay, eliminate green
Right?
pixies
So
as
you
a,
can't
as
ever
a cause.
assert. Right, so therefore you can't assert anything, can you? And yet he's asserting
You can't
mass
say
is
science
attracting
proves
mass.
anything.
Right, I can
and
assert
he
it.
has-
I
he
can
has
assert it
validated
so
his
long.
hypothesis.
Right, so long as I have
I never
validation to my
said
assertion,
science
so
proved
long as I have
anything.
evidence for my assertion, I can
He is
assert it
making a claim
honestly all
of
I want.
something.
Yeah, what would follow would be prove it wrong.
Yeah, you can disprove things.
No, prove it right.
Right, show me
all the variables.
It can't be done.
Right, show me that
Oh,
chicken and turkeys don't attract.
I
Show
mean
me
by
that.
eliminating the
Yeah,
variables.
and you cannot isolate
Fucking
all
don't want
variables.
2 or 3 of them.
So what?
There you go. So how can you
is there
assert that it's mass attracting mass?
You don't.
Yeah,
You say
you
in all
can't
probability
eliminate
that seems like the most
variables.
probable answer.
Yet he's saying that it is. He's saying that it's mass attracting mass.
Yes, I have
but it's
a
not.
very high degree of certainty based on all of the evidence and the accumulation of the
A high
evidence, as
degree
well
of
as my hands on the
certainty now.
experiment to manipulate that.
That's
My degree of certainty is
Biogel.
very high. I can have a regular conversation with you and say yes, 100%
So it might
convinced.
not be
Yes,
mass attracting
hold on,
mass
Whites.
then.
Hold on, Whites. What I can say in this conversation with me and you, as men, just talking, I can say yes, I've proven that mass attracts mass. If we want to have a scientific conversation and an actual intelligent one, I wouldn't say I've proven it. I would say my degree of certainty is very high based on all the evidence. That's what I would say. It's not a confusion between the rhetoric and what's true or not. It's all
You
it
can
is
have an opinion,
that we're
mate.
having this conversation.
You're entitled to have an opinion and a belief. Enjoy.
A great rebuttal.
Love you.
It's so fucking funny. I'm going to sit on my ass all day, every day. I'm going to question what other people do. And then when they give me a proper response, proper evidence, I'm just going to keep questioning it and not do a goddamn thing.
Oh, so
Yeah, well, welcome to
so
Flutter.
you just can't answer decent questions.
True.
Your answer to a decent question
I've
is to
answered every
fucking
question,
go,
man.
I can't eliminate every variable,
I've
but I
answered
did try
every
and
single
eliminate a
question.
couple. I chose a selective few to try and account for, but not all the ones you're
I can't account for
asking
all the
about.
goalpost moves.
It's just fucking retarded.
The first one was magnetism.
The
and that was
goalpost move.
semi-legitimate because I was using metals. Semi-legitimate. So because of that move, I used organic materials. Now there's more go. What's the next goalpost move?
What was no? The first you did was for the density argument by doing it in a vacuum.
In all technicalities,
A
yeah.
vacuum?
The reason why it happened.
Remove the air? What, and assume there's nothing left?
You can't.
Oh,
You just can't let
no
other
worries.
people finish their sentences, can you, White? It's like you just got a compulsion
can,
to
mate.
just.
What, talk like we're having a conversation? Yeah.
No, just interrupt them to disagree, just to repeat a single word and go, "Oh, that word. Oh, you did that, did you?" Watermelon.
It's a conversation in which when someone's talking,
Attack the
you
man,
don't
mate.
talk over them.
If
That's
you
how
feel
a
better by
conversation works.
attacking the man,
If you just want to talk, you can start a podcast and go talk all you want. If you want to have a conversation, one
you
person's
could just
talking
answer
and
the
the other
questions,
doesn't.
Nigel, instead of coming up with all this bullshit to
if
try
you
and
want
say
to have
that
a
you don't have
conversation,
to.
let me know. If not, I'm not going to continue letting you talk over me by me attempting
We
to
are
talk.
having a conversation, mate.
You're
We
talking
are
over
having a
people
conversation.
constantly. Every opportunity you're talking over people.
And
Impulsive,
you're
you can't
not?
help
You
it.
don't do that? Listen back through the video.
I do that, but as soon as I recognize that I am, I stop.
Well, that's fucking weird.
Mm-hmm.
Does your headphones cut off when you jump in to talk?
Do yours?
No, mine don't. I can hear you while I'm talking. So when I hear someone talking when my mouth is moving, I tend to shut my mic off.
Oh, really? That's strange. So you can hear me and I can hear you, but you don't stop and I don't stop. So who's at fault here? That's interesting.
This is the first time we've heard that feedback. It surprises me, White.
That doesn't surprise me at all, Eggshells.
So what else needs to be accounted for, Whites, in your opinion? In your humble opinion?
My humble opinion, well, how about statics? Can you put a cooked turkey there? Can you see that difference?
What is the difference in static charge between a cooked and an uncooked turkey, please?
Well, they're not touching each other. He's got plastic around it. There's heat moving over it. You've got a frozen chicken going to a thawed chicken. So you've got, you got thermal fucking heat going on next to a plastic fucking item. Static charges are building up. Well, we know it's a static.
You just
We'll
mate,
wait
you're
your
just saying
experiment.
words.
What?
Yeah,
I'm not just
crack on
saying
like
words
yours.
at all.
I just need evidence that what you're
something.
claiming the post move is now. I just need to evidence that it's a legitimate concern that you have.
There's no post move. You're asserting that it's mass attracting mass. I'm saying you can't assert that because you haven't eliminated all the variables that would mean that it's something other than the mass.
The
You're trying to say that you have, or you don't need to.
Great. But yeah, you don't have to eliminate all of them. What I'm saying is that if you're going to present one that could affect it, I need the evidence or validation that it would have such an effect. If you can't provide that evidence, I'm not going to account for it. For example, I don't need to account for the leg position of eggshells while he's in Australia when I perform this experiment. There's no evidence showing that his leg orientation will have an effect on this experiment.
Shit
So
like
I'm not
that.
going to account for that.
All right?
So, but
So
you're saying
why
stupid
wouldn't I
shit.
talk over an absolute fucking...
I'm not talking over.
like,
I was
seriously.
not even done with what I was saying. But go ahead.
No,
Mike.
I'm talking over you deliberately.
Of course
Because
you
you're
are. I
talking
know.
shit. Why would I have a
Come on,
civil
Gio.
conversation with you? Eggshells fucking
Where's the
leg.
mod?
Really? Yeah, exactly. Get the mod out.
White, how about this? Biogil's offering to control for these variables, provided they are in good faith. Why don't you do the far, far lower bar of listing?
Yep.
Hey, easy now. Remember the whole talking over business of listing those variables. Just the name of the variable, how you control for it, and what effect you think it'll have, and just go through the list and see if we can't add to the list. So your job is to come up with a complete list of all of the variables, and if we can add to that list, you failed. Right? Why don't you do it?
If that's what you think needs to happen, you go for it.
Yeah. Oh, I see. So if I ask for something, I need to do it. But if you ask for something, Bio needs to do it.
Okay, so is his argument to my static thing? Is he claiming static charges don't build up on plastic pipes? Does he not? Is he not aware of that?
No, what I'm saying
is that he's not aware of static charges building up on plastic.
If there is a static charge, no, it's not building up. There would exist one, but because the entire apparatus is making contact with that plastic, they will all carry the same static charge. So no, they will not have an effect. What you're speaking to is whether there's some type of static charge that's different from another material.
Whatever you want to do, you've showed that it's all neutral.
Oh,
I didn't see the little graph.
I can show you that two materials with the same static charge won't attract or repel each other. I can show you that. Would you like that?
But not in your experiment. Could you do it in your experiment? Could you
it'd be easy. I still have my apparatus. Yeah, I still have my apparatus. I probably could. Yeah, I have a multimeter.
Yeah. Repeat that. That would be one question to remove. Definitely. That'd be nice.
No, I'm going to show you that it won't matter.
Oh, you're not going to show me on your experiment that you've actually accounted for it. You're just going to show me in some other way.
This is how an intelligent person does it. They'll do two things, both things. One, they're going to show you that the same charge of two objects won't cause them to repel or attract each other. Same charge. That's what I'm going to show you. And then two, I'm going to show you that the apparatus itself and the plastic are at a same charge. So that those two things that I will do to both validate it in theory as well as in practice.
Okay, I look forward to your next video, mate.
Yeah, as soon as you provide me a video of your concerns, how to control for them, and then in what way will they affect them?
Right,
fair enough. List, mate. Like every item on that list will require a 6-hour experiment from BioDual, and plus some.
Well, he should have probably thought of a few more, or maybe asked for a list before he did it.
Oh, I did for about 4 months. For about 4 months, I think it was from.
He said, "Tell me what to control for."
Yeah, I think from February to June, I went to 4 different channels, and I was asking people almost every day.
Mate, I apologise that you never sent me a DM, eh? All right,
I can't talk to every single person. I just talked to the best flat Earth representations for 4 months.
Fuck. Right, so it looks like you might have to do another 6-hour experiment then, because I didn't get the DM.
I'm not required to do anything.
Fucking static. Well, no, you're not required. If you're going to assert something and expect people to believe you and go, "Oh yeah, that's
I don't think he expects you to believe him. BioDual, do you expect Whites to change his opinion on this?
Fuck no. I expect 0 flat earthers to change their mind.
That's the real experiment. I swear that's his real experiment.
Entertainment.
Then what are you doing here?
There's a couple reasons. And without being sarcastic and without being
something definitive or shit.
And the most honest way that I could put it is that I wanted to put my hands on an experiment, and I felt like something like this was delicate enough, as well as controversial within the community enough. Testing gravity directly. So I wanted to do that and get my hands dirty. I went into it 100% knowing flat earthers don't give a fuck. All the evidence that has been provided for certain things without a mind being changed, there's no reason for me to think that this would have been different. But it would be something to add, because the argument initially was there's no video of this experiment under a vacuum pressure. So that's what I was addressing specifically in the beginning. Now there is video of it. And then the next question was different materials. I've never seen, read, or heard of an organic version of this experiment. So I thought I might be, perhaps the first person in the world to do this experiment with organic material. So I did.
That's quite cool.
Yeah, it's totally possible it has been.
You actually had that thought,
I haven't been able to find it.
You actually had that thought.
Well, I haven't been able to find it. If you can find one using organic material, awesome. Please provide. I haven't been able to find one.
You'd probably find someone doing a video of it, but I'm sure people, when they were fucking around with this at the start, even Cavendish himself, would have tried a few different materials if he was at all honest with himself.
He did use a number of materials.
I think if he was honest with himself, he would have just criticised other people's stuff and not actually done anything for himself. That's what real honest people do.
Yeah.
You reckon? That doesn't sound very good.
Oh, no?
No? What's wrong about it? What would be so bad about it just criticising other people's experiments rather than doing one of his own?
Well, if it was disingenuous, it'd be pretty bad.
Even if it wasn't disingenuous, even if it was completely sincere, but all he ever did was criticise other people's experiments.
Constructive criticism, that should be welcomed, shouldn't it? Eggshells.
Right,
if you're not going to welcome constructive criticism, fucking you might as well not even present anything. Would you welcome constructive criticism or not?
Yeah, so I think we agree. I think we agreed until you realised I was talking about you.
Yeah, no, you were talking about me from the start, you fool. I love the smug
hang on.
smile
What did that
you
sign
think
say
you've got
again?
on your
Oh,
face.
shit. Back up.
That was pretty funny.
you
It was pretty
fools.
funny. But no, you're right, Whites. You're 100% right. That constructive
Unbelievable.
criticism it should be welcomed, and it is welcome.
Right.
But
There
you're
you go.
ignoring the first word, constructive. Just because you have the ability.
Oh, it's not constructive to point
hold
out
on, Whites.
plastic
Just
pipe
because
build
you have
up
the
static
ability
charge.
to speak and question
And you were just
doesn't mean
gonna
it's
say,
constructive when you do.
Nah, it's not going to affect my experiment. I don't need to account for that. As
Right.
opposed to, hey,
Your
here's how I've
opinion doesn't
accounted
affect
for
my
it.
experiment, so I'm not going to account for it. That's legitimate. That would
No
be
worries, cool.
constructive
Well,
assertion to make.
your opinion of what you think your experiment means doesn't mean anything to me. So there you
Beautiful.
go.
I know, and the evidence means nothing. I went into it knowing that. Yes, of course.
Oh, there we go. Eggshells. Thanks, mate.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't. You've already said it wouldn't change your mind. Why why would that be
It
surprising
doesn't mean
to you?
anything,
Therefore,
though.
your opinion doesn't matter.
It wouldn't change my mind. It has no meaning. Because it's
But
his
yeah.
opinion on what he did. It has no meaning.
Well, it's evidence of what he did. We've got a video of it. It's pretty good evidence.
That still has no meaning.
It has a lot of implications behind it.
Yeah, it does.
Really?
Further
Points
validating
to spheres, points to orbits, points to lots of
Further
things.
further validating other people's
Because of an
experiments.
assertion.
Kicks a big
Because
old
of the
hole in
assertion that your opinion forms.
It adds to the plethora of evidence that mass attracts mass. It just adds to it.
Plethora. I suppose light travels through a vacuum too.
Ooh, let's change the subject real quick. I mean, that's fine. We probably got to the
No,
extent of
no,
mass
I
attracts
just said
mass
I
anyway.
suppose.
Light travel through a vacuum? What do you mean? Yes, of course it does.
Okay, nice. So that means it just doesn't need air to travel, or it can travel through no air.
Well, that would be the implication
test
of
this yourself.
Yeah, that would be the implication of light traveling through a vacuum. That it doesn't require those things. Yes, if it did,
Okay, but,
I would
but,
say
so,
no.
but hang on. All right, so but that assumes though that it requires no medium, then, doesn't it?
Okay.
That's a bit of a jump, isn't it? So you take the air out, and then you assume no medium.
Well, hold on.
Can someone back
if
that up
we
for me?
actually take the medium out, we don't have to assume at that point that the air is out, right?
Well, you're assuming that there's no other medium other than air.
Right. If we're assuming that we've done everything that we possibly can do, that technology allows, and we would describe that as no medium. Sure.
All right. Well, history would say that we shouldn't do that.
Right.
Even
That's why
radioactive isotopes.
Right.
We should
That's why.
know not
That's
to,
why we
not
don't
to
prove
assume
things.
that ever again. Oh, yeah.
What-
How much stuff
dude,
is based
hold
on
on.
the fact
I know, but
that
hold on.
air light requires no medium to travel,
Because
and
so
therefore
far as our
space is an
technology,
empty void.
so far as our technology allows us to see or learn or describe or measure, we would describe that as no medium. At some point, let's say we do remove
Right.
all the air, and we describe that
as an intelligent
God
person,
damn it,
would
man.
just assume that we don't have the equipment
every
yet
fucking
to
sentence,
measure
man.
what's
Come on.
left.
Whites.
Wouldn't that be Occam's razor?
We
To
can't.
go, you know what? We as people just haven't come up with a device to measure what's left
Yes,
in that
of
fucking
course.
vacuum
If we don't have
chamber.
a way to measure
Right.
a thing, we can't measure that thing. Why would you account for things that
It'd
you
just
don't know
be
exist?
assumed then
Of course.
that we haven't got the tool to measure it.
We're assuming that the things that we can't detect for aren't there. Yes. We're not going to assume, oh, look, I created this vacuous pressure. There might be this thing that no one has ever thought of or detected. It might be that thing that's still in there. That's not how you do it, honestly.
So just to assert that fucking a vacuum's mediumless then. Instead of being honest and
At
going,
this
hey,
moment,
you know what?
given the information and evidence that we have, yes, if we remove all the air from a vacuum chamber, there is no medium within
models
that
are
vacuum
based
chamber.
around that shit, mate.
What?
Models, rockets, all sorts of shit are based on this apparent fact.
So sort of, yeah.
When
We
it's
ignore
not.
air resistance normally, yeah. Not always, but normally. For the physics part of it, yeah, we will ignore it. For like structural integrity, that is accounted for.
So when our atmosphere finishes on this Earth and apparently goes to, it's really thin and there's no more air and there's just nothing else, to assume that there is nothing else is going against Occam's razor, if you ask me. The whole premise of it. Because history tells us that we only discover shit when we finally make a tool to measure shit. So if you're going to go against that, I don't know what to say.
Right, but we know how to measure air pressure. Do you disagree that we know how to measure air pressure?
Sure, we can measure air pressure.
Okay,
sure.
perfect. So while we're measuring air and increasing in altitude, it is always decreasing. Always. So Occam's razor.
Yeah, I'm not
Occam's
arguing
razor
this.
conclusion would be it would always be approaching zero. That would be the logical
Right,
conclusion.
that's the air.
Right, and if you're talking about the medium,
would also suggest, hang
if
on,
you're talking
just
about the
'cause
medium,
air
then yes, we're
gets
talking about a
in
vacuum.
doesn't mean that there's nothing there.
No, of course, there's not literally nothing. There's not. There is a non-zero pressure, positive pressure in the vacuum of space.
We're not talking about air. We're not talking about air right now.
That's what you're talking. You're talking about the
Remove air.
medium. You're talking about the medium.
No, okay, so you assume air is the only medium.
What the fuck are you talking about? Do you follow your own logic?
Exactly my point.
You're talking about the
No,
medium,
hello,
and you're
so you
talking about
assume
air
air
pressure,
is
and
the
you're
only
talking about
medium.
space. What?
No,
Stay on topic. What are you doing?
No. You brought up, do we measure air pressure? I agreed with you. Yes, we can measure air pressure. That's got nothing to do with the vacuum, has it? Because we've removed the air, haven't we?
Yes, it does. If we're talking about a vacuum, we're talking about the air pressure. The vacuum, a perfect vacuum.
Oh my God!
Would be zero
We're talking
air
about
pressure.
the lack of air,
Yes,
not air pressure.
It'd be zero
That
air
is the
pressure.
measure of it.
In what way?
No,
in what
that
way
is not
do
what
you
we're talking
describe
about.
a vacuum if not
You
for
are
air pressure?
talking about the measure of it.
Right,
I'm not
exactly.
talking about the measure of it. I'm talking about it itself. It is the lack of air, isn't it?
Right, and the only way to be able to have a vacuum is that when you reach an air, you have to describe air pressure when we're talking about vacuum. You have to.
Okay, if I say we've got an area with no air in it, can't you just fucking assume that means the air pressure is zero
that's
then?
zero air pressure, and I would call that a vacuum.
Right. So inside there, you assume there is no medium left.
Yeah, given that it's zero air pressure, yes, of course.
Oh my fucking God. Seriously, I know everyone can hear this. Even fucking you eggshells should point this out. Be honest.
What?
Air is
No,
not
mate,
the fucking
I think
medium
you're being
I'm
an
referring
aggressive
to.
idiot. I think you're just missing the point, like charging
fair
past
enough.
the point, but being an asshole while you're at it. It's astounding.
Oh sure.
It's very
okay,
amusing.
yeah, thank you, mate. Thank you, mate.
How do you measure? How would
I'm
you know if
glad
there's
you're getting
nothing
the
there?
laugh, mate.
It is. It's very amusing. Were you like?
There is no medium left.
What I wouldn't assume.
No, answer the question.
Jesus, man! Like, fuck. Do you have friends?
Of course, mate.
He heard the question. He wants to answer the way he wants to. Relax.
Yeah,
Okay,
I wouldn't,
go on, eggshells. You answer how you want.
I wouldn't
Just won't
assume that
give
there
me
is
the answer I'm
absolutely
after.
zero in there, but I would say that there's very little stuff in there. Could there be something like ether which slips through some things undetected and exists in other things, doing things, moving magnetic fields? Sure, possible. There's the unknowns is, as Ruhif was saying before, why we can't know things in science. But what would make this conversation more fruitful, certainly more enjoyable to listen to, would be like if you went, here's this other thing that could be there, rather than just going, what, you didn't measure this bullshit thing I just made up? You're a fucking retard.
No one made anything up. No one made
I mean,
anything
you
up.
just
And if you're going to keep attacking me, it's just so obvious,
galloping
mate.
stupid things.
Like, you've got nothing else to say. It's so fucking obvious, eggshells.
Very specifically, White.
It's fucking sad, mate.
What he's essentially saying is that
You call yourselves
no,
intelligent. You can't even have a conversation.
White, we can't account for things that we can't account for. That's basically what's being said. Is that if I with all of my tools,
I'm talking about the
measure
assumption.
this space. I know.
Not
That's what we're
accounting
talking
for
about.
things we don't know. You're not even talking about what I'm talking about. You're choosing your own little bit of what I've said, and then you're going to go on about that.
Then correct me on what I'm saying. Correct me.
Right. I'm not talking about measuring something that we don't know. I'm saying to assume that there isn't something there is fucking going against Occam's razor. Just because we've removed the air, how could you assume that that means that there's no medium?
How does that go against Occam's razor?
Let me ask this very specific question then.
Unless, of course, when I say no medium, you guys go, hang on a minute, we just removed
if we remove the air, remove the air, and all of our measuring equipment reads zero within that space, then why are you saying we can't assume there's nothing there?
Okay, so what about static charges? Do they measure zero in a vacuum? Biojoule?
I don't know.
So we are.
I would assume.
You
no.
don't know,
but I don't know that specific question. No. But I'm giving you this thought experiment of if we do remove all the air, let's say within some type of chamber, 10 foot by 10 foot, and we remove all the air, and all of our equipment gives a measurement of 0. All of the equipment that we have available measures 0. Why are you saying we're only assuming, or that we shouldn't assume, there's nothing there?
Okay. Do you remember before we knew about radioactive isotopes? We didn't have the equipment to measure the energy coming off them. People did all sorts of shit with them, la-di-da, thinking they knew what was what. And these were intelligent people, Biodual. And then all of a sudden we come up with some equipment to measure this. Oh shit, this stuff's pumping out some stuff. Oh, what do you know? People are dying. So to assume that that's never going to happen again.
No one thinks that.
No one thinks that. That what you're talking about is actually the opposite of the Occam's razor. Occam's razor is saying based on the fewest assumptions, unfounded assumptions, right? So fewest unfounded assumptions is if it reads 0, it's probably 0. Otherwise, you have to go, no, there's this thing that might be there that is also undetectable. Because you're making those two extra jumps. Occam's razor says that you put that at a low probability. It could still be wrong for the thing you point out about the radioactive isotopes. Sure, it could still be wrong, but you're 100% 180 degrees in the wrong direction on Occam's razor.
Well, no, Occam's razor with what you just said with regards to the air itself. If it reads 0, it must be 0 with regards to the air. Yes, definitely correct. But that's assuming there's nothing else in there. So to overlook and assume that you've accounted for everything just because you've got these tools to measure.
No one
and
says that they can account for everything. That's you're missing the specific point. No, stop, White, stop. You're missing the specific point that again Ruhif said earlier. Science doesn't prove anything because of this issue. Because of this issue of not knowing what is unknown. Because of that very reason that you brought up right now, that you keep interrupting people over. That same reason is why we don't prove shit, because we can't know what's unknown. This is we're aware of this. The fuck?
So is the model not based around the fact that when something is called space, not only does it have very little air, but there's nothing else there?
All science rests on
Have
assumptions.
I just gone blank? What's happened?
No,
it's just not worth responding to, man.
It's just you just keep saying the same thing, dude.
Do you want me to spend calories and put forth energy to answer that?
Oh, sure. No worries.
Please repeat the question, and I'll put forth the energy.
No,
Please
you want
repeat
me?
the question.
Oh, no, mate. If it's not enough
simple
worth your
request.
calories
Please
to
repeat the
answer, I'm
question,
hardly
and I
going to
will
fucking repeat
respond.
it.
No,
No,
fine.
mate, you're right.
I agree.
don't want
It's
your
not
answer.
worth the energy.
Your answer's completely fucking worthless.
Perfect.
Seriously.
Then don't ask me another question. Then.
No, well, enjoy your experiment and what you think it means. I'm glad you can all rally around each other and slap each other's ass and stuff and enjoy it. Half your luck. I suggest cooking a few steaks, a good Scotch fillet, and enjoy that with your celebrations. Privileged enough, that is. I'm not sure if you are. You might not have access to beef where you are. Whatever meat you can find.
Try to decide between Frosted Flakes and Fruit Loops, actually.
That explains a lot.
Did anybody see that photo somebody posted on Reddit of the ISS in front of the moon? It is like the clearest ISS from a backyard photographer I've seen yet.
I saw that. Yeah. I think I saw that 2 days ago, maybe.
Yeah, I think he said he had to catch it, and it was going at like 2,500 frames per second or something crazy like that.
No, it's something like I think it said 1/54th of a second.
Right, maybe
across the moon or some weird whatever. But yeah, the clarity of the ISS with the moon there, woo, fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
I'll try to find it too.
Is this the one I'm thinking of? No, that's 2 years ago. There's another one I've just found that's 2 years ago, and it's not nearly as good, but I'll post it because I found it.
Oh, that's a common one. I think I've posted that one before.
Yeah, there's another one.
You guys baiting over pictures?
I find it interesting how those things never really look like the ISS. They just look like a black little shadow. They don't really look like what the ISS.
That's why I wanted to get this one, because it looks very clearly like.
I think this is it right here.
Yeah, I think that is. I found another one here.
Go away, baiting.
Yes, that's the one. You've got it, Bio. Doesn't that one that Bio posted? Doesn't that look pretty much like what the ISS is claimed to look like?
Why wouldn't it?
Oh, indeed, I think it would.
He's got a video that's attached to it. I think it's on Instagram. Let me see if I can find the video that goes with that.
Video of the past.
I bet you before the radioactive isotope was actually, discovered what it was doing. I bet you there was someone actually saying, "Fucking, how do we know this shit's not putting out something?" No, it's not.
Absolutely,
All
it would have been.
instruments say 0. Everything says 0. We know.
Ooh.
And then science gets rewritten. It's crazy, isn't
Absolutely. It's the way science works.
Yeah, I love science for that very reason.
Yeah.
But riding with these ISS things, I mean, you would also agree, let's say, the Earth is a stationary plane and there is no outer space and there is no space station up there. If that's the case, the people pulling this off would have billions, if not trillions of dollars, massive amount of resources, who knows what other technology. So creating this effect wouldn't be very difficult.
Sure, but my challenge would be that would make the thing unfalsifiable, right? If you go, they can basically do magic, then sure, yeah, magic could.
It already is unfalsifiable. It already is, because we can't verify that thing's up there. All we can see is a little black thing that shoots around the sky. So it's already unfalsifiable.
I think it is. I think it is falsifiable. You can, if people claim that they're like flying and they switch in and out with one another. One flies for a while and another one does. Just catch it.
Well, to have something falsifiable means that I could falsify it. Meaning
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, I would have to have. For example, if you gave me an experiment and you said, "Hey, man, falsify this," water boils at this temperature, whatever it would be, you'd have to give me that equipment. I would have to be able to do it and repeat it and either verify it or falsify it, and then go either way. If you just tell me something like, "Hey, look up at that thing in the sky," and I have a story about it, nobody can falsify that, other than maybe the people.
I think you've got it slightly more the flat Earth side of what falsifiability is, which I personally need to be able to go and do it with my hands. But falsifiability is just, is this a testable claim? Right,
and I can't, and there's no way for you or I to test that that's an ISS. That's the point.
You could
it
test
doesn't require that you or I be able to do it. It just requires that it is in some way falsifiable. So
falsifiability. That's not true. Just you mean that? So what you're saying is just that somebody else can falsify it? That would be just belief. That's not false.
The claim
that's
itself
not
is falsifiable. It's like if I said there's $20 in this bag, and then I could let you look in the bag. It doesn't require that you look in the bag and falsify it for it to do it. It's just the question of like, if I go, there's $20 in this bag and I won't let you look in the bag, that's when I'm making it unfalsifiable.
Right. There is no ability or a way. Whether it could be true, something can be falsifiable, but it is true. The ability to be falsifiable makes it falsifiable or not. There are things that can be done to falsify ISS claims. But that's the whole thing. Whether you can or not doesn't change its falsifiability. It's just, are there ways to falsify it? There are ways. It is a falsifiable claim.
Okay, I hear you. I just profoundly don't agree. I think that falsifiability, when it comes to verifying something in physical reality, should be falsifiable to everybody. So, for example, if I said, I have a purple elephant in my room, in my bedroom, it's a huge purple elephant, and I gave you a picture of it, someone else took a picture of it, whatever, but I was telling you to believe that it's true, I would never expect you to believe it's true just because I could say, well, it's falsifiable. John from down the road and Bill from over here and Fred from over here, they all verified it. It's falsifiable. They did it. And then now you just have to believe that because it's falsifiable, quote unquote, because a couple other people came, you have to just accept it as falsifiable. And now you have to accept it as true. I do not see as valid logic at all.
It is religion.
I mean, it's the difference of going, I will versus there's a pink elephant in my room and nobody's allowed in. Like we're talking.
Well, that's essentially what with the ISS, what's going on. Like someone's saying, hey, there's this black thing in the sky. It does this, it tracks over here. None of us can touch it. We can't look at it. We can't go up there. We can't do anything. We just have to believe a government issued story from NASA, that it's true. And then other people telling us, hey, somebody else falsified it. This thing is true. I'm just saying if that's where you come to your truth, that's fine. That's not a method that I use for discerning truth.
So it's not, when you say it's not a method that you use, do you mean because it's not falsifiable, you doubt it?
That's one reason. Well, no, it's not about, that's not the reason I doubt it.
Logic then.
I'm just saying it is unfalsifiable.
Right. So then let me apply the same logic to what you're saying. If you say these people, because they're so powerful, because they've got these technologies, could fake something like this, is that falsifiable? Or if I found something that seemed to show that it wasn't faked, would you be able to say, well, that's how they fake it?
Well, let me answer your first one. If I say that there might be a technology that we don't know of, and I'm telling you that, I agree that's not falsifiable, but I wouldn't claim that it is to you, nor would I expect you to believe or think that.
Yeah, I don't. I hold your claim in the same way you hold the one about the ISS. I think the ISS is falsifiable because it's a physical object. I think I could probably bounce radio waves off it, things like that. I don't think I could confirm its existence, but I could make the probability of its non-existence very low. Where I think saying, well, but maybe there's magic is unfalsifiable, therefore I disregard it out of hand. I don't think it's worth entertaining.
Well, I mean, like the definition of falsifiability is able to be proven false. So can I prove that the ISS is up there? No. Can you? No. Therefore, it's unfalsifiable.
No, but you've gone back to front. It's not about proving that it's up there. It's about falsifying that it's up there. So if it's not up there, but somebody's claiming that it is, could you show
either
that
way,
to be the
he
case?
can't fucking test it himself.
It's the same. The definition of falsifiability is one of them is able to be proven false. I cannot prove that that is or is not the ISS. Neither can you. Therefore, it is unfalsifiable to you and I. Now, maybe you could say NASA can falsify it because they're up there with a probe and they're up there with a spaceship or whatever. I guess you could claim that they have a special ability to do that, but that doesn't mean that it's a falsifiable idea.
Yeah, so I think it is falsifiable. I think showing that it's not on the path that they claim it to be on, that there's two in the sky at any one time, that it's not where it's meant to be, or I see it here and you see it there. It's like there's a bunch of, because there's so much detail is given about it, there is lots of detail that could be falsified. And I think you could just bounce a radio wave off it and see if you get a signal back. I think, given my basic understanding of how things work, that would work. You would see a ripple pass across the sky from where it's bouncing from. I don't think any of those are. I think all of those would constitute falsifiability. But I think what would be the unfalsifiable claim is if I did bounce a radio wave off it, you could say, well, whatever they've got up there obviously bounces radio waves, but it's still not there.
I guess I just don't view falsifiability as being exclusive to, let's say, a government agency or a certain group. It should be falsifiable to anybody who wants to carry it out.
Sure, and it is.
Like if I said it's not, how do you eggshells? How have you falsified that that's the ISS? How have you made that? How have you done that?
You keep mistaking. I don't think you've understood my point. My point is not that Greg or Jeremy or me have done it. It's that it could be done. That's the difference.
How?
So somebody saying, I've got cancer and I don't have to do a biopsy on myself for that to be a falsifiable claim. That a biopsy could be done on me. That's the bit that makes it falsifiable or not.
Right, but I would say that anybody could do that biopsy and could look at it and detect that. Therefore, that would be more in the realm of falsifiability. But the difference would be, I guess, like in that category, let's say there was only one machine, a special machine that could detect the cancer, and there's only one doctor in the world that could do it. I would not call that falsifiable. Just because one dude claims he can do it with one machine, that to me, that's like falsifiability to me should be like a decentralized open source thing that anybody can do.
So what you're talking about is definitely a kind of falsifiability I think would be better. Like that, and that we can rest on more solidly, like, right? Whereas like the same could be said for like government negotiations or what happens in Parliament. You know, if a politician says, "Oh, so and so said this to me the other day, and here's why we're doing X," that's a falsifiable claim. I could prove that that's not the case, but it would be extraordinarily difficult for me to do so to the point of it being virtually unfalsifiable. So like there are degrees with that, whereas like what falsifiability is talking about is like might be talking about somebody's intent, where I know you intended on lying to me, because it's impossible. Like I could conceivably film somebody for their entire life and know what they did and didn't say, but there's no way that I could know what they intended when they did a particular thing. I've got to guess at that. So what you're talking about, I think, is right, which is like, is this something that's falsifiable to your average person? I would agree. ISS, very difficult to falsify for your average person. I think pointing a telescope at it is pretty good, but it's not quite the same as going and touching it with your own hands, or, you know, everybody gets a go up in it. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I guess like in the idea of I have a purple elephant in my room, there's only me and 5 buddies that were all proving it, and they're the ones who falsified it. It's sort of like, would I then be able to go out and say, "Hey, there's absolutely a pink elephant or a purple elephant in my, you know, room. Everybody should believe it"? I don't think so. Whereas to make it truly falsifiable would mean that anybody could come and see the purple elephant.
Yeah, I would just say it's a better barrier for it. It's a better example of falsifiability, something that is immediately doable by anybody.
Well, that's what makes all of this space stuff challenging, because in a sense, the only people that are going up there are government agencies, NASA, JAXA, you know, and so on. I know now they're claiming that they're shooting people up in the penis rocket, like some of these actors or whatever. But I mean, that's still a group of very, very wealthy, privileged people. So I'm just saying, with the whole outer space story, the whole thing is unfalsifiable to every civilian. The only thing we can do is look at these pictures they give us. It's just like the purple elephant in my room. I can show you pictures of it. I can tell you other people have seen pictures of it. But then that would be like if I'm getting the whole world to believe this. So in that sense, all of outer space is unfalsifiable, every single bit of it. So we have to either choose, do we just buy it, just drink the Kool-Aid and buy it, or do we question it, or, you know, do we think it's doesn't exist? Everyone's going to fall on some category of that. But I'm just saying all of the outer space stuff, I would say, falls into that unfalsifiability category.
But you can watch a rocket go up into space. You can film it and watch it actually go into the vacuum. Watch the plume of the rocket swell out, you know.
Right. What's interesting is the strongest.
That's just a rocket going up in the sky, right? That's not really proving where it's going, or that it's popping out into a vacuum, right?
But when you see, how would you explain the way that the ejection, the rocket, you know, the exhaust, how would you explain the way that it plumes out when it goes into the vacuum?
You're saying the pluming is connected to the
air
idea
pressure getting lost.
You're saying that somebody has claimed that the pluming means that it's going into a vacuum, and then they use that to say, "Hey, look at this plume; it's going into the vacuum." Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, it acts like you would expect it to if it went into a vacuum, right?
If it went into a space with less air pressure, yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Well said.
Well, that's all it is.
Sure. That's all people should mean if they're being strict about what they mean by vacuum space. I mean, if the issue of falsifiability is important to you, Jer, I would investigate how many of the flat Earth claims are falsifiable, because most of them are negatives, and a negative is inherently typically unfalsifiable. Right? So I don't see curve, I haven't measured curve is not a falsifiable thing. Right? I could show you my own finding curve, but that wouldn't falsify whether you found it or not. You know, that you can't
You
have
found it or you didn't
a
know,
rocket in the vacuum of space because it's claiming that a negative, because it's claiming a negative. It's unfalsifiable. At least to me.
That's not necessarily true. I mean, it depends on what method you're using to measure long distances, but I would say the opposite. I mean, long distance observations, laser measurements, water level tests, all those things are falsifiable because you can go do them yourself. I mean, I think a lot of people that first heard about flat Earth thought, oh, this is BS, this can't be true. And they went out themselves and did long distance photography, long distance observations, and realized, or they did laser tests or whatever it may be, and falsified the radius themselves.
Right. What is also true, though, I think, is a staggering number admit that they have, on occasion, measured or observed something that does comport with curvature. A staggering number that I've talked to.
That shouldn't be rare.
It's well, it doesn't seem like it is rare. It seems like of the people I've talked to, most say I've measured it one way and then I caught it the other way. I haven't got a good.
I've never seen a video of that at all.
What do you mean? Of people seeing it both ways? Just go to the original Black Swan guy, BMSLB. He
the original
films
Black
that
Swan
same rig on different days. He goes down to it on the day from.
Oh no! Oh, sorry. I thought you
Swan
meant both
picture.
ways, like X and Y, not both ways, as in up and down refraction. Sorry.
Yeah, as in like he on the day he goes down for the Black Swan, he says, now this is something to the gist of this is very rare. Oh, you don't see this very often, but here, look, you can see that way too far away. And then there's a bunch of other videos on his account where he's seeing the horizon where you expect it to be.
Yeah, and I suppose my argument to that is that let's just assume for a minute it's a flat plane and you've got no atmosphere, right? And obviously you would see for as far as you see, and then the floor and the sky would merge into an apparent horizon, right? Do you agree with that, at least?
Yeah.
Right? And then if we add atmosphere, before atmosphere, that apparent horizon without atmosphere would remain very consistent. It's a flat plane. So if we just walk forward, it just wouldn't change. It would just fucking look exactly the same. Turn left, turn right, look the same. Right, so if we add atmosphere, and that atmosphere is dynamic, it's more likely that it's going to appear 99% of the time refracted in favor of the globe than it's ever going to look when it's crystal clear again. So the
How do you reason that it would go globe rather than concave?
Just because of the way refraction works. It would appear, just because of the way refraction works and perspective.
Walk
it would
me through
appear.
how you get there from the way the refraction works.
It's just because it looks like things go from bottom up with perspective and refraction. The way light doesn't quite get to us when it's low, versus the light just above it does reach us.
I feel like my point being, there.
Well,
no, what is in question is whether things disappear from the bottom up. To go, what's your evidence?
Okay, irrespective of that, because I wasn't even finished, and you can ask questions after, and you've interrupted me like you accused me of fucking doing before, fucking hypocrite, right? My point being is once you add the atmosphere, we're less likely to ever see it appear to look flat again. So they're going to be the rare occasions. More often than not, we're going to see refracted effects. Quite dramatic, less dramatic. But every now and then, we're going to get those rare moments where it's like, fuck, we can see shit. It looks like we're seeing fucking really far. As opposed to the other way around, if it was curved and we add refraction. We hardly fucking ever see it line up perfectly flat. That would be a very rare anomaly.
Because it's flat, we'll see it like a sphere, except for sometimes.
I didn't say because it's flat. I didn't say that. I said if we were to assume we were on a flat plane.
Right.
So are you saying on the days that we see further, there's less refraction?
Well, it just happens to be a clearer day. You guys assume that it's because there's more refraction, therefore there's more of what's over the curve being brought up, like extreme refraction when we see fucking, forever.
Well, doesn't the distortion in the platforms indicate severe refraction?
Oh, a distortion in the platform left and right, that can just be a heat anomaly in a localized area. That doesn't have to be the whole area you're looking at.
No, we're not.
Well, just in
Who
the
brought
area
up a
looking at
localized heated
in the
area?
direction of that.
No, I'm talking about the horizon. Remember the fucking thing I walked you through? We're on a flat plane. We're looking
Yeah,
out.
no,
There's the apparent
I've
horizon.
not gotten
I said
lost, mate.
add some atmosphere. Right. Okay. So there's no localized area. We're adding the atmosphere. Now all of a sudden, that apparent horizon is not where it was before because we've added atmosphere, and that atmosphere is dynamic. So that apparent horizon is now going to be all over the place from 1 hour to the next or the day to the next, depending on the conditions. Agreed?
Sure, yeah.
Right.
I
Okay.
just
So
don't understand why
on
it
a
would be a
rare
localized
occasion,
area, though, because to me,
I never brought up
this-
localized. I never brought up localized. He said you can see like wobbly fucking things in images, and I'm like, that could be localized heating effects, like at an oil rig pumping out fucking hot air, right? Of course, that's going to create a local anomaly where it looks like things are fucked because of refraction, but it's not the whole distance from you to the object or fucking beyond, is it? It's just over around the oil rig, for example.
But then on the day, but then on the days that we see what we call the white swan images, there's minimal distortion and everything looks like it's supposed to.
Yeah.
It's okay, so the atmosphere changes. That's fine. But my point is, it'll be a rare occasion to see that true flat apparent horizon again, as opposed to what we see every day, curved and bent and looks like it's got.
I can take that, but I think the point that Left Lane raises is pretty important. Like, would you prefer it if you could get a photo that was sort of as far a distance from Black Swan, all of the same, everything the same as Black Swan, but the cranes weren't bending? Would that be better evidence for you? Would you prefer?
No, there's no optical evidence, eggshells. I've said this since the fucking get-go. I'm not happy with anything optical, so I'm only arguing optical fucking, bullshit in all essence. Because it's all optical. I mean, you can't get a water level and think you can line up the other end through optics. That's a joke, right? So
sorry, I missed the start.
It's just one of these things.
My keyboard.
Oh, my bad. No, optics.
No,
I've never agreed that optics is good.
But like, you've never agreed that the optics is good.
No, sorry. With regards to Black Swan, that come out, everyone made a hoorah. I just ignored it because it's optical. It's an optical anomaly. From hour to hour, that will change. My point from what I just went through before was that if it was a true flat plane, the apparent horizon with refraction would very rarely appear flat, and they are the rare occasions that we see in our reality. Very rare, the conditions align, and we see fucking a lot further than we can see. Now, you guys claim that's extreme refraction. I would argue that the conditions are such that we can actually see further than we otherwise would.
Well, I don't know that it's extreme refraction. I like Left Lane was suggesting, would just generally disregard things that have telltales of refraction, like wobbliness. But I would just generally go, particularly after learning about terrestrial / atmospheric refraction, whichever, I would just go, obviously looking at objects from a distance is not the best way to do this, so I better come up with a better method.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't do optics. I want to pull a line over the fucking beach.
So what's your main reason for thinking the Earth is flat?
Well, it doesn't present as round, and there's been nothing that's been given to me at all to make me go, yep, that's without question enough to fucking show that it's fucking round.
So
simple.
When you said doesn't present as round, what do you mean by that?
Nothing looks round, and I know that on the model, nothing locally will look round, and nothing can be measured to show me that it's round.
So nothing looks round.
There's obviously there's things.
You were saying optics. You don't trust optics because they change from minute to minute. In both models,
yeah, but that's local. You're talking local, aren't you? Right? Locally, it does not look round. When you look out over the ocean, you have an apparent horizon, and that gives you some semblance of maybe it's going over a curve. And then when you see half a building or half a fucking island, people tell you, oh, that's because it's curving. But there's no proof of any of this. So that's where I'm at. I'm going to pull a string over a beach eventually and prove it to myself. It's either going to try and pull into the ground or it's not. If it tries and pulls into the ground, there's obviously a fucking hump. Yes, I've got a 10-kilometer fucking rope, 8 mil polypropylene, and I've got a 10-kilometer piece of beach. When I get access to it, I'll be pulling a rope from point A to point B over that stretch.
What are
Now,
you
in the
pulling a
middle,
taut
point
with?
C, just winches on the back of utes.
Have you ever tried to make a straight length before?
No, no. You see, why do you assume I'm not trying to make a straight line, eggshells? I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not silly, mate. I know you assume that as
Okay,
well.
I was imagining you wanted
I'm
it
not.
taut, like
So
as in dead straight.
no, you can't do that, can you? The thing
Yeah,
called
that's why I
buoyancy
was like,
intensity and
I've only
the
once tried to
rope
do
on a
that, or
fucking
twice as a kid, trying to make a flying fox.
yeah.
They are hard.
Yeah, and you don't
Especially
want to
quad
too,
trying.
because if you get it too tight, you'll snap it when you get to the middle. Anyway,
Yes, we actually tried that with a flying fox. We tried to make it as tight as possible by tying it to the back of a quad bike and then like making a pulley that went under a fence thing. And we couldn't, but we like went down. We were like, oh, this is loads of fun, so it's okay. And then the builders came up the next week because they were building some yards or something, and they were like, oh, we can use a strainer post tightener, like a fence straightening tool. Fence like wire straining tool to make it stronger. So they worked on it until it was like a guitar string. And then one of the guys went down and broke his leg.
yeah, not very intelligent. I expected more of you, eggshells, if you were there.
Wait, show him. Do you
No, I
have?
wasn't there anymore.
Wait, do you have?
No, but the point,
paper
eggshells.
with
Just think. No, don't confuse him with that. Just think, eggshells. You've got 2 points along a straight beach, A to B. In the middle, you've got C. Now, in 10 kilometers at point C, there should be a 2-meter higher point than at A and B.
Right.
To form a chord between A and B, it would actually be through the earth. Yeah? Sorry, you got me or what?
Yeah, so like the slack of the rope will touch the ground in the middle. Is that the
No.
gist of it?
No. Just think of the geometry. So think of point A, point B, 10 kilometers apart, right? And you, on a round earth, and you're trying to form the chord. So that straight line between A and B would cut through the earth, leaving a 2-meter hump. Okay?
Right.
Sagittal,
okay.
whatever you want to. Sorry, maybe I'm using the wrong terminology. That might fuck you
No,
up.
yeah, hump's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, so there'll be a 2-meter hump between A and B, right? If you tried to form the straight. So my proposition is you get the rope between A and B, and you pull some tension on it, and it's either in the middle, it is going to be, right, if it's curved, or if it's flat, there'll be absolutely no resistance going down. In fact, the point at point C, if anything, if at all possible, may in fact lighten because we're pulling weight out of the line. So if it was curved, it would pull into the hump at C, because that rope would be trying to form the sagittal or the chord or whatever you want to call it. And on a flat earth, it wouldn't. Now, it's fucking simple.
Yeah, this is actually one of the best, most feasible ideas I've even heard. All that
Well, it would be
brainstorming we
definitive
did,
to
and
me.
you came out of the woodwork with this one, yeah.
If you've got questions to counter that, eggshells, I'm all open to it. But to me, that would be definitive. If it's going to pull into the ground, there's a fucking hump there.
Yeah. If you put a scale on it
at water level.
If you had a scale, something that could detect upward and downward forces, I mean that like White said, one of the models is going to show an upward force on the rope, and another one's going to show a downward force, right? So you just need to measure that, and boom.
And you don't even need much tension, eggshells. It's just literally getting it straight along the ground and then applying some tension. As soon as you apply some tension, forces are at play, whether they're vertical or fucking vertical up or down, positive or negative, and they'll be measurable.
I'm trying to draw what I think you're talking about.
Wait, do you have that?
Yo, you try and do
all the points. Do you have that diagram with all the points and shit on it? Because it had it all laid out.
I don't have it handy, mate. It's in there somewhere, but that tends to confuse more people. I don't know why. Yeah, I know.
I argued with Brandon over that for. I argued with Brandon over that for 8 hours one day until I was just missing like one little thing.
Yeah, maybe he's heartbroken because I haven't done it yet. Fucking, I'll get to it, man. COVID, fucking birds nesting, so many things. I will get there. I'm determined.
Yeah, the geometry dictates on either flat or the dimensions of Earth. The way you had those points set up, it was beautiful. It's like, well, you know, all you need to do is measure an upward or downward force at the closest spot. Even, I mean, yeah, you'd measure them all along the way, but all you need is one reading off one point, and it's over. And I think a good winch with the rope you had would have pulled it crazy tight. You would have been getting readings in the middle, I think. If not, it's not a big deal. You still would have been getting readings at least the first point, if not, you know, a couple in. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, the standing friction and all the calculations that go into the polypropylene rope on wet sand and everything meant that there was fuck all friction. Like 10 kilometers of rope I could just drag along the beach easily with my ute. So there's no resistance just from the sand and the actual rope itself. Obviously, if it's trying to pull into the earth, that will be different. But on a flat plane, obviously, it wouldn't even try and do that, would it? So,
but wouldn't you have to
verify? Quick to determine.
Wouldn't you have to verify the surface, like whether that's flat or curved, like meaning locally? Or?
Yes, I'm doing that with water level. So I'm doing this on a beach. The tide will come in. We'll have some posts in. The tide will come in. I'll mark water level off on all of those posts as close as I can to the ground where I'm going to do it. And then as the tide goes out, as soon as it gets past the post, I'll fucking start pulling on the line. So that we've actually got a real distinct level where water was over the whole 10 kilometer point. So we've actually mapped water level. You get me?
Yeah. Water level at that time of the tide.
Yeah, well, that's still water level. Right? So as the tide, it gently comes in and gently goes out. So as it comes in, so if you picture a post in the sand, right, just above where the sand is, I'll mark out where the water is on the post. And there will be 10 people, there'll be 10 posts, and everyone will be at the same time looking at their post, going, right, yep, the water's above the sand, and we'll wait so that everyone's got the water above the sand, everyone's got water on the post, and we all mark off the post instantaneously. So we've got water level over 10 kilometers established, right? And then all the weights, all the force measurements will be gauged off of that point. So in the center one, for example, right at that point, there'll be a gauge to measure either up or down resistance. And obviously the line will get laid in. We'll zero that out, obviously, because there's a little bit of weight in the line. We'll zero everything out, and then we'll start pulling on some tension. Now, obviously, if it's flat, there's going to be nothing but a slight increase, a reduction in the weight of the line, because we're removing line, and any tension applied is going to have upward forces if it's flat. Whereas if it's curved, the forces are going to pull down, and we're going to fucking see it so quick, it's not going to be funny. And if anyone, I mean, all the bowlers before when I presented this just wanted to go me for, oh, you can't lift the slack off the ground. The slack's going to be a problem. As soon as it's touching the ground, there are no forces, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you guys have never even tied something on the back of a truck. Like, get a flatbed truck and try and tie something to it. You throw a rope over it, there's a fucking hill in the middle, you pull it tight, and the shit holds down, doesn't it? Like, everyone knows this, except bowlers who sit in their fucking rooms twiddling their fingers. It's fucking weird. Have you got any counters to this one, Eggshell?
I'm still trying to get the gist of it. Is what I've drawn right, and what you're trying to see is like, as you pull it in from either of those ends, does it in the middle somewhere reduce the downward force?
No, no. Put your pulling points at A and B down on the ground. So A and B are on the surface essentially, like maybe 10 centimeters at the most above the surface, right? So fuck all. So right down on the surface. And what you'll see is that straight line that you've got there at the bottom would originally start off laying over the surface. And then if you could put all the tension in the world on it, it would pull into the earth and form that straight. Because A and B.
So it's okay. So I thought you were trying to lift it. What you're trying to do is go
no,
it's on the ground.
No, every bowler
you're trying to
thought
get
that.
it. You're trying to get it to sort of.
I've got no other versions, but we can lift it up higher to try and prove flat Earth. But that's a different experiment. If I can confirm ball,
is this the kind of thing you're talking about? So like the 2 points are, sorry, A and B.
Yeah, essentially. And if you start pulling
Like
that tight, it's going to try and pull into the earth, isn't it?
Ah, like you mean like when they use a wire to cut a piece of cheese?
In a sense, yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's not going to cut into the earth. I know that's not going to happen. But it will. The rope will come under tension and will attempt to pull into the earth. That's how you hold something on the back of a truck, don't you, Eggshells? You've done that, haven't you?
Yeah. Tie stuff down on my truck all the time.
Yeah.
I don't immediately see a problem with it. I think I get what you mean now. I think it could.
And now, if it was flat, if you suggest that was flat, draw a picture where it's flat and propose the same thing, there would be absolutely no downward force increase at all, would there? In fact, it would decrease slightly. So it's definitive. It's either positive or it's negative because it's curved or it's not. Now, I don't rule out the option, obviously, of a much bigger ball, but that fucks your model. And this does not prove flat in any way, shape, or form. But if we were to lift up the ends up to 2 meters high, we'll try it 1 meter and then 2 meters, and we were to get enough tension, and we were measuring across all 10 posts, on a flat earth, we could actually start to see some variation in what was going on, as opposed to if it was curved. Because if it's curved, it'd just be constantly pulling in. Nothing to do with trying to pull this straight and get a horizontal or anything like that. No mention of it whatsoever.
Yeah. Just next time, say it's like cutting cheese with a bit of wire. I think that'll.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good analogy, but some people don't sort of get that. I suppose if you haven't done it, you haven't done it. Cutting
This
foam,
seems like a
with a hot wire.
It seems like a logistical nightmare with the 10 kilometers of rope. I mean, I'd rather just have a straight shot. I mean, we can dig a trench in a few hours, bro. 10 kilometers is nothing. You get a backhoe in there once.
10 kilometers?
One swipe with a backhoe. Yeah. I could dig it by hand in a couple days.
Get yourself whatever you need to get over here, Jeremy. Bring your family. I'll put you up for a while. You can dig the
trench. I need an army shovel. A little bit of weed, an army shovel, and some food.
Got plenty of that, mate.
How would that?
There you go. I've done it in both ways now.
How would that change it? If it was in what would the trench? What would that? How would that change?
I would just feel better about the trench. It's more controlled, right? When it's in the that way you're on a level line. Like I don't want anybody to be in contention. You don't want to go through all this and then have the thing be in contention. You know what I mean? Was it level? Was there hills? Did the tide come in far harder on this? I know, but when you do it, you're gonna be doing it on
that
sand.
Wouldn't matter. No, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
Eggshells, you understand what I mean? The tide comes in gently, everyone's standing at the post, the water comes in, you've all got a two-way done, you've all marked off water level. That's easy. I could have SA Water come out and verify it.
If you had a trench
to come out and watch it.
If there was a trench that you also could add water to, like make a trench where it would hold water, whatever, you put some material at the bottom of it, and then put water in that. So then you would have like an entire water level, and then do it. Well, you could do the line thing. Well, just doing that alone would be interesting. Just have a trench of level water, but could you then do the line through that?
You could do that anywhere.
Yeah, but if you added the line thing to it as well, because if you had let's say like a trench that was 5 feet deep, and then 2 feet of water at the bottom of it that's being held there, because like I said, you want to put some material that would hold the water, and then so you'd have that water level as long as that would be. And then if you put your rope idea on the bottom so that it was, touching the very bottom, and then pull it. So we'd have the water level, and you could measure the tension along it. That would be interesting.
See, we need land. So
I think that's just more involved.
Permanent shit. You know what I'm saying, Gio? We need land where we could set permanent shit up and just get that, that wouldn't be hard to do to make a permanent structure like that, like a little trench.
Yep. I agree. Having private land to do this is what's essential.
Then right next to that trench, you build a little
that's the
wall.
idea, Eggshells. You nutted out. That's my contribution, champ.
I think it's great if you could also start to think there could be a consistent curvature to the Earth if that was the result. Like I'm not saying the Earth I'm not saying it's a globe in outer space, but I mean that's starting to get to where you're really indicating something.
It's all laid out in White's fucking schematic there. It's brilliant.
Yeah, no, I do hear what you're saying with that. One thing I've heard, I remember like back in the early days, 2015, 16, like Globebusters and Jaren, and just hearing a lot of these different discussions over the years. I know that back then, I remember Bob in particular from Globebusters talking about how anything that involves a line, because they looked into that, and there was actually a couple people who were trying to like buy like extremely thick fishing line as well. I think,
But that's to pull it straight, Geo.
That is to pull it straight. You're right. So what you're talking about is different.
Yeah, this is different.
But do you still think that you'd be able to get? I don't see why not. I guess yeah. Like in terms of the tension, you should be able to get it because in this one, all you really need it is just to be taut enough. Like you're basically pulling it taut, but it needs to be. It just needs to be taut enough that it can get these readings without snapping, and without having because that's I think the issue is snapping.
Well, what I've got is 1,200 kilos breaking strength, so 1.2 ton, and that is way, 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 way above what is needed just to tow the line itself flat on the beach, along the beach. So I'll definitely be able to get some tension on it.
Well, because isn't the longer,
tension is applied.
Well, isn't for sure? I think there's a little delay, but yeah, I think no, I hear what you're saying, but isn't the longer distance, doesn't that make like change the force to make the force much greater to where whatever that tension strength is, like, you know what I'm saying? Like especially if you're trying to go 10 kilometers, like that force, that's the thing, like the braking strength has to be multiplied at that distance, right?
Yeah, but you also need to understand we're pulling from each end together. So the line itself won't physically be going in either direction, but the standing friction of that, the calculation for that, if that holds true with all this physics nonsense, is low enough that there'll be enough to overcome that and give some reading. That's why I've chosen what I've chosen.
Right. No, I hear you. I do think it's a good one. I mean, we've talked about like having land.
Because it'll be wet sand.
Yeah.
And buoyant rope. You got to remember that. Wet sand, buoyant rope. So it's actually going to have even less friction than it would in the other way.
Well, do you think there'd be an issue of the fact that the sand's wet? Because if the material is like down in the sand, in wet sand, that could throw it off. Like
no, it actually reduces the friction. It reduces the friction. As long as it's not in water and the water has actually drained through the sand and the sand's not physically like, with standing water on it, and it's sand, but even though the sand's wet, that has less friction than dry or fully wet sand. So it's actually optimum to be doing it like that, especially with buoyant rope.
Yeah. Because I was thinking too, like if with like the way of doing it with a little bit more control, like if we had a trench and then you could even be really advanced, depends on how much money you have, but like the swimming pool, like the bottom of a swimming pool, like make an actual trench like that and then make it level with the water. You have to, I guess that's the challenge, is making it to like, because the water, well, let's see, if you made the trench like out of like a plastic, let's say one of those huge PVC pipes that's like, 3 foot in diameter PVC pipe, and you cut that in half. So you have half of it, and then you lay that, and then you put water in it. I guess that goes back to the idea. I mean, they're going to say on the Glober that the water is curving along with it. But I was just saying, like, if you had water in it, that could be actually measured all the way along it as well. But that gets back to making a straight line. But the bottom line is, if you had something like that, and then you verified that was level, and then did the line test you're talking about in that, then it would indicate whether that water level is indeed level or whether it's curving. Because if the water is measured to be in the piping, like in the trench, you know what that water level is. And then adding your thing into it with the line test there would actually start to get even, it's just another way to cross verify that tubing is either flat and level along with the water or is curving along with the water.
Those thing White's got is no joke, bro. It's going to measure its force up or down one way or the other. As long as the line don't snap, I mean, it's going to measure force up or down. And if it's up, it's up. And if it's down, it's down. Like, it's pretty definitive on what it's going to be. If it's going to be curving. Like, this shit is definitive right here. We've been sleeping on this, Whites. I feel you. I'm glad you brought it up again. It doesn't need to be.
Oh,
10
well, everyone's
kilometers,
having a
though.
go because no one's doing anything on the flat side, and I'm like, fucking, I've put thought into this. I think it's
Yeah.
definitive. He's going on about you can't prove shit, and I can certainly not prove that it's flat, but I can fucking prove it's not a ball if fucking this thing doesn't do what it should do.
Your shit would be pretty clear cut and definitive. If you're pulling it up, because on a flat Earth, there's no reason why it should be pressing down on the thing. So if you're pulling it up, because you're on the flat Earth, you're essentially pulling it up. So you would have an upward force on the rope at any point, everywhere.
Yep.
However, on the
and the
globe
opposite
Earth,
if it's the other way.
globe Earth, you're pulling it down. Really, that's why I said. Remember, Gio? I said that the point it's up at the end has to be lower than the lowest point you're measuring from. That way, when you're pulling on it, you're always pulling down. So every point will have a downward force registered on it.
Right, compared to what the curvature would be. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, based on what they think the curvature
imagine
is,
you have a hump. Imagine you have a hump, right? A string laying over this hump. And then you're going to have measuring points along the hump. Like it's all one curve. It's all one curving thing. And then you have measuring points along the thing. But then on the ends, you have them have it high up. But it's below the lowest point that you're measuring this upward downward force from.
Right.
So when you're pulling it would always be pulling down.
I'd imagine you'd want to keep it as low to the ground as possible, but I could see lifting it up like a foot or two or a meter or two, maybe at the most, maybe not 2 meters, but I guess like a couple feet. I could see that, but would that be required? Like if you had if you're pulling it with like a truck, let's say, obviously like the ball for the truck is going to be, foot 2, 3 off the ground, depending on how big the truck is, or like a 4-wheeler, like an ATV, but couldn't you also try to have, I guess you'd have to build like a metal, like a metal device to actually make it all the way to the ground. So that would take more engineering. So yeah, I think, right. But if it's only like a couple feet off the ground, that is still way under what the curvature of the globe should be if the radius is 3959, right? That's what you're saying?
You had it up a meter or something. The math was perfect on it. You have it up just high enough to where it needs to be to make sure that you're pulling down, but it gives you enough leeway so you're pulling up on a flat. Like it was. I wish you had this diagram on hand because it was fucking perfect.
You can do multiple all in the same time. So you start with it low, and then you do another one at 1 meter, and then another one at 2 meters. And depending on the shape, we'll have very different data across the 10 points. And then we look at the data. Simple.
Absolutely. And you have a backup plan. We got plan B on this shit, bro. Tell them about plan B.
Well, plan B is a logistical nightmare, but it involves using the tide and buoys, putting buoys on the line, and then as the tide come in, if it was level, the slack would still be in the line, but if it was curved, the slack would get taken out of the line very quickly.
Also, keep in mind,
logistically, it's awkward.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. This doesn't even have to be 10 kilometers. You could get away with doing this on a bit shorter of a distance. You know what I mean? Like I think 5 kilometers will work. You just have to have your points lower off the ground or something. You know what I mean?
No,
you want enough.
5 won't work, Jeremy, because then you're pulling the line essentially too straight, and that's where your forces will be very negligible. Now, I hear that they should still be positive and negative one way or the other, but I mean, given that if I get up and I'm able to set all this up and do it, I can certainly try at 5 kilometers without a doubt. There's no problem there.
I mean, if you can do it from 10, do it from 10. 10 kilometers is scary, bro. That's a scary distance.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, I can go down to the beach, my local beach, and I can look fucking a 10-kilometer distance down there and see the 4-wheel drives down fishing. And I know where they are because they're down there fucking at the fishing point. So I look down there and go, yep, I've got to run my line fucking all the way down to those cars down there. When theoretically they should be out of my sight. 2 meters hump, that should be above the cars. I shouldn't see the cars. So it's obviously just refraction that's bringing them up.
This would be best done. No, you're good. This would be best done on just straight up private property. You know what I mean? You ain't got to worry about pulling it out that day and setting it up in one day. Like that alone.
Oh, I know, man.
Heads don't realize how slow
I know.
shit goes in the real world. My wife's like, "Oh, we're gonna do this little project in the house. It's gonna take an hour." I'm like, "Yo, that shit's gonna take 8 hours. I'm gonna have to go to Lowe's at least twice. I can't find where nothing is in the shed. My tools are all over the place. Where did the tape measure go? You know what I mean? Like, it's just shit takes way longer than people think, and to do in reality. You know, so if we had private land, if we had a 10-kilometer strip of private land, as long as the land was like essentially somewhat level, you know, can't have fucking rolling Irish hills or whatever the fuck. You know, you need some somewhat level land, but
You're not that good
we
at
could.
trenches, Jeremy.
I mean, you could dig a trench, anything, it'd just be easier. You're gonna want some kind of level land with this, you know. When you dig your trench, you want to have the trench meet the fucking land on the side, you know. You're gonna have to level out a piece of land on the side too. Whatever. I mean, anything's
Why
doable,
can't
but
we just fucking?
Well, we know that
Why can't we
depending.
just all like spruik Musk? Just need to
Well,
spruik Elon Musk and get him to drop $1 million, and we can fucking build a facility that either shows people fucking that it's curved or fucking flat. Either way.
the nice thing about the trench
He
is
can get
we've got it ready to bury whichever one is incorrect. We just bury it right in there.
yeah, very true. I like that. Nothing to see here, folks.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, this is why the cross verification, like cross validating all these different methods, like because like the spherical excess, straight lines tests, the one you're referring to, water level tests, like these can all happen in a place where it can be cross verified. And then once that can be done on that land, you then would have to do it on more land, because let's just say we had 1,000 acres and we had a beautiful setup, just full blown. Well, that'd be great, but that's still only one small part of the earth. So, I mean, it would draw, let's say we get a planar result, like let's say we get multiple planar results. That would indicate that area is planar. But then we'd have to do it in many more spots. I mean, once you do it in a certain number, it's going to be pretty obvious at that point. I mean, it already would be in one area, but yeah.
The first one's going to be a dead giveaway. Like that would be it for me, because water is going to do what water does anywhere it is on the flat or globe
Exactly,
Earth.
Jeremy.
I
You
think.
got it, mate. You got it.
So you know what I'm saying? Like, but Gio's right though. We are going to have to do it in different spots with different people, because nobody's. Do we think they're going to give up the globe over one thing because we say we did this thing? They're going to want to do it. You know what I mean? So it's going to need to be done over and over again a few times. But
Look,
the
I can
first
tell
one
you
would
right
be
now, if we do it and
can, you know, I would build a wall near that trench too, or just fill the trench up, dig a 4 or 5 foot trench, and only fill the trench up with 2 feet of water or some shit. That way you could use the wall of the trench to like make marks or something with a laser or an auto level. I don't fucking know, whatever. Maybe build a wall next to the trench, a few feet high or something. Like some permanent shit that could stay there.
Yeah,
Get a
exactly.
laser beam.
Yeah. That's what I'm
Get a
saying.
laser
You can
beam,
have, yeah,
White's rope, all kinds of shit.
exactly.
Laser levels, auto levels. We
Straight
even
line.
get Kosho's goofy GPS bullshit in there. And
dude, that would be incredible though.
that's all we need is water and a wall. We need water and a wall. And then we can start making marks on the wall with laser levels. Like overlapping, you know what a laser level is? They spin real fast and project a line on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get 2 of those and you just leapfrog them, right? You make marks on the wall where they're hitting, and you just keep leapfrogging them.
Yep.
You overlap them. You don't even worry about the level aspect on it. You just get the lasers to overlap. You know what I'm saying? Because it'll automatically want to level the line. But you can make those things. I'm not 100% sure, but I think you can make them project a line anywhere. You know what I mean? Say you want a line going diagonal across them. So once you make your first one,
give you a curved line over distance.
you make some. Relax. You make your first one level, but after that first one, you don't worry about the level feature anymore. You just overlap your lines. You know what I mean? You would overlap them like, I don't know, 25 or 50 feet or something to make sure, okay, it's all on the same line now.
Then you'll end up
And you're
in
not
space,
even.
Jeremy.
What's up?
You end up in space then.
Well, we'll see. Well, I mean, that's the whole point. We'll see if we're end up in space or 6 inches above the water where we started in the middle.
But yeah, and also like the idea with the spherical excess and doing straight lines, if we incorporated like a straight line and then right next to it have a trench that has like I was saying, if you took one of those huge PVC pipes, chopped it in half, so it's like a half of one of those, and then so you have a trench and then do all those things you were just saying. Yeah, laser levels, water level, put water in it, do the line test, and then maybe right next to that have a straight line, and then all of that could have lasers as well and other devices, and even devices at altitude. That would be a whole other component of it, and then that would all be showing the spherical excess, like either the lack of spherical excess or spherical excess. So if you had 3 of those, like 3 trenches creating a huge triangle, you've got lasers, you've got straight lines, you've got the water in the trenches for your water level, and then you have White's words test with the line, like the line on the ground or on the base of it. If we have all that going, and I even throw this out to any of the globe earthers, like if we got the planar results on all of those, like the line pull test, we get a planar, the lasers all hit the targets, and don't show any curve. The spherical excess shows no spherical excess. It's just it's a coplanar triangle. I mean, would anyone still believe in the globe, especially if they could go to this and actually verify it physically themselves? Like, how could you still believe in the globe unless you just wanted to, I guess, for some other reason? Like, but logically, how could that ever work?
White's one would be the most definitive one out of everything that I've ever even said or thought about doing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would certainly be fascinated. Yeah, if the rope was starting to lift up and get lighter in the middle of a 10-kilometer stretch where there should be 2 meters drop, that would be very interesting to me.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be in the middle. It's all across the thing. There was multiple points in his thing. So, I mean, some of them were even close to the edge. That would let you know. Go ahead,
well,
my bad.
Not unless if the point at which you're pulling them from is above the surface, you would expect ones closer to the edge to be pulled up.
But on the globe, it's below, though. On the globe, it's below.
Right.
He had it mapped out so that even the points we were measuring near the edge were below the point we had it lifted up of the ground. So that way, every point on the whole thing should register either a downward or an upward force. You know what I mean? There was no like, oh, this one should get this. It was one or the other for all of them. It was beautiful.
Sure.
Whites, please. Go ahead.
Well, because what you're doing with that is you're basically laying a line on the ground that essentially is comporting with the surface of the earth. And if you do it with the water level, like I said, at the beach, so you can verify that water level at that time, then you have a water level and you have a line that's comporting to whatever the shape of the Earth is, the structure of the Earth. And so once you pull it and then measure, you're either going to get, the curved result or the planar result. Or I suppose you could get concave, but I don't think that's going to happen. But I guess just to leave it, I guess it could be possible, but that would be harder to test for. But
this doesn't even read concave. This concave would give you a flat result.
That's right. Yeah, I was saying that in the moment, and then
after we do this, it could either be, if we get the results that if it shows that it's not a globe, it could either be flat or concave, and then we'd be at odds with it.
I haven't understood the trench one, but I've been
this does concave as well, guys, because that hump on a ball should be 2 meters, and we're setting it up for 2 meters, and I can measure up to 2 meters at A and B, which essentially theoretically would be neutral if on a ball, right? Because you'd be going across to point C in the middle at 2 meters. Obviously, we can't get that completely horizontal the line, but if we went to 3 meters or 4 meters at the ends and started pulling, we could actually then start to see if it was fucking concave or not, because there'd be more different dynamics going the other way.
All right, let's not even worry about concave.
Can all be done on the same day. All the data can be looked at.
Concave Earth is the least of our problems. If we knock the ball out of the picture,
still rooting for couch Earth.
Lord Stephen Christ is going to come back as the ultimate savior.
So you know what I'm saying, Eggshells? Like this is the most definitive thing I've ever heard about trying to measure or test or whatever you want to call it for this. Because it's only going to go one way. This falsifies the ball right here. This is what you guys should be doing. What's up?
Yeah. So do any globe earthers do you guys say that do you admit that this is a valid way to do it? And are you expecting you're going to get a globe result? And if you don't,
I would expect at the C point, as White puts it, for the rope to be pulling down. I would be super interested in how you sort of overcome all of the not other variables like just sort of friction and stuff. To like that it measures anything with like to the point that the rope doesn't end up snapping.
I think I think the rope snapping is a huge issue, a possible issue. The other thing, to get it taut enough to where you can get the readings. The other thing, like I was saying, if you don't have like a consistent ground, like I'm just imagining a long stretch of beach like that. Some areas are going to be more muddy and wet. Other ones are going to be more dry. So I'm just trying to think how you would get like a consistency. Because if you're talking about laying it in the sand, I would think like, if it's real like muddy or watery in one area, that's going to sag it, and then another area it's drier. That's why I was thinking if you had like an actual trench, which had like a PVC pipe bottom to it type thing, then you actually have a surface that's consistent.
Yeah. And for me also, sorry for interrupting you. It would need to be dead straight. So looking down on it from above on a map, it would need to be dead straight, because if it was concave, like most beaches are, at 10 kilometers apart, the shore is going to be, not at the middle of the rope. So the rope will be out at sea. And then if it bows the other way, because there are some beaches, I guess, that poke outwards a bit, you're going up on the sand. So it's
that's what I'm
it's
saying.
the issue of
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Dead straight water level.
Yeah, hold on, HL. See, that's what I'm saying, White. I'd feel better about this if you didn't do it right on the edge of the beach and you actually did it, the trench thing. The trench thing's really not that hard, dude, especially if you have sand. You do it right above high tide. You fill it with water. You could lay painter's plastic. It's dirt cheap at Home Depot. You could just lay painter's plastic along the whole fucking thing and fill it with water. Pump water in. See, this needs to be done on private property, man. You can't. You know anybody that's got 10 kilometers?
Welcome to come and dig a trench along the thing, and we'll do that at a higher elevation.
You got 10 kilometers.
The thing that changes, the cool thing about doing it on a beach, that's the earth, like that is earth, meaning it's not altered. It's right at the beach. It's the way that the water has come out because of the tide. Maybe you would just want to do it a little bit up out of where it's wet, so you're a little bit more on dry sand. But anyways, like the cool thing about that is it's the actual earth. I think digging a trench is great, but it seems like it's a little different, because when you're digging, it just depends on the elevations. Now, I know that the water would still be level, so you would have a water level, so you've got that going for you. But that's just the issue I see with the trench, is that it's a little bit more man-made, is what I'm saying. Whereas doing it on like the beach or somewhere on Earth, that's like the Earth directly, you know?
Yeah, but the waters, if you do the trench thing, right, you got this super controlled environment. You can have your little trench, right, and then you can have the land right next to it be 2 inches the whole way down where your line's going to be. You can have that be 2 inches higher than the water, right? So you got this super controlled water that you know is level, and then you have this super controlled piece of land, because Eggshell has just complained about that. This land being level thing at different spots.
So to be clear, I'm not trying to pick flaws in like how I will poo-poo the results
No, it's fine.
when they come in. I more mean like where will you find the space to do it? If you do it,
Constructive criticism. That's good. Constructive criticism is good. But if you remember my little story at the start, the tide comes in, the posts are there, right? So the tide consumes all of the posts. So now, and the posts are straight, eggshells, they're not curved, right? So they're straight. And in a crescent.
He means from left to right straight.
Yeah, I mean left to right straight.
They're not curving. They're left to right straight.
Because most beaches are concave. Like if you look at them from a map, they go from headland to headland and go in from there.
Yeah, that's right. But in between high and low tide, you can form a straight bit on the particular beach I've got, right? So in that straight bit, as the tide consumes all of the posts, at the very last minute, that the first post that's about to go dry and all the other posts are still wet, we fucking all mark off. Then the tide can go out to wherever it wants, and the water's not even involved. And it's actually those points on the posts that are now acting as our water level. And it's from those points, which could be 10 centimeters above the actual, is a big dip where the post happens to go, if you understand my point. Like if the terrain can do what it wants underneath where I've marked off at water level, and it's irrelevant. So all of the points that get measured on the posts will be slightly off of the ground. I don't want them to be on.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
The ground. So it's yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
this is better. This is way better. All right. Perfect.
I'm just really bad at describing things.
The post off. Okay, here, let me just run through it real quick. We marked the tides in. We marked the water level off on we got the post. We mark where the water level is. All we're on the phone. We go. We're in Discord. We say, hey, mark your post right now. We all mark our fucking post, right? Am I right so far?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the water's up. Just okay. So if we want to get
sweet to multi-stream it in Discord, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, I'd do it with. Well, yeah, we could do it live and have people doing that, but we probably just have 2 ways on the beach.
Am I right so far though?
You'd want to have people like
yes, you mark it off. When the water's covering all the posts, you mark it off as close to the ground though as possible. So just as the first post in 10 is about to go dry, while the rest of them have still got water, you then call out. Everyone marks it off water level, and that's as close to the ground as you can practically get, because it'll be the highest point.
And then your scale is on like we have a couple blocks or something, whatever, some wood, a couple blocks, cylinder block, whatever. We put some stuff there so that the scale is right at that point of level where we marked our post.
Right? Built into the post will be like the gauge to adjust where that level is, and then to set the 0 too, so that we can measure it up and down.
The string would be laying on that part though, right? Where you're measuring up and down force.
It'll be going through it, literally through a little eyelet. Yeah.
What measures the up or down force?
Just spring tension. So it'll be loaded up, and then it'll either create more force one way or the other, and that's how we can zero
this
it
is
out.
Brilliant.
The rope. Yeah, the rope will have a little bit of weight to it. So once the rope's in it and all the springs sort of settle where they're going to be, you can just zero everything out.
All right, you just got rid of my trench. You just got rid of my trench for now. I'm not giving up on the trench.
Yeah.
Though. Anyways, Riggs.
Yeah, there's a lot in my head, but
hold on, Riggs, what's up, bro?
Yo, what do you mean?
We're going to take off, guys.
What's up?
Enjoy.
You're out of here, White?
No. I'll catch you later, White.
Yeah, I've got a few things to do.
Listen, if you ever find that diagram you drew up on Brandon's show that one day with all the points and shit on it.
Yeah, I'll put it in. No worries.
DM it to me. Yeah, if you ever find that. Good looking. I'll see you.
Sweet. Asta.
I was just asking, I No, I just got these AirPods, so I was gonna ask you if I sound okay.
They sound good. Yeah, you sound good.
Okay.
Sounds kind of quiet to me and a little bit distant.
I
Are those the
mean,
real AirPods?
yeah, I just got them at Best Buy.
Okay, I had you turned down. Sometimes your mic is super loud. I actually had you turned down. Now that I turn it up, it actually the volume's fine. Might even be a little loud. Yeah, go ahead and talk.
Okay. Yeah, I think everybody's got me turned down a little bit. So when I try on my Bluetooth, people are like, "Yeah, you're too quiet." I'm like, "Okay." So
yeah, for me, yeah, it could be the case. When I had you down to 60, but when I put you up to 100 with your new ones now, it's actually kind of clipping and kind of loud. So it looks like almost 85 or 80 might be balanced from what I can tell.
Oh, I'm still loud? Okay.
Yeah, Gio, the thing White Worlds has is the most definitive shit I've ever seen. As long as the rope don't break, you get some winches on either side. You'd have a scale on either side where the winch connects to the right at the point where the winch connects to the line. You'd have a scale on there. So if you have a 1,100-pound rope, you're not going to put 1,200 pounds worth of force on it, and you can measure that. So you're not going to snap the line. But
yeah, but I think what happens doesn't the force strengthen with distance? Meaning, if you have just like a 10-foot versus a 20 versus 1,000, that's the thing. Like, that's probably rated, like, what is it, 1,200? That's probably rated for, at a length as well. It's like 1,200 at 20 feet or 10 feet, or I don't know what it is because I don't know exactly. But you know what I'm saying?
No,
like,
that's the strength of it everywhere. That's the strength of it
everywhere. But the more line you are trying to pull taut, there's going to be weight in every part of the line and friction in every part of the line.
The friction is not a problem. The friction is not a problem because
can somebody explain this thing to me real quick? Like what's happening? Just like in 10 seconds.
If you go up to 20 minutes past the hour, I posted a drawing of what White's is talking about.
I can't see it. That's why I asked.
Okay, so what he's talking about is getting a rope and then pulling it taut while it's like pulling it taut from flat on the ground. Because if we're on a curve, it should pull downwards in the middle point. It should be sort of like cutting a piece of cheese with a bit of wire. It should pull through the earth. Whereas if it's flat, it should just get taut, but not pull down.
It would lift up. It would lift up. Yeah.
Wait, what would lift up?
So, okay, it basically, this was like months ago back on Brandon's. There was like at least a month where they were brainstorming like every day. And I was actually listening to all those shows, but I wasn't really active on Discord at the time. So I wasn't, but yeah, I was listening to all those. And if that's the ones Jeremy's talking about, I think that's when this one came out of. But there were later sessions as well But where White's Word had come up with this, where basically you have a rope or a string, like a very, very potent, either is the one he's talking about, Jeremy, is it a rope or is it like more of a fishing line? Is it made out of nylon?
It's probably a nylon fishing wire or Kevlar or something.
Poly something. It's diesel rope, bro. It's like 11 or 1,200 pounds or kilos test. It's pretty strong.
Yeah. So basically, Riggs, you would have, the idea is that you would have that and you would go to a beach. One way to do it is a beach. Another way we're talking about is to actually dig a trench. So it's kind of two ways. But if you did it on a beach where you could measure water level with posts and, measure water level and then lay this thing out and then pull it taut. And if you had a way to measure it, let's say you have 10 kilometers he's talking about. So let's just say every kilometer you have a measuring device, a scale, whatever that would look like, and to measure the tension there. And so what it should look like on a globe is the most tension would be in the middle. And then as it goes out, the curvature on both sides, you should get readings of, it would be going, the most would be in the middle, and then going out at the sides, it would get lesser and less, as the curvature. Whereas if it's a planar reading, you would get some tension in the middle, and then as you go out from the middle, it would actually be less because the rope's being pulled taut. So essentially, you're measuring the ground with a cable rope type thing at long distance, and then measuring that tension reading.
Okay, so
measure the earth physically.
If it were flat, then it should be slightly lower in the middle. And if it were a globe, it should be a lot lower in the middle. That's what you're saying?
A higher tension reading because you're pulling the line over a curve. If it's a curve reading. If it's a flat reading, you would get
higher tension rating.
Yeah, because if you have the rope, let's say, on the ground, and it's literally going 10 kilometers on the ground, and then you start pulling it taut, that rope is going to want to push into the ground. Like if it's a globe, it's like cutting cheese, with like a wire thing. Like it's going to want to like push into the ground. Therefore, if you read the tension at the middle, and then like let's say it's 10 kilometers, so at the 5 kilometer point, you would get a reading, and then coming towards you, so kilometer number 4, 3, 2, 1, and then where you started, you would get less and less on a flat or planar Earth reading, and then also going from 5 miles to the end of it, kilometer number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, going that way. So you have those two ways. If it's a curve, then that thing is literally going over a curve. So you should get a greater tension in the middle, and then lesser tensions in the 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, and then also 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kilometer point. But if it's a flat planar, then you would get less tension on all points because it would be pulling it taut.
How are you measuring the tension?
That's a good question, Jeremy. How is that? How did Whitesword? I mean, I could say the ways I think it could be done, but how did Whitesword say that he's going to measure the tension?
All right, on a flat Earth, there would be no tension down. There would be tension going up. Right, on a globe Earth, all these.
Wait, why would it be going up?
Listen, all these points are laid out, okay? Because on a flat Earth, we're going to have the ends of the line are going to be like, let's say 3 feet above the ground, right? So there's anywhere we're pulling, if we pull it from both ends, on a flat Earth, it should always be, the tension on the measuring point should always be going up.
Where's the measuring point?
There's like 4 of them in between the ends, towards the middle.
Writing. Do you agree with any of this?
So how would you measure? How did Whitesword say to measure it, Jeremy? With a scale, or what kind of device to actually measure it, the tension?
Yeah, he had some kind of tension scale or something. It's not really. I don't think that's really a big issue measuring an upward or downward force on it right there.
Yeah, I'm not following this. I don't.
Yeah, will we be measuring tension
unless I'm missing something?
Hold on, Armbar.
Okay. Oh,
all right, go ahead. What do you got?
I was saying, are we measuring tension or are we measuring like force? Because isn't tension like just strictly? I mean, I could be getting the word wrong, but isn't that just
we're trying to measure an upward or down? Listen, two things are going to happen. On a flat Earth, there's going to be an upward force. On a globe Earth, there's going to be a downward force. That's what we're trying to measure.
But
when I was
saying tension, that's what I meant. I meant the weight of the cable at each of those locations. Essentially, that's what I meant. Yeah, not necessarily tension of the rope. I'm talking about the weight that the rope is either pushing on the Earth or not pushing on the Earth. And on a planar, flat type of a reading, you would get less and less tension. It would all lift, and you'd be able to look at it on you could put it on a graph, like even like make a graphic of it and show exactly what it is. Where if it's a curved surface, then you should get it because you're pulling it taut over that curve. Therefore, you should be able to read and measure that curve of the amount of the weight at the cable at all those points. Yeah, that could be interesting because, like, if you have like scales and you're like pulling it like on a ball Earth, you would imagine those scales the weight on it would increase because like you guys said, it would just be pulling towards the Earth. It's like, so that'd be interesting. Yeah.
I really don't agree with this. What I've heard so far, and I don't think it would be the kind of weight you'd expect. And there's so many other variables that would affect that.
So the scales.
I'm
The
still not
scales.
seeing it.
Hold on. Imagine a sphere, right? And you have a piece of string going over the sphere. You can lift up both of the ends. You can lift up both of the ends to a certain height, to where if you were to pull the string tight on either end, it would be pressing down everywhere that you were measuring it at. Right, you with me so far? Like, so those points you're measuring would be closer inward, towards the center a little bit. You could have one in the center, but then you could have a couple outwards a little bit. As long as those points are always above the height that you're pulling it from over the surface. Are you with me?
I think you're going. you're going too fast here. I mean, you're saying stuff without really explaining it. So
Well,
there's
if
I'm
you
gonna
had
draw
a
it right
flat,
now.
if you had a flat, yeah, actually, Riding did draw it earlier. It's in the chat. But if you had like a flat table, completely flat table, and you just take a 3-foot string and you lay it on the table, and then you take both your fingers, you grab both ends, you lift it up maybe a half an inch or off the table, and then you pull on a planar reading. As you pull that, you're going to get less and less tension because it's being pulled upwards because it's a little bit off the ground. So you're going to get less and less tension on the earth, meaning it's literally kind of picking up. On a globe earth, if it's a curve, now imagine you have a desk that's a big curve, and then you have a thing like that, and then you pull it from both ends. Now it's like you're cutting cheese. Like now it's like that line is going to want to push into the curvature, therefore measuring the curvature directly, physical reading of it, measurement.
Yeah. And I have so many questions, but nothing that I've heard so far indicates what the fuck we're doing with this. I don't even know where to begin.
We're trying to measure the other. Okay, one of two things is going to happen. On a flat Earth, there's going to be an upward force on every point, and on a globe Earth, there's going to be a downward point at every point we're measuring. Right?
There's an
that's
upward
what we're doing.
force at every point.
If it's a flat Earth, there will be an upward force at every point that
But
we're
if
measuring.
the weight is congruent with its gravitational, I mean, it's. Oh, guys. Oh my gosh, how did I get here?
Well,
I don't really understand this either.
On a flat Earth, on a planar Earth reading, when Jeremy was saying force, what I was thinking of is, essentially the rope is going to either want to pull into the Earth if it's a globe because it's a curve and you're pulling it taut, or if it's a planar type reading, it's just going to lessen its force on the Earth. It's going to lift up off the Earth. So the difference between the difference between the rope generally wanting to lift up off the Earth and having less pushing against the Earth means a planar reading. If you pull it taut and it wants to pull down and the Earth and the rope are pulling into each other, that would be a globe Earth curvature reading.
It seems like the biggest issue is getting it taut over this distance. Assuming you can make it taut, wouldn't it just be easier to take a measurement from the ground to that material at every point, and then you would just assume at halfway it would be less distance? Wouldn't that be easier? Because assuming you can make it perfectly taut.
No, it doesn't have to be perfectly taut. We're not trying to get it. We're not trying to get a line like horizontal or anything.
So why would there be any type of upward? Why would there be? Let's say
because people are holding it.
No, I get that. So what I'm imagining on a small scale is that me and you have a rope and we're pulling it. I understand the middle goes up because you're making it more taut. I understand that. But whether you're on a curved or flat surface, if the entire material is off the ground and then we pull and make it taut, it's going to go up in the middle on both models.
No. Because listen, we're so far around the ball here with what White's is trying to do that when you pull it, it's gonna. Let's say you're gonna have it 2 feet in the air on each side, right? It's 2 feet in the air, but the place we're measuring it at,
over the course of like what, 5 miles or something.
Yeah, it's like 5 miles or something. Where it's 2 feet in the air at either end, but the point we're measuring it from, according to the Earth, it would actually be, compared to the cord, it would actually be 3 feet higher. So we'd still be pulling it down. You feel me? You know what I'm saying, Bio?
So here's the thing.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I just don't understand it enough.
Bio, it's
to make
I'm
sense
right
of
there
it.
with you, man. What they're trying to say basically is that at a certain distance, it would be pressing into the ground at the middle, and I don't think there's a great globe argument for that. However, I also think that the cable itself would sag so much that nobody would find it conclusive of shit anyway. So
yeah, that would be my position as well.
I know that. Well, no, that's not my position, but I think that's what you guys would say. So there you go.
And that's fine. I'll say it right now. Yes, I think in a perfect world, in a thought experiment, it may be worth doing with some modification. but applicably to reality, I don't see this at all being a thing. And the biggest issue would be that to make it taut over such a great distance.
Here's the thing: if the only result is how far from the ground it is, then if you're at a distance that it would have to be conclusively inside of the ground, then it sagging doesn't really help your claim either.
Well, the thing about the sag, like you're not really trying to get, I mean, my understanding of it, we're not trying to get this thing hovering off the ground. Like if you're talking 10 kilometers, I don't care how strong it is. You're not, I don't think you're going to be able to get it to hang off the ground.
You want it to be taut with the ground. You want it to be tight against the ground because there's curve there. That's what you're looking for.
You're measuring exactly. We're trying to measure the actual curve through just a tension wire, essentially.
Well, unfortunately, there is none. So good fucking luck.
You cut out there. Say it. You robot.
I said, unfortunately for the flat Earth people, there is no curve. So good luck.
Yeah, so I mean, the thing is, if you had a line like this, the idea is not that you're trying to get it to float off the ground or anything. The idea is that you would just have the line on the ground, and then if you had like two, ATVs, you might need like a bigger truck, something with some good traction, or a winch, whatever it would be. Like a winch might even be better. But what you would do is just pull it and you would have to test how much you could do. Like it'd be good if you could have a couple test runs to see where it snaps, like at what point does it snap, and then measure that so get your maximum snap point. So that would cost some money to keep putting in new lines. Nonetheless, like if you had enough line to do that, that would be good. And then the idea would be like if you had measurement scales, let's just say every half a kilometer or even every quarter of a kilometer, you would get readings on all of them. So
the measurement points have to be very specific. You can't just willy-nilly be measuring every half a kilometer. You have to make sure that, according to the globe math, the height at the ends is below the lowest point that you're measuring it from the up or down force, according to a chord.
Oh, so you would essentially, it would have to be from end to end at least 2 miles, and they'd be below 8 inches.
That's what I'm. Yes. And then when you pull it, that's be the most minute scale you could do it on, probably. But when you pull it, in the middle, it'll go up or down, depending on which one.
Yeah, I don't really see any reason to have the line very high off the ground, in my opinion. I think just a foot or two is fine, or even just right at the ground. I mean, maybe not like, an inch off the ground, maybe like a foot. But I wouldn't think you'd want that very high, because you'd want to make sure to have it taut as down as possible so that you would get on the globe Earth, you're going to get that maximum reading at the center. That's what you'd be looking for on a globe. And if we got that, I would definitely
you need to find level ground, though, Gio. That's the issue here.
Well, that's what we were saying. His idea is to do it at a beach where you can measure the water level as the tide's going out. That's like a natural way to do it because you're on the real Earth. The other way is we were talking about a whole man-made system.
That's always fluctuating.
Where you would dig a trench, but that's a whole nother way.
No, just go to a salt flats, man. It'll be fine.
Oh, that'd be a great place to do it, on the ice. Ooh, what do you think of that, Jeremy? On the ice at the salt flats, or some of, there's ice
or any icy lake.
Flats.
Ice flats.
Almost any icy lake.
I don't know. I think
any icy lake. Yeah, we could do this at any icy lake. This would be great. Level water, ice, boom. We should get that crack-a-lackin'. That would be amazing to do it on big stretches of ice. We could measure any large frozen body, do this test. I mean, that they say the ice is curving, right?
So Biodual, if we did 5 miles over a lake, and when we held it taut in the center, we have 3 feet on the sides at an altitude of 3 feet, and in the middle we have an altitude of 2.5. What do you think? What's your excuse?
Well, I'm not going to answer a question. That's what's your excuse at the end. But you can give me the numbers again, and I'll give you what expectations are.
Pretend I didn't say what's your excuse. Would you think that the ice had like a dip in it, or what would you think?
Assuming this thought experiment has no issue and it could be done in a 5 mile uninterrupted taut line, and there were measurements showing that it was flat, It'd be great evidence for a flat Earth, and I would have to strongly consider that position, given the evidence. Yeah.
I agree. I would actually say the same going the other way. If we measured curvature, I wouldn't just instantly start thinking the Earth is necessarily a globe spinning in outer space, but that would have to be studied further, I would think, for sure.
Personally, I would want to see
and I would be willing to admit that we got that result if we get that result, you know? So
I would want it to be on a salt flat and over ice, personally.
Oh yeah,
I'd want to compare the two. I'd want to compare the dip in the middle.
Yeah, we'd want to do it on beaches all around the world in different conditions in the real world. You'd want to do it on frozen lakes as much as possible, and then also on salt flats in as many environments as possible. Also, the one we talked about earlier is digging a trench, taking I was saying one of those huge 3 foot in diameter PVC pipes and cut it in half. So you'd have like a hemispherical pipe, lay that down in a trench, fill it with water. So you'd have a water level, you'd have level, and you would have a long distance to do the rope as well to pulling it taut. Now the negative to that is it's a little more man-made, but there's positives that you could have water levels and you could make it even more precise. So if we had all those methods that I just mentioned and they all showed one result, that is incredibly strong.
What do you know about laying pipe, Gio?
This would be laying a lot of pipe, I'll tell you that. I mean, depending how long you did it, 10 kilometers of pipe, yeah. Well, that's getting into what LIGO claims they're doing. It's getting to that at that point. You're starting to build a structure.
I think we stay far away from digging trenches. We need to come up with the golden standard material, a golden standard for what's holding the object and how it's being taught, and then a golden standard for how we're measuring the distance. And then do this everywhere we can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ice is incredibly difficult to work on. Plus, you don't know if you're fucking with the with that line. The line White has is probably made for warm weather. It might be made for ice fishing. I don't know. I wouldn't fuck around on the ice.
I think ice would be amazing because especially if you shoveled the snow off of it and you have level ice.
Listen, ask George Hanatuck how hard it is to fuck around on ice. You got to drill down to make sure you're the same level above the ice. So you got to have an auger out there now.
Well, that reminds me of another method, dude. What about this one? This is a trip. The minute you just said that, this is the other flipped way. If you had a lake of ice and then you drill into it and put a cable under the water and then pull it all the way through and then up at the other point and then hang that cable. And then could you be able to get it taut to where you'd see whether the cable touches the ice or whether there's a gap? Because it'd be a gap if it was curved. But if you pull that taut under, you would get it would just be level with the ice.
You're not controlling the variable. You're not looking at the ice underneath to know what's obstructing it.
No, I know, but that's just it's one that would be a little bit more tricky.
Well, that's like something we kicked around in the office a little bit with the neutral buoyant. You talking about the neutral buoyant line thing?
Well, yeah, but this would be measuring the bottom of the ice, basically. So if the ice on the globe, it should be curving, and you're measuring whether at the bottom, because if you drill into the ice at one spot, 10 kilometers later, 10 kilometers is a lot. Let's just say even less than that, even 2 miles, which there should be 32 inches of curve at that. So that would
the hump, what you're measuring is going to be 8 inches after 2 miles. The sagittal is 8 inches.
Yeah, so you're just measuring instead of the rope on the land is measuring the tension of the hump. The one I'm referring to, if you had a rope under the water, under the ice, is that would be measuring the ice from underneath. So it would be measuring the curve from the bottom up instead of measuring the tension from the top down.
Yeah, the problem is, though, whatever line you use is going to have to be biased towards the globe or they'll never buy it. And fucking around with the density of these lines and the density of the water, you got to have it just right. That's something, if you were going to do a neutrally buoyant line thing, that's something you'd want to have super controlled. That's definitely a trench thing.
You know how they say force the line? I think we do the force the curve. do that 5 miles with the cable. That's not. I think that's an okay thing.
Well, I was kind of spitballing with the going under the ice thing, but for reals, the one with the tension on top, like we were talking about, doing that over lakes. I think. I mean, Jeremy, you were saying you don't think over lakes would be good, because I think that would be one of the best. Because you'd have to shovel the snow away, so you would have to have take a shovel and just you'd have to have good conditions. But if you had very strong ice, maybe have to get an environment that would have that, where you get that really strong,
easy to do
baseline, and then you can just shovel the snow away, and you'd have a fucking straight flat water level. Basically, there'd be some variations in the ice, but it would be pretty minimal compared to what it should be. And then you do that tension test. Granted, the ice doesn't break. You could get some very accurate readings of whether that ice is curving or not. Oh, and if it does break, I mean, the globe, think about it. If it shows more tension in the middle. If it shows more tension in the middle and then lesser tensions going out in line with an 8 inches per mile square curvature, that would be incredibly strong evidence of that. Yes. How badass? I mean, not for you guys, but how badass would that be? Like, you guys doing the test, and then once you tighten it all the way, the ice just fucking cracks, and it's just like, well, there you go. That'd be fucking badass.
Yeah. Hey, Arma, for real. Do you think that's actually what would happen?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it depends.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you guys set it up.
You know what? Just because of how simple this is, I think I will actually perform this one myself.
Yeah, Whitesburg said he already knows the material. He's already
Jaron did his research, and he found this this marine string that they use.
White has something like that. I remember
it's perfect for what we're trying to do.
I remember Jaron talking about that. Yeah, it was it weighed nothing. It had the fuck, what do they call it?
Some kind of industrial. I think it's like Kevlar or something. Tensile strength.
Tensile strength. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had high tensile. The one Jaron had said had high tensile strength. It was super fucking light. That's what you want, is something with dumb high. I thought about using 1100 paracord or 550 paracord or something, because I don't know if you've ever seen that shit pulled tight. That shit's like a fucking guitar string. You could play music off of that bitch. If you put 500 pounds on a 550, seriously, if you put 500 pounds on a 550 paracord line, that shit's, you can pluck it and play fucking music with it.
Well, I think what we should do is, whenever we're tightening it, we use a torque wrench, just to make sure that we know how much.
That way you don't snap the line.
Pressure we're putting on the line.
That's the way you don't snap the line. That's what I was looking for earlier, a torque wrench. That'll measure how much pressure or how much tension you're putting on it. If it's 550 or 1100 or whatever, you're not gonna want to come too close to that, really. So some of those lines can handle like that 550 paracord. That shit can handle 600, or the 1100 paracord I've seen handle 1300 or something. But you wouldn't really want.
I wish I knew that wire. I wish I knew that wire that Jaron was talking about, because it was some kind of marine line.
But didn't he do the calculations for that? Because this was an old one. Yeah, if that's the same one I'm thinking of, and it was
I think he said it was more than
40
enough.
grand. It was like 40 grand just for the cable or something like that.
Oh, really? I didn't know that price. I didn't know the price.
I mean, I forget the distance that they were doing, but yeah, it was something like that.
Well, here's the biggest contention, right? I think
if that snaps,
regardless of how much tension we put on this wire, it's going to be windy. It's going to be waving around. You know what I mean? I think without the right material and without the right torque, it's going to be hard to get people to get behind.
Well, I think it could be what would be cool to do, because it's all dependent on the finances available and everything. But in terms of you'd want to try several different materials, research the strongest cables that
don't have any change. Actually, don't.
And then do them at different distances. Because 10 kilometers sounds pretty long to me. I mean, if you're talking on a beach, 10 kilometers, that just seems like a very long distance. I think it'd be great to try all these, because we'd have to figure it out. Yeah, because you could start at 3 kilometers. We'd have to just try and test things.
We got to do it in the water.
we need to lessen the amount of tension as much as possible, right?
That
So
is
we need
what
to
I
do
was
it in
wondering.
as dense
Yeah.
a medium as possible. The most convenient and dense, medium that we can kind of like access would be water, obviously. So what we
Yeah,
need
get
is
a
this,
rope that floats.
super tensile, neutrally buoyant line in the water next to a water level in the water. Like a large tube of water with some air in it, and then we could have the 3 different spots on that water level running alongside parallel to this neutrally buoyant line, and then we'll see if there's disparity in center.
The neutrally buoyant line inside the water is tough because it's going to be biased one way. You're not going to find it really neutrally buoyant. So you'd have to get samples of the water, clip pieces off of the line, and just drop that shit in the water and see if it goes up or down or just sits there. I mean, I doubt it's going to just sit there. It might go up or down super slow. And you also run into another problem. Are you changing the density of the line when you pull it?
Probably a little bit, but the margin of error of it in water is going to be much less than the margin of error in it in air, with it in air.
Well, percent, are you talking
So
about
the slack is crazy.
Are you talking about measuring the surface of the water or the sea floor?
Neither. I'm just talking about measuring this more or less straight line that you've made by torquing out this tensile, this neutrally buoyant line, and comparing that to the water level that's right beside it.
Yeah, nice. I got you. I think these would all be good to do. Yeah. Well, I think cross validating, like doing multiple of these things, because the one that we were talking about is also having a line right on the earth and then pulling it taut to where you would get either a globe measurement because of the tension of the line in the earth, as you're pulling it taut, or you would get less tension if it's a plane or flat because you're lifting that, that line is just going taut over level land. But you're talking about doing one where you're pulling it taut and then measuring that up against a water level as well?
Yeah, because in air, it doesn't really help you too much because of the disparity of densities. The thing is going to weigh more. You want to do it in as dense a medium as possible, right? Ideally, we'd have like a huge, I don't know what's more dense than water, to be honest. That would be kind of achievable. But I'm thinking water is probably the best one.
Like a gelatin or something, some kind of really, like dig a trench and have some kind of a thick, dense material.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's too unfeasible. It's fairly unlikely that we're going to do that. So stick with water, and right off the surface of the water, right underneath, would be most convenient, most accessible. Obviously, if you were to go deeper and stuff, it would be a little bit better, but it's marginal increases of density with depth. So right off the surface would be the best.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yo,
what's up, Noah?
I have a question for Jeremy. On a rope, what's a rope test with 5 points and 4 points and 5 lines or something? What is that?
So
what's that about?
You're mixing up two things. I said right now in chat in VC we're talking about a rope test. And I was saying if you want to know about spherical excess, i.e. distances on a globe test, that's Jeremy to talk to about that, which is 4 points and 5 lines.
You need 5 points.
Do you need 5 points? I thought you just needed 4 points but 5 lines between them.
No, because if you just have 5 lines, the thing when you have these 4 distances, the thing when you have these distances is you can make it work. On a flatter globe, they were saying if you only had the 4 points with the 5 distances, because you could change the shape or something of it. If you have 5 points, though, it locks it in. Like the 5th point locks everything else in if it's in the middle or something.
Where do you have a link to this, or what? What is?
RC gave me some screenshots a while back. Hold on, let me see if I can find them.
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understand what one's talking about. Yeah.
All right, here's how it goes. There's distances between cities on America, right? So we know the distance between Seattle and New York, let's say.
Hey, prove
I don't
that.
know how accurate.
You can't prove there's distances between cities.
I don't know how accurate these distances are. The Globers will tell you they're down to the meter or 10 meters or something. Okay,
Hey,
so
evidence your claim. Evidence your claim.
so the Globers will say it's within 10 meters. I don't know if that's how accurate that actually is or not, but if you have 5 points and you have distances between them, those 5 points can only work. You can only put that on a
Is it
curve.
4 or 5 points? I'm confused.
5 points. Sorry, 5 points. You can only put those 5 points on a curved or a flat surface if you scale the distances down. You know what I mean? Say you make 1 inch be every 100 miles or something. You're only going to be able to map this out on a flat or a curved surface. Because there's a difference between there's a difference between an arc length and a chord. Or an arc segment and a chord, I think it's called.
Right. Yeah. Chord is straight, an arc is curved.
Yeah, the chord, we would have the chord distances. All arc distances would be straight up. They would have the arc segment distances, the great circle distances, and that you can't do that. You can't have these distances and do it both. Like if I were to draw 5 dots on a basket, or how can I phrase it? It just won't work on either one. It will specifically only work on one or the other. Let me see if I can find.
I just realized I fucked up, guys.
What's the conclusion? Is it flat or round from this 5 points? I'm confused.
I fucked up.
Yeah, all right, Rick?
Yeah, I just forgot my knife.
Oh boy.
Are you off to murder?
Where are you headed?
No, you don't go anywhere without a knife here.
Yeah, seriously.
Where you living?
Mexico.
Yeah, even in Vancouver, I didn't go anywhere without.
Did you say Mexico? Oh my God!
I think Rakia explained it to where I fully understand a method where it's you're not pulling it taut and measuring how much it goes up. If you lay it end to end across a lake of water, using a material that floats on the water, when you pull it taut, you would expect it to go down the middle of it. You would expect it to go down below the surface because you're pulling it taut. Yeah.
Right.
No, I understand now. I thought you were doing this over land.
No, we were talking about doing it over land. The one that you just referred to is a different one, and that one actually was brought up years ago on I think that Globebusters, Jeranism on their channels. Back, I'm thinking 2017 for that one, possibly 16 or 17.
Not too long ago.
But yeah, because that idea was thrown around, in terms of having a wire or a very light fishing line, but it would be very strong. That would be on the surface of the water, and then you would try to pull it taut, and then on a globe.
Why would you use water though?
If it curves, then the line would go under the water. If it's flat, it would stay on top of the water.
Because in theory, it would take less force required, so it's less strength or less bullshit on the wire or the string that you're using, and then you're only seeing
honestly
it goes
the best
below
way
the
to do this is just
that's another good one. It just
very
depends on if
strong,
the line's
expensive wire, and do it over level land.
Wait, I see it now. Jeremy just posted it in the chat.
Yeah, these are the things. Look at me.
AFK.
See those distances? See those distances from JFK to Seattle, from New York to Seattle, and Seattle to LA, and all those things. You can only plot those out if the distances are correct, right? If those are
wait, are the distances to the airports or the courthouse?
They're airports. LAX.
Yeah, they're airports.
JFK.
Yeah. Courthouses.
Why are you laughing?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever been to a courthouse.
Okay.
Yeah. So for this distance, if you use water, the biggest issue would be the waves or the wakes if you're on a lake. Especially at that distance. Like if you have just a small pond, if you have a small pond, you don't really have to worry about wakes. But if you're talking about 5 miles across or even 2 miles across, that's so much surface area that there would be waves.
That's why you use a fucking trench.
There would be swells. Why
don't you just use?
Because if we had a trench that was, let's just say, 10 kilometers long, and you had water in it. Like I said, one of those like the bottom hemispherical part of like a PVC pipe, something like that, where you had, so it's almost like the bottom of a swimming pool, but it's a huge trench like that. We could do the water line test on the earth that's being pulled taut under the water. We could have the water level, and then you could also do the water level line test where it's floating on top of the water and is pulled taut. Do all 3 of them and see how they all cross validate.
Yeah, there's a lot of perfect situations here.
I don't think the rope will pull taut because you're pulling it for a mile to get like a couple inches. You know how much like tension is going to be in the line?
Well,
Why are you using a trench? Why don't you use a water level tool? It makes it much easier. Just have a tube, and the end of the tube is always at the same level as the other end of the tube. It just makes it more simple.
No, it's not more simple though, because having a long ass water level is hard, right? Whereas
this is hard. Come on.
No, you just buy a couple.
It
water
would probably be
levels and attach
easier
them.
to.
Not that hard.
It would honestly probably be easier to set a water level up than this trench, as long as you had multiple points. I don't know which test this was for that we were doing here. Was this with something in the water or out of the? If it's out of the water, then the water level would probably be a little bit easier.
Well, if it's pulling a line, I mean, what we're talking about doing with these lines, essentially, you're just trying to figure out a way to measure the shape of something with the line, because you're literally physically measuring the earth at that point. Like you have a line on the ground, and then by pulling it taut, just like if you have like a flat desk and you have a shoelace or whatever, and you take both ends of it and you lift your fingers maybe an inch off the table or maybe a half inch, and you pull it on a flat table, we all know what's going to happen. And same with water. We know what's going to happen if the line is floating on the water, if it's curved water. Whereas if it's a curved surface and then you pull it taut, if it's the floating line on top of the water, it's going to want to pull under the water because there's a curve of water that it's going under. That's the tendency. That's the tendency. It's going to stop floating and be pulled down. Whereas if you're doing it on the surface of the earth, you're going to get more tension if it's a curved and less tension if it's a flat surface.
Question.
But Gio,
how are we measuring the line? What's the standard for the line?
Well, yeah, those are all the particulars. Yeah, the measurement style, the distance, the type of line you're using, the place you're doing it.
When you pull it taut, how are you going to ensure that there's no slack in the line, that it's not slightly bending? Because it's going to be such a small amount of bending.
Because it goes under. It goes under the surface. That's why. Because if you're doing it above the land, that was the issue that I brought up. Is that any amount of slack across 5 mile one piece of string, it's gonna compound on itself. But the thought is to do it on water, because if you're using a floating material, any amount of actual tension, given a sphere Earth, any amount should dip it below the surface.
Well, assuming the water is, not putting pressure back in throughout the whole expanse. So.
Well, yeah, given no waves, and then also who's going to be recording it, given that they don't create their own waves, and a number of things.
That's why if you're doing this in the water, you're going to do it in a trench. There's no way around it. If you're doing it in the water, you do a trench. It's completely controlled.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to make a 5. Let's go conservative and say let's say 2 miles conservative. Oh, I know the tool that I know you dig. I know, but think about a 2 mile uninterrupted stretch of land that you could make level and fill with water that doesn't get absorbed into the ground.
Yeah,
we'll line it with painter. We'll line it with painter's plastic. Okay, it's not going to get absorbed back in the ground. That shit's like $100 worth of painter's plastic. You know how cheap that shit is?
Oh, do you think it'd be $100 to do 2 miles?
Kilometers. That's like a tray back. That's like a 1-ton truck just for the plastic.
Have you guys ever bought painter's plastic?
I wouldn't use plastic anyway.
It's about a lunch. That's about a lunch and a drink.
Dude, have you guys ever bought painter's plastic?
Tree fitty.
Need about tree.
Painter's plastic per kilometer. Okay.
Good reference percentage.
All you got to do is tape it or glue it or something at the seams. It'll be fine.
Yeah, that's all. It's a 2 mile. It's a 2 mile level trench that we're going to be doing unprofessionally. Just throw some tape on there. It'd be all good.
Tape or some hot glue. We'll get my mom's hot glue gun. Whatever, bro.
Some bubble gum.
These are minor little. Don't try to make it ridiculous. That's an argument ad absurdum.
I feel like I'm going to want to watch this made, and I'm going to want to have
Bro, all we need is like a few rolls of like
painter's plastic.
No, the wrap, the cling wrap.
That's too thin, bro. Painter's plastic.
It'll hold water, man.
Oh my god.
Here, tell you what, Jeremy, I'll take a different approach. I fully endorse this. Please go do it.
Oh my god, no.
We need your help, Bio. We need your help.
If BioDuel endorses it, then it obviously is bullshit. He's fucking with us.
No, I always endorse it, but I think we've come to a point where I think we recognize how many absurd things have to be perfect. I think we've recognized it at this point. So now I endorse it. Yeah.
What's absurd?
It's the application.
Can we not dig a trench? Can we dig a trench?
Sure, we could.
Can we manage to somehow keep water
as
in this
Rakir keeps saying in the chat, why don't you use a pre-dug trench, otherwise known as a canal?
Operation.
It's
floating.
less controlled. It's less controlled in a canal. You got turtles and fish and wind.
Yeah, a 2 mile
wind in a trench.
A 2 mile trench won't attract any type of wildlife.
You get a little piece of driftwood floating around or something in a trench. We know it's just going to be all water in there. No bullshit.
You guys have a much better pot than I do.
Yo, definitely. I got that bubonic chronic, homie.
Okay, so we're gonna call it Operation Floating String, or what other names do we have?
If you're totally reliable, if you think that this is if you think this is perfect or whatever, why don't you just do it for half a mile? Because then you would have the you would have the string or whatever come below the surface like 2 inches. That's
we need
good enough,
land.
Right?
Nah,
I know of a 2 miles, I know a 0.5
half mile would have 2-inch sagita.
I'm throwing it out there, spitballing.
Yeah, 2 inch.
I know
a half mile,
0.5 mile of pool that's underwater that's been constructed towards the curvature of the Earth.
Isn't that the one in Maryland or some shit?
It's the one that Kool-Aid keeps talking about.
Yeah, where he talks about the handrails being fitted or something.
Well, I would say doing all of these that we've been talking about at various distances and various different conditions would be ideal. And what'll be fascinating is to see if there's a consistency of the reading. And is there anyone in here that would deny that if we did multiple of these at multiple distances, really all of them, the floating, floating wire on the floating cable on the top of water, and then also the one on the surface and trench, no trench, like all of these different, especially with a trench like that, though, that would be even more. I mean, is there anyone that denies that would be very possible to bring some very real conclusions?
Yeah.
Or you can't beat the trench. You can't beat the trench.
Assuming the things that are really difficult are perfect, assuming that, yes, the results would be very reliable and would tell a story one way or the other. Yeah.
Operation Floating String will commence today.
Here's the thing with the floating string. I wouldn't start it off. Hold on. I wouldn't start the string off floating because now you got surface tension on the top. It needs to be neutrally buoyant anyways.
Okay.
So you want to have it.
Operation Swimming String.
Just make the whole thing a density tower and then match the density of the material you're using with milk.
That's fire.
Oh, instead of filling the trench with water, we fill it with whatever
oil,
liquid we
soap,
need to
and
make
water.
Whatever liquid we need to make it perfectly neutrally buoyant. Like we could cut a piece of the string off, find the concoction
What are you doing, Bio?
Find the concoction we needed to make to get it like close to perfectly neutrally buoyant.
Exactly, and then it could be in the middle. Let's say we have 3 layers. Whatever we'll call it, oil, soap, and water. And then it sits in the middle. It sits in the middle of the soap.
We're not doing a density tower.
No, but listen, but you're not listening. No, this is legitimate. When I get to the end, you're gonna know it's legitimate in a thought experiment. If we have this 2 mile long trench and we have a density tower set up where oil's on the bottom, we have soap in the middle, and then water on top. What we could do is find the material that we could lay out that would stay in the middle.
Dense, bro.
Whatever the case. So now we have this string that's in the middle of the soap, which is the second liquid of the 3. Okay. And then when we pull it taut, we can see whether it rises to water or sinks to oil. There you go.
This is facts.
It's qualitative.
If it's clean,
wouldn't it be just better to measure it?
If it's clean when it's tight, we know that it's
Operation Greasy
it would be flat.
String.
And then if it's oily, then we know it's a globe. That's how we'll know.
Yeah, you're right. It is a thought experiment.
A
bad thought experiment.
This seems super complicated to me. Come on, Bio.
It's not complicated already?
Get it together, Bio.
It's already complicated enough. We don't need your shenanigans.
Operation Greasy String.
No, stop with the nicknames. We don't have any operational names yet.
We're not there.
Well, you have to have something so you can go make a GoFundMe.
Not yet. We're still brainstorming. We need land to do this on. Okay, we need 3 miles at least of a nice stretch of somewhat level land to do this.
I agree. I think 3 miles is probably the sweet spot before things.
I'd like to have
become more
4,
clear.
but at least 3 miles, man. Because you're measuring a
agree, 3
sagitta.
miles.
Anything we do is going to be measuring a sagitta. So it's cutting the thing. You think 8 inches drop per mile squared, and it ain't like that with the sagitta. On a mile, you're getting 4 inches.
No. When from mile to
Or is it
mile,
2? It's 2. My
from
bad.
mile
2
to
inches.
mile would be 8. So if you do 2 miles, you
2
would expect
inches.
it to be 8 inches because you're looking
Yeah,
a mile
8
away
inches on
from
2 miles.
from a point.
Yeah, 8 inches on 2 miles. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And then if it would go down not by half. If you do a mile, it would be.
So basically,
that's
it's
why
a
I said like
quarter of the
two.
drop.
Can I point out a problem?
Yes.
Oh,
As
we
you
have a problem?
as you pull the rope apart, the fibers will push closer together. It will push out air that used to be in there.
It's changing the
So-
density of the string. That's what I said earlier. I said we're
Yeah,
pulling
so
it
it will
tight, change the
sink
density.
anyway
let's
once
use a
it's taut.
fishing line.
Is my theory.
Fishing line.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Percentage
how
said
do
don't
we-
worry about it, but we should.
Let's use
Hold
a
on.
fishing line.
What are you talking about? Don't worry about what?
Hold on a
About pulling
second,
it
hold on.
tight, changing the
That
density.
was
about it.
for neutrally
Hold
buoyant
on.
like fishing line, like tensile fishing line, where it doesn't
That's
have
what I'm
air
saying.
inside of it.
You
Right,
can't
yeah, no,
use
I'm
this
thinking-
water.
Hold
I'm
on,
thinking
guys.
of
Is there any
using
way to
the
check?
line.
Hold on, guys. Is there any way to check for the density? Like, is there any way to pull a string tight and then like check its density in the water somehow?
Yeah,
I mean, I
you
think
could.
tight it would always be less dense, wouldn't it? I mean, that's just definitionally what dense is.
Is there a
the
way
same
we can
amount of
check
matter
it
taking
though
up more
without having
space.
to? Is there a way we can check it though without having to calculate it?
Yeah, you just get
Yeah,
a
you
shorter
could
length,
just put it in water.
stretch
No,
it
but how do you pull
underwater,
it
and
tight?
see if it floats again afterwater.
Well, no, because if you have it tight, you're putting so much force. You're putting forces on it on either end where it won't sink or float. It'll only be pulled in either end.
That's what we want.
No, I know, but testing the density, like Jeremy said.
Yeah, no,
No, you
you
have
could
to-
stretch it out first, right? If it's like neutrally buoyant, like fishing line or something like that, you could stretch it out. And once it's stretched, you can't unstretch it, you know, because this is like some fucking type of plastic or whatever, right?
Oh, I see what
And
you're
then at
saying.
that point, you could
Some
put it in
magic
water.
material.
No, it's like the fishing line isn't like, you know, rope or something that goes
Once
back
you
to its
stretch it, it
original
doesn't. It's
size.
not like rubber band.
It
Yeah,
will
exactly.
come back a little bit. There
A
will
little-
be
very
there-
little, yeah. But the point is, stretch it out and then put it in water. See what like its buoyancy is like, and then you have like some information when you're actually putting it in the water again and stretching it out again. It's not going to be that much different.
Yeah. To be fair on that point, when you are stretching it out like that, assuming it doesn't break, you are making it smaller. So you are kind of changing the density, but at the same time, you're increasing its potential for floating on the surface because it is smaller.
What are you talking
now.
about? You're making it smaller. You're making it bigger. It's taking up more volume, same amount of mass. So you're reducing the density.
No, you're making it thinner.
You're making it thinner when you stretch it. Yeah, with any other material in reality, when you're making it thinner like that, it would just be more likely to float because now its surface tension is acting more on it because it's now thinner. So it might just counteract itself by doing that.
Yeah, that's why I said, it's going to be a little bit less dense when you stretch it out. Stretch it out first, and we could also use this, like, kill two birds with one stone. You could have the torque wrench, see exactly when it'll snap, right? And then we take another one, stretch it out, and, we know what it's like.
Listen, White's Word had the one, bro. White's Word shit was definitive. This sounds too crazy. There's too many ifs or variables and shit.
What the fuck? It's simple.
There's too much shit going on with this. White's World.
No,
one's
it's not.
definitive.
It's not as simple as you think, man.
There's too much
I
going
don't know,
on
man.
with
You
this
have
underwater thing.
a winch on each side. Actually, you'd only need a winch on one side and it tied on the other side. And then, it's in the water or on the surface of the water. And you
So
stretch it
how's-
out and see if it goes below.
How's Operation Greasy String going?
I'm not opposed to trying this, but this shit ain't gonna be definitive. I don't think we should even.
Call it the bull banjo.
I don't even think we should be. I don't know.
What's the longest canal of water that has, like, calm water?
Here's 100-pound test line, 2,000 yards. It's a little over a mile. Would be good enough.
Nah, bro. You can
much?
get 1,100. You can get 1,100 pound test paracord, bro. You know the strength. You could pluck that
Fuck
like a fucking
paracord.
guitar string. You could pluck that shit like a guitar string, bro. You could pull it so tight.
Yeah, but the density is changing like crazy, and then it'll go back to its original size and stuff like that.
Fishing line or something similar to fishing line would be probably most optimal.
Yeah, I agree. Operation Greasy Fishing Line.
How much is the? How much did you say?
You guys
100
making
pounds?
a mockery. That's making a mockery.
Well, it's a 100-pound test line. As far as price, the 1,000-yard is $60. I'd imagine 2,000 would be $100.
Bro, 100,
but
100
a 100-pound
pound
test line, yeah.
A 100-pound test is nothing, bro. We can get like 500 easy.
No, I know, but that's fine. But it'd be 100 pounds, 100-pound test line for fishing line.
Dude, you guys have to film this.
I can't imagine it would be more tension. Yeah, that'd be fine. Honestly, no sarcasm. That'd be fine.
You guys
Yeah,
should
we could just tie them together if we need more.
Now the question is, who's gonna dig the hole?
Jeremy.
Bro, I'll dig that shit, bro. I don't give a fuck. Give me a shovel in a few days.
A few days.
Me and a couple guys, a few days. We'll snap
I
a
don't
line.
think you realize what you're saying,
It
Jeremy.
depends on what kind of terrain we're in. Upstate New York's got a lot of rocky, rooty terrain. I mean, if we're on a beach
What
or
about Florida?
somewhere nice and easy,
Florida.
I'll blow that shit out in fucking.
How are you going to
days,
ensure that
man.
it's straight for 2 miles?
We're gonna snap a line left or right, and it isn't even a problem making a straight line like
Yo,
that.
what's the narrowest, most calmest channel of water?
Well,
Dude,
that's the
we
thing.
can make
If you built it custom like this, and you designed it, you could basically, it's like building a swimming pool, but just a very thin, small canal swimming pool. Like you could even make the bottom, that material. So you're basically just creating your own, controlled canal, basically like controlled condition canal where you could test things without all the wildlife and all the variations. And that way, it would be like a permanent installation.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to
Operation
worry about
Greasy
waves
Canal.
and shit. You wouldn't have to worry about waves. You know what I mean? You go out on a calm day. You could put a wind blockage all around it and build. You know what I mean? Have it sitting in the whole thing sitting in a little protected area. Like I don't know.
You could control the temperature.
Greasy canal.
Lubed up canal. You could also control. You could control the temperature of the water and the type of water. Like you could fill it with different different either distilled water or spring water, and then you could control the temperature and all the components of the water as well. If it's like a swimming pool style where you can drain it out and fill it up.
It would be a flat Earth mecca.
Here's
Here, I'll make a scientific prediction. You guys keep coming up with ideas. Everyone's going to leave the chat.
Okay. Here's a 4,000-yard pink, so it stands out. We can clearly see it. 25-pound test line. I think it'd just be easier just to set up one side at 12 inches off the ground, tie it off tight, and then go out a mile, 2 miles, and then at the other end, tie it up real tight, and then just tighten it to something like this to 20 pounds.
Agreed.
No, you got to do what White did with it.
And then just measure the middle to the ground.
You got to do.
I
what
agree
Whites
with
did
Bio
with
on something.
You got to do what Whites did with the math. You got to make sure the point you're seeing, if it goes up or down, is below the. It's got to be above the points you're pulling it at on the sides, man. You can't just go willy nilly pulling shit around at arbitrary distances and shit. Come on,
you know
man.
what you could do. You know what you could do. If you could figure out that either side of this 2 mile piece of land is in fact level, the same distance from the center of the earth, whatever the case, over 2 miles at the very middle, you can set up like a fisheye kind of hook, and you can set the eye of it to be 8 inches off the ground. Then you can make this thing taut, and then as you approach the test line's tensile strength, you can let off of it and then go and see if the string is right in the middle, if it's still sagging, if it's being pulled upwards. You can see all that stuff.
We'd have people watching it in real time. We're not going to pull it tight and then go look. Like, people are going to be there watching it happen.
Or whatever the case. Yeah. Let's say there's 3 of us. I'm at the beginning, you're in the middle, and then Gio's at the end or some shit. You're in the middle, we're all on radio, and you say, okay, guys, go ahead and pull the line tight to 20 pounds on your breaker. And then as it gets there, I'll say, I'm at 20, Gio says he's at 20. Then you say, okay, oh, the string is right in the middle of this eye. Interesting.
That would be an interesting moment right there. Like we should We should get a real interesting reaction, not the fake one they caught Jaren for and put it in that movie.
I've heard so many excuses though on why this string would go up or down or make it look like it's one way or the other. Were you guys paying attention? And Brandon's that whole time we went over this like for weeks and weeks.
Why don't you guys use
They're talking about thermal currents in the water from heat differentials.
Yeah, just do it over land.
The buoyancy of the line being off just a little smidge. You got to have it to 1/10,000th. The density of the water, to the line is crazy.
Yeah, just do it over land.
The way White said, right?
I don't know what White said. I talked to White earlier. I don't absorb much of what he says.
White's one's good. Listen, you got the curve. I thought I just explained this to you.
No, I understand the process. I don't know what White said, but I understand the process and what your methodology is. I understand.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's two possibilities here. Is that one, you do it over land, and then you would measure the distance from the ground to the string at the beginning, at the middle, at the end. And then there's also another type of experiment in which you're doing over water, in which you on a globe, the middle of it, when pulled taut, would go under the surface. There's two methodologies here.
No, it's slightly
the one
different.
The one over water. Hold on, you got it. The one on land is you're measuring an upward or downward force on the line at specific points, and those points are above the height that you're pulling it from on either side, because you're going to get two specific readings. You're going to get an upward force on every point or a downward force on every point.
I don't necessarily follow that, no.
All right, picture you have a basketball, right? And you get a string laying on it, and you're going to pick 2 points over it, 1 inch above the thing, 1 inch above the surface on either side. And you're going to pull the string tight. So you know where your cord is. You know where your cord should be. So you're going to have points where you're measuring that are right above where that cord should be. There's going to be measuring points, and they're going to tell us if there's an upward or downward force going on the string. And there's going to be a couple of those on either, in the middle, going out a little bit.
I don't think that's true. I think that if you were to measure forces that are involved on both strings as they're taught, it's going to be the same directions and the same amount. I don't see them being different as far as forces. That's why I introduced measurements.
On a flat Earth, you'd be pulling them. They'd all be pulling up. When you're pulling them out on a flat Earth, they'd all be going up. On the globe Earth, when you pull out, they're all going to be going down.
No, they'd all be going up, because you're as you increase tension, even over a curved surface, as you increase tension, the string will have a tendency to move upwards as it's being pulled taut. The forces are the same. That's why I introduced the measurements.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's why I introduced the measurements based on it being taut, because if either end are 12 inches off the ground and we pull it tight, when we measure at the middle, from the ground to that string should be 12 inches. If we do that on a spherical Earth, throwing out numbers, you can fucking test the numbers, I don't care. On a spherical Earth, we have it at 12 inches on one end, 12 inches at the other. We would expect to see a decrease, perhaps 6 inches at the middle while it's taut. I feel like that's way easier than forces.
So you're saying White's word measurement of the forces thing isn't going to work?
I'm not saying it's not going to work.
I see what you're saying about
the way that I understand it is that there won't be a difference. So I don't think a conclusive result, or I don't think a conclusion can be formed.
You got the line laying on the scales, right? The line's just laying there. We zero all this. The line's on the scales. We zero the scales out. We got it somewhat tight. It's not like lagging or anything, but it's somewhat tight. We zero out the scales, and then we start pulling it harder. You think? I think pulling it harder would have two different scenarios happen on either model.
I think you're using the same force, man. The same direction and the same force on both.
I don't think so.
What are you suggesting?
You remember White? What's up?
Dude, Kosho, I've been going for like 2 or 3 hours, just coming up with like a whole bunch of ideas. It all started with White's word, And that's, yeah, like measuring the Earth physically with a line, essentially, and the tension of the line over distance. I don't know if you've heard of that one, but so yeah, we've been talking about that and a whole bunch of different ways of implementing that. And then bio and others, we're talking about where you could have a line on top of the water. I know you just got here, so I was just kind of filling you in a little bit. But yeah, we've been basically just a huge brainstorming session of trying to figure out different ways of measuring the Earth and how to carry these things out.
It's like taking we're trying to make a ruler on the Earth, just a giant scale of it.
Straight line for 2 miles at least is what they're trying to do.
It is like a giant ruler, yeah, but like with exactly, yeah.
Yeah, we just got to make sure it's taut. Given that it is taut without breaking, we can kind of assume that it's a ruler, and then it's, the type of measurement that you take from there can have implications on Earth.
How are we going to make sure it's perfectly straight, though, is my question.
Tautness.
So you don't think it would sag in the middle if it was...
Yeah, but see, it would sag. It wouldn't really even get off the ground. Like if we're talking about the one, let's just say 5 or 10 kilometers. Whitesword was saying 10, which seems pretty far, but he has the type of cable. I don't know if he has the actual distance he needs yet, of whether he's bought that or not, but he knows the type of cable he wants to use. And so really you would only have it like maybe a meter off the ground, connected to a winch system. And then this line would be, on the Earth, and you would, that's what we're talking about, either building a trench or, because you'd have to verify water level. But nonetheless, if you have the water level and you have that thing lying on level land, as you pull it, it's not like it's going to come up off the Earth at all, but it's going to, if it's a planar, flat type of a surface, you're not going to get any greater tension because the line is just going to be pulling taut with a planar surface. So you're going to get less tension. Less of that line is going to be pushing into the Earth once you pull it taut, because it's going to be a little bit up and it's going to be level with the Earth. If it's a curved surface, which would be needed for like a globe Earth, then what we would expect when we do that is, because the line, it's like you're cutting through cheese with a piece of wire. At that point with the globe, now that you have the curvature, as you pull that taut, you should get significant tension all along the line, because now the line is actually measuring the curvature. And because you're pulling it taut, you should get, the greatest reading in the middle. And then as you come, at both sides going forward and back, you should get somewhat lesser pressure. But we should be able to see that 3959 arc of the curvature, because the line is actually pressing up against the Earth that would be curved in that case.
So yeah, we just need to come up with a 3-mile piece of line. No big deal.
That's fucking cheap, dude. You can get some raw land somewhere.
Some raw land?
Nowhere. Yeah, some raw land out in the middle of nowhere. It'll have trees and rocks and shit. That might take more than a couple
from the
shovels.
factory.
We could probably get a piece in Arizona, that's somewhat flat and easy to dig in, New Mexico, son, isn't it like sandy shit or what?
Yeah.
Dude,
Let me ask you something.
This state.
Do you think that string or rope is more rigid than, say, steel?
Let's see. Kosho's here to ruin our fun. What does that question even mean? You know the answer to that
Jeremy,
question.
we've been talking about the straight line for a long time. The straight line thing, we've been talking about this for a long time. Rope and string, it's got the same problem as, it's a steel beam or a wooden beam or any kind of solid beam.
Nothing has 100% rigidity. Nothing has 100% rigidity.
Well, Coach, the cable that Whitesword has is like rated to, I think he said 1,200 pound. So yeah, it could snap, but that doesn't really matter. If it snaps, that's a problem.
Not about snapping.
But
sagging.
It's not about the sag, because you're measuring the tension on the Earth. So you're not trying to get the line to float up off of the Earth, at least not in this one. This one, you want the line lying on the Earth. You're measuring the tension that is pulled as you make the line taut, and the variation of tension will measure either curved or no curve. That's what you're measuring. The sag doesn't even matter. You just want to pull it so it's at least somewhat taut. And we'd have to test it a lot, like the distances, the materials, the environment. if it's a trench that you're digging, you can control that a lot more. If it's on the earth, then it's a little bit less controllable in terms of the surface, as you're going, the variation of it. But there's positives because then you're measuring the actual earth in its natural environment, rather than if you dig a trench, it's a little bit more man-made. But nonetheless, this will give a reading one way or the other.
I think it's gonna sag.
I will say, before it's ever done, probably never going to be done, but before it is, I think it will sag. But for the context of this conversation, we should let you guys do it when it sags. That'll be globe proof, and then we can move on. But
What do you
it
mean
will
by
sag.
Because what we're looking for, what do you mean by sag? The line's not going to be hanging off the ground. It's going to be on the ground.
No, I know. It depends on which process you move forward with. If you do the measuring from the earth to the taut line method, there will be some type of sag, and especially over 2 miles, it'll compound itself.
I can hear it already, guys. Like they're just gonna call everything globe proof.
Well, it would be unreliable results for an honest person, but it would look like globe results.
Well, you're going to have a catenary curve with anything that's hanging. It's going to sag toward the middle anyways. It's basically impossible in the current theory to pull a line super taut. It's going to hang toward the middle anyway.
Laser.
Yeah.
That's why I say we use a laser.
And if we're talking 10 kilometers long, it would okay, if you had a 10-kilometer long line on sand and it was all level land and you only have it lifted, let's say, a meter or two off the ground, so let's say 3 feet, 5 feet off the ground at most, and is hooked up to a winch system, it's only going to be off the ground for maybe 100 feet at the most. Beyond that, it's just going to be on the ground because the cable's too heavy and it's way too long, which is fine. You're never going to get it to lift all the way up off the earth at 10 kilometers. Absolutely not. But what you'd be looking for as you pull it, again, if you had scales along the line, that's what you're looking for. You're looking to actually so all you need to do is get it taut enough. Like, for example, like I was saying before, if you had a shoestring on a flat table and you pull it taut, it's going to be very easy. Like, it's going to be easy to pull, and there's not going to be tension. There's going to be less tension as you pull it because it's coming up off of the plane, maybe even just a little bit. But if you had one on a basketball and you take a shoestring and you pull it taut, we all know what would happen. It would be a lot more taut, and you'd have much more tension on the shoestring. The shoestring would be kind of pulling and warping, stretching around the ball rather than just pulling up over the plane. And that's where the measurements would be made, which would show the difference. It would show which one it is.
Yeah,
it's gonna fucking
do
sag,
it,
bro.
Do it.
And if it gets the globe reading, or it gets a curvature reading, like I said, yeah, I would have to. I mean, for myself,
it's gonna sag. It's gonna fucking sag.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, no, but I think actually, if you put a scale underneath it in the middle, that it will either weigh the weight of the rope or string, if it were flat, but it shouldn't read anything higher than that. And I guess if you pulled it tight enough, and it was below the scale, it was below the rope. I mean, the scale was, and it was a globe, and it was far away enough. Pulling on the string or rope on both ends should give a positive weight to the scale that would be higher than the weight of the rope.
Right, because you would want the if you have the line up off the ground, you'd want that to be less than what the hump of the sagittal, like what the curvature of the earth would be, to where it would be pulling taut in the center. Yes. Whereas on a planar, it will either be the same or it would be less, which I do think we'd be able to get it to be less by pulling it.
I think for that reason, since you're not really making a measurement of the curvature itself, it's kind of an implication of the experiment. I don't think you require 10 miles. It would just be far enough so that the ends of your string are low enough to the ground to be able to do this.
Well, you could do, I think I would want to test it at a lot of different mileages. I mean, even like 1 mile, although that's only 8 inches, but it doesn't matter. You still should get, I would imagine and even in that, a more controlled environment, you might be able to get even tighter measurements and then even try 2 miles, 3 miles. Like, I think we'd have to try multiple and see what all the readings are.
You don't even need 8 inches. But I mean, it depends on what kind of setup you have. But especially if you had something like you have water, Okay, so if you had water and you somehow could have a platform in the middle, and it wasn't flowing or anything, I'm not thinking maybe you could had a hanging scale. Either
We
way,
talked
but if
about
you had a
this.
scale that was right there, and then pulling on it shouldn't increase the weight, more than the rope. The rope actually weighs itself, because it shouldn't be, the tension shouldn't be acting downwards on the scale unless it was curved. So
Right.
yeah, I mean,
That's why I'm saying
the
from
way to do
everything.
it.
Yeah, like I've never done this before, like physically in the world, and I've never seen anyone else do it. But from what I can understand from it, yeah, I would say that. I mean, we'd have to test it. I mean, if we didn't get any solid results, so be it. If that's the case and it just doesn't work, then we just say, all right, that's what it is. But like you said, there's a couple things we should be looking for that are going to be different if it's a planar surface, especially even under shorter distances or longer. But Kosha, we were also talking about doing this over ice, on an icy lake, because now you've got level ice. Granted, there's
Gio, you went dead.
Cut out, Gio.
Yeah, Gio, but you gotta remember
sorry, I
the
muted myself. Sorry, I was saying over. I just pushed the mute by mistake. I was just saying over ice. So that's another way to do it. As long as the ice is clean and we can shovel off the snow. That's another way to do this is over ice, either 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 mile, and pull these lines taut. And if it's a curve, you're going to get the forces showing that because you're literally measuring the earth with a taut cable.
But you gotta remember that when you say level, you're talking about in their worldview level to the center of the earth. So yeah, ice for them is curving already.
Well, I'm talking about an actual cable.
Yeah,
I'm talking about an actual a cable that is lying on the earth that is pulled taut and actually measuring the earth itself directly with that. Yep.
No, but if you did it on ice, if you had ice, because ice actually would be perfect, and you could easily do less than a mile, but you just put the scale down in the middle of the ice. I mean, in the middle of the rope, and let's say it's 1 mile. In the middle of the mile, and then make sure the rope was higher than the scale.
Dude, this isn't gonna work.
Like
It's
a
gonna
little bit higher than the scale.
Wait, the ice is not. The ice is not gonna curve to the earth, Kosho.
No, that's why it's perfect. Is because it is curving. From our point of view and our model, whatever you want to say, from our side, yeah, that would be the perfect place because it is curving.
Yep, and I will say if this was done and it gave the curved result, I'm not claiming right now like how that would shift my perspective. However, I will say I absolutely would not be able to deny that those are the results, and then would have to start to think about doing it in more locations because that's the next thing I'd want to see is doing it in more areas as well and see.
There's a little problem with that, Gio. You notice how ice, when you put it like in a little container and then you freeze it, the water, it tends to bump form like expands. So it forms kind of like a bulge in the middle of the ice. Have you ever noticed that? I don't know if that happens in real life. So if that happens in real life, then that will be a problem.
Yeah, water expands.
I'm talking about big amounts of water, right? And like in a lake. I see this happening on a small container. You can see it. You freeze the water, and then the water expands, and you can see like a bulge in the ice. I don't know if that happens in a big amount of water.
No, that's a good point. That would have to be considered. Yeah, that would have to be looked for. I mean, and because you're right, there might be areas where there might be things like that, some variations, and yeah, so that is something to consider with all the ice ones. There's also salt flats, areas like that to do this.
The only problem is doing it in a public place like that, or really any place, is just the uninterruption of however long this string is. Whether it be wildlife walking through or a person, it wouldn't take all that much to fuck it all up. So that part would be difficult. It would have to be pretty desolate wherever you go.
That's what Jaron ran into the filming, especially the second day where he did it with the holes in the boards. When Jaron did that, that's what he found later because they actually went back later and he walked the whole stretch and he saw that there were all these plants and bushes and shit in the way that were in the way. See,
that's why
they didn't get.
Dude, that's why you gotta
Yeah.
This is why you got. Sorry to cut you off, but this is why you have to own the land. It needs to be completely controlled. If you own the land and it's not public property and shit, you got people and animals. Then when you're doing it, you have a person every 50 or 100 feet. No fucking rabbits and shit. Wildlife don't come near people. That shit stays away. We're dangerous.
Yeah, keep it far away from M Stone.
Who owns land with a mile long distance?
No. Why you guys are trying to do this crazy test, bro? It's just like the whole
gonna
body of
sag,
science
bro.
proves
It's
that
gonna fucking
Globert.
sag.
And just believe in the picture from space, bro. That's all you need. Stop it.
I mean, that's good enough.
I think this test is pretty decent, especially the other thing you
Isn't
have
it,
to do
Gio? I mean, bio.
No, I mean it is, but it's not
It
enough
is, right?
apparently. So that's why we have to get too ridiculous like this.
Yeah, I know.
I think this would be a lot easier than pretending to go to space, though.
How is anything easier than pretending?
Sandra Bullock did it. They pretend to go to space. Fucking nice.
Well,
Regardless, yeah, if that's the only thing you have to worry about is 'cause I think this test is good. I think you just have to worry about what you're gonna do to pull the strings, because you want to keep those at the same elevation the entire time they're being pulled. So it's got to be
you'd
like,
have you'd have like a winch system that would be a measured amount off the ground. And then you'd have the cable. You'd be able to measure water level. Like, yeah, if we dug our own canal, that would be really ideal, and that would be a very unique way to do it. Like, build a canal, that you could do it over. That would have and then you actually have a water level. The rope would be at the bottom of the canal. You could make like PVC piping for the base of it, or like even like a swimming pool base of permanently built in like that, or it could just be dirt. But either way, if you had a control environment, now you have a water level. You can work on creating a straight line with the water level, and you'd actually have a very long water level. And then you could do the rope thing at the base of it. So you could have the rope that would be, at the base of this canal. Then you could do the pulling taut and do that. And then in addition, you could have where the rope, or there's a cable, or like a fishing line, like a thinner line that is on top of the water that's actually floating. And then you can pull that taut. And you can do that at different distances along it as well. And by pulling that taut, if the water's curving, it should come under the water an inch or two, 3. It should, just like cheese, like a piece of wire cutting cheese, it should also cut through the water. And if it's the planar result, if you pull it taut, it should just really rise up off the water or just stay floating. It never would go above. If you have it being pulled up like a couple inches or whatever above the water on a planar, if it's really flat level water, you would, if anything, you would get lesser tension all along that line, and it would not go under the water when you pull it. So, yeah. So it's the way to, this is basically measuring water and the ground to see if it's curving or not.
Yeah, but what if you just use a water level?
Right, but you need to connect the water level with some kind of a straight line verification. If water level, you have to connect it to more verification methods to, especially if you talk about just a water level, you have to be able to create a straight line to see whether that's curving.
No, but what if you have I'm saying you use the water level to put the where you pull the strings from on either side. The strings are the same height as a water level. And you got a water level in the middle that you can reference the scale to. So the same water level's got three areas where the water's coming out. So you make the strings pull from the same height as the water level on either side, and you put the scale at the water level in the middle, maybe like 1 inch, but 2 inches below it or whatever. I mean, it doesn't have to. It could be it could be just right below it, because the only thing that it should measure is the weight of the rope or the string if it's resting on it, and obviously if you pull it and it's taut, then it shouldn't be reading a positive value above the weight of the rope. If it's flat, and then you'd expect a positive weight if it was spherical. Because if you do it like that, you could have it relatively close. Not too close, but somewhere where you're only expecting like 2 inches or something like that.
Yeah, you could do it over a mile. Yep, 2 mile. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We'd have to test. Yeah, but yeah, or even maybe
under a mile.
Okay, yeah.
Why don't you get a canal and get two strings, one that is buoyant and one that is not, and pull both of those tight.
So one of them's on the floor, on the earth.
No, same elevation.
And the other
just
one's at
below
the
the
water level?
surface. No, both are at the same elevation, so if there's no problem with one hanging, because one is buoyant and one isn't.
Yeah. No, I do hear you on that as well. That would be good to. So that's what I'm saying. We could cross-verify, like cross-validate these things and do multiple. But yeah, that's a good idea too. So Kosho, if we did these, and if they all like multiple of them, and they come up with the planar result, we're not measuring any curve. What is that going to do for your worldview? Are you gonna have to change it, or like, is that going to be strong enough? Especially if you see it in person, like, what do you think?
If things were done carefully, very very careful to make sure there's could be no false results or whatever. Yeah, you'd have to really rethink your whole idea of how the Earth works. Sure. Multiple tests.
Yeah, because if I was able to see that and measure that myself, yeah, I would. I'm just thinking, there's no way that I could, like, if we get the curve, see, especially if we get the curved result, it's going to be very noticeable because you're pulling it, taut against that. The planar result would be the default, which would be what it is if the water is just level, ongoing. But if the curved one, it would show that. If it did show that, and even showed the ratio, because you should get like, when these lines are being pulled taut on the earth, like I said, the tension would be different at the different parts of it. So if we could see that, I mean, I would have to.
Do you know how you tell the difference?
I would have to admit that the earth is curving in that scenario, at least in that part of it. Doesn't mean the whole thing's a globe and it's spinning and all that stuff. It means that there is some curve measured there. That's what it would show.
If that little piece of wire is gonna be supported by a like a stick or something, I mean.
Oh my God, Bio, dude, you're the man. Did you just make this right now?
Yeah, that was the interpretation that I had.
Nice,
the difference
dude.
between going up and going down. Yeah.
This is fantastic. If everybody to check this out. Yeah, he just drew it. That's it. Yep, that's exactly it. And on a planar, you would get lesser tension. This line would pull up off the plane. If it's a curve, it should be pulled down into the plane straight up. Right. Sorry, pull down into the sphere or whatever, or pull down into the curve, whatever that is. Yeah. That's one of the most amazing long distance rulers to measure the Earth ideas that could be done.
Except if it sags into the Earth, even if it was a flat plane.
No. If it's sagging, you would have a reading. But as you increase tension on either end, it would decrease. Even if you have the sagging, the weight that the scale would read would decrease, and that would be the important part.
No. Hold on. If it's sagging, then the test.
One on a plane and one on a curve.
Yeah, Bio just
Am
posted
I coming
it.
through? Hello?
Yeah, Silent, you are. But yeah, Bio just posted it. Yeah, go ahead, Silent.
I was gonna say, in that what Bio posted, if it's sagging, you can tell right away by where the sticks, where the little wire is gonna be connected to the sticks on the ground. It has to form a 45 degree angle, right? No more than that. If it's less than that, then it means it's sagging. So
No,
it
the
has to
sagging
be
is fine.
straight.
No, if
hold on, Bio. If it's sagging, you can claim that it is the Earth curving. Therefore, that's why.
That's not what we're measuring. That's not what we're measuring.
No. But you got to take that into account.
No, hold on. I know. We don't have to, because I'm going to explain it quite clearly.
Holy shit!
Because you're talking about a different methodology and something that I brought up earlier. If from point to point over a mile or 2 miles, it were perfectly taut, then we could just measure the height from the Earth at the midpoint. We could just do that. But we can't reliably do that because, as you said, there's sag. Now, in both of these scenarios, the wires, while sagging, would give a reading on the scale while sagging. But in both scenarios, as you increase tension, the direction of the scale will be opposite. So that's why this would be more reliable, and that this is also accounting for sag.
It wouldn't matter. The sag only has a possible reading of the weight of the string or the rope,
Dude,
the
Kosho,
entire
look at
string or
the.
rope, and which obviously if you pull it tight enough and there's a curve there, you can get it much higher than the
Yes,
weight of the
sir.
rope. So
Yes, sir.
I don't inherently see a problem here. It would
Dude, I
just be
just
the
saw.
scale being sensitive enough, as well as strong enough as you increase tension.
Dude,
That's
Biodual's or like painting or whatever this is, image. That's gold right there.
It's sometimes difficult to put others' explanations into words or understandings, and I find pictures to be the best.
Yeah,
And
dude, that picture is gold, man. That's a golden picture. This is actually a good test.
Yeah, I like I said, I don't inherently see anything wrong. It would just it would be the precision of the scale and the tensile strength of the material that you're using. I think if you figure out those two, I think you're fine.
But in addition, like, yeah, putting the scale at the middle is great. But what I was saying as well, if you had scales, let's say, 10 of them. So break that line up into boom, 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 like 10 little areas where you have scales at all of those. So now if it's the planar Earth reading, those scales, as you pull it, because yeah, depending on your distance, it's not necessarily that you're going to get that cable to float off the ground. However, depending on what distance you're at, as you pull that, the planar readings, all of those scales going all the way from, let's say you're starting, let's just say 10 miles, just to make it 10. Yeah. At mile 1, it's going to lessen mile 2, 3, 4. And it's going to lessen in proportion to it being pulled up as a rope or whatever off a plane. Whereas if it's a globe, all of those 1, 2, 3, 4, you're going to get a very noticeable parabolic curvature arc, with the most being at the center and then lessening going out.
No, yeah, that makes sense now. The way that Jeremy, if you're listening, I fully understand what you meant by up and down earlier. I apologize. Yeah, that makes sense, especially with multiple readings, just in case the integrity of one scale is fucked, and then you could see that there's different rates of this, added up or added down.
This is a great fucking test. This is amazing, actually. Operation Heavy String.
I agree, dude. I think it's epic. Well, Whitesword was the one. He's in here now. He is the inventor of this, as far as I know, because I had heard back in the day on Globebusters and Jeranism back in 2016, 17, there was some talk about using a line. They definitely talked about doing the one on the water, like Biodual mentioned, where you have a line that's floating on top of the water. Then you pull it taut on the globe, on the curved water, it should go under, or as on a planar flat surface, it would, not go under the water. I heard them talking about that. I think they had looked into it. I think that estimate was like $8,000 to $10,000 for the setup they were looking for to get that long of a cable. And then there was the line that they were trying to do. And then I think as well, if it snaps, that's like 10 grand gone, like in one snap. So it would, so I think it's a project. I don't know that if I've ever heard of if anyone's done it, to be honest, but I know that it was an idea thrown around back then. And then what Whitesword brought up is an entirely additional invention. As far as I know, I've never heard it ever before, Whitesword, which is the idea of, like we're talking, where you have this cable or this line that's actually on the Earth and then measuring the tension, which is similar to the water surface level. But now we're just doing the actual Earth surface level.
Right, because now we don't have to have it perfectly tight. We could just read the scale of increasing or decreasing, and that would give.
That's what I was talking about. That's why that's another reason why you do it in the most controlled environment possible, right? This fucking string's not cheap. You don't want to fuck around and put this in a canal and have fishies nibbling on it or some shit, or a turtle come fucking bite it or something. Or on a beach, a crab comes up and snap. You don't want to be, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if it snapped, couldn't you just heal it with the fastener? I mean, why would it?
Get some glue.
No, every time he's trying to make a mockery of you, Riggs. Every time you break the line and you have to tie it, you lose some of its strength. When you tie a knot, you can only get like 99%.
No, I'm not talking about tying a knot. I'm talking about using type of fastener.
Yeah, you can get particular type of what the fuck? It's in like wire repair when you're doing electronic work. You can get certain things that you can connect two ends together. You can, but Jeremy is right. You do lose some integrity by doing that.
I think the floating string one was also good, like a string that floats, and you pull it taut, and it either comes.
There's so many problems with that one.
But both are the same. Yeah,
no,
and
they're
then
not the same. They're not the same.
they are the same. They are the same because in one scenario, if it's a sphere, the middle of it will go down, and if it's flat, the middle of it will go up. It is the same thing, but because it's a great distance over water, humans aren't, you know, great in water in something like this. So it probably would be better over land.
No, this is easy to do in water. It's just that you don't. I've heard thermal currents could be an issue for why the string is going up in the middle or something or down or whatever. I've heard the buoyancy of the line is going to be off when you pull it tight. So you could check to see if it's neutrally buoyant, and then you get in a line and you pull it in your water and you pull it tight. Now you have an issue with the buoyancy. Is the buoyant? You're never going to get it 100%. Is it leaning one way or the other? You know what I'm saying?
If it's buoyant, it should not. If when you tighten it on a flat Earth, and it's buoyant, it should not go below the surface in the middle.
Yeah.
Right. If anything, exactly. If anything,
That's what I'm saying.
it would become less buoyant at a ratio all the way down the line as you pull it. Yeah.
Well, probably more buoyant because it's going to be less material in that same space, as well as becoming thinner. So the surface tension that's acting on it is stronger. So it's probably hurting a globe Earth because of those factors.
I don't know about hurting.
Whatever you do in the water, you got to have it be biased for the globe Earth. Otherwise, they're just going to use that as the excuse. So if it's going one way, you have to make sure it's going the way that's going to, essentially help the globe Earth.
The weight one is pretty good though. I'm not gonna lie, like the scales and stuff. The
one on land is the way to go.
The biggest issue is probably the precision, because what material are we talking about? Are we talking about a fishing line that locally is weighing a thousandth of a gram?
Metal cable.
Sure, if you could find a mile, 2 mile, 5 mile long uncut metal cable, sure, it wouldn't be difficult to weigh it.
Well, that's the thing about all of these. I think multiple different materials and environments and distances would have to be considered. And the winch system you're using, how fast you pull it, that shouldn't really matter. Well, actually, it should. So actually, the tension strength of these different materials are going to vary. But if you were able to, if you have a winch system that can be pretty accurate, because the thing that'd be interesting is that, okay, on a planar surface with this line, let's say you just can go a little bit at a time, so teeny bit, and you're measuring it. So you're getting detailed measurements on all of the readings. So as you're actually cranking it, a little more each time. I mean, when I say crank, I mean probably done with a motor electronically, but you'd be able to measure it very, selectively. And you should get a specific ratio of change throughout all of those scales as to whether it's lifting up, which would be a planar reading, or whether it's starting to press down on those scales as you're doing it. And the more tension you do, you get more, and you should get more of the curve measurement because you're pulling it tighter over the ball. Or if it's planar, you should just get lessening and lessening as it's pulled. So having it done through time and at those stations would be incredibly indicative of which one it is. Pretty easy, I
think the weighing ones, this weighing idea of just putting the scales, maybe every whatever so yards or feet or meters in the line being pulled taut. It's just a good idea, man. It's undeniable. It's a great test.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Weisford. Yeah, dude, you're the man. But so in terms of when you're thinking about measuring, what kind of scale system, and then at what distances measuring it, were you thinking how that would look?
I'm just at a basketball game coaching guys, so I'm just sort of half listening and half not. So I'll tune in a bit, about an hour or so.
Cool, man. I got you. Yeah, have fun. You're at a game? Nice.
This is a fire idea, not gonna lie.
It's pretty good because if something happens, it would point in one direction, sphere or flat, and then if nothing happens, it's not supporting either side. So it is pretty It's pretty good in that way.
What if it comes out supporting the flat? How are you gonna react with that?
It's evidence. I would have to really consider it. I have to look at the methodology, materials, blah blah blah. I would look at everything, but it would be evidence.
So, Bio, if you saw that in addition to other things that even cross-validated that, and if you got to a point in this life where physically it's unverified, it's unquestioned, I guess what I was trying to say, or in your mind, irrefutable. Yeah, like at that point, would you just say, okay, the Earth is a planar surface, and then would you also instantly probably consider that most of what NASA is doing is BS, or how would you? Where would it go from there?
I think the question answers itself. If I'm presented irrefutable evidence of a flat Earth, then yes, of course I would subscribe to a flat Earth. Everything else that goes along with it, as far as NASA conspiracies, I'd probably be more inclined to thinking they were true, but it wouldn't be automatic. But yes, the question again answers itself. If provided irrefutable evidence of something, it would be crazy for me not to subscribe to it.
Wait, so Biodual, so you're saying that if we irrefutably prove the flat Earth, you would still consider it possible for them to land on the moon?
Right. Yeah, I would, because the shape of the Earth, I feel, it's not directly dictating what the moon is. It still could be a flat Earth with a spherical moon way up in the sky at a high distance.
So they lied about the model, but they didn't lie about going to the moon.
If you heard the words that I said if you provided irrefutable proof of flat Earth, it would be crazy for me not to be a flat earther. And then on top of that, everything else that goes with it, I would be way more inclined to believing the other stuff. But it wouldn't be automatic.
Yeah, I think Noah, I think he kind of said the opposite. I kind of think I know what you perceived he said, but I think what he was saying is that if he had the irrefutable proof that the Earth was flat, he was saying that he would consider all of these other things like NASA fakery, moon landing being fake. He would consider those as being much more likely, right?
But yeah, of course, yeah, because it's because yes, as you said, they are lying about that. Sure, my evidence for moon landings or space travel or ISS has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I know that those two things are separate and they exist by themselves. But I would be more inclined because they do promote a globe Earth, and if presented irrefutable proof, I become a flat earther. Well, they're promoting something that I know not to be true, so now I'm more inclined to believe that they are faking everything. I'd be more inclined, but it wouldn't be automatic. Like, oh fuck, it is flat. Shit, everything is a lie. I wouldn't do that. I would still need evidence for other things that are separate from the shape of the Earth.
Such as what, Bio?
What do you mean, such as what? Like, I would need evidence or at least logical reasoning behind conspiracies.
Such as which one? Yeah, like what?
Well, as he just mentioned, moon landing.
Wait.
See, I've often said on the other. Oh, were you going to say something, Silent? But I was going to just say.
I love
well, I've said this on the other side, Bio. If I were shown, like if we did these tests we're talking about and they showed a curved surface and so on, I would no longer be able to think the Earth is a planar surface if I'm measuring otherwise. So that would be one thing. And then from there, you know what's interesting? And we've talked about this before, like if I were to somehow change and think the Earth is a globe, or if I were to wake up tomorrow and all 100%, it
all makes sense.
If I was saying the Earth is a globe, I would still think that all that NASA shit is fake as can be. So what I would think if I came to the globe Earth, what I would then think is, okay, the Earth's a globe, but whatever the hell they're showing us of this moon landing and all that stuff is completely fake. Therefore, maybe they're giving us the fake shit so that they can do the real space travel, perhaps.
Totally possible. Yeah, that's why I said moon landings and the moon, space, planet, stars. That has nothing to do with Earth shape. So yeah, from your perspective, if for whatever reason tomorrow you become a glober, you could totally still think that NASA is faking fucking everything. That has nothing to do with that perspective on it. So in the same way, if I'm globe going to flat, for that same reason, I wouldn't automatically switch to NASA is lying and shit. I'd probably still hold particular things that I feel it has been validated, but it would just be, but the Earth is flat. Yeah.
Well, wouldn't you have to consider NASA's lying because they show it as a globe, right? And the whole moon landing, they took the first quote unquote picture of the blue marble thing. So that's what I'm saying.
Same question to you, though. That's the same question to you, though. If it was determined to be a globe, wouldn't you then have to think that NASA is actually telling the truth? I think these two things are completely separate.
Well, there's a lot of questions in that, because would I say NASA's telling the truth? Well, because here's another theory, and this is maybe one maybe Don Treader, I feel he might be down with this idea, which is that the Earth is a globe in this idea, because he believes it is, and I'm not even saying Don believes this, by the way. I'm just saying it's an idea that I think Don might align with. So it is a globe, but all of the shit they give us of outer space is 100% faked, and they're just doing the real space travel. So in that idea, yeah, that picture is fake. All of it's fake because they're.
What do you mean? Low Earth orbit is real in that, or possibly, or something like that?
Well, there's another thing. Yeah, there's that whole thing too. The whole orbiting stuff.
Yeah, there's an entire spectrum, and all I'm saying is that if anybody here in this channel or the community changes their views on Earth's shape, that doesn't at all dictate that you have to believe a certain way about NASA. You could be a globe earther and think NASA's full of shit. You could be a flat earther who believes in some type of space and the planet stars. There's an entire spectrum. What I'm saying is that if you switch your Earth shape, I don't think that dictates anything else. I think it's just Earth shape.
But I think there's some variations. If you go from globe to flat, wouldn't you then have to admit NASA is at least lying that it's not a globe, right?
Oh yeah, in that aspect, of course. That's why I'd be inclined to think of that other things. But it could still be with the evidence given. If I were a flat earther, I could still think that the moon is spherical, but we're on a flat Earth, and we still have put people on the moon. As far as perhaps the dome is farther than today what we may think. The dome could be inclusive of the moon, and then the lowering in pressure still makes sense because it's just a large dome over it. But the moon is included, so we did travel there. And perhaps NASA's lying, and they're on the other side of that moon, and they're experimenting with the dome that's slightly above it. It's easy to come up with these.
Right. So you would have to, if you come from globe to flat, you would have to say, yes, NASA's definitely lying, but you might not think they're lying about everything, but you would definitely have to say that they're lying about the shape.
Oh, of
and
course,
that's kind of one of their main things. And then the shape comes with the gravity and the theories and how everything's clinging to this ball. And that,
I don't know about gravity. I'm already too deep into gravity to ever disbelieve that. I would just be a fringe flat earther that acknowledges mass attracting mass. I would just come up with different explanations on its interaction in reality.
Well, dude, I mean, that's great. I don't think whatever you're getting is good that you're getting stuff, and I'm sure you'll be able to integrate it into future understandings of things. And so I think it's good to continue. If you're getting what you feel, because I haven't done what you're doing directly, and I'm not there in person when you're doing it. So all I can see is what you've presented about it. But if you feel like you're getting a result that is showing, something to you, then it's showing something. It's just a matter of what that is.
It's just, I mean, it's totally separate, but it's all good.
He's doing tests on a hypothesis that is all fucked up. So
you can have any type of hypothesis you want. It could be a fucked up hypothesis.
I know.
If it's actually fucked up in reality, then you won't yield any positive results from it.
Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't mean you're testing for what you think your conclusion is.
No, I'm not testing for my conclusion. I'm testing my hypothesis.
Yes, but it doesn't mean that the conclusion of that test, of that hypothesis, means that in this case, the Earth is the one attracting things. So,
it's supporting that conclusion. That's what it's doing.
Not at all. So.
Not at all. It's validating a hypothesis a number of times repeatedly, and
your hypothesis, like I said, your hypothesis has nothing to do with the Earth, right?
No, it does. It's an extrapolation because with that hypothesis
it's
and measurements and calculations, you can find the constant. and then you can extrapolate.
Well, why
to the
do you
side of-
have to
side of the
extrapolate
Earth.
though?
Why? Because I can't put the Earth on top of a scale, for one.
Mm-hmm.
That's legitimate, right? I can't do that.
So, yeah. So you
Well, I
cannot
think
hypothesize with that.
that's what Silent was saying originally, I think, which I did agree with that, where he was saying like what, because like bio, like if you're getting that result of quote unquote mass attracting mass, because we're talking about like if you were to come to the conclusion that the Earth is a plane. Well, let me ask you this: if you came to that it's planar, would you instantly think it's stationary? This is kind of a side thing, but that
No, because I'm cool with Bob's data. Even if, like, let's assume I'm flat Earth, I'm cool with Bob's data. We can still be a planar Earth that is rotating. There's nothing to say that we can't be that. And then as far as gravity, there's nothing to say that.
How does that work?
What do you mean?
Wait.
A
Is
record
this
disc.
wait. I like this. Is this with an atmosphere that goes like a record player, and the atmosphere is spinning with it?
In that specific aspect, yeah. There'd be other issues such as like stars and shit. But that's totally separate. I'm only speaking about one thing.
That's essentially ether drift.
I think, yeah, man. I'm pretty sure that you would pull that claim back if you realized everything you just set forth.
No. I'm putting myself in the shoes of a flat earther, and I'm trying to explain Bob's data. That's what I would have to do. If you think that that's a bad explanation, I agree with you. But it is the best one from a flat earth perspective.
No. His explanation of it is perfect with it being the ether. So in terms of, I mean, that's the direct thing to go to. That it's the ether itself. That's
no. He said that the Earth is spinning
because the sun, moon was bio. I was going to say. I mean, we know something's moving. The sun, moon, and stars. So the fact that we pick that up on Earth, it just means that there's a field connected to whatever that movement is above us, and it's all moving, which would be the idea of like the actual ether drift, and that completely. For Bob in particular, if you talk about Bob Nodell with those readings he specifically thinks that's the case, as I've heard him describe, because the variations in the latitude and the altitude indicated that it did not correlate with the actual globe, the idea of a globe moving, but actually correlated with what he thinks are more like local actual vortex patterns of ether drift, which is what I think it is as well. They
did match the sphere though. They did match the sphere though, because the autards over in GEMS, when it was finally released in Brandon's, the raw data was decoded and put into graphical form, and then from that raw data, they could pinpoint each test session the exact latitude that Bob was at using a globe. So the claim that it didn't follow a globe it couldn't be more incorrect, because they could derive his location, or at least his latitude, based on the raw data. You can't do that if you don't know Earth shape.
Okay, well, I would have to see that. I guess I saw some of the data. I don't know that I saw the exact one you're referring to, but I have not seen that makeup of it or that model of it.
It's in in GEMS server in Autismo's dump. That's where they were doing it. But this is so long ago. I don't know how easy or hard it would be to find.
Well, I've always thought the vortex or the ether functions in vortexes, and when I heard Bob say that, I instantly was like, "Yep, Bob knows too. Bob knows as well," and that's the way he thinks the data actually showed that. Now, I have not looked at the data enough to bridge that gap, but I can tell you what I already think is the case: is the actual ether drift is what's causing all these things.
Right. Without looking at the data, you think it's something else. I completely. I can't disagree with that. Sure.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like we were saying before, if you came to the planar flat Earth type perspective, would you also what is your idea of a planar Earth spinning? How about say what you think?
It would be like a record player, ignoring the depth of the Earth as far as what's under our feet, ignoring that, and then also ignoring quote unquote beyond the ice wall. Ignoring those two things, I would imagine a record player type flat Earth.
Really? What would that do? So the sun would be stationary above the flat Earth, and then,
quite possibly, sure. That would be, given the evidence of reality. That's what I would have to form, because because the gyro data does show rotation. So if I know it's a flat Earth, and given the evidence of rotation, I have to put those two together. I can't.
So
pick
you
and
think
choose
that
what I
no
want.
matter what, rotation has to be the ground and not something else? Like
yes,
no matter
yes,
what.
because I understand how gyroscopes work. Yes, it is.
But it's a precession. I mean, you say rotation, it's a precession.
It is measuring it is measuring the angular acceleration imparted onto it, and because it's not moving or appearing not to our eyeballs, that means that there is an angular acceleration that's occurring separate from what we are experiencing, and it perfectly within the margin of error, plus or minus 2 degrees, it perfectly measured what we expected for a globe.
Okay, I think I'm understanding, Bio, what you're thinking. I would just say this. What I would say is that the gyroscope, because it's spun the way that it's spun, and it creates that whole field, it's basically like a dielectric inertial plane, which actually is like a record spinning, like you're saying. But anyways, once you create that, because the sun, moon, and stars are moving, there is ether drift is not even my favorite term for it, but for now we'll just say that there is a drift of the entire environment that's moving along with those sun, moon, and stars, and that's what's causing the precession of the gyroscope. It's what's causing the precession of the gyro compass and that whole system, and it's also what's creating the Foucault's pendulum. And it's additionally connected to the reason things weigh differently and the atmospheric differences as well.
Everything,
everything, because the
just
Earth,
call
the
it
Earth,
God.
Because it's stationary, the Earth is stationary, so clearly there's something moving through the medium.
Right. But because you have a conclusion, you're ignoring the evidence, and you have a conclusion, so you have to make things fit. You might as well just call it God if it's affecting so many things that have nothing to do with each other. You might as well just call it
But
that.
that's what you guys do, man. What the hell?
No, we're not attributing one phenomena
that's
to
exactly
17
what you
different
do.
things.
Well,
Dude,
Bio,
you
let me-
guys
Bio, let me
call
ask you
gravity everything.
Bio, let's go to this level.
Hold on, Gio.
Well, let me say this real quick. Bio, let's go.
You gotta call him out on this shit, bro, because that's exactly what they do, man. What's going on here?
Well, so Bio, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Bio. If you came to the planar Earth, like a flat Earth, and you came to the conclusion that it's stationary, then what do you think you would start to think about of why all those things are happening? Would you then think it's the medium because there's nothing left at that point? Stationary, planar, what else? You know what I mean?
Oh,
At
sure.
that point, you would have to at that point, right?
If there's irrefutable evidence that it's flat, and if there's irrefutable evidence that what we are on is stationary,
yes,
then yes, I have to make something up because I have no evidence of anything else that could cause a gyro to move. I would have to make something up at that point. Yeah.
But the fact that the sun, moon, and stars are moving at the same speed, especially the sun, at the same speed that the gyroscope processes, you don't think you would make a link there?
There is no link there. I understand how gyroscopes work. I worked with them for 4.5 years. I know that the things that are happening external to it aren't going to have that effect. It's going to measure its own angular acceleration within space.
Well, Bio, on a globe Earth, if you have a gyroscope on the globe Earth, okay, say it's spinning globe, just like the mainstream model says, and you fire it up, their explanation as to why you get that 15-degree drift is because the Earth is spinning. And how do you know the Earth is spinning? Because the sun moves through the sky, right?
No.
That's the main reason. That's the main reason on the
gyroscope.
That's the main thing on a globe that we all measure as why we're spinning.
I have a question.
The day and night.
I wouldn't say why. The same observation that we make with the sun as it travels across the sky. If we were, let's just say, a globe that was stationary and the sun was moving around us, we wouldn't be able to tell the difference whether we're rotating or the sun is moving. That's why something like a gyroscope is used, because the gyroscope can differentiate. If it's the sun that's moving and not the Earth, we would read plus or minus 2 degrees 0. But if we were the ones that were rotating and perhaps relative to us the sun is stationary, then the gyroscope would read plus or minus 2, 15 degrees, and that's what it measures. We can't. You can argue what's causing it or whatever, but you can't deny that reading.
I have a question. Then why the mechanical gyro doesn't get that precision?
Because it's not
only the light,
the
one with the light.
The precision. That's why. It's just about the tool that you're using. I wouldn't recommend using an iPhone camera to take pictures of the sun. I wouldn't recommend you.
A mechanical gyro should have more precision.
Don't go on. I ask you a specific question.
I know you asked me a specific question. I'm answering it right now.
Yes. No, you're not.
Okay.
Wouldn't it have more precision because it's mechanical and it's not as accurate?
Why would
Well,
it? Why,
let's
if
hold
it's
on.
not
Let's
as
break
accurate,
down.
why would it be more precise?
No, not
let's break
precision,
down this.
procession.
No. There's no
Silent.
procession on the mechanical one.
Silent. You don't think that's what I was going to ask you? You don't think mechanicals process?
I seen so many examples. They don't. They leave it for 24 hours. They don't process.
Well, which ones are you seeing? Because an entire gyro compass is built upon the foundational component that there is precession, and what the gyro compass does is it basically cancels out the precession and keeps it stationary so that they can have a straight line which they point at the North Pole.
Yeah, the one that Bob used, it was one that uses light.
Ring laser, yeah.
Yeah. The other one is a mechanical one, which is what they supposed to be using. That's why Bob thinks that the precession, you see it with the one that uses light, and the mechanical one, you don't see that precession.
Yeah, you won't
there's
normally
a difference
because
between
you
those.
won't normally because it's less precise. It's
Hold on.
It's precise enough for the application that's being used, but that's just like saying a ruler is precise enough to measure down to millimeter. If you're going down to nanometer, you're not going to use a ruler. If you want to go down to Earth rotation, you're not going to use mechanical.
The Earth itself is rotating 15 degrees per hour, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
Look.
Yeah. Why a mechanical wouldn't detect that? 15
Because
degrees per hour.
every tool in existence has a limitation, both minimum and maximum.
What is the limitation of the mechanical one? Hold on. Answer that.
Me, man. Wait, is this going to do anything if I Google this for you?
No, just let me just ask a basic question to this. Like, if it is less precise, it should have more precession because it is less precise.
The amount of force that's imparted is too small for the mechanical one to accurately pick up.
Holy shit.
Well, all I'm saying is that it should be picking up wrong all the time because it's less precise.
It's not picking up quote unquote 15 degrees per hour. It's picking up a very small angular acceleration, such as that number that you provided for the Cavendish experiment. It'll be a number like that. It's not going to be a degree per hour. You have to convert that based on the timing of your measurements, such as the ring laser gyro doing a measurement every millisecond, giving you an angular acceleration. But it's going to be a very tiny amount.
I was going to say as well, Silent. My understanding is that a lot of the mechanical ones do actually process, and some people question whether it's the actual physical mechanism causing that. It might depend on what type of gyroscope is being used. Because like I said, like the whole functioning of a gyro compass is that it counteracts that precession. And the more accurate they can get it.
I seen like 5 years ago.
They claim this is proof for the globe Earth.
I seen that like 5 years ago, a couple guys did like controlling all that stuff. And it doesn't process. It will be hard to me to find those videos, because YouTube and all that shit. But yeah, there were those videos of the people, and they walk you through all that process, how they're taking into account everything for not the mechanical thing not to affect it. So, and it doesn't process.
I think it depends on the setup, like what materials and because like the gimbal systems, that makes a big difference. Like what I think it's actually picking up from my perspective. Yeah, I don't think it's picking up the movement of a globe Earth at all. I think I was talking about the ether drift, that there's a field that's drifting the same as the sun, moon, and stars. Well, the same speed generally. And that is what's causing it. So I do think that is happening. But the thing is, you have to have, because what it is, like if you have metal and you spin it up in that gyroscope, which is really a toroidal field, and you've got the dielectric inertial plane. But as you spin that thing up, because it's made of metal, it is going to be connected to the field because everything is. The weather is. That's how like the weather changes with the sun and the moon, the heat and everything. That's all electromagnetic as well. So all of these factors play a role. And that is actually, but the thing is to actually get that precession, you have to have it on a sensitive enough gimbal system so that it will do it. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't have it set up like that, it may not actually persist. But if you have it, sort of like the Foucault's pendulum has to be set up in a way that you get the right swing going, because it's a very minor effect. It's just the very light drift of the vortex ether field. So it's a pretty light effect. That's why you have to get like a gyroscope spinning up, something like that, to detect it. Whereas if you throw a football or something like that, like, well, you can get into Coriolis and all those ideas, but it's not.
Is it me or he's lagging a little bit?
Just you.
Sounds fine on our end. Can we upload PDF files or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Silent. Here's just one of something I found in less than 60 seconds. Essentially, discussing a number of types of gyroscopes as well as applications such as missiles and shit like that. Anyway, if you go to the second page, there's a pretty little graph essentially showing the range for some devices. It includes an RLG where you can see how fine to the bottom left it goes, and then how to its, I guess, maximum to the top right. Essentially the range. You can see that a number of things have a number of ranges, right? And it just depends on the equipment that you're using. That's essentially what the argument comes down to, is that all of these things have limitations, both minimum and maximum. And RLG is great because, as you can see, there's a wide range of its what it could detect and measure. It's just like anything else in the world.
Feels like when the flat earthers are now using the sextant, like it's the year of the sextant. I think feels like I stepped into alternate reality somehow.
I'm not entirely sure what Silent's presenting. I had a question for Silent, but I don't know if he's still here.
No, Mailman, this is gonna just get better and better, dude. We're
1 degree per 69 miles. It's fucking flat. Well,
that'd be amazing. Or the coordinate system. Obviously, the ship's flat. Yeah.
No,
you know your location, but you don't know what your location is on.
I mean, I actually see a lot more coming together in the future, and people, because I think a lot of people, like even a lot of the people that are really strongly defending the globe, then it'll be interesting to see, like, once we do more and more tests and measurements and these things, like, you know, I would say that actually a great majority of them will be able to rationally and logically, you know, integrate it. Whereas I guess some might still resist it, but I think it's going to be interesting to see, like, because it is sort of truth discernment, but at that level, it's like direct measurement or logic discernment. And if it's irrefutable, then it's going to be interesting how that's going to shift things. One way or the other. Because if you measured curvature with one of these or any of these things we're talking about, like, how many flat earthers would you get to, you know, start to come the other way as well?
I don't think any. I thought with the release of Bob's data, it's one thing for him to claim it. He's on TV or a show, whatever the fuck, and he says the words 15 degree of power drift. I didn't expect anyone to switch off that. I kind of thought when the raw data was released and deciphered and put into pretty little pictures, I legitimately thought a number of people would switch in that point, but there was no change. So I don't think any evidence will really change anyone's mind.
Well, that's not the case with me at all, dude. I have my perspectives of the world, but I also can completely admit that I have never done that. If we're talking about some of these things we're doing, like really measuring the Earth's surface, like we're talking about some of those methods and things, the spherical excess, like really done right, in a place that I could verify. I'm just saying that's something I've never done. I can't say I've done that. I can share every reason why I think the Earth is what it is and my cosmology and my reasons for it on every level, which are multiple things, but that I haven't done. So if I did that, like I said, or if it showed a curved, you know, globe result at this point, I wouldn't just instantly think the Earth is a globe and NASA is awesome and it's spinning around in a vacuum. I wouldn't necessarily think that, but I would say, okay, we're definitely measuring a curved result. I would want to do it in more environments, in more areas around the world, Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, you know, all around different latitudes. And if we get that everywhere, I'm going to have to say, okay, the surface of the land is definitely curving. And then I would want to do it on water and do water levels. And if we're getting that result as well, where the line is going under the water and all that, then I would say, okay, the water is curving as well, because it could be possible. Let me think. Could it be possible to have curved land but still have the earth be flat? I guess so, huh? You could have
not curved water though. How
you could have the land could be curved and the water could be flat, but the earth would be flat, but just the land masses have curve. Is that?
You're talking about hills.
That's topography.
That's topography, but
it'd be the other way around of trying to explain. That's fine. Hills that are around water, that's fine. What you would have to explain would be measurements over water that curve. That would be the hard part for a flat earther.
If we got the water curving, yeah, that's. Well, hang on. That's not necessarily.
That should be game over, really. But okay, keep trying to do mental gymnastics around that.
No, it could still be a planar surface that's like a meniscus, but the opposite of a meniscus. You know, when you fill water up to the top of a cup and it bulges up over.
I think both of those are called meniscus, but different directions. I know what you're saying, but I mean, I guess sure, but there's not that surface tension quality to the edge of it when you're at like a lake. But despite that,
have you seen
it would be curving, so that would be the yeah, of course. But we don't see that at the edge of a lake, for example. So if you measure curvature without that surface tension quality to it at the edges, then you'd have to really try to explain something. That would be more difficult than curving land but flat water. Curving water is more difficult for a flat earther to explain.
I would agree, although what I just drew there, I mean, you could see, I actually think, and I've told you this before, I actually do think there is some curvature to the water. Believe it or not, I don't think that's why I don't call myself a flat earther anyways. I call it a geocentric. I do call it planar, and as a geocentric, planar, I use different terms at different times, but because I actually think there is a slight curvature to the oceans. What I mean by that is that, okay, water is level and flat when it's still. Other than like meniscus and surface tension, things like this. I agree with all that. And so I do think it's flat and level, and we'll find it's level. However, in the oceans, they're all sloshing around, and there's tides, and they're all sloshing and creating a slightly different, middle point, median point of those tides. And because of the tides, that means the water over all those distances is actually fluctuating. And I think that there's an electromagnetic field that actually is where the tides all meet in the middle. And I think that actual field is slightly convex. And so the median point of the tides is slightly convex. I don't know how much curvature that is. Like, I'm not saying it's nowhere near 8 inches per mile squared. It might be like a half an inch per mile squared or even less. It's very little, but that's why like it's a little taller at the north, and then it goes down, and then Antarctica goes up high as well. So it goes down a little bit from the center, and the center is where like the 4 rivers are and the 4 islands, and it's like a huge draining system as well. So it's connected to the whole Earth system. But just like when you fill water up and you put it at the top of a glass and you keep putting more and more drops in there, it will create a convex, bubbly kind of thing. And in that case, that's showing the electric field of the midpoint of that field, creating the water tension. Even same with the water on the penny like that. Those are just examples of it. But on the large scale, that's what the tide system is doing.
There's so many things in there, but I think I'm just going to say I disagree with almost everything. And I don't think we can address one by one.
Yeah, that one that Riggs just posted is kind of the idea, although that one's maybe a bit more dramatic than I'm talking. But yeah, it is like that because it's very high altitude in the south. That's been reported. Some of the highest altitudes in the world have been reported to be in that southern region, and who knows what really is even there. So yeah, that's for sure. The north, obviously, until we be able to go there to verify that one. But
well, the Himalayas are the highest point that's in the northern hemisphere.
But I think it's very minor, and it's just the midpoint of the tides. So it's not a major thing. So it's not really like curvature. It's just the way the magnetic system of the Earth works. Because it's basically 2 toroidal fields that meet in the middle. The waters are separated from the top and the bottom, and it creates essentially 1 toroidal field, but that also creates 2. It's a polarity. So there's a point at which the 2 fields intersect. The bottom is going to be a little bit convex, and the top is going to be a little bit concave, which creates the dielectric inertial plane at the center of that.
Considering most of the southern hemisphere is water, it's actually on average lower than the northern hemisphere. But you're right, the continent of Antarctica has quite a high plateau on it, but not as high as the Himalayan plateau.
Nice. Yeah, I just posted an image there. It kind of shows what I'm talking about, the kind of dual toroid, double toroidal field, which is why the tides function that way.
You know I'm just going to ask for evidence, right?
This one shows it even more. Well, this is how toroids work, which are able to you can recreate electric fields. These are very known fields. There's multiple ways to see these. So I'm just suggesting this is what the field of the Earth is. You've got the negative ground, the positive sky, and you have those two toroidal fields, and they meet at the dielectric inertial plane. But see how that blue one has that slight convexity to it? That's what I'm referring to. That's the midpoint of the tides, and that's how the field works.
So it's a fun possibility without evidence. It looks pretty.
The water is the evidence, Bio.
That's a great addition to that. In what way do you mean that?
No, it's just like your balls coming close together is the evidence for the Earth attracting things.
I know, but you said the water is the evidence for this toroidal field. In what way do you mean that?
The explanation that Gio gave you.
Could you repeat it? Since you randomly said the water explains it, could you repeat the explanation?
You repeat it, Gio.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
With what? With the...
No, you don't have to repeat it. I heard everything you said. I guess Silent didn't, but he subscribes to it. So he said that the water is evidence. Oh, but you just said the water is the evidence for it.
Yeah, I'm just... You asked for evidence, right? About what he said about Coriolis causing the water to create the waves,
anything about Coriolis. He was talking about toroidal field.
Not Coriolis. I'm sorry.
Coriolis.
That's what he said.
Right? Toroidal field, magnetic field.
Yeah.
Electromagnetic.
Yes. He said that that's what it causes. That's what causes the waves, right?
The tides.
No.
Yeah, and you said I'm gonna ask you for evidence, right?
Right. No, all you said was the water.
Yes. And then
he didn't say that toroidal fields were the cause of the tide, Silent Zero. That was something else he was talking about. He was talking about the coming together of different forces, and the four rivers would come from the four islands, and at the center where we have the tidal points meeting, and he went on from there.
Can you clarify at this point what causes the waves or
tides?
I think I got that pretty right, didn't I, Gio?
Well, here's what we were talking about: whether water, curves.
Simplify it, Gio, please.
Okay, what I was saying is that from my perspective, water, like the Earth is stationary and planar in nature. However, and water will lie flat and level in large bodies of water. Large bodies of water are actually flat and level. A small body of water, like on the top of a cup, like when you pour water in a cup to the very top, it will actually bulge up a little bit and create like a curved, like a little dome, basically.
Yes.
So those components are components of the universe, essentially. So there's a large water dome, like above us, like the whole separating the waters above from below. So there's that above us, and then we have the water on Earth. And then what I was suggesting is that the actual water on the Earth, it is flat and level in large bodies. However, when you have the whole oceans at that huge macro scale, you have the tides. Okay, what I was saying is when you have the oceans at the huge, large scale, they would be flat, right? If they were completely still. However, there's tides. So the tides are always making them fluctuate. And what I was suggesting, what I think from my perspective, because of the magnetic field of the Earth, the median point, the midpoint of the tides, meaning if you took all of the tides and you put it in the center and you froze it there, you froze the whole Earth at the midpoint of the tides, that would actually be a slightly convex, just like these toroidal field where you have the top and the bottom, two toroidal fields come together. Two fields are coming together to where the Earth is in the center. So it's like separating the waters above from below, but then also where the waters are, there's these two fields. So that middle point of the tides is actually slightly convex.
And obviously, you're going to get a disagreement, but it's a fun.
This should be measurable. We should be able to measure this if we were able to. Yes, and it should be much less than 8 inches per mile squared, but it would be some curvature to that. If that field is able to be measured,
I would agree. If this were there, we would be able to measure it. Sure.
I mean, I can take the picture that you posted where you have the second to last picture where you have the red on top and blue at the bottom, and I could say that that's the magnetic field of the Earth, where equator has the highest tides and compass points north. So I mean, I can just take this and just ad hoc apply it to the sphere, and that's why the Earth is a sphere.
I think also what I was suggesting in terms of that slight convexity also plays into the idea that it's actually like as you go north, you're going up higher. It's that you're actually at a higher altitude, like you're in a higher area of the ether. And then there's the idea of like the magnetic mountain there and like other concepts of more land there. So if it does have that slight convexity, it would make sense that it actually does go up in that sense when you go to the north. And then there's the idea that the whole thing is a drainage system, like at the center, water's being pulled out and there's water cycling through the whole system, and that it's like a huge drain at the center of the earth, essentially through the 4 rivers and the 4 islands, which are the 4 cardinal directions, which create the basically 4 corners of the earth. That's all interconnected. And as the water's coming in those rivers, the rivers are designed for a specific drainage system that's connected to the vortex of the whole system. So like the sun, moon, and stars that are all vortexing around us, there's a whole field, the whole swirl of the ether, the whole thing. And so as the water is coming in and out from the center, creating the tides, that's what's regulating the entire vortex field of the tides and the oceans. Of course, a lot of that is hard to get absolute physical proof for unless we go to the North Pole to measure all that, but that's how I see it happening.
What would you measure when you got to the North Pole?
Well, one thing would be to measure the rate of water movement in all 4, if there's 4 rivers and 4 islands, to take meticulous readings of the speed of the water at different depths all throughout those channels.
If there are 4 rivers and 4 islands, what about when those rivers go into the sea? Because the sea's not part of 4 rivers and 4 islands, it's the bit in between.
Well, if you've got 4 islands with 4 rivers, then those would all be connecting to the rest of the oceans, coming into all these continents that were, coming down from Canada, Russia, all those areas.
So the idea is, as I know it, is that is primary water that's dispersed to the rest of the world.
Oh, so it's like where the tap is.
Right.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate spring, like at the center, yeah.
And I guess the drain is the water going off the side of the earth.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't say, you mean off the side into space? I don't think that, but I do think that there's like, connection between all of it. Out to in to out. I mean, that gets into the question of what, is there an edge? What is the edge? And that could, that whole question. But
yeah, no, but Riggs think there is, and you're not sure, which is cool. I can see that.
Is what? An edge? I don't think Riggs, you don't think there's an edge with water falling off. It's all coming from the center and just pouring off. Is that you don't think that, right?
We just said that.
I know, but I think he was joking or something.
How do you know that the north is the center, not the south?
Well, there's so many. I mean, this is answering it in a different way, but I was going to say that, like, a lot of these ancient cosmologies talk about that the south and the north actually connect. But there's actually multiple ways that they connect. Like,
I'd agree with that.
And there's the idea of the Bifrost Bridge, which is the connection point between them.
No, the Bifrost Bridge is the route that the Norse gods traveled between the 9 realms. Midgard being but one.
Exactly. Yep, that's the portals. But in one idea, let's just say we're in somewhat of a contained system, like not an infinite plane. So let's say there is an edge somewhere. One idea is that if we're in a huge like plasma water ball, instead of being on the outside of a ball in a vacuum that has water stuck to it, we're actually inside of one. And there's the waters above, there's the waters below, there's the air that we breathe and live in. And if there is a outer field to that, then it would be where the waters above and the waters below meet. Because the waters above, if it is like a dome or a spherical, in some shape like that, then it's going to come down and meet the plane at somewhere. So that's like where essentially it'd be where the waters below, the waters we're on below meet above. And so one idea is that like Riggs was saying, like, yeah, the center is a spring, but it's also taking water in and out. But it is like it's the primary source of primary water, and then it would also be water would be moving out, and then at the edges,
you think it takes water in?
Well, just to finish this thought, and then at the edges, the water would cycle back up through the whole system. But yeah, go ahead. It would cycle under and up, but yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear that before. I thought, from what I heard, is that water comes from there, and then it's recycled back in from the outer, or from the outer portions of the Earth.
Okay, I think water definitely goes in and out in the center. Yeah, at different regions. Okay. Yeah, for sure. I think both. It's like the out is coming up at the center, like it's been referred to as the maelstrom, which is at the center of the Earth. Well, there's both. There's a maelstrom, and then there's like where you can't get to because it's coming out. But the maelstrom is where it's being sucked in, and that's where, the old story of like you get sucked into it and you get taken in. It's like so that water would be sucking in at that one.
Well, there are no waters above the 3 Yggdrasil.
Like I think that the tides are actually regulated by the in and out of the water flow. Because if it was only out, it wouldn't be able to regulate that as much. I think the in and out between the 4 rivers is what creates the actual vortex system of the whole, which is like interconnected, I think. But I think it's that intake and outtake of the water at the north would have to be happening at like a frequency, which is like the Fibonacci sequence, like that universal pattern, the way the stars are moving, the way everything is like humming, that it would have to do that, but also at its own frequency in the electromagnetic field to create the tide systems, along with like the sun and the moon being a part of the tides as well.
Can you give me the Fibonacci sequence?
Do you know how to do it?
What do you think, Gio?
Do you know? You're asking me what it is, or what do you mean?
Are you criticizing Geo? An attack on Geo, quite frankly, is an attack on science.
Well, Fibonacci is a golden ratio. It's a spiral. You basically add the last 2 numbers to get the next number, then you add the last 2 to get the next one in the sequence, and you keep adding the last 2 to get the next one. So it just keeps growing for itself.
You add the number you're at and the prior number together, and that gives you the third number, which is your result. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, etc.
21.
I know it all the way up to 1,000.
Should we see sea currents going only to the north and back from north, if that tide idea is correct?
Quite frankly, an attack on the ball is an attack on science.
Well, there could be more. Yeah. Mailman, I hear you on that. There could be more to it, though. Like if the water's coming in and out of the north, that would be like your drain of your bathtub. So that would be like one of the main components of it. But if there's also other like electromagnetic tunnels or channels through the earth that water is exchanging from like the outer regions to the inner and vice versa, then perhaps like the tides also are correlated with whatever's at the ocean floor in that idea. And then there's even the idea the sun and the moon are actually electromagnetically connected to the tide. So it's kind of like the sun and moon would be almost like basketballs they're bouncing the tide in terms of their energy in its own way. And then the intake and outtake of the water would have its own, way that would correlate. Because the tides, it's amazing how consistent they are. Like there's a real harmony to the whole system. They're not just sloshing around randomly. Like it's pretty amazing, the tide system.
Is there a correlation with the tides and some object that we see? Like the moon, perhaps?
Yeah, they're connected. Well, they are connected to the cycle of the moon in terms of they change by 50 minutes every day, the tides do. And the moon makes its rotation in 24 hours and 50 minutes. So that 50-minute compared to 24 hours. So the cycle of the tide is directly connected to the 50-minute.
You know, I was thinking about today.
I saw
Go
a
ahead, sorry.
video that claimed that if the tides were caused by the gravity of the moon, it would flood the entire North American continent and Europe whenever it passed by.
Wow. No, it's not true though. But I was just thinking today, like,
there you go.
You know,
It's not true.
The rotation,
right,
the
Coach?
rotation. Hold on, sir. Yeah, the rotation of the Earth. You know, people say like, you know, if it's rotating, you can capture its energy or something like that. But if you think about it, underwater turbines, like the turbines that use the
Posted a
tides
picture
to
of your
capture
hero in the
energy.
chat.
Yeah, the turbines that capture the tides to capture energy, those are technically capturing energy from the rotation of the Earth. It's pretty interesting.
What was the thing? Gio, could you explain what the whole thing about the North connected to the South? How is that? With Bifrost Bridge, would that just be like a bridge to the South, not a connection? I don't get the whole. Maybe I don't know enough about it.
Well, there's different cosmologies that refer to different forms of bridges. The Bifrost Bridge is from the Norse, which is it connects the underworld to the middle world, and it connects the outer to the middle. There's different.
In Norse mythology, Gio, the Bifrost Bridge is the mechanism that connects the 9 realms through Gununga.
Exactly, and those realms are at different layers and levels, which is why I'm.
So there are 9 realms. So it's not just from Hell up to Midgard up to Asgard.
But it carries you through the layers, yeah.
Through the void.
Is that something you believe in as well, even though you're a Paul Earther? Is that possible to believe in both?
I'm a polytheist.
I just posted. It shows how, the Great World Tree. What he's
Yggdrasil.
That looks like the Tree of Life from Kabbalah.
But new perspective. What I was referring to in terms of I was referring to the water cycle. Like at the center, if there's water coming in and out, at the center, there would also be, like, let's just say from this perspective that we're in some kind of a container, you'd have the waters above separated from the waters below in this idea. So you'd have like the plasma, whatever the water field above is, and then the water level we're on. But those two intersect at, in this type of idea at, let's say an edge or some kind of edge. So at that edge, and that might not be the end of everything. That might just be the end of this particular magnetic field.
Right.
But nonetheless, whatever that is, it's where the plane of the Earth and the water that's on the Earth below actually meet the waters above at that region. Therefore, there would be an interchange there, between the waters going, down under the Earth and then up, into the upper level, perhaps like in that way. Which
you're already talking about Midgard, aren't you?
Could also be connected to the water cycle in terms of the clouds and the rain. Like there's that part to it as well. But it also would at that outer region would cycle back through and then through the center again and vice versa.
Do you have any proof for this claim, Gio?
Not a claim. It's just talking about the theory.
What's interesting about that is that it is the pattern that like toroidal fields make and electric fields make, which toroidal fields are electric fields. So if we're on a stationary plane, the idea that we're surrounded in one of these, fields, magnetic fields, would make sense that cycle would be happening in that way.
And what do you think the difference is, if any, between the Rainbow Bridge and the Bifrost Bridge? The Rainbow Bridge, they depict that as well as like a way, like for the kind of a connection between the center upper world and the lower.
I just connected. I just posted that one too. That kind of shows the way that the electric field would be kind of pulsating from inner to outer and vice versa. But in this case, it'd be the water at the center. Well, there's also the idea, like what you mentioned, there used to be like the Great World Tree that actually connected at the middle that took you up to the heavens. So yeah, there's that. And then you're referring to one that takes you below or upper.
The Rainbow Bridge is something that's referred to as well. I don't know if that's a conflation with the Bifrost Bridge or if they're both.
It is. It's the same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and in Norse mythology, there is no waters above, and there are no waters below because Hell is the furthest reaches, and that's where the roots of Yggdrasil reach into. and the rest of the realms rest on either the branches or the upper roots. And then Midgard is the center. Hence, it's called Midgard.
Right.
Yeah, middle Earth, the middle world. Yeah, I mean, all of these ancient cosmologies, they have an upper world, a middle world, and a lower world, and we're on the middle one. So yeah, in the Norse, that's.
So which is the upper worlds in Norse mythology?
They do have a liquid in the upper in Norse as well.
No.
There's always in terms of like all these cosmologies, there is a component of liquid in the kind of upper.
Not in anything I've ever read in Norse mythology, and I've read an awful lot. Because the branches of Yggdrasil reach into the Ginnungagap, which is the void, which is nothingness, which all things are created from. All things are created from chaos and brought into order. And the first waters were created by the meeting of Muspelheim and Niflheim, the realm of ice and the realm of fire. And from that, the giant Mimir was created. And Mimir, the bones of Mimir is what makes the mountains. The blood of Mimir is what makes the sea. The hair of Mimir is what makes the trees.
What's Mimir? If you could put it
Mimir was the primal giant.
Primal giant. God, I guess, then, huh?
Not really, no. He was a giant.
One of the gods, okay.
So, no, he wasn't one of the gods. So the Vanir and the Asgard and the Aesir are the where we get the gods from. And then you have the elves, the dwarves, the fire demons, and the frost giants.
Quite an imagination if none of that has any validity whatsoever. Huh?
And Hel, who rules Hel, was actually a daughter of Loki, along with Fenrir and Jormungand, who's the world serpent. They're all daughters of Loki and the giantess, who I can't remember the name of off the top of my head.
I came in late to the conversation. I was jumping in thinking you were still talking about the forced align experiment. And not to throw shade on that as much as just to say that one of the things that I always thought was crazy about that is, first of all, you'd have to agree on both sides that 1 degree over 69 miles or whatever that some people on the ball side say compared to 8 inches per mile squared is a discrepancy. I think we work out. And then if you're talking about like even if you did it and you found out that there was curvature in this one area, maybe then you would have to go do it in several different areas to be sure. So it kind of like defeats the purpose of it being a solid, I mean, that it's expensive enough to do it once, but then, to have to go on top of that and do it in several areas, then a flat earther could say, well, we already have plenty of examples of, miles and miles of flat. I mean, look at the salt flats, right? So that's enough for a lot of people already to think that it's flat. And then at the same time, you'd have on the baller side, if you did show that it was flat, even within that one particular area, they would then say, well, yeah, well, so is Kansas. It's flat as a pancake or whatever. It doesn't mean that it's flat. It just means that area is flat. So you'd run into all kinds of problems.
You still observe, even if you cross Kansas, you still see. If you're going north across Kansas, you still see a change in elevation of Polaris of 1 degree about every 69 statute miles.
Yeah, so even if they...
Go
ahead.
I was just going to say, this test, I think, is a good test, because you could do it in several places, because I've been thinking about it for the past 30 minutes or whatever, and actually, I think I'm going to try to do this myself. I think you can do it at the range of a mile for... as long as you can get a cheap enough hose to make the water level, the rope, the string, and the scale, that stuff's I already have all that stuff for a mile. So, yeah, I think it can be done. Because for a mile,
I didn't know you were talking about the hose. The hose of the water level seems like the best test as far as like that kind of test, because the tension of any kind of string or rope it's so hard to determine, especially if it's only 1 degree over.
No, not with the scale. If you have a scale and you put something like a block, like a block on top of the scale, and you put that 1 inch directly 1 inch below the water level line in the center, there's no reason why you should get a positive weight, a weight that's greater than the block and the string. The only way you could possibly do that is if the strings are both at the water level line, The only way they could possibly do that is with if the Earth were curved.
Okay. Maybe it's better than I thought. I didn't realize you were doing the host thing too. But one of the things I was going to add, though, what I really wanted to add to it was more not to try to throw shade on it, but to add to the idea that I always thought we already kind of proved that though with railroad tracks, right? I mean, there's solid, tracks completely level across the whole country, the whole United States, and you can just add up the miles and say, well, if these tracks aren't curving, then how could it be that this much curvature? And then, of course, I went and double checked on what the response to that might be. And then it's funny because one of the things that came up is that, of course, a lot of people are claiming, yeah, it does. It's just you don't notice it's over, a period of this, over a stretch. It is curving, but so then wouldn't you have to make the tracks slightly curved? And then one of the things they said was in Saskatchewan, the answer reads, I believe there is a section of railroad tracks. So are they making tracks for those areas that are flat and tracks for areas that aren't flat? What's the typical baller response to railroad tracks?
Dude, the tracks they warp. So and there's the tolerances are built in to move slightly, so it doesn't matter either way. Kind of a
so
you're not gonna get anywhere with it. Like talking about bridges,
Gotcha, right. Yeah, it's very similar to bridges, yeah. Okay, that's all I wanted to add. It seems like it would have to be a lot of curvature over thousands of miles. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, we're all trying to brainstorm here. I think we should call White's word his. We should call his forcing the curve
instead of forcing a line.
Yeah, because if we're trying to use a cheese cutter on the surface of the Earth, I think we should call it forcing the curve.
All right.
Cheese
pretty
ball.
good. It's a pretty good way to describe it. I mean, because it is doing just that. Yeah, it is literally putting force to the curve in a measured way. If there's
I didn't hear the whole conversation, so I guess that.
The idea is you pull a taut string or line of some sort. I mean, obviously with some tensile strength at I don't know, maybe like 2 feet, 3 feet off the ground or something like that, and then if at like 3 miles, 5 miles, or whatever we can agree on, we can try it at different lengths as well. So, but at some point, it's going to be hugging the hump. Right. It should be hugging the hump, but if we pull it taut, it should be cutting into the earth in the center. But I imagine what we're going to see is just that it's sagging a little bit from its position instead of
the sag is the
hugging
problem.
earth.
It's like
no. Actually, the sag isn't really the problem because the fact that it's still in the air is not helping them either. So.
Yeah, the sag doesn't matter if you're using the scale method.
What about just terrain?
Right. So just
that's
terrain.
Why you use a water level, right? You measure.
Hold on. We're not using water here, but the other idea is to not pull it too taut, not off the ground, but let it be on the ground, and that way we don't have to worry too much about the kind of string we're using to save some bucks, and then see about how much pressure is actually being applied to the ground compared to just no pressure maybe.
Well, Riggs, when I said water level, I didn't mean using it in the experiment, just to make sure the ground is at the same water. Like, if you make sure the ground is completely at the same water level, you can it'll make it more, how do I say, a controlled environment, right? So people can't say like, oh, well, maybe it was lumpy over here and straight over here. Like, if you level out the entire surface and compare it to water level and make sure it's on the same level, then you'll have a more controlled environment to place your scales on top of.
I mean, they're gonna say whatever they want to say anyway. So.
Yeah, we got sea level all over the world, but that's not a problem for them either.
Like if I'm going to use a salt flat, right, or if I'm going to use like a frozen lake, or some kind of agreeable flat surface. I mean, you could try to come up with whatever argument you want. I mean, imagine there's going to be a million arguments. But the main argument is that sag doesn't matter too much because at a particular length, that shit should be piercing into the earth. So that's kind of forcing the curve, so to speak.
Yep, force the curve. I think I agree with the scale. The scale method is a great idea.
Is there a write up for this? Because I don't want to like have you go through the whole thing again, like about the weights of the scale. I didn't realize that was part of it either. But,
I can send a picture in the chat.
So like we don't need weights for the first one. I'm sorry, we don't need scales for the first one, but the second one it would be you'd be measuring the pressure it's applying to the earth because we're essentially allowing it to sag slightly so that we can use a cheaper material.
I've seen this picture. What's the word? How do the scales come in? Like
the scale is the red thing.
Oh, okay.
So like you
so it's either
in order to use a cheaper material, which there's a big difference in price, right, between the good shit and the cheaper stuff. Well, the cheaper stuff, what we could do is just measure the scale around the midpoint. I mean, measure the pressure it's applying to the ground along the midpoint if it's taut. So it is going to sag, but how much is it going to sag? Because if it's piercing to the ground kind of sag, where it's actually applying pressure to the ground, that's earth curve. If there's no pressure into the ground, then it's just sagging.
You'd have to pick a perfect area that didn't have too much terrain that could throw you off.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I came up with a salt flat, or someone else said a frozen lake, like a very long
frozen lake. Yeah, frozen lake might be the best. But you'd have to go, and it seems like you'd have to definitely do more than 2 miles.
I think 3 miles might be the better idea.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of rope and a lot of tension, and a lot of. It would cost a lot. I'm not trying to throw shade on it, like I said. I'm just saying if you have like a GoFundMe for this, you're going to get criticism because there's been other efforts to try to collect money for these kind of tests that never end up panning out. So you're gonna have to throw off that, somehow make it guaranteed that this is going to be something that will happen, I guess.
Well, okay, if I wanted to like guarantee results, I would definitely have to find the right kind of material with the right tensile strength. And I mean, yeah, cost is an issue, but if I want to do it right, cost wouldn't necessarily be the first issue. I'd want to make sure that whatever I'm using could actually withstand the pressure of several miles of weight of itself and being tensioned. So
there's a lot of variables there that people would try to. I mean, there's just so many variables with it that could be criticized. Not to say it won't work, but that someone's convinced one way or the other is going to find something to say. Oh, there's a possibility there was sag. Oh, well, it's only that one area. That's
well, I mean, that's the thing though. Sag is allowed. There's actually no argument against sag. It's just a matter of making it reduced so that we can get it off the ground.
I think Jaron was talking about doing this with some over water. Same kind
he
of
was
thing
trying to do the water thing. He had some marine line of some sort.
What happened with that?
Well, what happened with it was that it was extremely fucking expensive to get the line. It was the right material for what he wanted to do, but it was like, I don't know, like half, like $50,000 or some shit.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking we could do this on land with something that's not $50,000, maybe a couple $1,000 just for the wire or the line or whatever kind of line we use.
Right.
And then hopefully it's good enough that we can reuse the line, or if it snaps, we can heal it and like patch it back together, or something like that. Like things don't have to be a total loss. Like we should be able to I want to be able to reperform this anywhere I set it up. You know,
yeah,
like,
one idea to
just
save
recollect
money.
materials.
Exactly. One idea to save money with that is, let's say you're going to do 5 miles, maybe another one at 3, another one at 2, another one at whatever. Start with the longest one. Like, don't cut it. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason to ever cut this thing. Like, buy the biggest roll you can, and then, you know, start at the longest distance. That way, when it breaks, you can then use the other halves for the smaller distances. Like if you had a 5 mile one and then it breaks in 2, well, now you can do, you know, you can do 2.5 mile one, assuming it breaks in the middle. If it broke at either end, then yeah, you would only have like whatever those distances are, but it's just a way to save money, because that way you're not actually cutting it, you're actually using it until it snaps and then just repurposing that for shorter distances.
Couldn't you just coil it at one end and use it over short distances if it's a really long line?
Well, that's what Kosho was saying. Like, you could do this in over short distances to get some readings. I mean, 8 inches of curve in 1 mile. If you had a really flat level, either land or water, and you
that desert
start doing these, you should.
There's that desert, isn't there? Like in Bolivia or something. Am I right?
You talking about salt flats?
Yeah, I feel like that would be a perfect place to do it.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised to find out that a few miles of flat land is actually pretty common. A lot of places do that.
And the water, when it rains, the water is what, like an inch above the flat, and so it shows that it's at water level the whole time. So there'd be no, oh, it's like a slice out of a sphere, right? You'd just be like, well, when it rains, it clearly shows that it's all at the same water level. And so if the water level curves and it's all at the same water level, then it should curve with the earth. So I think I'm not saying it's uncommon, but I just first thing that came to my mind as a perfect place to do this would be those Bolivian salt flats.
Well, I live next to an Air Force base, and one of the things that I forget which president it wasn't Carter, it was well, whatever. He made it so that, like, interstate highways, after a certain amount of distance, they make a straight plot of road, so that if a plane had to have an emergency landing, then it could. So I actually have a lot of straight roads over here, so I could probably cook something up if I needed to.
Yeah, dude. I mean, over certain short distances, if it's planar, it will just pick up that string or that rope or whatever you're using. Like, it's gonna lessen the weight on all of the scales or on all the levels. And of course, the larger you get, it's going to be harder to see that reading in the middle, because, you know, it'd be hard to lift a cable up that high over flat land or whatever, but like a huge distance. And then, yeah, if the earth is curving, even if it's only 8 inches per mile, if that surface has curvature to it, you're going to get noticeable tension. Yeah, you're like forcing the curve. So it seems like under short distances, you could definitely get a reading, even like 2 miles, because then you get like 32 inches. And if you're right on the ground, it is 32 inches, meaning there's no like observer height going on. So it's kind of like doing a laser, but with an actual physical thing and not optical.
Actually, I live right next to let me check the altitude real quick. I live right next to a long ass chunk of road. Let me see if this altitude checks out.
Force the curve, as you're calling it, can only be done with a water body level reference. It can't be done anywhere without a resting body of water, or at least water that you can get a reference from.
Right, you're not just willy-nilly doing this on any plot of land. You're trying to get you're putting the wire or the cable down in a place that you've verified the water is level at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you're just on some random plot of road, you know, who knows what you're getting elevation wise and slope and all that. However, I still think you'd get the reading with that as well, although it depends on what your terrain is. But I mean, actually, it's possible to get it that way as well. But you
Dude,
really have
that's
to know
not,
your
that's what I'm
elevation.
saying.
But see,
Like,
you can
there's-
create a water level like a canal. See what Jaron did when we did the laser test. What he did, Whitesword, what we did is, well, really they did it. I watched that part, but I was there with them and we were doing it. So basically, like the guy went out in a little boat, like in the water. Not even in a boat. I think he actually just rolled up his pants and did it. So he wasn't really on a boat, but he went out into the water, put the pole down, and measured the water level, and then measured that distance up on the stake, 10 foot, whatever it was, to make sure they were level at both points. So it's kind of a similar idea. He was just getting the land to be verified water level with the canal.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because it was done right next to a canal, which over in this part of California, like sort of south of Sacramento, like east of San Francisco, there's a lot of just flat land there. Like it almost looks like the ocean floor there. It's weird. It looks like it used to be the ocean floor, but it's like really just flat areas, and there's canals down there.
Okay, bad news. Yeah, this road climbs because the altitude, it goes up the mountain. Yeah, so this road's really straight, but it's not going to work.
Yep, needs a unique stretch of beach or a unique stretch of, coastline along a lake or something.
What is this material you have? Is it a cable? Is it a rope? Is it and what's the cost? And then do you already have it, or is it something you still would need to buy?
It's 8 mil polypropylene, and I have 10 kilometers of it. So I had that shipped from India quite some time ago when we first started talking about it.
How much did you spend on that?
$5,000.
So you already bought this?
Yeah, no, I'm dead set gonna do it. I've got the beach close to me. I'm gonna fucking do this at some point. I haven't been allowed on the beach yet. But I will be at some point.
This is like a roll of plastic.
It's a 1 ton unit on a think of one of those big cotton rolls, or they put electrical cable on it. It's a big spool. It's a whole ton. Yeah.
So it's one big spool.
On the pallet. It's a full ton.
It's like 6.5 miles of fucking plastic.
Yeah, but it is joined, right? So when I ordered it, there was no mention of it being joined, but it was joined and then tested. So with the joins, it's tested to 1,200 kilograms of breaking strain. So there are other joints you can do. For example, I don't think we know the strain on to make sure she doesn't get close to that. There are joints you can make that with 75% of the strength. So
anyone else getting this?
No, Whitesword, you're full. Yeah, you're full robot. Whitesword, something's going on. Or it's real choppy. We can't hear you.
Dude, I can't believe he can't go to the fucking beach. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, right. I know.
Well, here's my concern, right? Is that he just spent $5,000 on this roll of plastic. And is he going to recoup all this, and is it going to work again next time? Or just roll it back up? That's my concern.
It sounds like he's got it. I mean, he said he has 10 kilometers of it. That's an incredible.
That's what he said.
Holy shit.
You know what? Let me turn my mic down. So you say that my mic is just too
Does he have the
loud
scales and shit too?
on my computer?
It's a little louder. Yeah. I have you at, right now. I have you at 78, and it's about even with everyone.
Here, let me just turn my shit down. Dude, I'm already at half volume. I don't know what to do. Let me go I'll go down to 40%. How about that? Is that too low?
I don't know that it made a difference. I can't tell.
Really? Okay. Well, let me just keep going, see what happens. What about What about that?
I think that's a little lower. Now I'll put you at 100, and then I guess once we talk, I can tell you. I mean, it's this obviously only through my system, but it's I have things balanced to best of my ability. So
all right, well, I'll try 30. See what happens, because people tell me I'm fucking loud anyway. So
see, I don't think that made a difference. I just turned you up to 100, and it's super loud.
Okay.
So whatever you did, I don't think it took.
Okay.
I thought maybe it was better, but I think you were just further from the mic when you first said that.
No, I mean it's all. My mic is not going in. Here, I'm at 20%. 19. Same.
Well, now it seems to be changing your mic sensitivity. Is that what you're changing?
What do you mean?
Are you changing your gain function or your output level?
Yeah, because it doesn't seem to be changing your volume, but you started clipping. So I was wondering if you were changing the sensitivity of the mic where it's picking up.
No. My speaking was disjointed. I was not talking consistent.
Yeah, I think to make this more complicated, your connection might be semi-dropping out. I think White's word's back. So White's, yeah, you have this this line. That's fucking awesome, dude. How are you going to pull it? Are you going to use winches, or you said you were going to use a vehicle? You're going to do it because I mean, if you do it with a vehicle, like you don't at that, it wouldn't be quite as precise. But like you said, you're only trying to get at some tension. You don't necessarily have to have it, but it would need to be consistent, right? So right. Are you? Yeah, like that. That's a component too.
Yeah, right. So the beach I've got in mind is accessible with four-wheel drive when you're allowed on it. So you can go down and just picture a four-wheel drive, a ute, with a winch either in the back or at the front, right? So you need vehicles to get onto the beach and one at each end, and then using the winches on those vehicles to slowly but surely apply tension, very precisely. We can have spring gauges in that line to show, the weight of tension that's on the line. As we apply it to make sure we don't exceed it. It's I've got it all nutted out. It's pretty good. Am I still roboting? My bad.
No,
you're
you
good.
sound. I apologize. I came in late. Could you give me a brief rundown of what your plan is, White?
Forcing the curve, which is a very good name for it. Cutting the cheese with some wire.
We're cutting the globe.
Cutting the globe. No, okay.
Yeah, the cheese ball.
Picture a 10-kilometer span of coastline right next to the beach. Nice, gentle bit of water, and at point A to point B, which are 10 kilometers apart, we've got a line, and we're going to picture it just around for starters, and we're going to slowly apply tension to that line. And at point C, which is in the middle.
Oh, we're losing him.
Not bad. Someone's explain it.
Hey, White's word, your connection went down under, bro. You got to come around the earth a little bit.
Kool-Aid, we've been talking about this for a couple hours. We've had a huge brainstorming session. Like all the Globe Earther folks and Plain Earth folks, Flat Earth folks, everybody's been like coming together and just coming up with like developing this idea. And actually in these last couple hours, several like BioDual and Riding were, I don't want to speak for them, but more or less conceding that if there were results that showed one way or the other, that this would be quite definitive and possibly even change their perspective on the shape of the Earth. So if you look at the picture Noah just posted, Bio actually made that. I think BioDual made that one. Yeah, I think Riding made a different one. BioDual made that one.
Okay.
Essentially what you're doing is you're taking a line, a cable of some sort, and you're going like his idea, there's several different ways to do it, but you're going to like a beach and you're measuring water level. So you mark your water level all the way along. So you know your level with the water. Then you put this line down and then you essentially pull it taut at both ends. You're not trying to get it to, you don't want it to snap and you don't want to lift it off the ground or anything. You just want to pull it taut. So you're literally pulling it against the proposed curvature of the Earth or, and the planar surface. And then you would have scales along the line measuring the weights of the the change. So if you have this cable that's lying on all these scales and everything, as you pull it taut on a planar surface, it should lift up a little bit and or lessen its weight on all of those scales because it's planar. Whereas if it's a globe with a curved, or at least if it's curved, it would actually, like, that's why I like the idea of forcing the curve, but it would actually like be pressing on those scales at a particular parabolic rate. Like you'd be able to look at the scales and see how it's pressing. I would think the most would be at the middle, and then, you know, less as you're going out, but still you'd be reading. Whereas on the planar one, you would not get any readings at the edges because that would be lifting. And I'm not saying it would lift up off the ground on a planar Earth either, but it would definitely not go down. We know that. It would either stay equal or go up. Whereas on the curved surface, it would go down.
I so love it when I go away for a long time and I come back and the topic's the same.
Oh, dude. Well, we actually went on a bunch of other topics, but yeah, we are marathoning on this. Well, Kool-Aid came in and asked for another description of it. So
that sounds really interesting.
Good. What I like about it is, well, what I think is a bit of an issue with it, but is interesting for it is like, I can think of a bunch of reasons why that rope might sink, but
no, it's not on water.
Oh, it's not going on water anymore. Okay.
It's on land. It's on scales.
So what kind
the
of
difference in weight on the scales is what we're measuring. That red thing in the middle is a scale, but there's going to be scales like every like some sort of set distance, like every 100 meters or so, or maybe every 10 meters. I don't know how the distance they're going to decide, but it's the weight on the scales that they're measuring. Either it's going to get less or more over when they pull it taut.
Yeah. I'm with it. It just went from land to water. Now it sounds like it's back to land. All good.
what kind of material?
Well, there's a water one too, which is a line that floats on the top of water, and then you pull that taut. And on a globe, if the Earth is curving, the line would go under the water, maybe an inch or two, especially in the middle, because the water is curving. And if it's planar, it should not go under the water at all. As you pull it taut, it should lift up off the water or stay floating on the water. So that's one where you're actually measuring the surface of water. But the other one that we're talking about is actually measuring the Earth, where you're pulling it kind of down into the, forcing the curve, as it were.
What material are we talking about using here? The reason
Polypropylene, 8 mil, 1,200 kilo braking strain, 10 kilometers of it.
What is the elasticity of that?
Elasticity is really irrelevant because we're looking at vertical forces, not weight.
Sure.
Weight discrepancy is irrelevant. I understand elasticity and stretch, and that's going to end up on the spool and reduce the overall weight of the line. That's not what we're measuring.
This is a great test, man.
It's fucking awesome. Glad people are finally understanding how good it is.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the many definitive ones. Yeah, I mean, when people see the results, whether they completely shift their viewpoint or not is probably unique to each individual. But
exactly,
it should be very measurable and readable. It just depends on like the material, the location. We also talked about Kool-Aid doing it in so the one way he's doing it on the actual Earth, like on a beach. Like Whitesword he's already got the cable. He's actually gonna do it. He's already got it. So he's already planning to do it. But yeah, like the distances, the materials, and then the one like doing it on the Earth, like on a beach, like where you can measure water level and everything. That's one way to do it. I think the plus of that is that it's on the natural Earth. Like you're actually measuring the Earth in its own element. The negative to that is that it's a natural environment. So it might have some, just like different parts where there's maybe more water in the soil, and so the cable gets kind of gooped up in some wet sand, something like that issues, so another way to control for that even, and we could compare these two results as well, but would be to do it like to build a canal. So we were talking all about that earlier, like actually building our own, like wouldn't have to be a huge almost like a swimming pool that is just a long straight line. So it's maybe only 2 feet wide, and it has the bottom of the swimming pool, either like piping or some kind of like actual, plaster material if you want it. And then you make a huge long one of those. So now you have a water level, a natural water level, because you could put water in it. And then you've got the rope that you could do Whitesword, like the forcing the curve, or you put the rope on the bottom of it and measure the tension and measure the whole thing. Because now you've got level water. And so you should be able to get as level as you can in terms of the canal. And now when you're putting that thing on it, you're going to start to measure whether that curve, and you should get different readings along the whole thing. And then also, even if you had that whole system, you could have the floating, a different type of cable, wire cable that would be on the top of the water. So you could do all three of those in an actual like setup demonstration site.
This should be filmed on YouTube, BitChute, and like a public like drive somewhere that you can come get the MP4 from once we do this.
It's a really interesting thing. I'm not even going to pretend like I can get my head around the whole thing at the moment. Lots of questions come up. It'll be cool. I really hope that, all the variables and everything are accounted for. But if it's done right, it'll be fun.
How do we get this into action?
That's a good question.
We need to buy.
I would say for
no, he already bought it, so he's got to figure it out.
All right, what you need to do is everyone needs to try and find a spot where there's as straight as possible beach, 10 kilometres. So if we can get a few locations like that, I've got mine chosen out in South Australia. Well, you need to choose some others around. And it's done here. The gear can be packed up on a pallet and sent off to the next person to do it at their location. But there's no point in sending it somewhere unless there's a location to do it. So if anyone else wants to find a suitable one, go for it, and that'll be the next spot.
So you do plan on reusing this? Like it's recoverable, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Retestable. Keep on testing it. Different locations.
Well,
it's not going to be cheap to ship. I mean, I'll acknowledge that, but still.
Yeah.
Well, I guess what my question is the durability of the material, because like a road tire will begin to crack and become brittle over time. Do you know what kind of qualities this might have?
Yeah, polypropylene. I've worked with it a lot in the marine environment, salt and all that sort of stuff, and you've got a good 10 years out of it. But it's only going to be on the beach in the sun for a couple of days per test, and then
Right.
And stuff. It's all good.
Yeah, just keep the UV off of it for sure.
Yeah, the only thing that might need to be reconstructed locally at different places are just the posts, because my posts might go in and I might not be able to recover them properly out of the beach. So, and that would add a lot of weight to shipping, whereas the posts can be remade locally. That's not a hard thing.
How much does it weigh?
The most affordable car. It's 30 kilos per kilometre. That's the rated weight of the line at 8 mil. The sanding friction is well and truly below the 1200 kilo braking strain. So, we should not be breaking the rope to try and get some sort of up or down measurement. This is what I mean by definitive, Paulus. Like, bring something as definitive as this, or, stop trying to tell me things are definitive when they're optical. The fact that there's nothing as definitive as this is fucking very interesting.
Yeah, what would even be more fascinating is if we were able to do multiple of these and get multiple readings along that line. That is going to be so clear because, again, and it does depend on how far up off the ground you're pulling it, the distance, all those factors. There's a lot of factors. However, we're going to see, like, you can map it on like a computer system, like let's say you get all the readings. Let's say you have 20 scales along the line, just using the word, just the random number 20. If you had a bunch of those, you could then plot them on, once you get it, okay, this is 5 pounds, 4.2, 4.6, whatever it is, like your actual weight of it, all the way along. And then you could mark those, and then you could mark them as you expand it. So as you go a little more strength, a little more tension, a little more tension. That's why I feel like if we had like a winch system that could be very precise, then we could do, as it's winching, we could measure that as well. But you'd be able to graph that on an actual like computer program. And if you're just getting these planar results where all of those scales are lessening on the outer, and then the middle one even lessens, boom, that is such a planar result. It's showing exactly what the line is doing over that surface. And if it's a globe or you get the curvature result, you're going to specifically get, greater readings, from the center outward, of literally forcing the curve. And you're going to be able to see, especially the scales at the outer edges are going to register something, they're going to be getting greater. And you could see that whole scale through time with the winch and all of that. So, I mean, at that point, if you got that many data points, that would be hard to deny.
That is a lot of cum.
If you use a snatch block as well, you should be able to use a double line pull in either direction. So like get 2 4-wheel drives at either direction and then double it back on itself so it makes a pulley, and then you're doubling the power of your winches.
We also need to...
Oh, that's a good idea. And you could, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, if you had the pulley system, I don't even know if that would work with this material he has, but the one positive is you could actually measure the tension that way precisely with the wheel system like that. I don't know if his stuff would do that, but that'd be another option.
You just use this. Hang on, I'll show you a photo of it. It's called a snatch
You
block.
measure it essentially with a fish scale, guys. You just need a spring scale in the line. And as you pull, that scale increases. That's all you need to measure tension. You don't need block and tackle. You don't need anything like that. The winches have more than enough power.
You also need to make sure that the line is the proper height above the ground on both sides where you're pulling it from, right?
Yeah, we have water level. We have water level established. So
No, I mean the right height above. Like if you're pulling it from the back of your truck, you're only pulling it for half a mile, and the back of your truck is 3 feet high, and of course
No, the truck's not moving. The truck is stationary at point A and B, the ute, or whatever you want to call it, the truck. They're stationary. The winches on those are bringing the line in under tension.
Oh, I see. Right, but you still need to make sure it's the right
Winches are
height.
just on the trucks because the winches need beach access, and the trucks are the only things that can get them down there.
Okay. Which beach are you using?
Well, I'm going to leave that undisclosed at the moment, eggshells, because that's probably a bit too close to home. But if you have a look around me, you can find it very easily. I told other people and they've verified it. But if you're going to try and point out that the location is the issue, then that's okay, because I've got one.
No, I'm not saying it's the issue.
No, it's just a bit too close to home, champ. You know the whole doxing thing, all that.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think that you actually get a more definitive answer with only one scale than multiple scales, just because multiple scales will probably end up muddying the results more or less, whereas a single scale will tell you absolutely whether or not there's too much weight on the scale or less than the weight of the thing. Because that's all I would be looking for. I'd be looking for a number that was either less than the weight of the rope being used or more than the weight of the rope being used. And
I think multiple.
That will give you the answer right there. So I think it's a good test. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I can do this I'm going to do it. If I use exactly 1 mile and I get a cheap enough hose that I can get it across there and I can test the water level, both the ends and in the center, all you have to do is you can get like a fishing line and something to keep it, something to make sure that you can actually reel it and then keep it reeled, as long as somebody's holding it, and then just put something on the scale like a block, and if get the string to either pull down the block. You have to put the block 1 inch beneath the water line and put the strings at exactly the water line, and it shouldn't pull it down. And if it's a globe, it should pull it down 2 inches, so it'll have a positive weight. A weight bigger than the weight of the fishing line.
All right, so if you're going to do an A to B and try and do the sagittal of the hump, you have to halve the inches. So that's why at 10 miles, at 10 kilometers, it's only 2 meters hump in the middle. There's a lot more of a drop from your starting point going out 10 kilometers. All right, so point A to point B, you're trying to force that line through the curve. You have to halve the drop.
Yeah, so for 1 mile, I'm looking for just 2 inches.
Someone needs to do the geometry on this.
It's half an inch, sorry, 1 inch. If you're doing point A to point B, it'll be a 1 inch hump. If you're at the top of the ball and you go out 1 mile, there is a, listen, if you're at the top of the ball and you have a tangent that goes out 1 mile, there will be a 2-inch drop, right? But if you're doing A to B, there's, no?
No, if you're at
Just a mile?
it's 8 inches per mile squared, so 8 inches.
Oh, sorry, it is 2. Fuck, yeah. No, you're right. It is 8 at the start. Sorry, I had 4 in my mind. My bad.
But the sagittal is only 2 inches. That's because the sagittal between those 2 points would be 2 inches. And
yeah, no, I take all that back.
So I'm just looking for
4
that.
inches per mile squared.
Yeah, so I'll pull that down.
Rocket scientist said you're embarrassing them.
Oh, like embarrassing people.
Yeah, he said you're a fucking clown. You're embarrassing them.
Rocket scientist.
Sounds legit. Tickets, maybe? Tickets?
I was only half listening, but I don't think anything he was saying was problematic. I think he was talking about getting the tension of the curve result, right? I mean, that's over that distance.
It's just factions, Gio. Has nothing to do with what is being discussed.
Which is pretty sad, isn't it? Yep. 10 kilometers is a 2 meter hump. You pull from A to B and tension and measure the force going down or no force in the middle and along the way. 10 points.
Hey, White, are you gonna take a video of this and like
Of course, mate. Yeah, I'm gonna have people from the local university come and do all of the scientific shit behind it, all the maths, all the fucking shit. So it's not me, it's going to be a fucking body of people from a fucking university going to be doing it. Alright? So callers are welcome to fucking come and have a look or take part. You know, I don't care. I just want to get it done and get some fucking data. The one thing that's held me up the most, and it's not even COVID, is at the end of the beach is a massive area where these really fucking endangered birds nest. Right? And that's been the problem so far, the hold up. Nesting fucking birds. The time of year where I can use it, but it's in winter, and so I've just got to really hope for good weather. That's the other part. But we'll get there.
So what was Kosho saying that triggered rocket scientists to type that? Like what is he referring to? Maybe I was only half listening. I didn't hear. Could someone? I guess he dropped out. Could someone?
Yeah, anything that entertains flat Earth testing or whatever, like it's just anti-flat Earth attitude. That's all it is.
Yeah, why would you give any credit to Gem Panda's server is beyond me.
No, I know that. I is that where he typed it? Maybe it is, or yeah, I guess. But either way, like Riggs, you're saying because Kosho was considering doing this test that the other Globers are all mad at him or whatever?
One guy?
Okay, that guy. But my point is that what did Kosho say that was... Maybe I just missed what he said that was problematic. I thought he was just talking about doing the line test. No?
That's all he talked about.
See? Toxic cesspool, like I said.
Right, so he's saying that Kosho's embarrassing the Globers because Kosho's considering how to actually measure the Earth.
Yeah. Toxic fucking
But
cesspool. Like
if they were like more honest about it, though, I mean, Kosho has, you know, whether I agree with it or not, he's always tried to come up with some way. So this is not like a new thing for him.
Oh yeah, he does it all the time, but this one he was admitting would be conclusive.
Yep. It would
maybe
It
for
would be.
him.
Would be for any reasonable person.
So he's getting shunned from other globe Earth, or at least that guy, because he's actually considering measuring the Earth.
Yeah, how dare he?
Well, I think Kosho is one. I think that if he measured it, he would be honest about the results.
Wow, I do not think so.
Kosho
has been trying to prove the thing of flat Earth from the beginning. He's like a honorary flat earther. This guy, he loves it. Now he does have some different parts to him, though, that he will push the globe strong. But
Kosho. White's word.
the thing about this, it doesn't really matter what different people get. I mean, okay, if people started doing this test,
You know what it is, Gio? They don't understand what we're trying to measure. They think it has to do with holding this material up. They don't know about the whole sag and the pressure thing.
The weight.
They're like, how do you remove all the sag? I'm like, well, if it doesn't sag, that means it's a globe, right? Like if it's in the ground, it's a fucking globe.
Well, whether or not,
the first thing I got was, if it's on the ground, there are no forces at play, so it'll just lay there on the ground. And I said, well, what happens when you're
That's yours is
And they're like,
different,
it'll
but
just lay
either
there.
way, in both of them, like sag is not a problem. So like they literally just don't even understand what the idea is.
No, they don't. It's called this. It won't let them do it because this represents maybe an opportunity for them to be wrong and proven wrong. So their brains won't even entertain it. It just goes straight to, nah, you can't lift the sag up. You'll never get a line straight. That was wrong.
I mean, dude, when I hear a good idea, I'm happy to challenge my understanding. Like I'm like, oh yeah, I dare you, because there's a lot of stuff where I'm like, oh yeah, you know what, you're never gonna find that. I already know, my intuition already tells me, like you're not gonna get this, you're not gonna get that, but you're still gonna believe it, you know. And this is just one of those things where like I know it's not gonna go into the ground and push into the ground. Like that's just stupid. It's stupid. It's as stupid as saying that there's people in Australia upside down. It's stupid. Somebody got you to believe that shit.
Spending money on proving it. It's crazy.
Yeah, but
See my
like
wife.
in Gem Pandas, a lot of people don't even know the flat Earth arguments. They literally just go there to call you a retard.
That's
because
true.
they're not even there to debate. They're just there to be like literally insult you.
Hey, Whites, it's probably a fool's errand, but I wonder if you can work out some kind of deal with Ruhif. Maybe he could pitch in or do something with this too.
Well, now Ruhif, I'm not so convinced that he would be honest about it. That's another guy entirely. Yeah, I'm saying if he gets behind funding something like this, that would be a different story. And they might try to come up with counteractive evidence. That's what I was going to say before. Like with this method, this way of doing it, and all the different ways we've discussed, it seems like there's a pretty clear result of what you're going to get either way. Granted, it depends on your distance and material and how you're doing it. But what I'm saying is that if we want to call it sides, flat Earth, globe Earth, whatever you want to call it, if there's sides, if everybody started doing it, the globe earthers would have to be getting completely, globe results, like the scales, like everything, boom, 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 showing the globe. And then flat earth folks would be getting completely flat, be getting different results. And I do not see that happening. Granted, somebody could fudge it. Somebody could do it incorrectly. There's a bunch of things like that. But I think this is going to be hard for any globe earther to be able to fully deny once it's done.
I mean, it would have to be pushing into the ground. That's the thing.
It would have.
It would have to be not with just the amount of weight, or it would have to have consistent. It should be consistently pushing into the ground.
Yes,
period.
the scales all have to go up, whereas on a planar reading, the scales all go down. It's like literally the opposite. So how could you really even claim you're getting a different result?
Right.
If you do it well, I mean, yeah, you got to obviously do it well, and you can't mess it up or whatever. But I mean, literally, all the scales on a globe will get heavier because you're forcing the curve. And all of the scales. Okay, on a flat surface or a planar surface, technically, some of the scales in the middle might not change. That's the only issue you would have, depending on the distance. Like if you're talking like 20 kilometers or even 10, whatever the distance might be.
I would say test it at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. The whole length.
Yes, and then exactly. So even at like 2 miles, you're still going to get a pushing into the ground. So if
you need to be able to show that it gradually is performing this act that we're claiming.
Exactly. And on a planar result, none of the scales should get heavier at all. That's for sure. None of them should get heavier.
My angle to all of that was to do it at point A and point B close to the ground, and then at 1 meter, and then at 2 meters off the ground, and then at 3 meters off the ground. And by doing that, will actually give us the shape of the curve that it's pushing into or pulling into, if there is indeed one. We'll see the differences across the 10 points.
10 points. Yeah, it's going to be undeniable once we do it.
Everybody's talking about boys don't hear what you say.
Well, like Gio was saying though earlier, when he says if people are gonna have conflicting results, then you can just say like, well, go do it yourself, and like I'm sure people are gonna go and do it themselves. Like, not everyone's just gonna,
Yeah, like I said before, if we find curvature, they will run with it, and I will be the new Bob Nodell, and they will use that for their definitive proof, for the next 3 years. If it comes up flat, they'll question it and say, oh, it's only locally flat, or you fucking fucked up, or whatever. Simple. I already know that.
I have a question. Maybe it's my visualization is wrong. You're going to do this 3 feet, 2 feet, and a foot off the ground, but you're going to measure with the weight on scales? Doesn't it have to be on the ground for the scales to work?
No, you've missed the point. The scales will be, well, not miss the point, but I see where you're getting wrong. The scales will be off the ground per se. When we mark water level, it will be as close to the ground at the highest point along that 10-kilometer stretch. So that's where the scales will be zeroed out at that point. So if we start going higher, so if we're at 2 meters at point A and B, and it's a curve, then theoretically that's a straight line to the mound in the middle at C, which is 2 meters. Right? So obviously that would have very different dynamics going on at the 10 points across than if we were actually pulling down, like if the geometry was still down from C to point A and point B. Alright, so if we're at 1 meter, the geometry is still down from point C to points A and B. At 2 meters, it's neutral. At 3 meters, we're actually pulling above that point at point C on a globe. So all of this will be visible in the forces over the 10 posts that we put in. Is that any better?
Okay, so the 10. Where are the 10 posts? I missed that part.
Oh, yeah,
it's not 10 posts. He's going to measure it along the length and just pull it as he goes.
Yeah, but the posts will be put into the sand so that I can actually have a fixed spot to put the actual
the gauge on to measure the force up or down.
Oh, you are using posts with a gauge on
Yes,
it?
there will be posts. Yes,
Right.
there'll be points A and B will be the utes, and all through the middle, including point C, will be posts. Think of permapine posts sink into the sand. And then as the tide goes out, we'll mark off water level across all those posts, let the water go out a little bit further, and then stop the test. And the line will literally go through little eyelets all the way along each post at that zeroed out point where the watermark was. And those eyelets will be attached to spring gauges, and so as soon as tension comes on, the spring gauges are either going to want to pull down towards the earth, or they're going to either stay neutral or lift up, which they should definitely pull down if it's a globe.
I was thinking some bathroom scale type shit. This guy's
No, mate.
really thought it out over here.
I mean, he already spent $5
I
grand
thought it out
just
well
on
and
the
truly before I
material,
even
so
presented.
I guess, yeah, the more the merrier.
So you're talking about having posts with eyelets through them, and then the eyelets would have enough flux to them to where it would either, the planar one is going to sort of lift up and the curved one is going to push down?
Yeah, so think of the eyelets as literally a spot for the line to go through. But the eyelets will be attached on a spring gauge, right? And that spring gauge is obviously all calibrated. I'll buy them. And it takes a certain force, obviously, to move that up or down. And so they'll be on the post, hanging off the side of the post the whole way. Each post will have its own little gauge on it, and the line will go through it, and that'll all be set to water level. So as soon as we apply tension at each end, we're going to see what these little gauges do, whether they all uniformly start pulling down towards the ground, or whether they fucking just do nothing. And we've got 1,200 kilos of tension on the line, and they're not doing anything. Because we're never going to be able to necessarily lift all the sag up at 1 metre off the ground. I'm completely aware of that. But we can certainly lighten the load of the line. And from the get-go, I've said this is definitive to prove flat Earth, but it's possibly definitive to counter the globe.
I see. Well, that does add a couple additional components with like the springs and all that, but I do like that idea. It's great to have the posts that are measured water level, and then some kind of eyelet or some kind of way that you can verify that rope is at water level all the way along. That way, that it's not necessarily.
Sure.
Yeah, it is, because then you're not just measuring some random topography. You're actually measuring those points and the cable or the wire actually going through those points that are at water level, no matter what the little fluctuations in the topography is.
Yeah, and I'm obviously more than open for someone to come and separately verify that these spring things that I've got on the side of the posts are accurate and zeroed out and all that sort of shit. Do what they say they do. I'm not going to do this in secret and then present the data and claim it to be true.
This cable that you have, like, is it heavy or is it light? Like, what what is it? Is it an inch in size or you said 8 millimeter, right? So it's pretty tiny.
Yeah, 8 millimeter diameter, and it's 30 kilos per kilometer. And it's made of polypropylene.
So that's like a third of an inch, roughly a third of an inch in thickness. So a third.
It's like your little finger. Look at your little finger and go, yep, it's about your little finger size.
Okay, so
it's
yeah,
it's a decent size cable.
Damn. So when you order this shit, it's just one huge roll?
Yeah, it's one huge roll. But as I didn't expect it to be joined, but it is joined. It's lots of shorter lengths joined up, but tested together joined. Like the joins have been tested. You know what I mean? At 1,200.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Well, interesting with that is if it broke, you might be able to get it rejoined. Because it's not really about that part doesn't matter. You're just measuring the tension. It's not. You don't need some like super performance of it other than it being able to hold the tension. Because you're not really. You're just using that as your guide, like as your measuring component. It's
exactly, mate. And I know its breaking strength, and I can keep underneath it. So I do not expect to break the line at all.
Because it's going to stretch, but that shouldn't matter either. Because again, you're trying to actually measure you're forcing the curve, as it were, if there is a curve. So you just need that the direction of how that works or how that moves, with at those points of equal water level.
Someone should go show these pictures to Gem Panda server. See what happens.
This was like one of the first things that I thought should be done if we want to figure out if, there's a curve. But as soon as I brought it up, I heard that the weight of the string would be so much that nothing would be able to pull it. As a matter of fact, what's his name told me? Moyak told me that no matter how hard you pull, you wouldn't be able to pull the string taut, given if it was long enough. So,
but that's not the point. This one, you have a scale underneath the string, so if you try to pull it taut, the weight on the scale is either going to go up, as in more weight if you're on a ball, because you're pulling a string over a curve, or if it's flat, the scale weight is going to go down because you're kind of lifting the string up off of the scale. So it doesn't need to pull it doesn't need to pull fully off the ground. All it needs to do is just show a difference on the scale underneath the string or line or cable, whatever it is. The pictures are in the main chat if you want to see.
Well, yeah, there's different ways to do it. Yeah. White's word, yeah, in terms of like the posts and the eyelets and the spring loaded, he's referring to doing it that way. Another way, another way to do, I would think it'd have to be a little bit of a heavier cable though, that would have more weight to it. That's another component. But yeah, another way is actually having literal scales. Not necessarily a bathroom scale, because you'd want something more accurate than that, but an actual scale that you would put under the rope at those locations. And as you pull it taut, you're going to definitely start to see if it's a planar measurement, all those, because the cable is going to want to lift up. Like if you have it, 3 feet off the ground, depends on what you're pulling it taut at, but if it's planar, you're going to get, as you're pulling that taut, the scales are all going to lessen. And if you could get it to where the middle one would lessen as well, depending on the distance you're doing and all that, that would really show that planar result in that way. Whereas if it's forced the curve, where it's being pulled taut and there's a curve, then all those, the cable or the wire should be, intersecting, just like if you put a shoestring on a globe, as you pull the two parts of the shoestring, there's going to be tension between the basketball and the shoestring, and that is what should be measured. So if it's a curved result, you should actually get all of those scales should increase as you're tightening that band on the curve of the earth.
That's very true, but the reason I've got the eyelets is purely for the upward force. So taking the weight off of scales is not an indication of actual upward force. It's just showing that you've removed weight from the line. But if the line is actually physically pushing up with force, that needs to be registered. So that's the only reason I've done the eyelets.
Yeah, I've got a question. So, like, in the heliocentric model, when the tide goes out, right, is the sea level from the beginning of where the tide is it still sea level, or is it not sea level? Because
it's not sea level; it's a level at a slightly higher altitude.
So okay. Okay, well that sounds good, because what I would propose is you go to an extremely long pier or a bridge, and you just mark the water level at each pile that goes into the lake or the ocean, preferably a lake and a really still one. And when the tide goes out, you can measure the distance that it's dropped on each one, and if it's a ball, the center of the bridge should be a shorter distance than the ends.
So, I'm sorry, I can't stay quiet when you talk about boats.
No, I like that, but there's no pier or bridge that's long enough, I think, to give us definitive answer.
I think there is. There's a bridge that's 26 kilometers long somewhere, I heard.
No, 20, yeah, 26 kilometers. It's certainly a length.
Wouldn't that be a really easy way to see if there's a hump in the middle?
Yeah, but see, the tide would have to go out full length of
That's
that,
the,
or at least 10 kilometers or so of it, so you could make, be definitive with it. And the
yeah.
tide
Well,
probably just moves underneath it.
yeah. Well, if it's a tide, yeah, if there is a tide, you'd obviously have to have that as a component because that's the only way you'd be able to measure it, right?
Yeah, but also along the length. You're thinking of a pier from like the beach going straight out to the ocean. That's the tide coming from the sea.
Or even if there's just a flood and the water level changes, it's still supposed to be level, right?
Mm.
It's a pretty I'd have to think more about this marking the pier, but
It's
No,
like you would
could it
all
be
you
a
need
Title-
is a measuring tape and a Sharpie.
wait, okay, couldn't the ballers just say that the pier is slightly curved over time, just like they claim that you don't need to nosedive on your airplane because it's slightly curved over time?
They could say whatever they want, but the experiment is extremely simple. It's just measuring the distance between one water level and the other, and if the center measurements are shorter, then it's a ball. Unless someone can describe and tell us that when there is a tide, if it's a tide, not a flood, and so if it's a tide, they're going to say, well, water sort of compresses together and it doesn't go anywhere. It just compresses together, and therefore you're going to have like a hump anyway. So that's the question: is when the tide goes out, is water level still at the same altitude all the way across?
No.
No, the altitude changes, definitely.
The easy answer to your question, because
yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't listen to this anymore. When the tide goes out, more of the pier or the jetty is visible. Whether it's the pylons that actually go down, or if you're looking at a boat ramp, more of the boat ramp is visible. The altitude of the actual water level drops. When we talk about ocean level, that's actually a shorthand and a jargon. What we really mean to say is mean tidal level, and it is a theoretical spot in the middle of the tides.
Okay, so it's a different altitude when the tide goes out in the middle.
Yes.
Has that ever been measured?
Yes.
How? Because if you can show that experiment, then I mean that's already half of the experiment that I was talking about before. It's already done.
Sure. Look at any pier at high tide and any pier at low tide. More of the pier is visible at low tide. The altitude up from the pier to the water at low tide will be greater than the altitude at high tide.
No shit, Sherlock. We're talking about the center of the bridge and the ends of the bridge.
Can you draw a descriptive? Can you give us like a? I'm not sure I'm visually.
Okay, you get in a little tiny one-man boat with oars on it, and you just go along every pier when it's a really stable time, not like when it's about to change tides. You just go like on a good window when you have a couple of hours or whatever. Go along each one and just mark the top of the water level there on each one for the fucking 5 kilometer long bridge or whatever it is, and then you wait till the tide goes out. You mark again, and then you'll see the difference in the distance between these two marks on each one, and you'll know that if there's a sagittarius, if it's higher in the middle or not. It should be a one-day job.
So what you're saying is someone's gonna go mark the water level on the pillars of a pier, and then how is that gonna? I understand that part, but I don't understand how that proves or disproves the shape of the Earth in any way.
So when the tide goes out, the tide, the water level should evenly distributed go down to a new level, right? A new altitude all the way across.
Okay.
And will it be flat and level, whereas every measurement at that particular time was the same? Or is the center going to show higher, I mean, shorter distance to show that it's a bendy water? Because we want to know if the water's bending or not, right?
What's gonna be shorter and what's gonna be longer though? I'm still
Well,
confused.
if it's a ball, the short segment of maybe you can divide it into thirds. The center segment should be closer. The markings should be closer if it's a ball.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Like on a lake, you have to go from shore to shore. Right, from land, because all bridges go from land to land, right? So even if it's as long as it's either tidal or you could do it on a flood.
No. It would just go down the same amount because it's all on the same level.
Well, there you
Okay.
go then.
So Carlos, can you see the bridge? Can you see the bridge I just posted in chat? It's actually over Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know the tidal range in Lake of the Ozarks. I can look it up, but for the sake of this conversation, let's give it an extreme tidal range of 20 feet. Okay. If this was at high tide and you can just barely see the tops of those pylons, and then tide went out and the water level dropped 20 feet, that would be measured on every one of those pylons.
Yeah, that's what we're all saying, but he's saying you'd see something different, which is not what would happen, ball or flat, regardless of the shape.
Yeah, but you're not showing the pylons there. All you're showing is the bridge is fucking curved. You look at the line of the bridge; it's not flat.
What?
Well, they could draw whatever they want. They could say that the bridge is fucking flat and level, or you can. But it's not. Who's measured
bridge
it to show?
that bridge is equal elevation. This is in a shallow part of the Lake of the Ozarks. It's not even that tall of a bridge.
Yeah, well, you're not showing the pylons in the shape of the bridge there.
Your experiment doesn't, your test doesn't change regardless of a ball Earth or a flat Earth. You have the same results on both, so it's not really I don't see what you're saying really.
Oh my god. Okay, I'll go and think about it, and I'll see if I can come up with something.
If you can draw a diagram of the tide being low and the tide being high on both a flat and round Earth, and you show us the diagram and it looks like you can see what's going on, then I would get it. But just in my mind, I don't think it would be different from the way I'm thinking of it on a round or ball Earth. I don't think it would change.
Yes, that's the thing. Has anyone even done that experiment to show and to prove that tides act in the way that you're saying they have a big fucking power on them?
Anyways, Kool-Aid, I looked at some of my dad's sailing maps today. He inspired me. He has a bunch of them. You can even like use the side to like measure distances between places and stuff. It's quite nice. I can see where you're coming from. I don't know how they would fake around Earth with those maps and charts, because like all the latitudes and longitudes are all like very precisely drawn and they all curve.
If this idea of forcing the curve has made its way into some of the ball setup, I'll be interested to see the constructive criticism back in an effort to make it a better experiment or test. I hope it is an experiment with the help of the university to do all that stuff in the background, make it an actual experiment. Good. Hope I don't get killed by flat earthers if I prove the globe though. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big one. This is a big. I mean, it's not just one way to do it because there's a lot of different ways to do it in terms of distances, materials, and setups. I think the one you have sounds awesome, and it could be really interesting to see what the results are. And I think that this is something that if it's done well in different ways, in different environments, should be consistent and conclusive. I mean, if it's done poorly, that's one thing. But if the Earth is curved, that you always should get that force that will be pushing down on that. And if it's planar, you won't get that. So,
do we have an ETA until this will be done? Is this like a month,
Excuse me.
a year?
It'll be next winter in Australia at this point. So we're just heading into our summer. So
Sure.
it won't be until about a month into next winter. So yeah, unfortunately.
well, this idea could be carried out virtually by anyone. I mean, that's why when Kosha was in here, he was talking about even doing it over like a mile. So if you did like a mile, if you did just a mile and you have a measured like next to a canal or, I mean, there's different ways to do it, but that's 8 inches that should be curving. And when you pull that line taut, if you had the line like being pulled from, let's say 4 inches, and I mean, really like 2 miles would be better because then you're getting more like the 32 inches, which would be better than only 8. So let's say you do 32 inches and you have the line being pulled at, let's say 12 inches or 5, whatever it would be. As you pull that, the scale in the middle, if it's a globe earth, reading or a curved surface, that scale is going to completely increase. As you pull that taut, it's going to increase because that line over 2 miles, you should definitely get a pressing on that line. You're literally forcing the curve. You're forcing the line into the earth, but all you're doing is pulling it taut and level. So if that's the result, then that's definitely the curved result. If you pull that line, and I mean, depends on what the height of the scale is, but I'm talking about like a scale that would be in like a chemistry lab or something like that, like quite sensitive. But let's say the scale is only 5 inches tall and you're pulling it from 12 inches. Then as you pull that taut, the scale, I mean, at 2 miles, you might even be able to get that cable to lift up off the scale, but the scale would definitely not increase because there's no curve. It would just be nothing or get less. But the curved one absolutely would get increased in the weight. So it's quite definitive in that way if it's done right. And that's what Kosho was saying when apparently that guy said some comment that, and then somebody said he went back to gems or whatever. But I mean, he was basically agreeing with us that it would show one or the other. 2 miles, 32 inches of curve. I mean, that's quite doable. That's doable with even a lot less cost.
What you're failing to appreciate, Geo, and in an ideal situation, you're right, that is far enough. But when you look at the geometry of the angles involved from point C in the middle to A and B over 1 mile or 2 miles, it is so slight that in actuality, you are essentially, even under tension, trying to get that rope very straight. And so you're more likely to snap it at those shorter distances without getting a result. That's why I ended up with all the calculations I was making with an engineer relative. 10 kilometers would be the area where there's enough hump that you wouldn't require as much tension and actually still get a definitive result, conclusive one way or the other.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. It's all about the forces at play.
Well, the other thing about this is if somebody does it and they claim to get one result, like let's say they claim to get a globe result, they can share exactly what their materials are and where they're doing it and their distance and everything about it. And then, you know, that could be repeated as well. It could be verified at that actual place on Earth, you know, if they did it at whatever place it may be, and that area can be observed and evaluated, but also the material and the distance they're using, and it could be replicated as well. I mean, if this is done like pretty consistently with a decent amount of, you know, sort of focus and care to the specifics in different ways, I can't see there being dramatically different results, you know, especially if it's done well. So like some things I can understand different results. People are using cameras and all that. It's different, but
Yeah, nothing optical here, mate.
yeah, it's a great idea. And yeah, I know you first mentioned it on Brandon's, and then you've got the material and you're ready to go with it. And I think today, like since we've been talking about it for this many hours, it must be important that we had to discuss it. So it's awesome. I'm glad you brought it up, and now more people know about it, and we can brainstorm more how to. And I'm very much looking forward to what your results are going to be, dude. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, as soon as Jeremy understood it back on Brandon's, he's been pretty supportive of it and reminding people every now and then of of the test. But it does have to be done. That's the thing. No good having a good idea. Got to do it. But someone like Richard Branson or something, you know, like Tesla, fucking Musk, sorry, fucking. These people have got the coin. They could have this done fucking 7 places on Earth simultaneously, fucking with just $1 million probably. Absolutely no skin off their nose at all.
Yeah, for sure.
And like make it all a tourist attraction. You know, hey, check this out, proves the globe. Hey, check this out, it shows the Earth's actually flat. People would pay tickets for that shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if it starts getting one result, like let's say it starts getting the planar result for everybody or for a lot of people who carry it out well. And then if a Globe Earth team, let's say like, you know, one of these guys that are into this topic, if they want to go replicate it, they can do it. They can video it. They can show exactly whatever their setup is, their scale, their material, their location, how they're showing water level. And if they get a dramatically different result, you know, okay, but in theory, the people who were getting the planar result could literally go and verify that result that guy's getting and see, you know, if he did it right or you know, replicate it. And so yeah, it would. That's what's cool about this is that instead of just like a camera with, you know, some like the long distance observations are great, but they often require like certain, you know, atmospheric conditions and people can argue refraction all day, but something like this is actually repeatable. It's not dependent on optics at all, and it can even be repeated at the place the person did it, assuming that it's not like private land or, you know, the person would be able to access the land. So what I'm saying is that like if we started doing and we start getting planar, and all of a sudden someone says, I did it and I did this and I got the complete globe, all the scales were forcing the curve, like we got it, then it's like, all right, well then let's go replicate that, see why they got that. And then if we go replicate it and we get the planar result, well, then we'd have to look at how they did it and see whether they did it wrong or what the deal was, if it can be repeated like that. So yeah, it feels like to me like a new era of this whole thing, of this whole shape of the Earth discussion.
If it was set up permanently at the location that I'm proposing to do it, in a fashion that, you know, weather and all that wouldn't affect it. So it was like set up properly, industrial size. It could be reset every day as the tide comes in and goes back out. It could automatically reset with the new level of where the tide is, and then redo the test each fucking day if it needed to be done. You know, for definitive. Sorry, to be definitive. Trying to eat a steak here as well. My bad. Surely Ruhif knows a lot. You can just ask him.
Well, yeah, this one doesn't have like great cost involved, so I mean, it could have some, but it's not like a, you know, depending on what you're using.
I challenge you, Geo, to have a look on Google Earth, because that is, to find a 10-kilometre straight stretch of beach that is within civilization's reach. So we're going to need some helicopters and some shit to drop a few groups at pretty remote locations to actually do this all over the globe. Because I spent a good long time looking, and there's very few stretches of beach that are ideal for this. So the cost is there, getting to those beaches with all the kit and doing it. That's the cost. Mine happens to be local, just lucky.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
In all honesty, mate, go on Google Earth and have a look. You fucking be struggling.
You looked all around?
I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I just happened to have one very close. It was like, oh my god, this is fucking meant to be.
Well, that's awesome that you live within range of that location. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Couldn't it be done on any stretch of land that has like a canal next to it as well? As long as there's a canal to mark the water level?
Definitely. Yeah, if you can get the water level, yeah, without a doubt. That's all you need as a reference. Yeah.
But you'd have to do it close enough to the water to make sure that you're doing, you know, you wouldn't want to do water level that's like 30 feet away or whatever from the location probably. You'd want to do it like on the bank of a canal or something like that.
Definitely, or a purpose-built one like Jeremy was saying. You know, half an afternoon, I think he said he could whip out a trench a couple of miles long. So we'll have to hold him to that at one point.
What's up, Don?
I'm on it.
Good evening.
Hey Gio, don't you think it's weird? Like we're starting to get a lot of these people who are willing to agree, like on like every point except lack of curvature. It's like we're getting a lot more of those. Like those 99%ers just won't go all the way for some reason.
Yeah, I know.
Like they just want to hang out and be like, yeah, I'm not flat earther. But then, oh, Don, hey, how's it going, Don?
I'm great, fan.
Yeah, Don's one of those people. I think Reckonor is one.
Ruhip's definitely one.
Everything but the globe. It's like everything but the kitchen sink.
No, Ruhip's the opposite. He's all about the globe, but he's in here that much that you just
Oh,
know he's
Ruhip
secretly.
is. Oh, he's
That's
full
whack.
blown. Oh yeah, he is.
White's word is the opposite. Just flat Earth, nothing else.
Fair enough, Dawn. We're all allowed our opinions, I suppose. I like music. Is that allowed to be included? Or just flat Earth?
I'm really annoyed because they've decided to make my 11-year-old wear a mask at school.
He can blend in with the retards.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Can't you go to the doctor, Dawn, and say your son gets real bad anxiety when he puts the mask on? And get an exemption? Is that possible?
No, this is the thing, yeah. I said I'll write an exemption. She can get a necklace, and that's her ticket to freedom. But my girlfriend won't stick up for me, so she's going to let the 11-year-old stepdaughter just choose to wear one.
Okay. Yeah, that makes it hard, mate. When they divide the family unit like that, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know what to do or what to say because my girlfriend won't even listen to my opinions on such things.
Yeah, it's hard. I feel for you, mate.
In the spring, they're going
I don't really have any advice either.
They're going to try jab under 15s in the spring, so I've got till then. Obviously, the thing on the face is just a thing on the face. It doesn't really change your heart and your spirit much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what is with all these retards who still believe in this shit? It's been long enough. How aren't fuckers not like waking up at this point? Like, maybe the flat Earth is a bit like of a hard concept. I mean, I don't fully buy it, to be honest with you. But like, when it comes to this coof, it's like, holy fucking shit, you guys are retards.
Yeah, I feel like they've forgotten how to think, and even us reminding them isn't enough anymore. On other news, I've watched a 3-part series, really long, like 5 hours in total, about the culture of cyberpunk and dystopian futures. It's fascinating. The amount of art and movies and film we've had pushing this idea onto us is amazing.
Yeah, it's probably gonna happen, dude. I mean, it's already happening, bro.
Yeah, it's there's a few quotes in this saying the future already here. Don't realize yet.
I don't know. I don't want to get implants, dude. That sounds weird.
There's all these films from the 90s about people getting lost in VR. Now there's Facebook creating a metaverse.
Dude, you look at like Ready Player One, dude. They literally were like inside that game for like fucking like all day or some shit.
Yeah.
If not days, they like trained for it or some shit to like last longer. I don't know.
I also watched half of the new Dune film, which was good too. You have telekinesis and they have a thing called the voice, which is basically their magic where they can tell people to do stuff in their mind and the other person just does it and hears the words.
Like a command.
Yeah, that's what the minestrone is. That's what they're gonna. I think they're aiming for the old zombie juice to end up doing. I think that's one of their ultimate goals is to literally control people's minds.
Yeah,
through-
I was thinking,
and even like people's physical actions too. Like that'd be insane. That's
I
the
was
shit they want
thinking
to do.
it's like it's like an antenna, right? So it basically it doesn't necessarily have to be like a full-on interface. It just has to like kind of provide a conductive way so that like RF waves can react with you already, because they've already done tests and they can make you feel sad, excited, horny, angry, excited, tired, already, like shooting beams at you, right? So I think it's some sort of like, it just makes the
Well, I think
effects more basically.
exactly. Like this is their counteraction to truth, to the truth coming out, and to people waking up, is basically to just shut them down to the next level. Like they've already been doing with GMO foods and television and all these like programming and all that stuff. But yeah, like that, I just think that's one of their agendas is to combat people waking up to the truth and seeing what they're doing. They're just trying to get to the point where, yeah, pretty much they have people's minds and bodies like even more controlled, to where people like right now people can still think freely, but their goal would be that that's not the case at all. That they're able to literally control people's like minds and bodies remotely, pretty much, to where people won't be able to think independently. And then because that's the thing, they can't stop the truth from coming out, but they could try to stop people's capacity to understand
Man,
it.
it's so insane to think that people are compulsively defending the idea of just injecting your shit all the time. That is so stupid. Like that is not, dude. We pop out just fine with enough sunlight, exercise, and like clean food. We're fine. We don't need all this other shit.
It's kind of sadistic, bro. They like laugh like when like people are like, "Oh, I can't go to the supermarket." But you know these pro jabbers, pro pastromies.
Dude,
They
it's
laugh.
disgusting.
They're like laughing. They're like, "Good for you. Get fired." Like, I'm happy you got
Dude,
fired.
it's disgusting. Like this is
I swear
this
to
is
God,
like
it's the weirdest thing. It's a real thing. Like they get real toxic about it. It's like
like
why
the
do I have
devil's
to-
real or some shit. Like they're so fucking nasty. Like they're such nasty people. It's crazy.
A pro-vax group today or yesterday, depending on where you are in the world, released a statement basically saying they hope this new moronic variant fucking wipes out all the unvaccinated people. So it just leaves us compassionate people.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Dude, I had somebody tell me they wish that my whole family died.
What the fuck?
Not even joking. Not even joking.
I hope you. What the? That's really mean. That's really mean, dude.
Just leave us compassionate people. Compassionate people that want all the anti-vaxxers to die. Yeah, that's real compassionate. I'm an idiot.
Oh yeah, dude. Anti-vaxxers get shit on so hard, dude. Kind of like in all different ways because they actually care. They're like trapped in like a fucking like they're trapped. Like, dude, that's how I feel. I'm like, oh no, dude. No.
Yeah, mate. Bullshit.
A lot of it, yeah. I don't know, dude.
Mate, I'm fucking really actually impressed to hear that there's a baller that's not fucking jibby jabby or even thinking about it or even appreciates the fact that you shouldn't be lining up for jibby jabby. That's the first I've heard of a baller having that thought. That gives me hope.
Yeah, I still have a lot of hope, for sure. I don't know. I mean, it's not like as long as you don't dwell on it, it's fine. It's just like I don't know,
Oh no,
man.
hope for ballers. Hope for ballers in general. That means there might be other ballers out there that think it's a globe, but also know vaccines are poison. I mean, enchiladas. Shit. Not a complete write-off.
I don't know. Pick up your magic wands and reign with Jesus.
I might take my statement back.
So Dawn, is June worth watching?
Yes, I enjoyed it. It's quite slow and visual. It's good. It's got all the themes, like Terminator versus Matrix versus Avatar, Star Wars. They harvest a thing called spice from the deserts. And then a big empire comes and says, we're taking over this planet and the spice.
We want to
I remember the first one.
I watched the original, so that's probably why I enjoyed this one.
Roger.
It's typing.
Very slowly.
So Don, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but we had like a 4-hour brainstorming session these last couple hours. I'll just summarize it for you if you've never heard this. Yeah, so this is a way to measure the Earth. Basically, we take there's a lot of different ways to do it, but the basic idea is that if you have a cable that you stretch over the Earth, you have it down on the Earth, and you pull it from both ends. I'm just giving a very quick, summation. You pull it from both ends on a planar surface. If you have points along the line that you're measuring the force of the wire, that's pressing on the Earth, a planar measurement, you should get less force because you're pulling it taut. On a globe measurement, if it's curved, then as you pull it, you would be pulling it, people were calling it force the curve. So it's just the idea of on a globe Earth with the curvature, you're actually as you pull it taut, you're pulling it into the curve of the Earth, and you'll be able to measure that. So it's kind of the difference between having like a shoestring on a flat table and pull it taut. We know what would happen. It kind of lifts up. And now I'm not saying it would lift up, depends on the distance you would have, but you would still be pulling it and changing the tension of it. And whereas if you take a basketball and you put a shoelace and you pull it, it's pulling taut over the curve of the basketball.
Weird to think about. My first reaction is it's not a good way to measure Earth. Pulling cables.
Why? Because you're using you're able to measure the actual physical shape this way. It's almost like a ruler that you're pulling because you're forming it to the shape of the Earth and then measuring that, measuring it.
But my first reaction is, how are you going to pull the cable taut? My second reaction is, how do you know if it's straight or not?
Well, Whitesword actually first came up with this idea. As far as I know, he's the first I've ever heard bring it up. And he first brought it up on Brandon's show months ago, and then we started talking about it again tonight. He actually already has the cable and all the equipment and the location that he's going to do it at a 10-kilometer beach, and he has 10 kilometers worth of cable that he's already purchased on a huge roll. He's already got it ready to go, so he's already going to do it. But we also were brainstorming about a bunch of other ways to do it. Like you could do it on a lake, like a frozen lake. You could do it at different distances. You could do it at the salt flats. You could do it. There's just so many ways of doing this.
How are you going to pull the cable at both ends? And how are you going to measure the cable straight or not straight?
Well, you're not measuring the straightness. You're measuring the force at which it's pushing against the either the curve or no curve. That's what you're measuring.
How do you measure that?
Well, you could have scales at each point. There's different ways of doing it. I think White's is going to use he's going to have posts with like eyelets, and then they're going to be like he could describe it better than I could, but he's going to have posts because you're measuring a water level and then marking the water level, and then he's going to have it guided through these posts. So I think there's a lot of different ways to do it in terms of the measurement part. But
dude, it's Geo. It's such a good test. Like, there's no way to like. It's just it's just the greatest test ever I've heard.
No, I'm out. All right. All you'll do is end up photoing a sagging cable.
And you're going.
No, that doesn't matter. It's the weight on the cable, my guy.
But this isn't a normal way to measure the place where you live, is it? Pull a cable and let it land on scales. This is not normal.
I'm not surprised you said the sag, because I think that's a lot of people's initial reaction. We actually went through it in detail. The sag is not an issue because you're not trying to make the cable lift off the ground. You're pulling it and getting it taut. So you're trying to, and it's not about like getting some special performance of the cable or anything like that. You're just using it. Like you could have winches, that would be ideal, like winches that would pull it, but you could also do it with like a vehicle, like either a truck or a car or something. But the bottom line is that you're not trying to get it to sag to measure anything. You're trying to measure the pressure at which, because if you have the cable, let's just say you have little scales, like not necessarily bathroom scale, but let's say like a chemistry lab scale. Literally, this is just a different way of doing it. If you have a literal scale and you have every quarter of a mile, you've got a scale, and then you've got this line, going all the way over all these scales. If it's a planar measurement, as you pull that, it's going to lessen the weight off of those scales. Not towards lifting off the ground, perhaps, but it's going to lessen the weight. You wouldn't have to lift it completely off the ground just to see that the weights on the scales are all lessening. That would be the planar flat earth type measurement.
Maybe.
Whereas if on a globe, as you pull that, there's a curve of the earth. You are now pulling it taut into the curve of the earth, and all of those scales will increase. So it's a completely different measurement that you'd be getting.
Yeah. I think then you're just measuring nuanced weight of a stretched cable. It's like you're avoiding measuring the surface of the Earth, just like globers do. By
this directly measures the
weight of a
surface.
cable.
Yeah, Don,
It measures
it's
the
supposed
fact
to
that
be
it's not
pulling into
flat.
the earth. Like it's not just it's not just like laying with a weight. It's going to be like flossing your teeth.
Yeah. So 10 kilometers, you think pulling from each side is going to make the middle heavier?
Oh, no, not heavier. It's not about the weight, man.
You're
It's
using
about
scales.
that it would be going into the curve.
So maybe you don't want scales of weight. You want some type of pressure pad.
No, force. It's force. Okay. So if you use bathroom scales, obviously the kilograms will go up if it's curved. And you can say, yes, the rope weighs more if you want to say that. But it took force down on those scales to increase it. So
you're measuring
my
force
idea is positive.
through weight,
Okay?
and you're avoiding measuring curve. That's what I'm thinking.
No, because under tension, you're forgetting the fact that when you apply tension to the rope, there's forces in the middle. So if you have linear tension, you've got vertical forces at play with the rope.
I don't know how a 10-kilometer cable behaves. I'm not really up to date on that.
Okay. So you don't think if you pull at each end, some sort of dynamic thing will happen in the middle? You think nothing at all will happen?
It might if you were round a big ball, but if you're just 10 kilometers apart on the surface of a flat ball, big, huge ball, I don't know if it'll make any difference. I don't know.
Okay, well, the geometry is at 10 kilometers, so points A and B, 10 kilometers. In the middle at C, there is a 2-meter hump. So if you're pulling from points A and B, you're actually trying to pull that rope flat through a 2-meter hump. And that's the force with which we're planning to measure.
Couldn't you do this over
That
water?
won't happen on flat.
Couldn't you do this over water and just observe the middle of the cable underwater?
No. No, you couldn't just do this over water and do that. No.
Okay. And what's wrong with sighting a pole far away and then seeing it be obstructed by the horizon? What's wrong with that method?
Because that's optical. That's got nuances that are optical.
Okay.
Not definitive.
I think your new way has got more nuances because it's nothing to do with measuring curvature.
No, it does. It's measuring the geometry which the curvature has to have. It's like it's definitive, and there
It
are no
doesn't measure
optical
geometry.
nuances.
It measures the force on the middle of a cable. It doesn't measure geometry.
Yeah, but due to geometry, those forces go up or increase with a globe, and are neutral or decrease on flat.
Yeah.
Directly measuring the geometry of
Would
Earth.
that be definitive for you then, if the force increased?
If I did the experiment and I'm happy with the setup that I've got the idea of, and I get
Which you obviously
increasing
would be
uniform
before doing
forces,
it.
yeah, of course, yeah, then yes, I would go, hey, fuck, we've got some
Wow.
bulge here.
Then I think you should do it.
Yeah, well, I plan to. I've spent 5K on it so far.
Oh my god. So if you say at the end of all of this, this isn't definitive, I messed up, you admit to wasting 5K?
No, because I wouldn't. How would I waste it? The 5K is just on the line, so I can reuse the line and be more definitive. But obviously, my plan is to do it right the first time. And then Dawn, if I get it and it's flat or curved, I'll pack it up and ship it to the next person that wants to try, and they can do the test to verify it or whatever.
This is so absurd. I don't know what to say.
I think it just potentially means there might be something definitive to have to think about, Dawn. And your initial reaction is to just not want to hear that, potentially.
I don't think it can be definitive because it's a stretched cable. It's not really how people measure
Yeah.
things.
No, but if it's pulling into the earth, if upon tension, it wants to pull down, and then you let go of the tension, and then it releases, and then you put more tension, and it wants to pull back down again. That physically cannot happen on a flat plane. You put tension on, and it's only going to either lighten or even attempt to lift up. It's never going to pull down into the ground harder. It can only ever lay on the ground if it's flat and you're pulling sideways. But if it's curved, you're pulling through the 2 meters. It's a whole different geometry, and that's exactly what we're measuring. Maybe measuring might be the wrong term. Detecting.
Yeah.
And then over 10 points over this 10 kilometers, and all the data that can be gathered from doing it at 1 meter and 2 meters off the ground, from there we might be able to get a profile and actually measure something with all the data points. But
I'm sorry, my
other than that,
reaction is still, this is ridiculous. What you need
yeah,
to
no
do,
worries.
you need to get a P900 and sight some things and watch them be obstructed. That's the easiest, simplest, cheapest way.
Okay, Tom. Go and worship to your bloody, I don't know, your ball somewhere. Do you face north when you worship to it? What do you do?
So we have a physical definitive test, and soon it will be done, and there will be no more bullshit. We can see the results, and it
Exactly.
will come in video form from White's word directly to us, and we will be blessed with a nice test. No more need of visual phenomena and fuckers in the chat saying, I took a picture of something, so it's real. I verified it by calculating something on my computer.
You know how you can tell Noah's new to this community? He thinks any test will be accepted.
I'll accept that test. I don't really care if anyone else
It's
does.
definitive.
Once he does the test,
You just
I don't-
insulted the guys sharing photos in the text, but I've seen you share Jay Tolan's channel like 3 times in the text, so
No,
you're obviously one of them.
Hey, Don, I used it because he used the visual phenomena. So I said, if you want to use visual phenomena, then I could just use this.
Yeah, so you stooped to their level by sharing footage and photos in the text chat.
So what should I just say? I don't use visual phenomena and never
Yeah,
send
which
it
would be
back?
wrong because you need your eyes to make your way around Earth.
Then you use your eyes and it looks flat.
Not if you observe obstruction at nighttime in the sky, it doesn't.
If you look at the ground, it does.
Yeah, but what sort of enlightened ape looks at the ground all day long? Not me.
Yeah,
Dear
I don't
Dawn.
know. back to my point, we have a physical phenomena. No need for eyes or anything. We'll have a scale, a rope.
No need for eyes. What are you going to do? Touch the whole 10 kilometers?
No, I'll just listen. I could just listen to it.
I've got an
I could
audio
just
book of the
listen to you
Bible if you
guys
want.
chat. I could just listen to you guys chat after he does the test, and I'll know. It's either Gio will be like yes, or like, or some flat earther will be like yeah, like Riggs will be like yeah.
This is a good thought experiment actually. Do you need eyes to do the true scientific method?
Well, the thing is with this, Don, is it's a physical. You're lining up a cable in line with what the Earth is. So you're applying a tool to the Earth, and as you pull it, just like if you had a piece of cheese, a flat block of cheese, and you had a string on the top of it. If you were to pull that on the flat thing of cheese, it's not going to cut the cheese. It's just flat cheese pulling the line. It does nothing. It's just going to go above the cheese. But if it's a curved cheese and you have a line on it and you pull the line, it's going to cut the cheese. Literally, it's going to slice into the cheese. That's the point. That you're actually with this. We're actually measuring the surface of the Earth.
But this is you suggesting to pull a wire down on the surface of the cheese to measure the surface of the cheese because you're not sure if it's flat or curved. And I'm saying just zoom out and look at it. It's easier.
Oh, we want to do it our way with definitive proof. What's wrong with that?
You can, but to me, it's not definitive. It's adding 1,000,000 times extra nuance and £5,000 worth of equipment.
I think Don is scared.
Yeah, this seems like a lot of backpedaling and stuff. Like I don't understand how this could go wrong in any way. Like
you don't even sound for real, Noah.
I'll be on my side after this. After this test is over, I will either declare myself officially a flathead or a roundhead.
Nice. I like it. An honest person. The only thing that'll stop this from being definitive is if there's 60 knot winds and the rope's getting blown around by fucking strong winds, then I'll obviously have to do it another day. So other than that, it looks like it'll be able to be done pretty easily.
Yeah, I'll just be like, if you're an honest person and you watch this test, this will be like the honest person test. Watch it, and then we'll see the results.
You are full of shit.
You are. You're gonna look at the honest person test and deny it, or you might go along.
Dawn's just pulling a Ranty, mate. He's just, I think he really admired what Ranty did, but he doesn't want to make the full transition. So he's just half making it.
Yeah, Whites, it's a really good test. I'm not gonna lie. Like when you guys were saying the rope thing, I was getting kind of mad because I was like, you can't pull it straight, but with the whole weighing and stuff, just such a good idea. And replicable. Anyone could do it anywhere, any continent on Earth.
No, it's not replicable. You don't have the same pulling. You don't have the same cable. You don't have the same scales.
What's up?
Same model, bro.
No idea.
Fuck, can't even pronounce it. Repeatable model. Sorry, I can't say the other word.
I can pack up all the gear and send it to you directly, Dawn, and then you'll have all the same stuff. Except I'm not sending 2 4-wheel drives. You might.
I'll send it to the local tip.
Yeah, send it to me. I'll actually honestly do it if he's gonna sell it, and then like claim it's that actually
£5,000 worth of cable. What that's worth?
Sells it. Claims it's a
Get
globe.
500 quid.
You buy yourself a pack of smokes, I suppose.
Test is done. Physical proof that there's flat. Gets the equipment, sells it, and claims for a globe. That'd be the best move, honestly.
The end is near, Don. It's going to be one or the other.
I'll become a full-on glober. I'll become a full-on glober if it's pulling down on the.
If it shows the curved result, I would of course want to see it replicated in more areas and more environments and everything. But if it consistently shows that, I would have to definitely integrate that into my understanding of the world because
I will.
Yeah,
I'll wear a NASA T-shirt and like pretend I'll put an astronaut fucking hat on and walk around the street and say like, "Space is
I'm
real."
gonna
Like,
hold
bro,
you all to this.
Nah, NASA's still full of shit, champ. Don't go that far yet.
You don't go
Ball or not.
You don't go full force the curve. Never go full force the curve. I'm just kidding.
Mate, if it proves to be curved, and I'll acknowledge it, that's fine after the test. That doesn't mean we landed on the fucking moon, going by what evidence we have. I'd still need to see something definitive of that. Simple.
Working our way out. First, we'll start with
You
the
never go.
roundness.
You never go
We'll
full
go-
globetard.
First, we'll go
Yeah.
roundness, and we'll try to prove heliocentrism. Then we can try to follow them up the chain.
If that's what needs to be done to be personally satisfied, then hey, some people have more requirements than others.
Yeah, some
But
people
yeah.
just see it on the tele, and it's okay.
White swear,
Get
you
your-
could probably
Yeah, exactly.
you could
Get
buy a
your minestrone
telescope,
on the tele, and that's enough for them.
buy a telescope, and fire it at the retro reflectors. There you go, definitive proof they went to the moon.
Well, I'm going to do Corey's thing on the 21st of December too. So if I measure
This
the sun
guy's
more than
just-
45 degrees in fucking 3 hours, there's another thing. Although it's optical, the sun physically shouldn't fucking be that far away. You've never said
White-
before the sun appears into different spots because of refraction. So the
Whites-
only counter to that would be refraction.
Whites is
Whites,
just
are
putting
you gonna-
his money where his mouth is. Holy
Are
shit!
you gonna
Whites is
actually
going
use-
hard?
Okay, you done sucking his dick now, Noah?
Fuck you.
Yeah, I'm almost empty, mate. Keep just a bit more.
Yeah, man.
Cool.
I mean, he's
So-
been doing fucking tests. You haven't. You want to get sucked off? Do something.
He's
Take
not
some
done any
fucking action
tests,
instead
what
of
are you
sitting
talking
there
about?
talking about fucking boats.
So, are you going to
Love
use any kind of optical aiming device, or are you going to replicate Corey's thing exactly and kind of eyeball it down the side of a protractor?
Well, eyeballing through an optical device and eyeballing. Can you explain the difference?
Yeah, if you use an optical aiming device, you can be a lot more succinct and get it a lot more definite. Where if you don't have any kind of aiming device, you are more likely to miss the target. This is why all modern firearms have some kind of sight picture on them.
Sure. But the light itself coming through, that can be used to sight something up, can't it? Like, for example, like a
No.
sub-solar
No.
point?
Not
So you
not
couldn't
if you
use, say, the
can't-
shadow, for example.
Not if you can't actually pinpoint where it is, because your optical aim is changing as you wiggle around behind this thing with no controls.
Okay, so you're assuming that me just
piss
moving
poor
around
shooting.
behind it is going to affect this thing, obviously. You're not
Yes.
giving me any sort of credit at all to try and set this up correctly.
No,
Clearly.
there
That's
is no
fine.
there is absolutely no way you can maintain a steady sight picture when your sight picture is literally moving and along the top of something kind of vague.
Okay, well, you just have to wait for me to do it and see the results and critique after, I suppose.
Okay,
Are you
and
gonna-
which is why I asked: do you plan on putting any kind of optical aiming sight, or are you gonna just kind of wing it like Corey did? And it sounds like you're just gonna wing it like Corey did. So thank you for the answer to my question.
Okay, no worries. So you're going to write it off already. Cool.
Didn't Corey use a shadow?
No.
I thought he had like a string with
This
a
guy
shadow
doesn't
and a
know what
hole
Corey
in the
did.
board. He had a hole and there was like a string. I remember he used a shadow. I watched something. He was using a shadow, like a string and a shadow. Wait, are you gonna post this on YouTube or what? How are you gonna give this video to us of the
I've
Corey?
honestly never put a video on YouTube, but I'm sure I'll just make a video and probably post it in this Discord, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If someone else wants to put it on their YouTube, they can. I'll just put it in Discord.
Can you put MP4s on? I tried to put a video on Discord before. It didn't work. So the file was too large.
Oh, maybe a link to it then. Yeah, I don't know. I'll send it somewhere. I won't do anything on YouTube though. Maybe on Rumble or fucking Odyssey or something like that.
Okay. I don't want to fucking miss any of these videos. I'm back here. It's like blocked on YouTube.
I'm going to have a university team actually helping do all the science in the background because I want to make it a scientific test. It's not like an experiment, not just a test. I want it to actually be, decent. So, I mean, something might even be put out by the university afterwards. Who knows?
No way. That would never fucking. That would never happen. No one would ever willingly, if they're part of a university, put out proof of a flat Earth. Like, if it came.
Well, no, they wouldn't call it proof of flat. They wouldn't dare call it proof of flat Earth. They would just put it out in the results and leave it for open interpretation. Obviously, a lot more would need to be done to prove a flat Earth. This just rules out the globe, mate.
When he bought the equipment, that'd be a big waste of money.
I can sell rope, mate. There's plenty of people that want to buy this rope. It's used in marine fucking shit all the time. I've got 10 kilometers of it. I can cut it up. I can sell it. It's no skin off my nose. I had to do a bit of explaining to the missus with the outlay, but she gets the idea. She wants to see it herself.
How did that go? How did you explain this to the missus?
Well, just that it's the only definitive test that there is so far.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's nothing else definitive that's been done by fucking anyone. It's all optical. If there was anything definitive, it would have been presented by one
She
bowler
believed you
in
that
fucking the
you
last
have-
10 years.
She believed you that you've come up with the first
facts.
definitive globe flat Earth test.
Facts. Finally.
She does. She loves me, mate. She believes what I'm saying. So yeah, she did believe me.
Wow.
She didn't look into it herself. I also tell her not to get vaccinated. She listens to me as well. So yeah,
Has got to keep.
must be something to it.
I wish I had a wife like that.
Oh, tell you what, everyone does.
I'm excited to see these videos, man.
I'm excited to get them to you, mate. You'll have to wait a little bit for the beach test. I can't get access to the beach until winter time here in Australia, so that's good fucking 6 months away.
Are you guys supposed to be locked down for like 3 more months or like what? I thought they said some places
things
were
are
like,
changing a bit here.
so they're getting worse or better?
No, better in a sense. There's more control. Like you can't do anything unless you're fucking double jabbed. But the lockdowns are coming out. People are getting around and doing stuff. So it's getting a bit better with that regard.
Right. So they
But,
won't. Be keeping
today I received a notice today that all the hospitals, all the doctors, everything fucking with regard to health all around here requires double fucking enchilada to be seen, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah. Well, thank God I'm not in that industry. I just think it's kind of crazy that there's no what is it? Bill Gates himself was like, if you want to see if there's long-term side effects, you have to wait at least 2 years. And then they're trying to force it on everyone like within less than 2 years, like when it's coming out of the horse's mouth himself that you can't fucking tell without actually looking and waiting. I don't know. It just
Bill Gates isn't a virologist, right?
Yeah, I do understand that. Yeah.
Cool.
Is that a computer science virologist or a virologist? Which one isn't he? Because he's played both now.
Yeah, he's
He's a college dropout who had a number of
He's-
good ideas.
He's a demonologist.
Why is he running Africa's family planning then if he's just a college dropout? Ask yourself.
Because he's had a lot of good ideas and a lot of business success.
Good ideas? You mean satanic ideas?
Okay.
Satanic, Dawn.
A lot of profitable
Are you
business.
down with
ideas. How about
Gatesy, Dawn?
I mean, didn't he steal QDOS or something? I don't know. I heard about some sort of stealing of Microsoft, and then he just hired a bunch of people to work on it from there on.
And then his parents were on the board of Planned Parenthood, and they were well off. And there was tons of conspiracies about that guy.
Gates Senior, he was a fucking legend.
Aren't they like lawyers too? Someone was a judge or something. They're all like, dude. I slightly watched some of it, but I was like, I can't fucking go this deep into this shit. I don't really care. Like, I'm not gonna get that
Up
shit.
there with Stalin.
He's like in that category of Elon Musk. Like he's one of these guys that is like a front man, for their rollouts. In this case, it's the Microsoft, family planning, whatever the crazy shit that
African family planning. Facts. That is a fact right there, front man.
So yeah, just like Elon Musk, he's not really that intelligent. He didn't really invent anything. He's just like a front man that people think he invented. If people think Bill Gates is like some genius that discovered Windows, no way. He's just a front man guy.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, whenever I see Elon Musk coming up on my YouTube, like I don't even watch Elon Musk videos and it comes up on my YouTube. It's like, how does this guy have this much time to just be on YouTube and Twitter if he's supposed to be running like 3 advanced companies? Like, this is fucking shit. This is a crock of shit right here.
Fauci too. We can't trust any of these entities.
I like Bill Gates because he wants to help us a lot.
You can tell by his hands.
He wants to make life normal for us.
You can tell he just really cares,
He doesn't want to help a little. He doesn't want to go light on the help. He wants to really help a lot. He wants to go all in.
Yeah, I can just really tell he really wants to help me.
Yeah, especially
That's
with
why I
those
love him.
sweaters he wears. Those sweaters. Beyond, like a guy who wears that kind of a sweater definitely wants to help.
What a nice guy,
Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby sweaters.
John, you know as well as I do, we won't be counted as a successful civilization until we build and perfect the Dyson sphere. So,
A what? What is that?
It's a huge sphere that we build round the sun so that we can collect 100% of the sun's energy. Funnel it
Like
into
a blanket? Like a blanket around the sun?
Well, it could be big right round the Earth and the sun, so we're inside. We could do it around the whole solar system, but really what you have to do is collect all the energy from the sun.
That's insane. Is that possible?
Is this Bill Gates' wet dream or what?
Technically possible.
I
don't know
think
if
he's
humanity
living through his
can
wet
do it.
dream right now.
Dawn Buster. You busting a Dawny Dawn.
I know, I'm just
Bill
explaining.
Gates wakes up every morning and stretches his arms out and he says, I'm going to keep building to try to block out the sun. Just keep working at it.
Yep.
it's
Man
not
runs
blocking
that.
out
Doesn't
the
he
sun.
run the
it-
Who? Doesn't he
No.
run the Who?
He funds the
World
Who.
Health Org- Yeah, he's like the leader of the Who. Like, what? When did that happen?
Follow the money. Yeah, that's it. Ass and pussy. I mean, follow the money.
He's
Follow
also been
the
buying
money.
up like thousands and thousands of acres of farmland in like the middle of the United States, which already is just like Monsanto GMO fucking like what they're doing there. And he's been buying up like thousands of acres of land. So who knows what they're going to be doing there?
Yeah, I mean, like,
Roger Daltrey is the leader of the Who. So,
Oh, the funding dude. Bill Gates funds it. The foundation
No,
is the
Bill
biggest
Gates
funder
doesn't-
of Who.
he
Bill
funds more
Gates
than other
doesn't
countries.
fund the Who. He's not a fan of their music.
Well,
Oh my god. Get out.
Kool-Aid, do you think that Bill Gates wants to help you? Wants to help you too?
Of course he does. He drinks the
Do you
Kool-Aid.
think? Do you think
He drank the fucking Kool-Aid, bro.
he just really cares?
No, I
You
think
think that?
Kool-Aid was saying we can't cite Bill Gates because he's not a virologist, which triggered me into wanting to say, if he's not a virologist, why is he running campaign for needlecraft?
I was hoping Kool-Aid would answer.
It's okay. 3 other people know what I'm going to say, so I'll let them answer.
You think?
Too busy drinking himself.
You think he really
Sassy old
cares?
man over here. Jeez.
No, but really, do you think he really cares about you?
No, I'm not nearly important enough.
So that is a good question to ask, like globe enthusiasts. Like, do they also buy the Bill Gates story? Like, are they on board with him? Like, it's one thing, like, did we go to the moon or whatever? But yeah, are you co-signing on Bill Gates?
Bill Gates wants to block out the sun because he really cares.
So I was making a joke about a book that I
He's gonna
know.
collect it all and then redistribute it to us. Sorry.
I was making a joke about a
Plebs.
book that I know Don has read. I apologize for those of you who didn't get it. It was literally a literary joke. Calm down, guys.
What was it? I think I missed it.
The Dyson
Yeah.
Sphere talking about the successful. That's the successful society in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe or Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
The one that Elon Musk reproduced.
I have actually read that years ago, yeah, but I just forgot it was from there.
Sorry, it was just a joke.
Well
That's
then.
all it was.
All together, let's laugh. That was a good one.
Yeah, but now you guys like literally think he's trying to blot out the sun, and
No, isn't that one of
kinda
the
crazy.
things he's trying to do?
He's definitely evil. I've seen it in his face, in his eyes.
With like shadow eyes.
I've seen him miming, doing needlecraft on a child, saying, "We just inject GMOs straight into the vein." And then he's
I
giggling.
just tried to
He's giggling like a crazy.
Dude, it's just like that. It's just like that with him.
Just
It's
straight
like,
up.
Don, you're not even exagerating. Like that's
No.
exactly what he does. He sits there. He's like, "Yeah, we just shove that shit right into the vein." He fucking rubs his hands and shit. Licks his lips, motherfucker. Jesus Christ, the guy is so fucking transparent.
I just posted a picture of him. Does he not look like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons?
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at that guy's eyes, like you look at that guy's eyes, do you see a loving, wonderful man that's trying to help humanity?
That man is a murderer.
Yes.
Look at his. He's
serial
a
killer.
fucking serial killer. Look at his eyes. It's like Hannibal, but worse. I've never seen like a more transparently evil person. I mean, except for the Pope or some shit.
Riggs, it looks unnormal to me because this is what happens when you convert a nerd into a serial killer.
Dude, he's
That's
a
why they
serial.
look so
Look
weird.
at him. He's a serial killer. Like no joke.
If he was a real normal serial killer, he would look the part, and he wouldn't look so weird.
But that's what makes him definitely a serial killer.
He's been a nerd and he's been programmed into it.
You know what? He reminds me of Dexter. He reminds me of Dexter, dude.
That one, that image I just posted there, that's a classic one that people usually meme on that one. But look, it's got the AE map in the background. He's
Yeah.
holding these files. It's just like,
United Nations.
oh god.
Cult.
You can't make this shit up. Oh my god.
Imagine if you heard his thoughts, Riggs, like one episode of Dexter. You could hear how he thinks.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, we should make a fucking movie about Bill Gates as like a Dexter kind of character. You could hear his fucking thoughts, and like his dad's there telling him, "Yes, kill them."
Yeah, oh my god, that'd be great.
And it's not. He's not alive. Like his dad's not alive. He's just like there talking to him and shit.
I think that's what happens actually to him in real life. The same thing. His spirit father talks to him about normalcy for the humanity.
Bro,
in a blur.
What a
Bill
plot,
Gates actually says what he wants to do, though, out loud for everyone to hear. He doesn't hide it,
he does.
and he laughs about
And
it.
if we do a really good job with Jamba Juice, then we can reduce the population by like 10-20%. Like he's like straight up. He's crazy.
Lightwater's just given me a new concept to add. What if he is portraying a creepy murder on purpose so that we see it and we
No,
know.
dude,
And
because
that's all
most
we
people
can
don't
think
see
about.
it. Don, nobody fucking sees it. It's just like people who are paying attention.
Yeah, but maybe that's our programming, you know, to make us live in fear because we can see the face of a killer. Yeah,
You
he's
don't
just
live
made
in
me think.
fear
Just made me
when
think
you
about
see
that.
it,
Maybe
Don.
they play both games, both sides, and they make some killers extra perverted to freak us out.
Don't be freaked out, mate. If that's what you think it's for, then don't react like they expect or you think they expect, and then it doesn't work, does it?
I'm going to say I do believe he is a serial killer, but I also understand like what his point.
Dude, isn't
That
there
maybe
like
I'm being
I've seen some
programmed.
videos where people claim that every like pandemic virus is patented.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Well, they will be before. Oh,
I'm
there.
in the
Yeah.
camp that personally
Yeah,
believes none of them even exist. They've just hijacked other things.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I literally like macked on a bitch who had corona, and I don't understand how that's possible.
You reckon you got a full load? Oh,
No, like
shit.
straight up. I was macking on a bitch. The next day, she went and got tested, and she was like, "I felt sick before we macked, and I didn't. I couldn't. She said I couldn't smell or taste, but she still wanted to see me, but didn't tell me. And then she said the next day she went and got a test, and it was positive. And then I was like, okay. And then I went and got a test, and my test was negative, and I ain't felt shit. She didn't like get sick or die or anything. She was sick for a bit, but like I didn't. Nothing happened to me, and that doesn't make sense. If someone has corona and they can't smell or taste, and my tongue and their tongue is within each other's mouths, how could I not get the fucking like disease? That doesn't make any sense. It defies.
No,
It defies.
you're just
any-
lucky.
Bro, let me tell you, dude.
That's
Like,
not. That's fucking. Yeah, that's like if I fucking
if you
swam
have
in
to go
lava and
take a
came out
test
fine. Like, oh yeah,
to see if
You
you're
didn't
sick,
You didn't
then
catch
it
enough
ain't that
viral load.
dangerous.
That's all that means.
Of course it means that.
What?
Paradigm.
What?
You didn't get a large enough viral load.
Wait. But dude,
I'm
we
not
were
gonna
like
teach you virology.
we were French kissing, bro.
Here we go.
Oh, big man. Did
No,
you
it's
even
not.
try to take off her shirt? Come on, dude.
No, this was
Grow
in
up.
public.
Who
This
cares?
is in public, you fucking old loser. I'm just giving you a point that our saliva
Yeah.
definitely swapped. There's no fucking
Cool.
way I didn't get the virus. This
You
is
didn't catch
bullshit.
a large enough viral load. That's what.
Oh, show us how you back that up with
So
some sort of
wait.
definitive proof,
Kool-Aid.
champ. Fuck
Kool-Aid.
me.
What would you
Kool-Aid.
like?
Would you let a bitch
Would you
Yeah,
like
spit in your mouth?
would you like
Would you let a bitch spit in your
virology
mouth and
test?
she had
Would you like a
COVID?
virology? Would you like virology
I,
experiment that
whatever you
back up?
produce, it
You're
needs to
not
be
even letting me
definitive.
finish the sentence.
Don't send
Why
me
would you
shit
even?
that's not definitive.
Okay, cool. When you
Okay,
don't even
so
let somebody have a
here you go.
conversation or finish a sentence, it's almost like you're scared
Send
of
me
the
stuff.
response because you know that anything that they
Mate, I've
are
been here
produced, you're
100
going to
times.
refute.
Had
Hey, you're
100
still
times this
cutting me off.
conversation.
You know what? Have a good
Yeah,
night.
I am. So, thanks, mate. Not interested in doing the same rubbish for a 101th time. Send me your fucking documents if it's definitive. Excellent. Otherwise, have a good night.
There was some interruption. I almost thought I had something else playing in the background as it sounded. But yeah, Kool-Aid, what were you saying? I mean, you should be able to speak without being interrupted, whatever it was.
No, it's fine. White's World wants to troll, and he's allowed. So go ahead, White's World.
I'm not trolling, and I'm not allowed to troll. Settle down, champ.
I think it was
If it's
just a little.
definitive, send it through to me.
Yeah, there was just a little bit of talking at the same time. I mean, it was pretty minor. So what were you saying? I wanted to hear what you were actually saying. Kool-Aid.
Yeah, look into virology. When you understand that, then get back to me. Not gonna fucking
Okay,
explain
so
it.
you're going to just claim we don't understand. How about you send me
I'm
the
gonna
stuff that
claim
makes
you
us
do not
understand?
understand. You do not understand virology.
Okay. Sure. Off you go. Send me the documents, and we'll see.
Sure.
Would you say
what
you
level?
do? Kool-Aid,
What
would you say
level?
you do?
What
Would
level
you?
of biology have you studied?
Well, hold on. Julie,
how low do I need to start?
Well,
so the fact that I
What
may
level
not have
of
a degree in
biology have you
virology,
studied, dumb
that
fuck?
governs whether you can provide. Oh, dumb fuck now, Geo. Jesus Christ.
no, he said doctor.
Wow.
He said doctor. I thought.
No, you won't let me get an answer. You won't let me get a sentence out. You won't answer a direct question. What level of education do you have? How low do you need me to break this down for you?
Well, that's not really relevant. Like,
I don't want you to break it down.
Yeah, that's
okay,
not really the
then
topic.
I'm going to send you. Then I'm going to send you a white paper. I'm going to send you a white paper, and you're not going to be able to understand it. Do you have any biology training?
So it's not going to be definitive. Fair enough.
Well, send what you have. If you
Don't
think you
send me
have
the
something
documents.
definitive. Yeah, I mean, if you think that you've come across something where you've understand what, like,
And it needs to be specific to the viral load that you referenced. There should be a load that makes you sick and a load that doesn't. You're claiming that's definitively known, and he must have got a load that was too low. So fucking hell, good luck proving that, mate.
Sure, this is literally the definition of viral load. What level of schooling do you have? How low would you like me to break this down? Would you accept a white paper,
let's
or would
let's
you need?
ask. There's a
Do
few
you
people
need?
listening.
Do you need
Do we want to
something
listen to him
more
break
basic?
it down for us laymen, or would we like him to just post the documents?
Do you know what a white paper is?
Well, dude, the
It's a-
thing is,
it's a
Cooler,
group
I feel like
question.
you're approaching it by trying to
Here.
question like various levels of
Here
someone
is-
else knows. That's not really
here
the
is a
topic.
study.
If you have something information to offer, just offer
Here's
it.
a study on viral load. Would you like me to explain how this works?
Sure. Explain it.
Okay, there you go. Someone said, "Yeah, go."
No, I don't.
Oh no.
Cool.
There's
Then
a yes and a no.
I don't want you to preach any needlecraft knowledge to me ever again. Thanks.
Just make a summary, make a paragraph summary of a viral load for me, so to explain to me how I didn't get COVID, because it seems impossible. Oh, sorry, minestrone, because it seems impossible in my book. From my view, it just seems impossible that I didn't get it. But if you have some sort of way to explain it that would make sense to a layman, then go ahead and try to explain it.
The numbers weren't big enough. If you want me to get more advanced than that, I'm going to have to start talking about protein synthesis.
I do that.
Is that like RNA?
Right. Right. So
Okay.
we're not going to go through this because it's painful for the other people in the conversation. Okay.
It makes me want to shout at you and call you evil. It's very painful.
Right. Well, I am.
Please, Dawn, or I will.
So are we going to talk about this viral load, or are we going to a new topic now?
I don't know. I mean,
No.
we don't have to go super deep into. It's sort of a bit of a side topic, but I guess it was brought up, and Kool-Aid seems to have a strong viewpoint on it. So if he has something he
Yes.
wants to share that
The-
convinces him of something, we can do it. But I mean, it's also somewhat of a side topic.
It's basic virology. It's taught in first semester, A&P. If you have enough of the virus, then it can get a hold of, and actually begin to replicate and mutate. If you don't, it can't.
Wait.
Simple as that.
Enough of like, you mean like pieces of the same minestrone, or do you mean
Right.
like
You
numbers
need
of minestrones?
numbers.
So like you need like say 1,000 minestrones for then the
More,
minestrone.
more on
to
the
have
order
enough.
heard of a couple million, but yes.
Okay, so you need so one minestrone is not enough to
No.
So you need a bunch. Why do you need a bunch of minestrones as opposed
Because
to one?
you have an immune system.
Oh, so it's almost like a too much. Like if there was less, they could handle it. Basically, is what you're saying.
It's a lot more complicated than that, but that's the basic version, yes.
That's why we're all fine when we get it.
Except for those of us who aren't, right?
Oh, well,
Members
there's
of
a
this
few,
community.
people that get too much of the virus and die. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, members of this community. So
That happens every flu season.
That's what the tests apparently say, yeah.
So I didn't get enough minestrones to replicate and give me the minestrone effect.
Correct. It's
Yeah,
a
it was
little more
like
complicated than that, and if you
1,999,099. If you only got 2 million, you'd be fucked, champ. But you only got 1,999,999 of the little bits. You are lucky.
it's a little more complicated
Fucking
than
hell.
that, but if you would like to go
Oh.
into it at a later date, I would
So it's
love
not
to.
definitive?
Sorry, I thought I was in the middle of a sentence again. Apparently, I was
No, it
wrong.
must be the
Go
delay.
ahead.
I do apologise. I think it's the delay, mate. My bad. I apologise for that. I am upside down here.
It's every single time I speak, you interrupt me. Every single one, White's World.
Okay. Are you addressing me? It's White's word. And if you are, my apologies. I think there's
All
a
right.
delay.
Brown dog, stop over talking me. Fuck me.
Is there a new guy? Must be a new guy. G'day, brown dog.
I got it, so I must have had enough minestrones. I hate that term. I think it's funny. I don't even know the dish. And it was painful for 3 days, 4 days, then it wore off, just like any natural virus or unnatural virus. Even if it's unnatural, man-made, it's still natural, right? It works as a virus, a part of nature. And you can kill yourself, and it's fine, and then you just carry on. And then your immunities are much, much stronger, even to the variants.
That is true.
This is true dawn signs that I've done myself.
Yeah, sounds like some of the other bull stuff you listen to, personally.
My question is, why don't some of the more angry Globers go to Jim Panda's server? Like, wouldn't that be like a better place for you? I don't really get
I
it.
used to go there, and I got banned.
Huh? How the fuck do you get banned from there? People were like talking about fucking a dog on that server when I was there.
I multi-reported their server for bullying, and I doxed Jem's family.
You what, Don?
Classic.
You gotta watch out around Dawn, I guess. Don't reveal any
This
personal
was just
information.
karma. They did it to me, so I did it to them.
Oh, that's fair
Yeah,
enough.
they were trying to ask me where I lived when I was over there, and I was like, I don't fucking trust you fuckers. I'm not telling you anything about myself. I feel like Aristoteles should go to Gem Panda's server. I feel like he would fit in there.
Some of us, even Kool-Aid, I believe, we like to talk to you directly without loads of angry people in between us.
Mm-hmm.
We can get to the matter easier. It doesn't seem like we're part of a group with signs protesting outside your church. If we just come in individually.
What about a full-on invasion?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we tried that, like a raid on 24/7.
I've seen it. I've seen like QE mute like fucking like 5 people in a row.
Doesn't work either. Flat Earth just grows their ego. Oh my god, look at all these people coming to see us.
I remember there were like a bunch of new guys. Apparently they were like from Gems. They're new to Gems, and then Gems said, "We're like, oh no, go to 24 hours." So they didn't even like know the arguments. And, like all 5 of them hopped into the chat. It was so funny, man.
A lot of the Globers at Gems don't know the arguments because the arguments are not able to be presented. They're very similar to my complaint about here when arguments aren't allowed to be presented. The difference is it comes from the other side. And I will agree, there is quite a bit worse most of the time.
I think Earth Awakening's pretty chill, actually. Not gonna lie. It's been getting a little more heated, I say recently, but I think in general it's much less than at least 24 hours over here.
Oh.
And definitely less than Gem Pandas. Like, holy shit.
I don't know. The first day they were opened, I managed to get the first mute within an hour. So
Yeah, mute's not that bad, bro. There's mute, and then there's people like literally just making up insults and just keep going. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
oh yeah, I know. I went on Nathan Oakley's show this morning. That was a bad idea.
Oh
dude,
man,
that's why you're so annoyed.
how was that? How was that? What happened?
I was there for about a minute.
Did he ask you a question, and then like in the middle of answering him, he muted you? And then...
Oh, no,
That
no,
happened
no. He asked me a question and muted me before I began the answer.
Yeah, that happened to me on it, where I asked a question and then he just went on like an absolute tantrum, like a kid. You know how like kids in school used to do that, like, which is a very Nathan Oakley thing to do. Where he goes like speaks in a really like he's having some sort of neurological episode. Has like a tantrum. Does that make sense to you, stupid ball-tard? Begging to question globe. And he like goes on his little thing and just went absolutely nuts. And then just the other day, some video popped up in my feed and it was him and he'd clipped together the whole clip, but like cut most of it out of it. So there's my voice going, I just wanted to understand how you feel that sextants work on a globe. And then he's cut in a bunch of other people like they're speaking in the room, explaining basically the answer with the sextant thing is if you've got a horizontal that requires a flat line, and that's it. Like they will not go into how a sextant works and how a south celestial pole proves a flat globe Earth and all any of that. Just get stuck on the idea of can you get a horizontal on a ball, and then he comes up with that, and then it cuts back to my voice where I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Like I was agreeing with him. Like,
QE was in
you
the
fucking coward. It was so funny.
QE was in the chat today, and as soon as